Synopsis. The Will of Fire. What a joke. Naruto stands atop the ruins of Konoha, his eyes cold. Chu Ran, armed with a villainous system, enters the Naruto world not as a hero, but as the dark voice inside Naruto's heart. If angels abandon you for the world, he whispers, then I'll forsake the world, just for you. And he smiles. Chapter 1. Konoha Village, in the East Side Street Park. A boy with blonde hair was sitting on a swing, swinging slowly forward. In front of him, there was a group of children about his age, kicking a ball and playing together. Seeing the happy play of these people of the same age in front of him, the boy's eyes showed a hint of envy. Until the ball was kicked in front of him by the child, the boy's face showed a hint of joy. He stood up from the swing and held the ball in his hands. Just after taking 2 steps forward, the group of children instinctively stepped back. Monster. It's a demon fox. Harsh words came out of a child's mouth. The words monster and demon fox were used to describe the blonde boy in front of him, and there was a hint of sadness on the boy's face. There are beards on both sides of his cheeks that ordinary people don't have, and his blue eyes and blonde hair are conspicuous. But it is far less conspicuous than the beards on both sides. And he is the most special existence in Konoha Village, the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox, the orphan of the 4th generation Hokage and his wife, Uzumaki Naruto. He was clearly the child of Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage who was hailed as a hero for protecting the village. But after his parents passed away, he was only called a demon fox and a monster and lived here. No one of his age is willing to play with him, and loneliness is always with him. Uzumaki Naruto let go of the ball with his palm and let it roll to the ground. He turned around and walked out of the park in despair. Several adults walked towards them, and Uzumaki Naruto looked up. From the eyes of these tall adults, we can see deep disgust and hatred. As if to escape these gazes, Uzumaki Naruto began to run. It's really unlucky to meet this demon fox again. Yeah, I have to tell my son not to come to this park again. I really don't know why Hokage-sama would leave a guy like this in the village. The harsh words of several adults were not ignored by the acceleration of Naruto Uzumaki's feet. Although the sound was not loud, it still penetrated Uzumaki Naruto's ears clearly. Tears began to gather from his eyes uncontrollably. The speed of my feet also started to get faster and faster. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Uzumaki Naruto's body, making him feel so lonely. Why do other people have parents, but I don't? Why does everyone hate me like this? Why do I have to be called a demon fox? Why do I have to be treated like a monster? The tears in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes couldn't stop flowing out, and his voice was already shouting loudly in his heart. He didn't dare to vent his emotions in front of others. If he showed it in front of others, he would only get disgust and hatred from others. He was afraid that the people in the village would look at him like this. After running for who knows how long, Uzumaki Naruto ran to the edge of the village, next to a water tower. Following the stairs, he stood at a high place, overlooking the Konoha village in front of him, and the sadness in his heart continued to well up in his heart. It's all the beard on this face. Uzumaki Naruto, whose eyes were red from crying, touched the beard on his cheek. There was a hint of grievance in his eyes, and he just exerted force with his palms, intending to pull off his annoying beard. But this idea just appeared before it was discarded by Uzumaki Naruto. He had tried to cut off the beards on his face before. But after sleeping, it will grow again, no matter how many times. At this time, if you tear off your beard out of anger, you will still feel the pain. Well. Uzumaki Naruto sighed, sat down on the steps, and looked up. What comes into view is the iconic building of Konoha Village, Hokage Rock. Above are the stone statues of the past Hokages, from the first Hokage Senju Hashirama to the 4th Hokage Namikaze Shuido. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a trace of yearning. Naruto is the most respected person in Konoha Village, the highest symbol of status and strength. He is loved by all the villagers and disliked by everyone. The Hokage and the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him seem to show 2 extremes. Hokage, I also want to be like the 3rd generation grandfather. Liked by everyone. Uzumaki Naruto looked disappointed and supported his chin with both hands, staring blankly at the Hokage rock. He was envious that Naruto could be loved and liked by everyone. And he, who is called a demon fox and a monster, does not have this qualification. Since Hokage can be loved by others, he will become Hokage. Become the best Hokage and let everyone recognize me. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a trace of confusion, but what followed was a flash of light and determination. Yeah, if I become Hokage, everyone won't hate me. If I become Hokage, everyone will like me. I can be like my third-generation grandfather and be loved by everyone. Uzumaki Naruto's childish face showed a long-lost happy smile. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at the Hokage rock with longing. This was the first time that he had the idea of wanting everyone to recognize him and becoming Hokage. Goryulu. Just when he was determined to decide his future goals, his stomach growled at an inappropriate time. Uzumaki Naruto held his stomach and couldn't help but feel guilty on his face. He is only 5 years old now. He has no parents and no financial resources. Every month he just relies on some living expenses given by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. And those living expenses are simply not enough for a child who is marginalized everywhere in the village. Uzumaki Naruto himself couldn't cook, and many restaurant owners were unwilling to accommodate him. Even some semi-cooked food was unwilling to be sold to him by others. Even if it was sold to him, it would be stale goods that could not be sold. The price is even more expensive than ordinary people buying it. At this point, his most basic food every day is bread, cup noodles and milk. Occasionally when I have no money, I will go to the lake next to Konoha village to try my luck and see if I can catch a few fish. If you catch it, you probably won't have to worry about eating for 2 days. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto, who is shorter than his peers, has a certain reason for his stunted growth. Tomorrow, the third-generation grandpa will pay for living expenses. It's better to endure it tonight. Uzumaki Naruto patted his stomach and comforted himself with a smile on his face. At the same time, he jumped down from the stairs and ran back towards his shabby little apartment. Chapter 2. Konoha Village, in the Hokage's office. An old man took a drag on the long cigarette rod in his hand and blew out a puff of white smoke. This old man is wearing a Hokage coat and is none other than the current pillar of Konoha Village, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, he is also the longest-serving Hokage in Konoha Village. At this moment, opposite his desk, was his friend whom he had grown up with since his youth. Now under the name of ANBU Training Department, Shimura Danzo has developed a root force. Sarutobi, what do you mean? You called me at this time, do you want to tell me your great principles? Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two people who had always been at odds often spoke with a touch of gunpowder. Especially about the Uchiha clan and the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Duanzo, I can turn a blind eye to the root matter. But there is no discussion about the matter between Uzumaki Naruto and the Uchiha clan for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen poured out the ash from the cigarette rod in his hand with a serious look on his face. It seemed to be a warning or an order. But all he got in exchange was a cold snort from Danzo Shimura. Although Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, don't forget that he is also the orphan of the fourth Hokage. According to the fourth Hokage's idea, he wants Uzumaki Naruto to become the hero of Konoha Village. I don't have to hold you accountable for the rumors you asked your subordinates to spread, but you have to remember to do things in a measured way. Seeing that Shimura Danzo was silent, a cold light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. If Hiruzen Sarutobi is the eternally warm Hokage under the sun, then Danzo Shimura is the ANBU root who kills decisively in the darkness. The two complemented each other, making Konohagakure once again the strongest ninja village after the first Hokage. But the two people's thoughts often have differences and collisions. Shimura Danzo belongs to the extreme group, according to his ideas. The existence of Uzumaki Naruto is okay, but he cannot be allowed to develop on his own, but needs to be controlled. Turn him into a weapon, like a real Jinchuriki, and become the sharpest blade in Konoha Village. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this was not humanitarianism. He still remembered the fourth-generation Hokage's instructions and last words. Out of compassion for Uzumaki Naruto, he has been in contact with Uzumaki Naruto in the past few years. A place where everyone hates him, but he has not shown any hatred. Such children are kind-hearted in nature, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to bind Uzumaki Naruto with bonds to make him truly love this village. Let him be willing to work hard for the development of Konoha Village. In this way, the Jinchuriki's power can be maximized. But at the same time, don't forget what Hiruzen Sarutobi said is temporary. In the past few years, although he had been observing Uzumaki Naruto, it was also a kind of surveillance. If Naruto Uzumaki really exposed the potential that could cause harm to the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely agree with Danzo's proposal from the Wool Village without hesitation. After all, no matter how extreme what Shimura Danzo did, his starting point was still for Konoha. You can let the matter of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki go. After all, he's just a kid. But have you forgotten what Naidame-sama said? The evil nature of the Uchiha clan is simply a time bomb. Danzo Shimura sighed lightly and did not refute what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. It's just that when it comes to the Uchiha clan, they have to be more determined about the previous matter of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Both of them were once the elite bodyguards of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. As comrades in arms, in Danzo Shimura's view, both of them should remember Senju Tobarama's words. After all, he is not only their boss, Senju Tobarama is also their teacher. As those who have truly experienced the dark era of the ninja war, they are more aware of the power contained in the Uchiha clan. What's more, the Uchiha clan is now increasingly unable to be controlled by the Leaf Village. Many Uchiha people do not have a favorable impression of Konoha Village. They live at the border corner of Konoha Village and are responsible for the security work of protecting Konoha Village. But the Nara and Akimichi clans who joined Konoha Village at the same time not only had an easier job than them, but also each had their own industry. Dissatisfaction with Konoha Village has been piling up for a long time. Shut up, Danzo. The Uchiha clan is also a part of Konoha. Do you know what you're talking about? Don't you remember only the words of the Night Sama and not the words of the first Sama? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, with a look of anger on his face. He knew that his old friend was once again targeting the Konoha clan. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's point of view, the Uchiha clan does have a rebellious streak. But they haven't done it yet. As the Hokage, if he rashly does these things that are detrimental to the Uchiha clan. So what do other ninja families think? How can the Hyuga clan, Akimichi clan, and Nara clan not be afraid? Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed in the current leader of the Uchiha clan. As Hokage, he cannot make such an order, even if he wants to make such an order. That could only mean that the rebellion of the Uchiha clan was really discovered, otherwise the Konoha clan would definitely fall apart. One day, your kindness as a woman will harm yourself. It will also harm the entire Konoha. Shimura Danzo stood up with a gloomy expression and looked at the former comrade in front of him. He turned around and left with his crutch. Almost every time the two met, they ended up like this. The conflict between the two of them comes from the conflict between light and darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down on the stool, with a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. Oh, the Uchiha clan. And Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crystal ball in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. In the crystal ball is the running figure of Naruto Uzumaki. As Hokage, he is also very busy on weekdays, and he will also observe Uzumaki Naruto's situation in his spare time. After all, there had been incidents where the Jinchuriki went berserk and the Kyuubi broke the seal. This forced him to be careful and allow Uzumaki Naruto to grow, not just because of his guilt for Namikaze Minato. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew very well that if the Jinchuriki was used as a weapon alone, that is a double-edged sword that can help Konoha Village resist powerful enemy countries. It will also be a time bomb that will explode into a wave of flames in Konoha Village from time to time. Because of this, he would take a gamble on whether this child's kindness would protect Konoha forever because of the bond. Chapter 3. As he trotted home, Uzumaki Naruto had some beads of sweat on his forehead. But the longing for Hokage in his heart did not make him feel much tired. On the contrary, there was still a smile on his face. When I opened the refrigerator, there was only an open carton of milk with less than half left in it. Uzumaki Naruto picked up the milk and poured it into his mouth. After a while, all the milk was wiped out. Patting his slightly bulging belly, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but exhale. After taking off his clothes and shoes, Uzumaki Naruto lay on the bed. Tomorrow, with his careless character, his disgust and hatred for the villagers will be less. As for why I went to bed when it was just getting dark, that could only mean that Naruto Uzumaki was afraid that he would be hungry again and unable to sleep after a while. So it's better to go to bed earlier now so as not to go to bed hungry later. Within a few minutes, a slight snoring sound appeared in this small apartment with a clear view. Uzumaki Naruto, this carefree and innocent character is really difficult to handle. Subconsciously, a figure began to appear. And this sound was made by this figure, looking at the sleeping Uzumaki Naruto from the subconscious space. Chu Ran couldn't help but shook his head. The idea of encouraging Uzumaki Naruto to become Hokage before was arranged by him subconsciously. Even the direction Uzumaki Naruto ran was subconsciously influenced by him. He has been living in the body of the boy in front of him as a subconscious person for several years. From the moment Minato Namikaze died and the seal was planted in Uzumaki Naruto's body, Churan already existed. With the golden finger blackening system, it constantly affects Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts in a subconscious way. When watching anime, it's not so pitiful. Reality often seems more cruel, and he is obviously the son of a hero. Chu Ran shook his head sadly, looking at the boy who shouldn't be treated like this, feeling a little unfair for him in his heart. Even when faced with the rejection of the entire village, Uzumaki Naruto can still treat every day with optimism. Instead of actively hating anyone, he later became a hero who protected Konoha village and saved the ninja world. This kind of heroic deeds of repaying evil with kindness may only exist in places like anime. In the subconscious space, Chu Ran glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, then at the template next to him, feeling slightly emotional. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 0, 5. Soul, 3. Blackening progress, 0, 87. Blackening points, 210. Blackening mall, not open. A normal person's physique is between 0, 3-1, 5, but a ninja's is higher. As for the soul, it is between 0, 5-1. The stronger the soul, the higher the understanding and willpower. Physique represents physical strength and talent. Chu Ran's physique is only in the ranks of ordinary people, but his soul is higher due to time travel and lodging. The most important thing is that his physique and soul level can be superimposed with Uzumaki Naruto himself. In other words, Naruto Uzumaki's talent in the original work was very poor at the beginning. On the one hand, he did not practice seriously, and on the other hand, it was because of the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra. But now, if Chu Ran's attributes are superimposed, I am afraid that Uzumaki Naruto's talent is not far away, if not superior. The blackening points can be exchanged for the talents or abilities you need in the blackening mall. But if you want to open the blackened mall, you need to reach a minimum of 10 progress in blackening. And this is Chu Ran's system, the protagonist's blackening system. It allows Chu Ran to continuously disturb and influence Uzumaki Naruto's thinking in a subconscious way, causing Uzumaki Naruto to gradually turn dark. Naruto Uzumaki grew up to be different from the one in the original work, and became a nightmare for Konoha village or the entire ninja world. But according to Chu Ran's current progress, it may be difficult to achieve. Uzumaki Naruto's character is too kind, even if others reject him, he still has an optimistic heart. I still want to be recognized by others. This is also what Chu Ran finds most difficult. At the beginning, he tried to make Uzumaki Naruto hate these villagers. But it didn't have much effect at all, and it only made his progress reach less than 1. Hokage is the first path. Only when you have a goal will you encounter obstacles. With obstacles, the dark side of Konoha will gradually emerge. Chu Ran looked at the sleeping Uzumaki Naruto and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He no longer planned to let Uzumaki Naruto deliberately hate those villagers, he already had a plan in mind. Let Uzumaki Naruto discover the darkness of Konoha step by step. The next day, it was just light up early in the morning. Uzumaki Naruto stretched himself and got up from the bed. After putting on his slippers and taking a look at the empty refrigerator, Uzumaki Naruto went to brush his teeth. After brushing his teeth, he happily ran towards the Hokage's office building. Every month, probably only today is the time when Uzumaki Naruto feels the happiest. Because at the beginning of every month, he could receive his living expenses from the Sandaime Hokage. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for him to eat a bowl of ramen with plenty of ingredients at the beginning of the month. That is Naruto Uzumaki's favorite food, and it is also the place he must go to when he receives his living allowance every month. After changing his clothes, he trotted towards the center of the village. Soon they arrived at the Hokage's office building, and Uzumaki Naruto entered it with ease. But when he walked into the Hokage's office, he was stopped by someone. The Sandaime Hokage is at work and meeting important guests. You can't go in. This man is one of the guard ninjas of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know his name. But this is not his first time here, and the other party also recognizes him. After hearing the other party's words, Uzumaki Naruto also showed a hint of disappointment on his face. He knew that as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very busy. Sometimes if he gets busy, he won't even be able to see him. But his already hungry stomach still made Uzumaki Naruto ask. How long will it take for the third-generation grandfather to finish his work? The guard of the Sandaime Hokage was not polite at all when he heard Uzumaki Naruto's words. He directly lifted up Uzumaki Naruto's collar, pulled Uzumaki Naruto and threw him out of the Hokage's office building. I don't know, if you want to wait, just wait outside. A cold and heartless word instantly extinguished Uzumaki Naruto's optimism. Looking at the logo representing Konoha village in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto walked towards the street with some disappointment. Chapter 4. As I walked along, I looked at the shops and restaurants that were open on both sides of the street. The bursts of fragrance made Uzumaki Naruto even hungrier. There is no way, after all, the third-generation grandfather is a very busy man. It's better to go find him later. Go fishing and see if there are any fish to eat today. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly, and the disappointed look disappeared from his face. He trotted towards the small lake in the corner of the village. There is a park lake in the village, and there are some small fish in it. It was also a place Uzumaki Naruto often went to, and soon he saw the lake. Uzumaki Naruto ran to the bushes and took out the homemade fishing rod that he had hidden after using it before. Then he dug through the soil with his hands and found a few earthworms and threw them on a pile of leaves. Then he sat on the wooden bridge next to the lake, hung earthworms on the fishhook and threw them into the lake. Time passed bit by bit, and the cool weather of the morning had passed. There was some sunshine at noon, but after all, it was autumn and it was not hot. On the contrary, it made Uzumaki Naruto feel a little cool. It's just the feeling of being hungry, but it's still uncomfortable. His stomach kept growling, as if he was protesting to Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, the fishing rod began to make some movement, and the somewhat impatient Uzumaki Naruto immediately stood up and pulled the fishing rod. When the fishhook broke through the lake surface and appeared, what caught Uzumaki Naruto's eyes was only an empty hook. The original excitement were extinguished in an instant. He hung the earthworms again and threw them into the lake again. That's amazing, little brother, can you already fish at such a young age? It's just that there are fish in this lake. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was holding his chin, resisting hunger. A voice as sweet as soaked in honey sounded next to him, making people feel comfortable. And it's not just the sound, it's also mixed with a sweet taste. It's glutinous rice balls, a specialty snack of Konoha village. Although Uzumaki Naruto had never eaten it, he still remembered the taste as he often passed by the stall. Turning around, he saw a girl about 10 years old, holding a paper bag in one hand and glutinous rice balls in the other. The thick syrup on top made Uzumaki Naruto swallow his saliva. Want to eat this? The girl couldn't help but be slightly startled when she saw Uzumaki Naruto staring at the glutinous rice balls in her hand. From the paper bag, he took out an unbitten glutinous rice ball and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto. For me? Is it really okay? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the girl hesitantly. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. No one gave him anything except the Sandaime Hokage. Even if it was given, it would be a very rough blow to him. The gentleness of the girl in front of me, whether it was her voice or the string of glutinous rice balls, all deeply affected Uzumaki Naruto at this moment. Uchiha Izumi. Chu Ran, who was originally in Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious, couldn't help but be slightly startled after seeing this girl. This girl may not be familiar to many people. In the original work, she was just a flash in the pan and died in the night of genocide. But in front of him, this girl with black hair and black eyes made Chu Ran have an idea in his mind. Bonds are the most profound things among Naruto. The young Uzumaki Naruto longed for this kind of bond the most, whether it was family or friendship. Then now is an opportunity. Of course, take it. Listening to your stomach growling, I must not have had breakfast yet. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, and that smile made Uzumaki Naruto feel warm in his heart. He reached out and took the glutinous rice balls with a smile, and then took a bite. The sweet syrup paired with the glutinous texture of the meatballs is simply perfect. It was the first time for Uzumaki Naruto to taste glutinous rice balls, and he couldn't help but feel happy. From today on, I'm afraid his favorite food is not just ramen. Thank you, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. He is the person who will become Hokage in the future. Uzumaki Naruto finished a bunch of glutinous rice balls in 3 strokes. There are still some traces of syrup left on the corners of the mouth that have not been wiped off. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help laughing when he saw it. Uzumaki Naruto thought it was his lofty ambition that made people feel ridiculous, and his face suddenly turned red. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you for wanting to be Hokage. It's just the syrup on the corner of your mouth. Uchiha Izumi showed an apology on his face and took out a handkerchief from the small bag on his waist. He gently wiped the syrup left at the corner of Naruto Uzumaki's mouth and sat next to Naruto Uzumaki. At this time, she began to look at the boy in front of her. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and the iconic beard on his face. A strange color flashed across Uchiha Izumi's eyes, and she recognized this boy as the existence that the adults in the village loathed and hated. Although as a child, Izumi Uchiha had experienced the Night of the Nine-Tails riot 5 years ago. But Uchiha Izumi, who had just become a ninja, also knew something about the Jinchuriki. My name is Uchiha Izumi. You don't have to be so restrained, it's a good thing to want to become Hokage. Lord Hokage, you are very great. Uchiha Izumi looked at Uzumaki Naruto's somewhat disappointed expression, and couldn't help but reach out and rub his golden hair. Those encouraging words made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes light up again. Is my sister a ninja? I'm going to ninja school soon. Uzumaki Naruto chatted with Uchiha Izumi happily. The two of them really seemed like a pair of siblings, under Uchiha Izumi's gentle words. Uzumaki Naruto also became more convinced of the Hokage's goal. Naruto, take this and eat it. Sister has a mission, if you don't go, you'll probably be late. Seeing that the time was almost up, Uchiha Izumi interrupted Uzumaki Naruto. Put all the glutinous rice balls in Uzumaki Naruto's hands. Sister Kwan, are you leaving so soon? I was also thinking about having grilled fish with Sister Kwan later. My grilled fish is very delicious, even my third-generation grandfather said it is delicious. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi, who stood up, with a look of disappointment on his face. Finally, there was someone who could chat with him and give his lonely heart some warmth. But the warmth came and went quickly, but Uzumaki Naruto felt a little disappointed in his heart. Waiting for my sister to come back from the mission, I'm eating the grilled fish cooked by Naruto himself. And in return, my sister will buy glutinous rice balls for Naruto to eat. Uchiha Izumi smiled, lowered his body and gently rubbed Uzumaki Naruto's hair. Then he waved his palms and disappeared with a teleportation technique. Chapter 5. Looking at the place where Uchiha Izumi disappeared, Uzumaki Naruto showed a trace of disappointment on his face. At this moment, he wished Uchiha Izumi could stay here longer. The loneliness in his heart made him long for someone to be with him. Uzumaki Naruto sighed softly, looked at the glutinous rice balls left by Uchiha Izumi, and picked them up to eat. The sweet and glutinous taste also made Uzumaki Naruto's lonely mood feel better. The whole afternoon passed. Next to Uzumaki Naruto was a fish basket made of tree branches. After 4 or 5 hours, he also caught several fish, including a big fish. It was the size of an adult's hand, but in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, it was already a big fish. I happily took the fish basket and went to the open space aside. Skillfully making fire, with something as simple as a flint and steel, even a 5-year-old child can easily make a fire. As the setting sun slowly set, Uzumaki Naruto could already smell the aroma of grilled fish. It would be nice if Sister Kwan was here. This way I can eat grilled fish with him. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the 4 grilled fish in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. But just when he missed the time he had just spent with Izumi Uchiha. The appearance of a figure on the side made Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but raise his head, and a smile appeared on his face. Third-generation grandfather. How did you know I was here? I'm still going to finish the grilled fish and come find you. With a happy smile on Naruto Uzumaki's face, he pulled the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to sit next to him. The firewood in front of me was still burning and crackling. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the grilled fish in front of him, there was a hint of softness in his eyes. Naruto, this is this month's living expenses. Save some flowers. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto. As the orphan of the 4th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto can receive a meager living allowance from Hiruzen Sarutobi every month. All this money was given by Konoha village. As for the Yondaime Hokage, he only left a small apartment for Uzumaki Naruto. I am afraid that if the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, who is under the underworld at this time, knows that he sacrificed for the village. And if the child doesn't even have enough to eat every month, he will probably hate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Grandpa, this money is simply not enough to spend. Can't you add a little more for me? This is not the first time Uzumaki Naruto has complained to Sarutobi Hiruzen like this. But the movement of his hand was still very fast. He took the envelope and started to read it. Everyone in the village rejected him, and he told Hiruzen Sarutobi about this. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't make any response, and just said some words that he didn't understand. That's all, it's enough to save some money. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed lightly. Konoha village was not rich either. This money was given to Uzumaki Naruto for Minato Namikaze's sake. What a stingy old man. The only son of a hero who sacrificed his life for the village was treated like this. In the subconscious space, Chu Ran looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocritical face and couldn't help but complain. In his opinion, the person in Konoha village who should bear the most responsibility for all this is Hiruzen Sarutobi. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's indulgence, how could so many people in the village know Uzumaki Naruto's true identity? How could anyone know that he was a Jinchuriki and commit crimes such as hating and loathing him? Now that almost everyone in the village knows Uzumaki Naruto's identity. When he knew that a 5-year-old child could not take good care of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen failed to fulfill his duties as a guardian. Instead, Uzumaki Naruto has been bound by fetters and a sense of belonging to the village. This kind of hypocrisy of doing disgusting things and pretending to be for your own good makes Chu Ran feel even more disgusting than Shimura Danzo. After all, Shimura Danzo's darkness was revealed. He would rather do these dirty things for Konoha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was Pua Uzumaki Naruto in the name of doing good things. On the other hand, Uzumaki Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the biggest grilled fish to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was obvious that he had been hungry all day, but he still gave the best thing he could. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly startled, then took the grilled fish with a smile on his face. Naruto is really getting better and better at grilling fish. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a bite. Although he didn't even sprinkle salt, the tenderness of the fish and the smoke from the charcoal fire made the fish taste even sweeter. Uzumaki Naruto also had a smile on his face after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's praise. Receiving praise from others is equivalent to being recognized by others. This feeling of being recognized made Uzumaki Naruto feel very good. Third generation grandpa, I want to become the same person as the third generation grandpa. I want to be recognized and loved by everyone just like my third generation grandfather. I want to be Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and expressed his ideals in front of others for the first time. This is a promise made out of an eagerness to be recognized by others. Yeah. That's very difficult. Not many people can do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Naruto's confident smile and his blue eyes. A person's face appeared in his mind. That was the face of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, so similar to the boy in front of him. As a grassroots ninja, he gradually reached the position of Hokage with his own talent, and was recognized by everyone. When the village needed it, he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself. Minato, your child is as good as you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Naruto and felt very pleased. He further strengthened his opinion that he should not agree with Danzo of the Wool Village. I will not give up. I will definitely become Hokage, and the most powerful Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and the confidence on his face became stronger. This is the first time that he has found his goal, a goal that he will definitely achieve. It's just that at this time, Uzumaki Naruto just wanted to be recognized by everyone. If I become Hokage, I will definitely have many friends. Everyone will no longer call me a monster, nor will they call me a demon fox. No one will hate me anymore, everyone will like me. This is the monologue in Uzumaki Naruto's heart at this moment, and it is also a thought that emerged after Chu Ran's induction. And this was what Chu Ran did deliberately, because he knew the temperament of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 6. If Uzumaki Naruto is shown to be harmless to the Leaf Village, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely let Uzumaki Naruto go temporarily. If Uzumaki Naruto showed that he might hate the Leaf Village in the future, he would be eliminated by Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation. As Hokage, he doesn't just have such a hypocritical face. It is more about any sacrifice that can be made for the village. For example, the destruction of the Uchiha clan is the best example. Okay, Naruto, go back and rest early. Thank you for the grilled fish today. By the way, I have already registered you for the ninja school, and you will be able to enroll the day after tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and said to Uzumaki Naruto. Since he is a Jinchuriki, he should go to a ninja school to study. Although, allowing Uzumaki Naruto to enter the ninja school was opposed by most of the top management of Konoha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen still suppressed it, because in the ninja school, he believed that this lonely boy would definitely be able to find some friends to form bonds with. Ninja school. Then I can learn ninjutsu and become a ninja, right? And a lot of friends. Uzumaki Naruto's face was slightly happy, he clenched his fists and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen happily. He now wants to become Hokage just so that he can no longer be alone and be recognized. But Uzumaki Naruto's current performance makes Sarutobi Hiruzen very satisfied. Make him feel that his judgment is very correct. When the time comes, don't be late that day. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and disappeared with a teleportation technique. Uzumaki Naruto picked up a pile of soil, put out the fire, and then walked back towards home. At this moment, Chu Ran was in the subconscious space. When he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say the words ninja school, a smile appeared on his face. It's finally starting. Let me show you what a genius Uzumaki Naruto is like. Poor monsters who have no talent will be pitted by kind people. Then the monster you call is an out-and-out genius. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking at the smile that had not gone away for a long time on Uzumaki Naruto's face. His plan finally took the first step. That was the first step for Uzumaki Naruto, who had not yet shone brightly, to begin to shine his first light in the ninja school. By that time, when everyone will isolate him even more. This is what Chu Ran hopes to see even more. His physique and soul can be superimposed on Uzumaki Naruto, and the soul attributes can also enhance Uzumaki Naruto's talents. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't need many bonds, just a few short ones are enough. Then when these bonds were gradually broken, that was when Uzumaki Naruto truly turned dark and truly began to hate the Leaf Village. 2 days came quickly. It was rare for Uzumaki Naruto not to stay in bed today and got up as soon as the alarm clock rang. After putting on a set of clothes that he thought were very clean, Uzumaki Naruto went out. On the street, people come and go. They still looked at Naruto Uzumaki with disgust and hatred. But at this time, Uzumaki Naruto, who no longer cared much about these things, simply chose to ignore them. He knows that he can't make everyone like him now. But there will always be some people who are still willing to accompany you. For example, Uchiha Izumi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, etc. But soon Uzumaki Naruto, who came to the ninja school alone, began to look a little disappointed. There were many people surrounding the entrance of the ninja school. Most of them are not students, but parents of these students. Every child will have someone to pick him up and drop him off, and his own parents will take him to school. Compared to the disgusted looks coming from the streets, the bustling ninja school at this time made Naruto Uzumaki feel a little heavier. He envied these people, who all had their own parents. But he came to the ninja school alone, with no one to pick him up and drop him off, and without his parents to accompany him. Why do I have no parents? I really envy them. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the children of his own age with an envious expression on his face. With his hands behind his head, Uzumaki Naruto also began to walk forward. Look, it's that child, why is he here too? How can a demon fox come to study in a ninja school? The third generation Sama agreed. What should we do if something goes wrong? Remember, don't get close to this yellow-haired boy in the future, do you understand? The parents around also saw Uzumaki Naruto at this time. It was originally a happy scene of a loving father and a filial son, but then the appearance of Naruto Uzumaki made everyone's faces darken. The disgust and worry in their eyes even made them want to transfer their children to another school. But there is only one ninja school in total. They could only tell their children not to get too close to Uzumaki Naruto. And it was these instructions that sounded the saddest to Uzumaki Naruto's ears. He lowered his head and walked faster. Just as he was walking quickly with his head lowered, he suddenly seemed to hit something. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto felt a slight pain in his head, rubbed his head and looked forward. A little girl also rubbed her head and fell to the ground. She has fair skin and short ear-length hair, but strangely, she has a pair of white pupils. Sorry, I bumped into you accidentally. Are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his hand towards the little girl in front of him, and when he heard Uzumaki Naruto's words, the little girl also raised her head. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki's face, a scene appeared in her mind. It was a snowy winter day, and she was being bullied by several older children. It was a boy wearing a yellow coat and a red scarf who stood in front of her. What happened was more than a year ago, and that boy was the boy in front of him. My name is Hinata. Hinata stretched out her hands tremblingly, lowering her head and tangled her hands together, not daring to raise her head to look at Uzumaki Naruto. She is timid and introverted by nature and is not good at talking to her peers. Especially this one, the boy who helped her for the first time. It was clear that he had been beaten badly that time, but his face still had that indifferent attitude. That eye-catching smile was deeply engraved in Hinata's heart. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the man who will become Hokage in the future. I'm so sorry just now, Hinata. Naruto Uzumaki rubbed his nose and introduced himself a little apologetically. But that sound made Hinata's cheeks and ears turn red instantly. Chapter 7. What's wrong, can't I call you that? Then I'll call you Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto felt that Hinata's expression was a little strange, and thought that his name was too intimate. After all, calling someone by their name is only allowed between friends. Generally speaking, a relationship like the two of them can only be described as calling each other by surname and adding honorifics. But Uzumaki Naruto's carefree character is why he is like this. No, I can call you Naruto. Hinata lowered her head, grabbed the corners of her clothes with both hands, and asked in a low voice. Of course, Hinata and I will be friends from now on. My first friend in ninja school. Uzumaki Naruto grinned and said to Hinata very happily. He had just arrived at the ninja school, and it seemed to him that he already had a friend. This was something that Uzumaki Naruto felt very happy about. Then the two of them walked towards the school together, and soon found their class on the blackboard in the playground. What Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect was that he and Hinata were in the same class. Ninja School, in the staff office. Yumino Iruka is the first teacher who enlightened Uzumaki Naruto's growth in the original work. At this moment, he is preparing the materials for today's class, and he has already known about the class division. All the information of the students in the class was memorized by the conscientious Iruka. However, one person's name always stayed in Irika's heart, and he couldn't even sleep because of this name for the past 2 days. Irika-sensei, you look very nervous. Yes, after all, this is my first time as a class teacher. Actually, being a class teacher is not that difficult, it's just that it's a little difficult to deal with disobedient children. The other teachers in the office couldn't help but laugh at Irika's serious face. Irika has just started his career as a teacher. This is also the first time for him to lead a class independently. It is impossible to say that he is not nervous. There's definitely a little bit of nervousness. Also, I'm afraid that I won't be able to do it. Irika smiled slightly and touched his head with his hand. But the complicated look in his eyes was caught by one of the teachers present. This person is Mizuki, who is the same teacher as Irika and is Irika's friend since childhood. At this moment, he held Irika's shoulders and whispered in Irika's ear. It's probably because of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Don't be so obvious, we are teachers. The kind smile on Mizuki's face made Yumino Irika feel a little better. But it only felt better for a moment. In my heart, I still think of the death of my parents when I was a teenager. Yumino Irika's parents are also ninjas, and they were both ninjas who died trying to prevent the Ninetales rebellion. In Irika's heart, he has always been prejudiced against the Ninetale Jinchuriki. At this time, Mizuki's comforting words not only failed to comfort Yumino Irika. On the contrary, it reminded him of the dust-filled sadness in his heart. Of course, don't worry Mizuki. I am okay. Yumino Irika smiled reluctantly, then patted Mizuki on the shoulder and walked out of the office. Watching Yumino Irika leave, Mizuki's eyes narrowed slightly. He did it on purpose, he also hated Uzumaki Naruto, the Ninetale Jinchuriki. But he hates Yumino Irika even more than Uzumaki Naruto. Although the two have been very good friends since childhood, seeing everyone encouraging and helping Yumino Irika made him very jealous. Even these homeroom teachers were given to Yumino Irika, and he had no share. He thinks that he is better and more capable than the mediocre Irika. He also wanted to enter a ninja school as a teacher earlier, but even though he was like this, Irika Yumino beat him to it. That's why he said those words deliberately just now. He was deliberately stimulating the hidden things in Yumino Irika's heart, deliberately stimulating him with the cause of his parents' death. Ninja school, outside a certain classroom door. Yumino Irika stood outside the classroom door, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the classroom door. Everyone, this is our first meeting. From today on, I am everyone's homeroom teacher, Yumino Irika. As soon as Yumino Irika came in, he started to introduce himself straightforwardly. At the same time, the roll call began. Every time a name was called, someone would come up to the podium and introduce themselves. Has the youngest son Uchiha Sasuke, the leader of the Uchiha clan. The Akimichi, Nara, Yamazaka, and Hyuga clan members representing the Inar, Deer, and Butterfly clans. Seeing that there are many descendants of famous families in Konoha village in his class, Yumino Irika also feels stressed. Uzumaki Naruto. As Yumino Irika read a name again, the smile on his face gradually solidified. The young man with blonde hair and blue eyes happily trotted to the podium. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage and become good friends with everyone. Uzumaki Naruto's words made many people look slightly startled. Becoming Hokage is such a simple thing, many classmates laughed at it. Many of them knew from their parents that Uzumaki Naruto was a demon fox and a monster, and they should not get too close to him. This is why, in the future, only the 12 Konoha heroes and Uzumaki Naruto will have some connection in the school. Okay, Naruto-san, please go back to your seat. Yumino Irika looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him and said coldly. Compared with the way he encouraged and comforted other students before, his words at this time were slightly colder. Even Yumino Irika didn't notice that there was a hint of disgust in his eyes instinctively. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head, looked at Yumino Irika's disgusted eyes, and instinctively took a step back. He felt from Yumino Irika that he was already disliked by the teacher he met for the first time. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head and walked towards his seat with a slight sense of disappointment. Yumino Irika calmed down and then began to explain the first lesson of the day. As a ninja, you not only need to learn the use of chakra and the study of ninjutsu. What is more important is to learn the knowledge of this ninja world and the use of ninja tools. In the early stage, more knowledge about ninjas will be explained. The morning course ended quickly. During the lunch break, everyone else took out the lunch boxes prepared by their parents. Only Uzumaki Naruto's face was still empty, with neither the lunchbox prepared by his parents nor the food prepared by himself. Chapter 8. Feeling the growl coming from his stomach, Uzumaki Naruto lay on the table while holding his stomach. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 0.01. Following the prompt in the subconscious space, Chu Ran's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Although it was only 0-1, at this time, Naruto Uzumaki was different from others. There was indeed a hint of complaint in my heart. Uzumaki Naruto's parents. It seems that the first breakthrough in the early stage should be them. Chu Ran, who was lying in the subconscious space, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The ninja school is a springboard, and Yumano Irika is the introduction to the gunpowder, so Naruto Uzumaki's life experience is definitely the explosive for his first step in darkening. The lunch break at noon ended quickly. After being hungry for a while, Uzumaki Naruto no longer felt hungry so much. As Yumano Irika came to the classroom, he began to teach the students how to practice chakra. Many of the students present were descendants of ninjas, and they began practicing chakra very early. For example, Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, or members of the Anar, Deer, and Butterfly clans. But equally, there are also people whose parents are ordinary people. For example, Uzumaki Naruto's future teammate, Haruno Sakura. Even the current Uzumaki Naruto does not know the use of chakra. But both his parents are among the most talented ninjas in Konoha village, so Naruto Uzumaki's talent is naturally not bad. Not to mention, there is Chu Ran's help. Sure enough, after Yumano Irika just explained and demonstrated, Uzumaki Naruto felt a warm current sliding through his abdomen until it reached every part of his body. Chakra is the energy that the human body controls to perfectly integrate the energy of various components. What it mainly relies on is the strength of the physical body, which brings together the power. It is the source of energy for performing ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and other substances. Uzumaki Naruto's talent is not bad in the first place. In the original work, the reason why he is weak is because he does not practice hard. His talent was not bad, coupled with the increase in Chu Ran's soul and physique. All of a sudden, the chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body was aroused. The chakra from the Uzumaki clan, which was born with more than ordinary people, burst out and suddenly became the most dazzling presence in the classroom. A little blue light appeared on the surface of the body, and even Yumano Irika was shocked. Call. Uzumaki Naruto exhaled a puff of white air from his mouth, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Only then did he realize that everyone's eyes in the entire classroom were focused on him. Looking back, there were many people who hadn't figured out the ingredients of chakra yet, but he was already able to use it. Uzumaki Naruto could feel the looks he was receiving, including envy, jealousy, and surprise. This feeling of being caught in the eyes of others was a great feeling for Uzumaki Naruto. Ahem. Everyone, it doesn't matter if you don't feel chakra, don't be discouraged. Yumano Irika took a deep look at Uzumaki Naruto, turned his head and smiled to comfort those classmates who did not feel chakra. In his opinion, it is normal for Uzumaki Naruto to have certain talents. This is not something that should be surprising. But what happened next made Yumano Irika even more surprised. Because after the chakra incident just now, Yumano Irika began to teach these children the most basic transformation technique among the 3 body techniques. This is the simplest ninjutsu, and it would be easy for Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan to succeed. It's not surprising, and it's nothing if several other famous families can succeed in the future. But Uzumaki Naruto succeeded after just one try, which was what surprised Yumano Irika the most. Without any experience in ninjutsu and no one to teach him, you can understand the use of chakra on the first day, and can also perform basic 3-body techniques such as transformation techniques. Bang! A cloud of smoke emerged from Naruto Uzumaki's body, and he changed back from his original image of Irika Yumano. He looked at Yumano Irika with a smile on his face, as if he wanted to get approval from Yumano Irika. Just like Uchiha Sasuke before, he just wanted to get a good word from the other party. But what he received in exchange was not Yumano Irika's praise, but Yumano Irika's somewhat disgusted look. How could someone be so selfless to the person who killed his parents? After all, they are just pawns of the Sandaime Hokage. What a cunning guy. Chu Ran, who was in the subconscious space, looked at Yumano Irika's expression and understood immediately. This guy who was Uzumaki Naruto's mentor in the future original work did not hate Uzumaki Naruto because he skipped classes every day and did not study seriously. His dislike for Uzumaki Naruto comes from the bottom of his heart. When he saw Uzumaki Naruto's face, it was the Ninetales riot in Konoha village 5 years ago. In Konoha village, the monster is destroying everything wantonly. And the last scene where his parents smiled at him, and his dull expression standing next to the tombstone. Little by little, they continued to invade Yumano Irika's mind. Even if you want to forget, it will definitely not be accomplished overnight. Irika-sensei, do you hate me too? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Yumano Irika's serious face and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Even though he was only a 5-year-old child, the looks he had experienced since childhood were too much. Even if Iruka-sensei and everyone else don't like me, I must also get everyone's approval. As long as I become more powerful, more people in school will recognize me. A voice suddenly appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. This voice was made by Chu Ran subconsciously. He couldn't let Uzumaki Naruto be disappointed like this. He wanted Uzumaki Naruto to practice hard until he became the most dazzling genius in the ninja school. When he is no longer the crane tail in the original work. At that time, if he found that he was not recognized by others, he was just afraid. This was Chu Ran's purpose, and it was the first step for Uzumaki Naruto to throw away this careless kindness. Jingle bell. At this moment, the alarm bell rang for the end of get out of class, and the afternoon class was finally over. Okay, that's it for today. Everyone, after you go home, practice well. The 3-body technique is very important for ninjas. Yumino Iruka smiled and gave everyone homework assignments to go back to, took his textbook and left the classroom. All the students did not choose to stay in the classroom. They each packed their things and went out. Uzumaki Naruto also walked out of the ninja school with everyone. At this time, many parents gathered outside the ninja school, but no one was waiting for Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 9. Why is the third-generation grandfather unwilling to tell the news about my parents? Is it because my parents have any connection with the demon fox? In the library, are there any clues? Chu Ran subconsciously began to drive Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts. His life experience and parents have always been a mystery to Uzumaki Naruto, a mystery he wants to solve. It's just that for a child, especially Naruto Uzumaki, who has a carefree personality. There are no clues at all. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto wanted more than finding his parents to be recognized by everyone. So regarding his life experience, Chu Ran knew that Naruto Uzumaki must discover something as soon as possible. He couldn't let him know everything at once, he had to find some clues first. On the other hand, Naruto Uzumaki, who was outside his subconscious, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. He ran towards the largest library in Konoha village. Normally, it would be absolutely impossible for him to go to a place like the library. But today was different, coming from the desire for his parents, he even used the chakra he had just learned today. With chakra attached to his feet, Uzumaki Naruto's speed became faster. Compared to running on the street, he can already jump back and forth on the rooftops of various places. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the library of Konoha village. When you walk in, you can see towering bookshelves all around. So many books. The corner of Naruto Uzumaki's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but flinch a little when looking at the vast sea of books. I can't give up, since the third-generation grandfather won't tell me. Then I will find it myself. Just when Uzumaki Naruto wanted to give up, Chu Ran's voice sounded again. Just kidding, I have already come here, how could I give up so easily? Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath and his eyes became firm. He started walking in the library, following the psychological prompts Chu Ran gave him. Soon, I came to a bookshelf. What is placed here are all related to the history of Konoha or the biographies of powerful people in Konoha through the ages. The Naidame Hokage's notes, the heroes of the Great Ninja War. Uzumaki Naruto randomly pulled out 2 books and began to read them. This was the first time that he could calm down and read a book. Time passed quickly. After Uzumaki Naruto finished reading 2 books, the sky outside quickly became dark. But faced with the notes left by the Hokage of Konoha village, and the introduction of ninjas with various powerful ninjutsu and achievements. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel tired. You know, when he usually reads, he always wants to sleep directly. Gulyalu. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to open the 3rd book, his stomach began to grow. Throughout the day, he had eaten something in the morning, but he was suddenly gripped by hunger. Forget it, let's come tomorrow. Uzumaki Naruto touched his belly and put back the book he had just pulled out. Walking out, the quiet and dark streets made Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but quicken his pace. It was so late, and there were almost no places selling food on the streets. But Uzumaki Naruto had a destination in his heart. Soon, a small shop with a ramen logo appeared in front of him. Ichiraku ramen, Uzumaki Naruto's favorite food, bar none. Ramen has been his favorite since he was a child, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give him much living expenses every month. I'll come here occasionally. Uncle, miso ramen. A big portion. Seeing Ichiraku's sign, Uzumaki Naruto also quickened his pace. He opened the door curtain and sat down on his seat, feeling even hungrier from the smell of ramen. It's Naruto, congratulations. You are already a student of the ninja school today. Uncle Ichiraku also had a smile on his face when he saw Uzumaki Naruto coming. He is one of the few Hokages in the early stage who will not be repulsed by the 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Occasionally, he would even treat Uzumaki Naruto to ramen for free. "Uncle, please hurry up, I'm so hungry." Uzumaki Naruto smiled and nodded, but at the same time he began to urge Uncle Ichiraku to hurry up. Although it is only the cheapest miso ramen, it is also the delicious food that Uzumaki Naruto can't wait for at this moment. "Okay, come right away." Uncle Yao smiled slightly, but his movements did not slow down. "Are you Uzumaki Naruto?" Just when Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were focused on Uncle Ichiraku, a sudden voice from the side made him turn his head. It was a smile that looked very kind, and Uzumaki Naruto also recognized it. "He is a teacher at the ninja school. I am Mizuki, and I am also one of your future mentors. I heard from Mr. Irika about your performance today. Naruto's talent is really good, he learned the 3-body technique on the first day of class, he must work harder in the future." Mizuki smiled kindly and encouraged Uzumaki Naruto. He looked like a kind teacher. But only Chu Ran in Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious can know the true face of this guy. "Am I recognized by others?" A smile gradually appeared on Naruto Uzumaki's face, a subconscious hint. "Make him feel that he has been recognized by Mizuki." "Teacher Mizuki, thank you." Uzumaki Naruto had a happy smile on his face and thanked Mizuki. Mizuki also slowly pushed the fried dumplings in front of him to Uzumaki Naruto. "This is Naruto's reward for hard work and seriousness. Eat it, the fried dumplings made by the boss taste very good." Mizuki smiled slightly and handed the fried dumplings to Uzumaki Naruto. He even took apart a pair of chopsticks for Uzumaki Naruto with his own hands and handed them to Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the fried dumplings in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils began to tremble slightly. He turned to look at Mizuki again to confirm that this was true. "Move your chopsticks and eat the fried dumplings in one bite. Tasty." Uzumaki Naruto's eyes instantly enlarged, and only the word "delicious" remained in his mind. At this time, Uncle Ichiraku also brought the ramen over. "Uncle, did I order miso ramen?" Uzumaki Naruto looked at the large pieces of barbecued pork in the bowl and asked with a puzzled expression on his face. He thought Uncle Yao had made a mistake. "Eat, as a celebration of Naruto's successful enrollment." Uncle Ichiraku gave Uzumaki Naruto a thumbs up and said with a smile. An unspeakable warmth began to wrap around Naruto Uzumaki's heart. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes began to moisten gradually due to the teacher's encouragement and Uncle Ichiraku's concern. At this moment, he finally realized that he was no longer the monster hated by everyone in the village. "Naruto, go home and be safe after eating." "Teacher, let's go now, you have to study hard in school from now on." Chapter 10. Mizuki reached out and patted Uzumaki Naruto's head and said with a smile. At the same time, he also took out his wallet and bought Uzumaki Naruto's single. Ninja school teachers' salaries are pretty good, and they're fixed salaries. Sometimes the salary is higher than that of some ordinary chunin. After all, it's not every month that the chunin receive missions involving high revenge. The higher the reward, the risk is the same after all. "Teacher Mizuki, I will not let down the teacher's expectations." Uzumaki Naruto nodded vigorously, feeling disappointed from Yumino Irika. Here in Mizuki, everything has been eliminated. Mizuki-sensei is much better than Irika-sensei. Irika-sensei hates me, but Mizuki-sensei seems to like me. Chu Ran's hints guided Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously all the time. Mizuki is a rare villain in Konoha village, and he is a despicable and sinister villain. Change his mentor from Irika Yumino to Mizuki. This may be the situation Chu Ran is most happy to see. On the contrary, on Mizuki's side. He just turned around with a gloomy smile on his face. Compared with the kind appearance before, this is his true face. The 9-tailed Jinchuriki will definitely be put to good use in the future. 3 days later, Uzumaki Naruto probably already knew the names of his classmates in the ninja school. We only got along for such a short time and not many people spoke to each other. In the past few days, Uzumaki Naruto would go to the library to read historical information about Konoha village after school every day. From the first ninja war to the establishment of Konoha village, I basically fully understand it. And today, he finally found a book that could reveal a little bit about his life experience. The limits of blood stains and the introduction of famous families. Bloodstain limit is a technique that must be inherited through blood relationships through genes. Usually, except for people of the same bloodline who can inherit it, others cannot learn it. Among them, the most representative ones of Konoha village are the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan? It's Sister Kwan's surname. Is Sister Kwan's family so powerful? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the above introduction to the Uchiha clan and thought of the heroes in the first ninja war. Many of them were strong men of the Uchiha clan, and they couldn't help but have a hint of envy on their faces. And soon, the blood-stained boundaries and famous families of other ninja villages were also found by Uzumaki Naruto. One of them made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes light up. The Uzumaki clan is a prominent family in the Uzumaki village of the country of Uzumaki. The clan members are good at sealing techniques and are proud of their ability to skillfully use sophisticated sealing techniques. And he was born with a strong physique. The Uzumaki clan, which originally belonged to the kingdom of Uzumaki, was destroyed in the Great Ninja War because of its weak strength. The tribesmen were also forced to remain anonymous and dispersed. The Leaf Village has a deep bond and connection with the Uzumaki clan, even when the Uzumaki clan withdrew from the stage of the ninja world. The ninjas of the Leaf Village still keep the Uzumaki mark on their clothes. It expresses eternal friendship with the Uzumaki clan and longs for the country of Uzumaki. The Uzumaki clan, my father may also be from the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up slightly and he began to look for some clues. But no matter how you search, there are no males among the Uzumaki clan members in the records of Konoha village. This made Uzumaki Naruto a little frustrated. Recently, there is only one member of the Uzumaki clan. It was Uzumaki Kushina who died in Konoha village 5 years ago. The cause of death was the Nine-Tails riot 5 years ago. 5 years ago, when I was just born. Does the Nine-Tails riot also have a certain reason for me? Just when Uzumaki Naruto had no clue, Chu Ran's reminder came. But the amount of information at this moment was not enough for Uzumaki Naruto to guess anything. Can I just ask the third-generation grandpa? Uzumaki Naruto closed the book in his hand, with a trace of hesitation on his face. But soon, he shook his head, knowing that even if he asked, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not give him an answer. Even a 5-year-old child can know without getting accurate information. It's almost impossible to figure it out completely. The next day, the ninja school was on holiday. Uzumaki Naruto did not get up early, but stayed in bed for a while. After getting up, I drank some milk, ate a piece of bread and went to the lake where I often go. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the big tree in front of him, took out his kunai and started throwing it out. Uzumaki Naruto used stones to draw a circle on the big tree. Occasionally, I would come here to practice shuriken and kunai. For ninjas, kunai and shuriken are indispensable means of attack. Accuracy must also be controlled, but Uzumaki Naruto doesn't seem to be very good at this shuriken technique. He didn't hit the middle circle even once. Naruto, are you practicing shuriken? Shuriken is not practiced like this. Just when Uzumaki Naruto had just thrown a shuriken, a voice suddenly appeared from the side, which made him feel happy. Even if he didn't turn around to look, he knew it was Izumi Uchiha's voice. Sister Kwan. A smile appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's face. He had been looking forward to meeting Uchiha Izumi for a long time. Naruto, congratulations. I successfully entered the ninja school. Uchiha Izumi reached out and rubbed Uzumaki Naruto's hair, and said with a smile. After entering the ninja school, the school will issue ninja kits. Uzumaki Naruto is not a member of the famous family of Konoha village, so naturally he can only wait until he enters the ninja school. Thank you, Sister Kwan. But Sister Kwan, what do you mean by what you just said? Isn't this how shurikens are used? Uzumaki Naruto smiled and nodded, but at the same time he looked at the shuriken in his hand and asked in confusion. He wants to become stronger, better, and make more friends in the ninja school. Let everyone start to recognize him, so he needs to become stronger and stronger. That's not how you hold a shuriken. When throwing, don't hesitate, there is no need to deliberately aim. Kunai is different from shuriken. Shuriken requires the blessing of wind power. Like this. While explaining to Uzumaki Naruto, Izumi Uchiha also took out 3 shurikens from the ninja bag behind him. As it was thrown quickly, the sound of the shuriken breaking through the air was heard. The speed was extremely fast, breaking through the wind, and connected in a row, nailing the simple bullseye made by Uzumaki Naruto. Amazing. Chapter 11. Uzumaki Naruto has always mastered the accuracy of shurikens. I always thought that with practice I would be able to improve my shuriken accuracy. But what Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect was that such a simple shuriken would have a secret. Of course, sister, I am an Uchiha after all. He is quite proficient in the art of shuriken. Uchiha Izumi put his hands on his hips and said with a proud look on his face. But under these proud words, Uchiha Izumi's eyes showed a hint of loss. She does bear the name of Uchiha, and she is indeed proficient in shuriken techniques and fire escape. But in fact, she is a very special existence among the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izumi's mother is a member of the Uchiha clan, but her father is from outside the Leaf Village. Since childhood, Uchiha Izumi was born outside Konoha village. It was after her father passed away that she followed her mother back to the Uchiha clan. Despite her name as an Uchiha, almost all her peers in the Uchiha clan looked down upon her. Uchiha's arrogance would not allow them to be willing to have any contact with a foreigner. Therefore, on this point, Izumi Uchiha may have something in common with Naruto Uzumaki. Sister Kwan is so awesome. Teach me quickly. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed with light, and he immediately asked Uchiha Izumi to teach him. In this case, during the test at the ninja school in 2 days. Only then can he let everyone know how powerful he is. The competitive spirit from children also made Uchiha Izumi understand, and he immediately taught Uzumaki Naruto carefully. Soon, it was getting dark, and as a thank you, Uzumaki Naruto planned to treat Uchiha Izumi to Ichiraku ramen for dinner. But she was rejected by Izumi Uchiha because she just came back from a mission today and her mother was still waiting for her at home. So he went home directly, and Uzumaki Naruto was not disappointed this time. On the contrary, I am even more looking forward to the test 2 days later. Everyone will definitely be very surprised by then. I will use the shuriken technique taught to me by Sister Kwan and win first place. In Uzumaki Naruto's mind, Chu Ran's hint came again. 2 days later, the monthly quiz at the ninja school came. As Konoha's institution for training ninjas, at the end of every month, there will be a quiz for all grades and classes. Mainly shuriken techniques and taijutsu. What needs to be tested today is the art of shuriken, although it has only been half a month since school started. But now, Yumino Iruka also needs to know the status of the students in the class. Who needs constant motivation and supervision, or who needs other training? This all needs to be tested by Yumino Iruka. After all, this is his responsibility as a teacher. Only when these students study seriously in the ninja school. In the future, after becoming a ninja, it will be easier to complete tasks and avoid casualties. Now, the name I read will come forward. There are 10 shurikens and 10 kunai in total, graded from A to D. A grade of C is considered qualified, and those with a grade of D need to stay in class for practice. As Iruka Yumino stood on the playground with a textbook, he began to speak to the group of children in front of him. Soon, the first person's name was read out. It's Haruno Sakura, a teammate of Team 7 in the future besides Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. But after all, she had just entered the ninja school, and Haruno Sakura had no foundation. She only hit 3 out of 10 shurikens. The remaining 7 shurikens all fell to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto saw the disappointment in Haruno Sakura's expression and couldn't help but take a second look. This cute girl with a hair tie was the standard green tea that Uzumaki Naruto liked at the beginning in the original work. But at this time, Uzumaki Naruto, who was still just a child, just looked at it one more time. Afterwards, there were queens from some famous families in Konoha who had ninja foundations. They all got B grades. Those students who had no ninja foundation could only get a passing C at their best. Until it was Uzumaki Naruto's turn, he looked at the standard target in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly and took out a shuriken from his ninja bag. Compared to ordinary people who would throw out 2 bullets at a time, Uzumaki Naruto directly threw out 3 at the same time. 10 shurikens were thrown out 4 times, and each shuriken struck near the target with a sound of breaking through the air. Uzumaki Naruto is still far away from being able to hit the target with perfect accuracy. But such a score is enough to get a B grade. Uzumaki Naruto, B. Yumino Iruka also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly recovered his expression and scored. But this score made Uzumaki Naruto a little dissatisfied because of Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Although all 10 shurikens were hit, their accuracy was not as high as mine. Moreover, they were all thrown one by one, and they were much less skillful than themselves. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to retort, a figure came over. Iruka-sensei, Naruto-san's grade should be considered an A. The skill and accuracy should both reach a level. At this time, Mizuki slowly walked over from the side, still with that kind smile on his face. Just hearing Mizuki's words, Yumino Iruka couldn't help but frown. He did have some selfish motives in it, but at this time no matter what, Yumino Iruka couldn't admit it. After all, there are so many students in front of me. If I admit it, where will my majesty as a teacher be in the future? Uchiha Sasuke, it's your turn. Yumino Iruka chose to ignore his friend Mizuki's words and looked directly at a boy in the crowd. He has black hair, black eyes, and wears the same cattail leaf clothes as Uchiha Izumi. Although he is still young, he is already very handsome. The girls in the class set their eyes on him as soon as he appeared. When Mizuki saw Yumino Iruka ignoring him, he couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. When he looked at Uzumaki Naruto, there was a hint of apology in his eyes. "Thank you, Teacher Mizuki." A voice appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious, and when he looked at Mizuki, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Just in this short moment, the sudden sound of the shuriken making close contact with the target made Uzumaki Naruto slightly startled. Because the sound was not just one sound, it was like all 10 targets being hit instantly. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and looked at the boy behind him and the target. Real or fake? 10 shurikens hit at the same time. Or is it a bullseye? It's incredible, Uchiha Sasuke, so awesome. Chapter 12. Everyone looked at Uchiha Sasuke in surprise. The surprise that Uzumaki Naruto had just caused was completely washed away. Compared with the first place, the achievements of the second place are often forgotten by everyone. Uchiha Sasuke's excellence has completely obscured Uzumaki Naruto's dazzling points. Seeing everyone praising Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but clenched his fists. Uchiha Sasuke is really a powerful guy. But I will definitely surpass you in the future. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were firm, and with the words coming from his subconscious, his heart gradually became firmer. The jealousy in her heart also disappeared under Chu Ran's instigation. Chu Ran didn't want Uzumaki Naruto to be jealous of Uchiha Sasuke. The feeling of jealousy alone is not enough to make people black. And again, all he needed was to keep encouraging Uzumaki Naruto. Because Chu Ran knew that he did not need to deny Uzumaki Naruto. When Uzumaki Naruto reached the top, others would naturally deny him. When he knew that what he had been pursuing would never be recognized by others. That was the real reason why Uzumaki Naruto fell into darkness, and it was also what Chu Ran wanted to see most. Uchiha Sasuke, A. As Yumino Iruka's voice fell, another exclamation came out. Everyone was praising Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Sasuke's expression was still so calm. The method my brother taught me really works. Uchiha Sasuke raised the corners of his mouth slightly, recalling his brother 2 days ago in his mind. Uchiha Itachi, a genius of the Uchiha clan, had personally taught him. Uchiha Itachi's shuriken technique may not be ranked first in Konoha, but it is definitely among the top 5. Mizuki, this is the strength that an A-level rating should have. Although Naruto performed well, there is still a big gap between him and A-level. Yumino Iruka turned to look at his friend Mizuki with a smile and a relaxed tone. On the contrary, Uzumaki Naruto instinctively felt a trace of resentment and disgust in his heart. Even a 5-year-old child could clearly feel that Yumino Iruka was deliberately targeting him. It was because he deliberately disapproved of him that he only gave him a B-level rating. Ding! The degree of blackness increases by 0.1. As the sound of the system sounded, Chu Ran's eyes couldn't help but light up. This is a great start, as long as Yumino Iruka keeps hating the excellent Uzumaki Naruto. So this is the best introduction, which can produce miraculous results in a short period of time. Okay, you are the class teacher after all. But I still think Naruto performed very well. Mizuki looked at the somewhat serious Yumino Iruka and couldn't help but spread his hands. He deliberately looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, "Thank you, Mizuki-sensei." Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head and saluted, then turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Sasuke who was surrounded by the crowd. He turned around and walked out of the playground. He was incompatible with everyone, and his back looked so scrupulous, but Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice it either. At this time, there was still someone staring at him. This person is Hinata, the only person in the entire class who cares about him. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was processing documents. The door was opened forcefully, and Shimura Danzo walked step by step in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen on crutches. His face was a bit ugly, and the secretary on the side immediately retreated knowingly. At this time, 2 other high-level officials in Konoha village, Koharu and Mito Manabu, who are advisors to the Hokage, appeared. The 4 of them are all former comrades in arms, and they also occupy high-level positions in Konoha. As Hokage advisors, their status is not inferior to that of Shimura Danzo. On the contrary, the administrative department where they work is even more powerful than Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen in some aspects. Sarutobi, why didn't you tell us that the Uchiha clan had contact with the nine-tailed Jinchuriki? As Hokage, don't you know the danger of this matter? If the ANBU around you are all such useless people, it would be better for the ANBU to be managed by me. Shimura Danzo's words were full of accountability, and they were all blaming Sarutobi Hiruzen. And what he was talking about was nothing more than the contact between Uchiha Izumi and Uzumaki Naruto. You know, this matter is no small matter. Konoha village arranges the Uchiha clan to be on the fringes for security work, mainly to guard against the Uchiha clan. After all, even if no one can prove that the Ninetales riot 5 years ago was related to the Uchiha clan. But there is no way to prove that it has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has the power to control the Ninetales, and the 4 people present knew it well. Therefore, Umbu was arranged around Uzumaki Naruto, not only to monitor Uzumaki Naruto, but also to protect him. Afraid that the Uchiha clan would have a chance to control the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Sarutobi, you really should make a statement on this matter. Yes, one of the Uchiha clan and the Ninetales Jinchuriki must be given up. This is for the safety of the village. Koharu and Mito Cadman, who had gone to bed, did not help Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time. On the contrary, in their opinion, Shimura Danzo's worries were correct this time. In the original work, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, partly because many people in the clan were dissatisfied with Konoha. In fact, part of the reason is precisely because the top management of Konoha is afraid of the Sharingan. Because nowadays, Konoha doesn't have much power anymore, if the two sides really fight. It was a devastating blow to Konoha, and it was precisely because of this that Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to make a decision. The 3 ninjas left the Leaf Village, and the 4th generation Hokage and his wife also died. Today's backbone, just relying on these old guys, it is difficult to deal with the Uchiha clan. It's just speculation, are you going to make such an extreme decision? Is this just one person's life at stake? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed lightly, but his expression was extremely firm and he did not give in at all. He has some trump cards that he has not revealed yet, and this trump card is enough to give him the confidence to continue observing the Uchiha clan. No matter what happens to the Uchiha clan in the end, what is reduced is Konoha's power. Do you think the world today is peaceful? I would not do this if I did not find definite evidence of the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Danzo, don't forget the warning I gave you some time ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stood up, and only then did he show what he should look like as a Hokage. Such firm and non-negotiable words silenced the 3 of them in an instant. Chapter 13. Even though they had different opinions, the 3 of them had the same idea at this time. But they always remember that the Hokage of Konoha village is still Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 3 of them are just people who assist Sarutobi Hiruzen, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is firm in his ideas. They still can't change the facts. But you have to make a statement, Sarutobi. The Nine-tailed Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan, you must come up with a plan. Otherwise, we would not agree. After returning to bed, Koharu stood up and initially agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. But equally, she also needed an affirmative answer from Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Hokage, how does he view the potential danger of the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha who is currently in contact with Uzumaki Naruto is named Uchiha Izumi. The childhood experiences of the two are somewhat similar, so they are closer, but that child is not a high-ranking heir of the Uchiha clan. If evidence of the Uchiha clan's rebellion is found, I will naturally deal with the Uchiha clan. I have a backup plan, you don't need to worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, and he was not in a good mood when faced with the questions from several people. Regarding Uchiha Izumi, he had already investigated clearly. So I just ignored it and followed Naruto Uzumaki to monitor his ANBU every day, but there was a full team of 5 people. If something happens, the ANBU will report it at any time, and there is no need for the 3 people in front of them to come to question it. The source of all these questions is precisely because of Shimura Danzo. In that case, we have nothing more to say. But don't forget what you promised. Mito Kadoyan pushed up his glasses and nodded. Although he and Koharu, who had gone to bed, were both encouraged by Shimura Danzo. But the 2 of them will not stand on anyone's side, but belong to the neutrality between light and darkness. As neutrals, their main job is to balance both sides. Now that their goal was achieved, the 2 of them left directly. When Shimura Danzo saw this, he didn't stay any longer and left. The Uchiha clan are really troublesome guys. After everyone left, Sarutobi Hiruzen also sat on the chair tiredly, holding his forehead and said in distress. At the same time, a crystal ball also appeared in front of him. Inside was Uzumaki Naruto, who was constantly practicing shuriken techniques. On the other side, after school, Uzumaki Naruto has been practicing shuriken techniques on the playground. The bullseye in the ninja school was much more accurate than the bullseye he made himself. As the shuriken was thrown again and again, Uzumaki Naruto also felt his arm begin to ache. Even as the sun set, Naruto Uzumaki's forehead was filled with beads of sweat. It's not enough, just like this, it's not enough to surpass Uchiha Sasuke. A voice appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, driving him to stand up again. Children all have a desire to win. They put in so much effort, but were defeated easily. From Uzumaki Naruto's point of view, this was something he didn't want to accept. He wanted to defeat Uchiha Sasuke and enjoy everyone's cheers instead of Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, haven't you left yet? You work so hard, but you also need to pay attention to your health. Otherwise, what should you do in the teacher's ninja class tomorrow? Just when Uzumaki Naruto felt fatigue invade his body, Mizuki and Yumino Iruka also walked over slowly. When he saw Mizuki's kind smile, Uzumaki Naruto also smiled. But the smile stopped abruptly just as it appeared. Because next to Mizuki was Yumino Iruka's disgusted eyes. Mizuki, I have something else to do, so I'm going back first. As the homeroom teacher, Yumino Iruka did not say hello to Uzumaki Naruto. He just said hello to Mizuki and turned around to leave. As expected, you really hate me. Iruka-sensei is just like everyone else in the village. Uzumaki Naruto is already used to it, even if Chu Ran gives another psychological hint at this time. He no longer felt any disgust towards Iruka Yumino. After all, this kind of disgust has been too much since childhood. Don't worry, Mr. Iruka, he is not in a good mood today. Teacher, please treat Naruto to Ichiraku ramen. I heard from the boss of Ichiraku that Naruto likes Ichiraku ramen very much. Mizuki stepped forward, patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder, and said comfortingly. Yumino Iruka's incident was not enough to attract Uzumaki Naruto's attention, but the words Ichiraku ramen. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes couldn't help but light up. The two of them immediately packed up the shurikens scattered around and went to Ichiraku ramen together. The same barbecued pork ramen as usual, plus a side of fried dumplings. Uzumaki Naruto was very satisfied with his meal, after all, it was his favorite food. Naruto, you are really hardworking and serious. It's just a little worse than Sasuke-san. According to the teacher, you should have an A. Mizuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto who had just finished eating, and began to feel sorry for Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto did not realize that this person had evil thoughts towards him. There was only a trace of disappointment on his face, but soon the look of disappointment disappeared. After all, he is a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is very proficient in shuriken and fire escape. If it were other aspects, Naruto should be able to win. Mizuki put his chin on his hand, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said with a smile. After hearing Mizuki's words, Uzumaki Naruto also remembered that Uchiha Sasuke had the same last name as Uchiha Izumi. Yes, I have the same last name as Sister Kwan, so I must be very proficient in the art of shuriken. I will definitely be able to beat him in other aspects in the future. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up slightly, as if he had found the answer in his heart. Teacher Mizuki, I will try my best. When the time comes, I will definitely surpass Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto said to Mizuki with firm eyes and clenched fists. He will not give up easily. After suffering too much, it will not be so easy for Uzumaki Naruto to give up on one thing. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto gave up on himself because of the interference of the Nine Tails chakra. It seems that his talent is mediocre, even slightly lacking. He has a huge amount of chakra, but cannot use it perfectly. But it's different now, with Chu Ran's physique and soul bonus. The Kyuubi's chakra no longer has much influence on Uzumaki Naruto. When Uzumaki Naruto has talent, he can look directly at the goal in front of him. Only then do we have the confidence to close this gap step by step. Chapter 14. That's what makes sensei like Naruto so much. Strong ninjas will never compromise or give up. Ninja school lasts 6 years. Enough for you to grow and become an excellent ninja in the future. Mizuki smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and patted Uzumaki Naruto on the head. At the same time, he also paid for the ramen. The two of them lived in different directions. So when Mizuki walked out of the street, he said goodbye to Uzumaki Naruto and told Uzumaki Naruto to go home and pay attention to safety. Teacher Mizuki, I will not let you down. I will definitely become the best ninja and become Hokage. After receiving the recognition and guidance from his mentor, Uzumaki Naruto now felt extremely confident. The previous disappointment after being compared to Uchiha Sasuke also disappeared with Mizuki's company. At this time, he just felt happy because he had been recognized by important people. What a simple child. It's just that the time hasn't come yet, just wait until the time comes. Mizuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto's leaving figure, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. 3 months passed quickly. The smell of gunpowder between the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan has become increasingly intense. Many ninjas and famous families in the village also felt it, and everyone began to alienate the Uchiha clan. This made the already deserted Uchiha clan seem even more deserted. But Uzumaki Naruto will still come here occasionally to find Uchiha Izumi. The relationship between the two has become better and better since they have been together for these 3 months. They are as good as siblings, but only recently. The Uchiha clan's clan has become different from before. Naruto Uzumaki was stopped just as he reached the outskirts. The other party was wearing the uniform of the Konoha guards and stopped Uzumaki Naruto with an indifferent expression. Several times in a row, Uzumaki Naruto was unable to do anything. Now he is no longer the reckless person he was back then. 3 months of studying at the ninja school gave him a rough understanding of the organization and structure of various departments in Konoha village. Naturally, he knew that there was a reason why the security team did this, so he could only try to enter the Uchiha clan from other places. But they all failed, and once they were even thrown out directly by the Uchiha tribe. Uzumaki Naruto could only go to the library in despair. For 3 months, Uzumaki Naruto would choose a few days every week to go to the library to enrich his knowledge of the ninja world. According to Uzumaki Naruto's own character, it is impossible for him to have such patience. But under Chu Ran's long-term psychological suggestion, Uzumaki Naruto developed such a character. At the same time, with Uchiha Izumi and Mizuki, occasionally alone, Uzumaki Naruto's grades were among the best in the class. If it weren't for his titles like Monster and Demon Fox, he would probably be comparable to Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto also knew this, so under Chu Ran's psychological suggestion, he practiced harder. Although he is not from a famous family, with his astonishing amount of chakra, he is still far behind ordinary people in the class. And today is also the day when the ninja school is about to have a holiday. Before the holiday, the ninja school naturally organized an exam. For the first grade physical examination, students are divided into groups of 2 for practical exercises. As the head teacher, Umino Irika has done his best during the 3 months of his tenure. But facing the talented Uzumaki Naruto, he still couldn't let go of his prejudices. Treat Uzumaki Naruto with the same gentleness as you would treat other students. If we say that Uzumaki Naruto is not as focused on learning and has no talent as in the original work, Umino Irika might be more normal towards Uzumaki Naruto. But Uzumaki Naruto's talent was so good that even Umino Irika was surprised and even a little jealous. Because of Uzumaki Naruto's conspicuous performance and his own dazzling talent, Umino Irika saw the dazzling Uzumaki Naruto every time. They will always think of the death of their parents and the time they spent alone in the past 5 years. This made Umino Irika unconsciously hate Uzumaki Naruto. First match, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Umino Irika breathed out lightly, and his eyes instantly became serious. The first actual combat exercise involved the 2 best people in his class. But what Irika Umino wanted was not a fair actual combat exercise, but wanted Uchiha Sasuke to torture Uzumaki Naruto. Get rid of his energetic appearance. Mizuki on the side couldn't help but smile when he saw Umino Irika's expression. He turned and gave Uzumaki Naruto an encouraging look. Interesting, if Naruto wins, Irika's face will definitely not look good. Mizuki couldn't help but smile. Umino Irika hated Uzumaki Naruto, and he also hated Umino Irika. Although the 2 of them are friends on paper, Mizuki will not make it easy for Irika Umino if he gets the chance. Is it Sasuke-kun in the first game? We are still facing that monster, I don't know who will win. Are you a fool? Of course Uchiha Sasuke will win. That's right, that's the genius of the Uchiha clan. Other students in the class have already begun to discuss the outcome of the first actual combat exercise. In their opinion, Uzumaki Naruto had no chance of defeating Uchiha Sasuke. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke's female support group has begun to cheer. Sasuke Uchiha. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, and from the other's calm eyes, he could tell that he didn't take him seriously at all. Slowly clenching his fists, the last time he was in the eyes of everyone was during the Shuriken exam. That time, the recognition that was about to be obtained was obscured because of Uchiha Sasuke. At that time, Uchiha Sasuke's light was more dazzling than him. But this time is different, Uzumaki Naruto will not allow himself to fail once. Both sides prepare. Start. Umino Irika stood between the 2 of them and followed the word, start. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke disappeared in an instant. The 2 of them used the teleportation technique at the same time and rushed towards each other. Boom! The 2 hit each other with their wrists, making a muffled sound. Since it was a test of physical skills, neither of them could use ninja tools and only used physical skills to fight. For a while, the 2 of them were fighting back and forth. But Uzumaki Naruto's movements were not as agile as Uchiha Sasuke's. Chapter 15. As if he had prejudgment, he could accurately dodge every time Naruto Uzumaki's punches and kicks came from a certain position. And make a certain response. With this kind of combat experience, there is no doubt that Uchiha Sasuke must have also used Xiaozao outside. Damn it, I can't lose. Chu Ran's words in his subconscious made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes immediately reveal a look of unwillingness to admit defeat. He has been waiting and working hard for a long time. If he loses the competition easily, he will still be the unknown Uzumaki Naruto under the brilliance of Uchiha Sasuke. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto was even more powerful than before. Uchiha Sasuke, who used his arms to defend against the punch, could even feel the soreness and numbness in his arms. He wanted to turn around and pull away some distance, but the appearance of Naruto Uzumaki at this moment made him a little scared. A fighting style that completely abandons defense and goes straight to attack. The deterrent effect created in a short period of time is indeed not small. And even if Uchiha Sasuke had decent combat experience, it was only gained through daily training with Uchiha Itachi. If he really wanted to participate in actual combat, facing this kind of offensive, he didn't know what to do. Boom! Uzumaki Naruto mobilized all his strength and pursued the victory without any hesitation. A heavy punch hit Uchiha Sasuke in the face, even at that moment. Everyone seemed to see that Naruto Uzumaki's pupils had changed from the original deep blue to slightly vertical pupils like a beast. Uchiha Sasuke's body also flew backward quickly, falling to the ground and rolling twice. The somewhat red and swollen cheeks made Uchiha Sasuke not believe his failure. Covering his cheek, he clenched the fist of his other hand with a somewhat ugly look on his face. 1. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who fell to the ground, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. He had already begun to imagine a time when everyone chanted his name and praised him for his great strength. What he didn't realize was that the cheers he originally thought didn't come at all. Instead, the eyes of everyone around him became a little different. That was not the envy and admiration that Uchiha Sasuke showed when he showed his talent and received the highest praise. It is a kind of fear and disgust. No one will admire the strength shown by Uzumaki Naruto. No one would think that Uzumaki Naruto defeated Uchiha Sasuke, which would make them think that Uzumaki Naruto was very powerful and worked hard. But since they were young, the teachings given by their parents have made them far away from Uzumaki Naruto. Treat Uzumaki Naruto as a monster, a demon fox. If a monster is very powerful, how can it make people worship and admire it? It is even less likely that he will recognize him, but it will only deepen the fear in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the disgust and fear that everyone in front of him looked at him. His mind went blank, and he no longer knew why he was like this suddenly. Why doesn't everyone recognize me? Why does everyone seem to be afraid of me, even though I haven't done anything? Obviously I won, I defeated Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils continued to tremble, and the original brilliance in his eyes began to dim. Yumino Iruka on the side looked at Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, and felt a little soft-hearted in his heart. I felt that the Uzumaki Naruto in front of me was quite pitiful, but it was only for a moment. In the original work, he once put Naruto Uzumaki, who was at the end of the ladder, and Sasuke Uchiha, who had excellent grades, into the same group. It definitely couldn't be just a coincidence. He also knew clearly that Uzumaki Naruto couldn't beat Uchiha Sasuke. Yumino Iruka's thoughts can be easily guessed. Naruto Uzumaki wins, seal of reconciliation. Yumino Iruka glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, with some surprise in his eyes. But soon, the two were asked to come over and make a seal of reconciliation. But after making the seal of reconciliation, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruto Uzumaki and his eyes were wrong. If we talk about the past, Uzumaki Naruto was just like other students in the class. To him, he was just a dispensable classmate, but it was different now. Even Uchiha Sasuke didn't realize that he already regarded Uzumaki Naruto as his opponent. Next time, I won't lose. You won this time, but I will win next time. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but be slightly startled. He felt that the Uchiha Sasuke in front of him seemed to recognize him. Although these words were like a declaration of war, I have to say that hearing such words made Naruto Uzumaki feel a little happier. Someone has already recognized me, proving that my efforts are not in vain. Even if these people don't recognize me, it's okay, at least there are still people who will recognize me. Chu Ran's voice sounded again, and Uzumaki Naruto also had a smile on his face. Next time, I will definitely win. Every time from now on, I will win, Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto had a confident smile on his face, and he looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him and said with confidence. From now on, his strength will become stronger and stronger, and he will become more and more powerful. He is so awesome that everyone recognizes him, so awesome that he becomes Hokage. Snort. Uchiha Sasuke snorted, turned around and walked towards the crowd. Uzumaki Naruto also instinctively walked in the direction of Mizuki. After all, among the dozens of people in this entire class, only Mizuki could be familiar with him. Naruto, you are very good, the special training during this period has been very effective. Mizuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto walking towards him and praised him without hesitation. During this period of time, because Uchiha Izumi rarely came out of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto trained with Mizuki for a long time. Although Mizuki is only a chunin, he is considered a good ninja among the chunin. It is enough to teach a student of a ninja school. Yeah, thanks to teacher Mizuki's teaching during this period. Teacher, I don't want to lose to Sasuke, can the teacher continue to teach me how to practice? Naruto Uzumaki nodded with a smile and said bluntly. Now only Uchiha Sasuke and Mizuki recognized him, and he didn't want to disappoint those who recognized him. He also didn't want to lose to the only Uchiha Sasuke who recognized him, because if he lost, Uchiha Sasuke might no longer recognize him. Of course, Naruto will definitely become more and more powerful. Teacher, I promise you. Mizuki smiled slightly, but a cold light flashed through his narrowed eyes unnoticed by others. Chapter 16. The ninja school holidays are coming. Today, after the taijutsu test, Uchiha Sasuke also returned home holding his slightly swollen cheek. Just as he opened the sliding door, there was a quarrel inside. Those two familiar voices were Uchiha Sasuke's father and brother. Taking off his shoes, Uchiha Sasuke quickly ran inside and opened the door. Elder brother. Uchiha Sasuke looked at his older brother who was different from before, with a slight startle on his face. Uchiha Itachi in normal life is considered by Uchiha Sasuke to be the gentlest person in the world. He has that same smile every day and never gets angry. But it was different now. Uchiha Itachi's angry look made Uchiha Sasuke a little scared. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi looked at his biological brother, then turned to look at his father Uchiha Fugaku. He closed his eyes and walked out of the room. He didn't want to argue with his father in front of his own brother. In other words, they didn't want Uchiha Sasuke to know about what they were arguing about. Father, why brother? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Fugaku with some confusion. In his impression, his father liked his brother the most, and he also grew up in comparison with Uchiha Itachi. In every way, he is inferior to his brother. Uchiha Fugaku also prefers his eldest son, but his younger son Uchiha Sasuke is often ignored. Did you get into a fight? Uchiha Fugaku ignored Uchiha Sasuke's words and instead looked at Uchiha Sasuke's cheek. The scars on his face were obviously caused by fighting with others. No, it's a physical skills test in school. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and lowered his head with some guilt. He knew that his father would definitely blame him because his brother was so good. Representing the Uchiha clan, he became a genius ninja known to everyone in Konoha village. But there is an insurmountable gap between him and his genius brother. To this day, he still remembers the disappointed look Uchiha Fugaku cast on him. It doesn't matter if you lose once, but you must also remember to practice hard. The reputation your brother earned cannot be destroyed just because of you. Uchiha Fugaku's serious look made Uchiha Sasuke lower his head. The previous sentence is still a strict but motivating father. But the next sentence deeply hurt a child's self-esteem. Obviously he is also your son, but the encouragement he received was just because he didn't want to ruin the reputation of his family and his brother. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and fought back the tears in his eyes. And Uchiha Fugaku just walked past him. A week later, because the ninja school was on holiday. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto wakes up every day and practices in the back mountain. Occasionally, he would practice with Mizuki, and Mizuki would also teach Uzumaki Naruto some techniques to use chakra. As for some high-end ninjutsu, let's not talk about whether Uzumaki Naruto can learn it. The key is that Mizuki is just a grassroots ninja, and there are not many at all. As for Uchiha Spring, Uzumaki Naruto has not seen it for almost a month. Originally, I wanted to visit the Uchiha clan today, but Uzumaki Naruto had just finished training. Following the sunset, he saw Uchiha Izumi waving towards him not far away. Sister Kwan. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up and he ran quickly towards Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, took out a paper bag from behind, and shook his hand at Uzumaki Naruto. The thing inside was nothing but the glutinous rice dumplings that the two had eaten together when they first met. Smelling the sweet aroma of the glutinous rice dumplings, Uzumaki Naruto's stomach couldn't help but growl. Let's go, Naruto. Let's eat glutinous rice dumplings together. Uchiha Izumi took Chu Ran's hand and sat by the lake. Watching the reflection of the sunset falling in the center of the lake, Izumi Uchiha showed a trace of disappointment on his face. Sister Kwan, why can't I go to the Uchiha clan to find you during this period? Your tribe is really hard to talk to, they drove me away several times. Uzumaki Naruto said angrily to Uchiha Izumi while eating glutinous rice dumplings. He felt angry when he remembered when he went to the Uchiha clan some time ago and was kicked out. Originally, foreigners are not allowed to enter and exit the Uchiha clan's place at will. There are regulations, and there's nothing I can do about it. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's angry look, Uchiha Izumi didn't know why. She felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy towards this younger brother, whom she had just met. Maybe it was out of sympathy because of the same experience since childhood. It may also be because she has lacked playmates since she was a child, and no one of her peers is willing to be friends with her. The Uchiha clan members thought she was a foreigner and did not recognize her. The classmates of the Konohagakure ninja school will ostracize the Uchiha clan. It's not for other reasons, just simply jealous of the better talents of the Uchiha clan. So since childhood, Izumi Uchiha has basically had no friends. Only Uzumaki Naruto, who had a similar problem, could make her feel valued. Forget it, after all, this is where the Konoha guard is in charge. After all, you are my sister's tribe, I won't be angry. Uzumaki Naruto smiled heartily, and there was no longer any concern on his face. During this period of time, he had gained a lot of knowledge, and he had a clear understanding of the role of various famous families in Konoha. Even if the current Uzumaki Naruto is not a top student, he is definitely a good student with a full knowledge base. Naruto, don't come to the Uchiha clan casually in the future. My sister will come to see Naruto every time she is free. Uchiha Izumi looked at Uzumaki Naruto beside him and suddenly said softly. This sudden sentence made Uzumaki Naruto a little puzzled. Obviously you could go to the Uchiha clan to see Uchiha Izumi in the past, but now you can't. Listen to my sister. Before Uzumaki Naruto could ask his doubts, Uchiha Izumi said with a gentle smile. Uzumaki Naruto didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Although I don't understand why Izumi Uchiha doesn't allow him to go to the Uchiha clan. But since it was Uchiha Izumi who said it, Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't say no. It's only been 1 year since the night of genocide. Looking at this, it seems that the night of genocide may come earlier. Chu Ran, who was in the subconscious space, looked at the two people in front of him and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The night of genocide was definitely the biggest event that had happened in Konoha village in recent years. Chapter 17. It was also the incident that reduced the strength of Konoha village the most. It is no exaggeration to say that the destruction of the Uchiha clan suddenly reduced the strength of Konoha village by 1/3. The reason why Uchiha Izumi told Uzumaki Naruto like this must be because he heard something in the Uchiha clan recently. As the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto is very important to Konoha village. For the Uchiha clan, if they really rebel in the future, they will definitely choose to arrest them. Soon, the last day of vacation came. Uzumaki Naruto was still staying in the library. On this day, he was flipping through a biography of Konoha celebrities. It tells the stories of some famous people since the founding of Konoha. There are no books in the library that are sufficient for practicing ninjutsu. They are more basic knowledge and introductions to Konoha and the ninja world. But that was enough for Uzumaki Naruto. Boom, boom, boom. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps came from behind that Uzumaki Naruto stopped browsing and turned his head to look over. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled by the visitor, as he obviously did not expect to see him here. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto covered the book with a look of confusion on his face. Naruto, compete with me. I won't lose this time. Uchiha Sasuke raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He had long heard that Uzumaki Naruto would be in the library every morning. The hard training during this period of time has made him feel that his strength has greatly improved. If they were to fight now, they would definitely be able to defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Originally, he could wait until school started tomorrow, but Uchiha Sasuke couldn't wait, or in other words, he didn't want to steal the show in front of everyone. Then if you lose, don't cry. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly and closed the book without any fear on his face. He didn't play every day during this month's vacation. He often asks Mizuki to teach him how to practice, and both of them look extremely confident. They all have absolute trust in those who teach them how to practice. They walked out of the library together. They originally planned to go to the back mountain to compete, but they met Mizuki as soon as they left the library. What are you two doing? Mizuki looked at the two of them together with some surprise on his face. After all, in his impression, Uzumaki Naruto was alone almost every day. Let's go have a test, Mr. Mizuki. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and spoke directly. That's right, Teacher Mizuki will be the referee. Uzumaki Naruto also nodded and answered. He seemed to be confident about the upcoming competition. I want to show off my cultivation achievements in front of Mizuki. Private fights are not allowed, you are not ninjas yet. Forget it, you two come with me. Mizuki frowned slightly, but looking at the looks of the two of them, he knew that he would definitely not be able to persuade them. He didn't want Uzumaki Naruto to suffer an accident now. This is not because Mizuki has certain feelings for Uzumaki Naruto, but because he doesn't want the props he uses to be damaged. Soon, the three of them arrived at the playground of the ninja school. The school hasn't started yet, so there won't be anyone in the school yet, so Shuemu can stop it in time if something happens. Naruto, just comparing taijutsu is too boring. Like a real ninja. Uchiha Sasuke smiled confidently, looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him and spoke. Just what I wanted. This sentence is in line with Uzumaki Naruto's character. He defeated Uchiha Sasuke using taijutsu alone. It will also make him feel that the victory is not fair enough. The ninja relies on not only one strength, but everything. The palms of the two people touched the back of their waists at the same time, and their figures disappeared in place at the same time. Chong! The clanging sound of kunai colliding was accompanied by sparks flying continuously. Under the increase of chakra, the speed of the two people gradually turned into afterimages, and their positions could only be judged from the continuous explosion of sparks. Call out! At the moment of retreating, Uchiha Sasuke also threw several shurikens. At extremely tricky angles, it attacked Uzumaki Naruto from several different directions. So fast. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled slightly, he held two kunai in both hands and began to resist the falling shuriken. The sound of clanging sounds continued, and Naruto Uzumaki looked a little ugly when facing so many shurikens. Because he resisted very reluctantly, and with his current speed or reaction ability, he was still too immature. Uchiha Sasuke's shuriken jutsu was easily taught by Uchiha Itachi. Whether it's speed or skill, it's enough to reach the level of a chunin. Facing an Uzumaki Naruto who was not even a genin, how could he block it so easily? Damn it, I can't resist anymore. Uzumaki Naruto found the opportunity and staggered back a few steps from the circle of shurikens. The original figure of Uchiha Sasuke had disappeared, which made Uzumaki Naruto shout something bad in his heart. Because just when he was anxious to avoid it, Uchiha Sasuke had already appeared behind him with a teleportation technique. Boom! A merciless kick directly hit Uzumaki Naruto's back. Uzumaki Naruto fell forward in an instant and rolled on the ground several times before standing up. But when he stood up, he saw Uchiha Sasuke forming seals quickly. The last Ine seal was formed, and not only Uzumaki Naruto, but also Mizuki's expression who was watching the battle changed somewhat. I immediately wanted to step forward to stop him, but it was already too late. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha Sasuke took a sharp breath, and instantly spit out a huge fireball from his mouth. The fireball, which was the size of a small wooden house, rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto, so fast that Uzumaki Naruto didn't even have room to react. He just instinctively ran towards the back, intending to avoid this fire escape attack. But the speed is completely insufficient. A huge explosion swept through the entire ninja school, and Uzumaki Naruto's body was also blown away by the explosion. There were burns of varying sizes on his body, which was due to Uchiha Sasuke's lack of skills. I am not familiar with the use of this fire escape, and its power is completely insufficient. If it was Uchiha Itachi who used it, Uzumaki Naruto would probably not be able to avoid it at all. But even though it was just like this, even though it was only used by Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto was able to dodge a certain amount of power, but was also injured by the residual power and flames of the explosion. Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground and looked at Uchiha Sasuke behind the fire. There were complex emotions such as shock and unwillingness in his eyes, and at the same time he was very unwilling to admit defeat. But losing is already a fact. He lost to Uchiha Sasuke, and he was defeated too completely. The gap in strength between the two is very obvious. Chapter 18. Naruto, I won. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto who fell on the ground, and just one sentence stung Uzumaki Naruto's heart again. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke's figure also disappeared due to a teleportation technique. Mizuki also rushed to Uzumaki Naruto's side at this time. Naruto, are you okay? Mizuki pretended to be concerned and came to Uzumaki Naruto. The power of the fire release was not enough to seriously injure Uzumaki Naruto, although he felt a little uncomfortable at this time. But there was nothing wrong with standing up. It was just the feeling of loss after losing that made Uzumaki Naruto's mind go blank. Uchiha Sasuke is really awesome. Is this the strength of the Uchiha clan? The gap between a famous family and a grassroots family is huge, but I won't just give in. If it doesn't work this time, try next time. If it doesn't work next time, try next time. The words that kept appearing in Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious also made the disappointed Uzumaki Naruto gradually become more confident. One failure is not enough to explain anything. And the gap between the famous family and the grassroots was deeply felt by Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke has the help of his family, and whether it is ninjutsu or shuriken techniques, he will be taught by famous teachers. And he is just a grassroots ninja, the most ordinary grassroots ninja. Not only did he not have the company and care of his parents, but he also had no one to personally teach him ninjutsu. The only thing, only Mizuki would occasionally guide him in his practice. Don't be discouraged, the fourth Hokage is also a grassroots ninja. But if he can become Hokage through his own efforts, I can definitely do the same. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and suppressed the grievance in his heart. I recalled in my mind the biographies I had read this morning. There were not many grassroots ninjas like him. There are also many grassroots ninjas who can be written into biographies. The look in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness to admit defeat. Naruto, don't take it to heart, the other party is from the Uchiha clan. Different from your starting point, it is not impossible to surpass him in the future as long as you continue to work hard. Mizuki looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who looked like he could bounce back after being hit. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in my heart, which was somewhat similar to Yumino Iruka. Yumino Iruka, who was constantly defeated by him, was so unwilling to admit defeat. Even though his talent was so ordinary, he still refused to admit defeat and still had many people helping him. This made Mizuki unhappy with Yumino Iruka since childhood. Teacher Mizuki, don't worry, I won't give up. The Yondaime Hokage is also a grassroots ninja, and like me, he has no one to teach him. I will definitely surpass the fourth Hokage and become the Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, with an unyielding expression on his face. Mizuki felt sick in his heart, as if he saw the shadow of Iruka Yumino when he was a child. How he wanted to tell Uzumaki Naruto that this was all his own self-righteousness. The Yondaime Hokage is indeed from a grassroots background, but he is a genius ninja of Konoha village. He was also accepted as a disciple by Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. He became Hokage only because he was from the third Hokage's lineage. Where are some grassroots genius ninjas who counterattack all the way? Mizuki wanted to tell Uzumaki Naruto that the real grassroots ninjas were the same as himself and Yumino Iruka. Just become a little person who lives silently in Konoha village, no one cares about him and is not famous. It's not that easy to get ahead. Talent and opportunity are indispensable. Speaking of which, the Yondaime Hokage is somewhat similar to Naruto. They all have blonde hair and blue eyes. Mizuki nodded and suddenly spoke. Such unintentional words were just that Mizuki wanted to change the topic, and did not want to listen to Uzumaki Naruto's inspiring words. But just such an unintentional remark made Uzumaki Naruto slightly startled. Suddenly a name came to his mind, Uzumaki Kushina. The fourth Hokage looks similar to me. His wife is called Uzumaki Kushina, could it be? Do you have a certain relationship with me? Subconsciously, Chu Ran has been paying attention to everything about Uzumaki Naruto. After hearing Mizuki's words, he immediately understood that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. The opportunity created by Mizuki for him was quickly taken advantage of by Chu Ran. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was a little dull, and he suddenly felt that the Yondaime Hokage seemed to have a certain relationship with him. The same blue eyes, the same golden hair. And the wife of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato also has the surname Uzumaki. Teacher Mizuki, do you know anything about my parents? Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked at his teacher, and asked the question that he had been most concerned about since childhood. Naruto's parents? I really don't know this. Mizuki didn't lie about Uzumaki Naruto's father being the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Not many people in the entire Konoha village knew about it. If more people knew, it probably wouldn't lead to Naruto Uzumaki being like this now. Sorry, Teacher Mizuki, I have something else to do. A figure appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. He stood up and ran towards the Hokage's office building. Mizuki, who was behind him, looked surprised at how Uzumaki Naruto, who was still injured, could run so fast. But after all, he was just using the relationship, so Mizuki didn't care and just turned around and left. Uzumaki Naruto soon arrived at the Hokage's office. What Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice was that the burns on his body were almost healed. But at this time, he had more important things to do, and he didn't even notice that his injury had healed. Running to the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath and directly opened the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Naruto. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Have the living expenses been used up early this month again? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was at work, saw the person who came in through the door was Uzumaki Naruto. There was also a hint of surprise on his face, but he couldn't help but feel helpless when he thought that Uzumaki Naruto might come to see him. But Uzumaki Naruto did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately, he just walked to the photo of the fourth Hokage in the office. She has the same blonde hair and blue eyes as her own, although they don't look alike. But Uzumaki Naruto still pointed to the photo of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Grandpa third, is my father the fourth Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto asked the question in his mind. But this question made Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly startled, and the expression on his face gradually became complicated. Chapter 19. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto grew up until he met his mother at the seal. He then learned that his father turned out to be the fourth Hokage. The Sandaime Hokage never told Uzumaki Naruto's true life experience from the time he was alive, even until his death. Even the informed Kakashi Hatake has always been like this. In their minds, this was protecting Uzumaki Naruto. Facing Uzumaki Naruto's questioning at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression also darkened. Who told you this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a very angry mood at the moment. He had repeatedly emphasized that this matter was a secret of the Leaf Village. In order to prevent enemy countries from collecting information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was kept secret for so many years. But now it was all in vain. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely angry at this time. At the same time, I also began to exclude names one by one in my mind. No one told me, I just guessed. Because you see, the Yondaime Hokage's wife is also named Uzumaki. And I and the Yondaime Hokage are so similar, both have yellow hair and blue eyes. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had an overly serious face, and felt a little scared. But when faced with the question of his life experience, he never backed down and took 2 steps forward and asked loudly. Although there was no evidence, even though he was very uneasy at the moment. The fourth Hokage is not your father. Go back, Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, looked out the window, and his voice became cold. Uzumaki Naruto guessed correctly, but he couldn't tell Uzumaki Naruto all the truth. Because no matter what, for the sake of the village, the identity of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki cannot be exposed. Although this was cruel to Uzumaki Naruto, there was nothing he could do for the sake of the village. Yes, how could a person who is hated like me be the son of the fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage died for the village. His child will definitely be regarded as a hero in the village. I'm such a fool. A passage in his subconscious made Uzumaki Naruto's originally excited mood begin to turn into disappointment. Turning around and slowly walking towards the door, there was a knock on the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed deeply. Minato, don't blame me, I believe you will forgive me for what I did. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window with a hint of apology on his face. From Sarutobi Hiruzen, he learned that his parents were not the fourth-generation Hokage and his wife. Uzumaki Naruto ran quickly after walking out of the Hokage's office building. At this time, it suddenly started to rain heavily, and the continuous heavy rain also made Uzumaki Naruto get wet quickly. Rain kept falling from his forehead, mixed with tears falling from his chin. But Uzumaki Naruto did not slow down, but wanted to shout loudly to vent his grievances. Why was I born like this? Why do everyone call me a fox and a monster? I didn't do anything wrong. Why aren't these people willing to recognize me? Why do everyone hate me? Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly in his heart, constantly venting his dissatisfaction. His efforts were not recognized. When I went to the Sandaime Hokage to verify my suspicions with great expectations. That expectation and enthusiasm were extinguished by the cold rain. For the first time, Uzumaki Naruto felt disgusted with everyone in the village, those who called him a demon fox and a monster. He felt unfair, even though he had done nothing. Obviously he just wants everyone's approval. But everyone looked at him with disgust. Yumino Irika is like this, all his classmates are like this, and the proprietress of the grocery store is like this too. There are only a few people who really don't regard him as a monster. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 2. As the sound of the system sounded, Chu Ran's eyes lit up as he was about to take a rest. Originally, he thought that the last time he was defeated by Uchiha Sasuke would make Uzumaki Naruto darker. But I didn't expect it to be motionless. But things were different now. What he had hoped for had failed, and the people in the village were growing more and more disgusted with him. Finally today, several things happened one after another. It actually directly increased the degree of blackness by 2, which is a very surprising thing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 1 black mark. Successfully planted a seed of hatred in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Ding! Reward blackened treasure chest x1. Ding! Blackening points increased by 50. Not only did the system reports become darker, but there was also an additional little surprise. As the degree of blackening increases, Chu Ran can obtain a blackened treasure chest for every 10% of the degree of blackening. In the blackened treasure chest, you can obtain various abilities and ninjutsu from the Naruto world. The product produced by the system must be high quality. Chu Ran began to think silently in his heart. I directly chose to open the first blackened treasure chest I obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Ding! The bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan has been raised to the top level. As the sound of the system sounded, various memories began to gradually appear in Chu Ran's mind. That is a heritage from the Uzumaki clan that may have been lost long ago. Among them, what surprised Chu Ran the most was the blockade of King Kong, the representative ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. As a special ability of the Uzumaki clan, it has the power to restrain tailed beasts. And only red-haired descendants with pure family blood can use it. King Kong blockade, this is a good thing. Chu Ran's eyes lit up slightly. This was definitely the most suitable ability for him at the moment. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 0-9. Soul, 3. Blackening progress, 397. Blackening points, 260. Blackening mall, not open. Nowadays, Uzumaki Naruto's progress in darkening is only in single digits. But don't forget, this planted a seed of resentment in the heart of an innocent child. Nowadays, Uzumaki Naruto resents not only those who hate him. With anything, the beginning is the most difficult. Now, the most difficult step has been completed, and everything that follows will follow Chu Ran's arrangements. Okay, it's time to do something you've always wanted to do. I wonder what it would be like for Uzumaki Naruto to become a genius even more talented than Uchiha Sasuke. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked towards a dark passage to his right. At the end of the dark passage was the reason why Uzumaki Naruto was called the Demon Fox. Chapter 20. In the silent passage, except for the sound of water drops falling. Even Chu Ran's footsteps didn't even sound, and even though this passage didn't seem long. But it made Chu Ran feel a bit chillier on his body. The water on the ground was enough to cover the insteps, which made people feel extremely eerie. Buzz! Just after stepping out of the passage. Under Chu Ran's feet, there were layers of water waves, and a huge cage appeared in front of him. A pair of scarlet vertical pupils lit up in the cage, which were the pupils of beasts. The huge body gradually appeared in front of Chu Ran. This is the nine-tailed demon fox 9 Llama, one of the nine-tailed beasts. Uzumaki Naruto, come here quickly. Help me open this door, and I will give you enough power to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. At that time, everyone will recognize you. Jalama looked at Chu Ran who suddenly arrived in front of him, and couldn't help showing a hint of joy on his face. But he didn't expect that the person coming in front of him was not Uzumaki Naruto, but Chu Ran who had used the transformation technique. At this stage, the person who knows Uzumaki Naruto best, besides Chu Ran, is probably the 9 Llamas. He knew deeply what Uzumaki Naruto needed as a 6-year-old child. How easy it is to be induced by strength, how much you want your wishes to come true. However, it is a pity that the person in front of him is not Uzumaki Naruto. Facing Jalama's temptation, Chu Ran only slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Really? Can you really help me? Chu Ran's face showed a hint of joy, and he took a few steps forward excitedly. This look was like seeing the 9 Llamas for the first time. Of course, I am the person who knows you best in the world. It's a gift left to you by your parents. Aren't you going to help me now? Help me and I will tell you everything about your parents. Gio Lama's eyes flashed slightly, and he seemed to see hope. Continuing his deception plan, seeing Chu Ran getting closer and closer to him, his desire for freedom became stronger and stronger. However, Chu Ran has not yet waited for the sealing technique to be revealed. From behind Chu Ran, dozens of golden chains suddenly appeared. He rushed towards the direction of the 9 Llamas and quickly entangled the 9 Llamas heavily. The unique sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, King Kong blockade, has also been the nightmare of the 9 Llamas. In the past, it was because of this sealing technique that he was sealed every time. Looking at the golden chain, 9 Llama's eyes also showed anger. He knew that he had been deceived by the kid in front of him. Roar! Angry roars kept echoing because of the 9 Llamas' struggles. The water on the ground kept churning, but no matter how hard he struggled, the Vajra blockade was able to restrain him. King Kong blockade. How could you, a brat, learn this? This ninjutsu can only be possessed by the purest bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Damn it! You brat! Jalama was filled with anger and resentment at this moment, and he roared at Chu Ran. At the same time, he was also shocked and angry. After all, this Vajra blockade could bring back bad memories in his heart. I thought that if it were a kid Jinchuriki, he would have a chance to regain his freedom in the future. The most powerful tailed beast in the ninja world was actually imprisoned by a kid. This made Nine Lama feel extremely shameful and humiliated, but even though he was furious, he did not believe that Uzumaki Naruto could learn this kind of sealing technique. After all, only those who have inherited the purest bloodline of the Uzumaki clan can learn this sealing technique. And such a person's hair must be red, but Uzumaki Naruto is obviously not. Be honest, your chakra is indeed very strong. But if you don't cooperate, it will be a trouble. After all, you won't cooperate. So, I just want to wrong you. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly, but he did not cancel the sealing technique. He turned around and left, letting the Vajra blockade directly tie up the 9 llamas. He will not be able to unlock this King Kong seal in a short period of time. After all, Uzumaki Naruto's talent is affected to a certain extent by the Nine Tails chakra. Chakra control is very important for ninjas, and they cannot control it skillfully just by relying on quantity. This is undoubtedly a stupid thing, and it is also the reason why Uzumaki Naruto became the last person in the original work. As the King Kong blockade on Chu Ran fell off, he turned and walked outside. How is it possible? Why can you escape from the diamond chains? Jalama looked at the diamond chain that fell off Chu Ran's body, with a look of surprise on his face. But despite this, he still couldn't break free from this King Kong blockade. Chu Ran's King Kong blockade is the best, even if he doesn't need to stay in place, as long as enough chakra is poured into it. This King Kong blockade will not disappear. Chu Ran only needs to come regularly to replenish the chakra in the King Kong blockade. Waving his hand behind him, Chu Ran's figure disappeared into the passage. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto took a shower and lay on the bed after returning home. He didn't know what was happening in his body, he just felt the chakra that was originally difficult to control. At this time, he could clearly feel the chakra flowing in his body. It also seems that I can control it more freely. But the series of events just now left Uzumaki Naruto in no mood to think about these things. Just lying on the bed quietly, starting to think about something. Under Chu Ran's hints and subconscious changes, Uzumaki Naruto now has an obsession with his parents. He has a single-minded personality, and he must be most eager to figure out his life experience at this time. But after just getting wet in the rain, Uzumaki Naruto also felt very tired and fell asleep directly on the pillow. The next day, after getting up early in the morning, Uzumaki Naruto ran to the library. He felt that he needed to check first why he was called the Demon Fox. Why did the members of the Uzumaki clan come to Konoha village? They must be connected with them. And how the sacrifices of the 4th Hokage and his wife 5 years ago are related to his own birth. Soon, in the Ninja World Chronicles, Uzumaki Naruto saw the answer he wanted to know. There are 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world, which are used as weapons of war in various ninja villages. Among them, 9 Tails is the unique tailed beast of Konoha village, which looks like a demon fox with 9 tails. And among them, the Jinchuriki is the one who controls the 9 tails, that is to say. Could I be the 9 tails Jinchuriki? Is that why you call me a demon fox? Chapter 21. Yesterday, the 3rd-generation grandfather behaved a little strangely. A series of Chu Ran's hints kept appearing in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. Uzumaki Naruto's face also became a little dull at this time. He did not expect that a monster might actually appear in his body. He is no longer the simple idiot in the original work. After accumulating knowledge during this period, he already knew a lot about the ninja world. The kyubi, a war weapon, is undoubtedly the most important to any ninja village. The riot in the village 6 years ago was caused by the demon fox, also known as kyubi. That means that when I was just born, the demon fox happened to be rioting. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Moreover, he has been called a demon fox and a monster, and everyone in the village hates him so much. None of this can be a coincidence, there is only one question that can be explained. He is the most terrifying war weapon in Konoha village, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Boom! The book in Uzumaki Naruto's hand slipped from his hand. There was a hint of disbelief in his expression, or rather disbelief. It turns out that I am really a monster. No, it's impossible. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, his pupils trembling wildly, and his mind was blank at the moment. He fell to the ground, looked at the books on the ground, and kept mumbling to himself. Whether I am right or not, I am never wrong. But there is no evidence yet to prove that I am the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Chu Ran knew that things couldn't develop too fast, and at this time, his identity as the 9-tailed Jinchuriki was revealed. It was still too early, but Chu Ran had to let Uzumaki Naruto guess first. Because only after he has discovered part of the truth, he will become even more angry and find it more difficult to accept the truth that he suddenly confirms in the future. Is it really possible that the Yondaime Hokage is my father? Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and a trace of yearning appeared on his face. At this time, this possibility may bring him a little light. Because his father might be such a powerful hero, a hero respected by everyone in the village. But this is just a guess, or a kind of psychological comfort. Forget it, let's go find teacher Mizuki to practice. Uzumaki Naruto slowly closed the book. It was not long today. Yesterday, he made an appointment with Mizuki to teach him how to practice today. He couldn't be kept too far away from Uchiha Sasuke. He must quickly catch up with this gap. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto left the library and walked towards the ninja school. As a school teacher, even during the holidays, he would sometimes stay in the college to work. This was the case for Mizuki, but he stayed at school today mainly to wait for Uzumaki Naruto to come. Mizuki, what's wrong? You're not on duty today. Yumino Iruka pushed open the door of the teacher's office and saw Mizuki there. There was a hint of surprise on his face. He would not smile when facing Naruto Uzumaki, but he would smile happily when facing his friend who he had grown up with. Yeah, I have something to do today, so I made an appointment to meet at school. Mizuki smiled and answered, but did not tell Yumino that Iruka had made an appointment with Uzumaki Naruto. It was just a sloppy answer. You have gotten a little close to Uzumaki Naruto recently. Don't overdo it for students, other parents will have objections. Even if Mizuki didn't answer, Yumino Iruka probably guessed who Mizuki was waiting for. He frowned and said to Mizuki very deliberately. Mainly because that kid Naruto is very serious. It's very much like the Iruka from before, don't be prejudiced against others. Mizuki smiled slightly, spread his hands and said to Yumino Iruka naturally. But the word prejudice made Yumino Iruka's hand stop. I have no prejudice against any student. Yumino Iruka's tone also changed, and he turned his head without looking at Mizuki. He knew that he had a guilty conscience, because Yumino Iruka knew that he was indeed biased against Uzumaki Naruto. Stop lying, Uzumaki Naruto is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. You know this, I know that your parents also died because of Kyubi. But Uzumaki Naruto is not wrong. At this time, Mizuki was like a good friend with a strong sense of justice, and began to persuade Yumino Iruka. But when he heard the cause of death of his parents, Yumino Iruka seemed to be touched by the inverse scales in his heart, and slammed the table. Shut up. Your parents weren't killed by Kyubi. Why do you say such words so easily? Yumino Iruka's face looked a little ferocious, he grabbed Mizuki's collar and yelled loudly. Seeing Yumino Iruka who was so angry and on the verge of going berserk. Not only was Mizuki not angry, but he felt very happy in his heart. He seemed to enjoy seeing Yumino Iruka like this. Okay, let me apologize to you. Mizuki showed an apologetic smile and waved his hand, and Yumino Iruka let go of his hand. He walked out the door, but when Yumino Iruka opened the door, he was completely stunned. Naruto. When did you come here? Yumino Iruka looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, his pupils trembling slightly. His voice also became a little guilty. Thinking of the conversation he had just had with Mizuki, he couldn't help but feel panicked. Without waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to answer, he walked out. Mizuki saw Uzumaki Naruto frozen in place, and it was obvious that he heard something. His expression also changed slightly. He knew that this matter was confidential. If Uzumaki Naruto ran to question the Sandaime Hokage about these matters, then he and Yumino Iruka will definitely be punished. Naruto, don't worry, Iruka-sensei didn't mean it just now. Let's go, aren't we going to practice? Mizuki patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder and never mentioned what happened just now. What Mizuki didn't expect was that Uzumaki Naruto didn't ask about what he just heard. He just followed Mizuki and came to the playground together. The truth of these things has been guessed by him, but this is not the time for Uzumaki Naruto to really understand. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto has become accustomed to being called demon foxes and monsters for so many years. Even if the Sandaime tells him that he is the real demon fox, he will not give up and will choose to let everyone recognize him and identify with him. Mizuki-sensei, I want to learn the kind of ninjutsu Sasuke uses. Teacher, can you teach me fire escape? Or thunder escape or earth escape? As long as it's better than Go's fireball technique, it's fine. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Mizuki and told him the purpose of asking Mizuki to practice this time. Chapter 22. But Mizuki was in trouble at this time. To be honest, he didn't control many ninjutsu. All he controls are some sea-level fire escapes. The Go fireball technique is the Uchiha clan's own fire escape, which is stronger than the fire escape he controls. As for ninjutsu with other attributes, Mizuki didn't know it. The strength of Chunin is only slightly stronger than that of Genin, and it is not even as good as those of Genin from famous families. Otherwise, Mizuki wouldn't have chosen to be a teacher in the ninja school. It is precisely because he has no talent, no background, and is afraid of death that he chooses to be a teacher. Naruto, it's not that easy to learn a ninjutsu. And sensei doesn't know any ninjutsu more powerful than the Go Fireball Jutsu. Mizuki said to Uzumaki Naruto calmly. At the same time, he began to feel a little unhappy in his heart. He obviously thought that he had worked very hard. And he has never slacked off in his training, but a grassroots ninja like him has never been able to match those from famous families. Even the teacher doesn't know how to do this. Uzumaki Naruto's face showed a hint of disappointment, because his only hope was gone. Don't be discouraged, Naruto, you don't necessarily have powerful ninjutsu to be strong. It doesn't mean that civilian ninjas like us have no future. For example, the Yondaime Hokage is a grassroots ninja. But with his own efforts, he still became Hokage, and he has a nickname that is resounding in the ninja world, Yellow Flash. Speaking of which, that's the teacher's idol. Mizuki shook his head and spoke with respect. He didn't know that Uzumaki Naruto's father was Namikaze Minato, the fourth-generation Hokage he admired. It can be said that all civilian ninjas would worship Namikaze Minato at that time. As the hero of the Ninja World War, he wears the nickname of Yellow Flash, which is resounding in the ninja world. The Yondaime Hokage, why is he called Yellow Flash? Is it because of the yellow hair? Uzumaki Naruto also had a smile on his face, and his eyes were even brighter. At the same time, he touched his hair and asked in confusion. He really wanted to know more about the Yondaime Hokage. Of course it's because of the Yondaime Hokage's signature ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God's technique is called Yellow Flash because his speed is unrivaled in the ninja world. One person once blocked the entire Yenin village's raid and successfully completed the mission. Becoming a great hero in the Ninja World War, the teacher at that time had just graduated from the ninja school. Mizuki put his hands on his hips, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. It would be great if he could have the talents and opportunities like the fourth Hokage. He was very talented, his teacher was Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, and he also learned the S-level ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Flying Thunder God technique? Is it very powerful? Who in Konoha village knows this? Teacher, can you tell me? When Uzumaki Naruto heard Mizuki's words, he immediately became energetic. He grabbed Mizuki with an excited expression and asked. It seems that no one except the Yondaime Hokage can use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I heard it's a space ninjutsu, but it's a very powerful and difficult ninjutsu to learn. But it can pass. Shueimu was slightly startled, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto, then turned to look at the Hokage rock in the distance. Suddenly, a crazy idea appeared in his mind. What can be passed? Teacher Mizuki, please don't make people's appetites exciting. Uzumaki Naruto pulled Mizuki with some dissatisfaction and began to shake. What he didn't know was that Mizuki was gradually building a plan in his mind. That was a plan that Mizuki would not think of until at least a few years later in the original work. But because of constant contact with Uzumaki Naruto, and being constantly stimulated by the gap between commoners and famous disciples, an idea came to him. At this time, he was looking at Uzumaki Naruto, and a preliminary plan suddenly appeared in his mind. The sealed book is only among the sealed books kept by the past Hokage-sama. The only way to practice the Flying Thunder God's technique is called the Forbidden Technique. Mizuki's expression suddenly became serious. In his opinion, not many people could learn this ninjutsu. But in Mizuki's heart, he was greedy for other forbidden techniques in the Book of Sealing. If I get the sealed book, then I will definitely become as strong as Hokage. Thinking of this, Mizuki's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. When he looked at Uzumaki Naruto again, he had already made a plan. Sealed book? Forbidden technique? Isn't there nothing we can do about it? Uzumaki Naruto began to look disappointed. If possible, he also really wanted to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. But now it seems that it is almost impossible. Forbidden techniques are not allowed for ninjas to learn, otherwise it will violate Konoha's rules. He will be severely punished, even if he is a child. Uzumaki Naruto knows this. Naruto, doesn't he want to become as powerful as Sasuke? The teacher has a way, but you can't tell anyone. It's a secret between the teacher and Naruto. Mizuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who looked disappointed, and immediately squatted down and began to speak inductively. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head, with a trace of desire on his face. In a few days, Hokage-sama is going out. The daimyo is going to meet with the Hokage. There will definitely not be any guards in the Hokage's office building. In this case, it will definitely be easy to access the sealed book. If Naruto gets the book of sealing, take it directly to the back mountain forest, and the teacher will help Naruto copy a copy of the Flying Thunder God's technique. Then we will send the sealed book back so that no one will know. It was like Mizuki was deceiving a child, and such words made Uzumaki Naruto's heart flutter instantly. But at this time, he was much younger than the 12-year-old in the original work. He knew that he was doing something bad, and he was more or less afraid in his heart, but the temptation of the Flying Thunder God was still too great. This is the 4th generation Hokage's famous ninjutsu. Probably the ninjutsu my father is best at. As long as the things are returned to their original places when the time comes, there will definitely be no problem. Chu Ran's voice also appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious. This is indeed true. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto still didn't know what the rules in Konoha were. I don't know exactly how dangerous the forbidden jutsu is. He just knew that he wanted to learn the art of Flying Thunder God and become the most outstanding person in the class. If you want everyone to recognize you, you may need the art of Flying Thunder God. Chapter 23. The Sealed Book. Teacher Mizuki, what should I do? There is a reason why I must learn the art of Flying Thunder God. A flash of light lit up in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he knew that this might be one of the few opportunities he had. Even if there is a risk, so what, with Chu Ran's instigation. Uzumaki Naruto still agreed to Mizuki's proposal. 3 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen set out to meet the daimyo. The daimyo is the de facto controller of the fire country, and in terms of actual power, he belongs to the superior of the Hokage. Moreover, the financial situation of Konoha village is basically provided by the country of fire. Therefore, the days for going out to meet the daimyo are fixed every year. Many ninjas in Konoha village know this. At the same time, these were also the days when the defense of the Hokage's office building was the most lax. At night after Hiruzen Sarutobi left that day, a figure entered the Hokage's office building from the 2nd floor. Uzumaki Naruto quickly found the place where the sealed book was based on the location Mizuki told him. Is it so easy? Isn't it a little too easy? Uzumaki Naruto pushed open the room and saw the sealed book inside, and couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. But at this time, the art of Flying Thunder God made him feel even more excited and excited. He immediately took a step forward, but what Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice was that his foot touched a steel wire. Kunai shot out quickly from the surrounding walls. Naruto Uzumaki's expression changed and he immediately started to dodge, but his reaction was still a little poor. His waist and arms were scratched by sharp kunai, and footsteps could be heard downstairs. Uzumaki Naruto did not hesitate, grabbed the sealed book and broke out of the corridor window. There is an intruder. The sealed book has been stolen. Notify ANBU immediately. The prisoner must not have gone far yet. It's Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto escaped with the sealed book. Several voices kept shouting in the Hokage's office building. Even though Uzumaki Naruto had already run away at this time, there were even many ninjas chasing him out. But after all, he was not an elite ninja, and he did not notice that Uzumaki Naruto was not running away from the village. Instead, he ran towards the back hill of the school, which allowed Naruto Uzumaki to escape by chance. But this siren alerted all the ninjas in the village. As long as the ninjas who were still in the village, whether they were Chunin or Jonin, all set out to find Uzumaki Naruto. After all, the Book of Seals is not a small thing, and what is recorded in it are all Konoha's forbidden techniques. If it spreads to other ninja villages, it will definitely cause unimaginable consequences. Among them, Yumano Irika, who had just finished his shift and was about to go back, also knew about this. He immediately started searching with the teachers from the ninja school. In their opinion, it might just be a child's prank. After all, he is just a 7-year-old child. So what if he has obtained the Book of Sealing? He cannot even use the basic 3-body technique skillfully. Obtaining the sealed book doesn't have much effect, but others don't think so. As long as possible, they must go all out to capture Uzumaki Naruto. If Naruto Uzumaki escapes, then the ninja school may be responsible. On the other side, although he was still bleeding, Uzumaki Naruto quickly rushed to the back of the school. The pain in his body made Uzumaki Naruto gasp for air. If it weren't for the sealed book on his back, he might have screamed out in pain. After all, he was still a child. He was injured by a kunai, so how could he not be afraid of pain? Where's Teacher Mizuki? Uzumaki Naruto looked around and couldn't help but be a little afraid of the silent back mountain. But he still chose to open the sealed book. Searching for the record of the Flying Thunder God technique, I soon found the Flying Thunder God technique in the middle of the sealed book. An S-level space ninjutsu created by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. It is a type of teleportation technique that uses special techniques to achieve instant movement. The caster will leave a flying thunder spell on the target in advance, which can cause the caster or objects in indirect contact with the caster's chakra to move instantaneously, and the mark will remain. The caster is able to move large targets multiple times when energetic. This technique can be used to attack, shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu, disrupt, surprise opponents, and divert targets. It can also be used to avoid and escape in times of crisis. No seal is required when activated. Looking at the introduction to the Flying Thunder God technique, Uzumaki Naruto showed a trace of yearning on his face. Time passes little by little, under the hypnosis of knowledge. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have forgotten the pain and used chakra over and over again to create the Flying Thunder God technique. But this requires very fine control of chakra to do this. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto only had a very large amount of chakra. Fine control of chakra has always been his weakness. Half an hour passed quickly, and Uzumaki Naruto was still unable to create even half of the Flying Thunder God technique. But he didn't realize what the problem was, so he just kept trying again and again. Call out. Until a sound broke through the air, Uzumaki Naruto's figure instantly rolled to the side. He knew that he must have been discovered. Just as he was about to escape, Uzumaki Naruto saw the person who had just attacked him and immediately froze on the spot. Teacher Mizuki. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Mizuki in front of him in disbelief and murmured to himself. At this time, Mizuki was still playing with kunai in his hand, looking at Uzumaki Naruto with a sinister smile. Naruto, I'm sorry. Can I ask you to die? Mizuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, and a sinister smile appeared directly. This is his true face, the true face that has always been hidden under his hypocritical face. All this time, the purpose of approaching Uzumaki Naruto was to deliberately disgust Yumino Iruka. Using Uzumaki Naruto to steal the sealed book was something he had carefully considered. Now that the goal is achieved, Uzumaki Naruto will no longer have any use value. Why did Mr. Mizuki do this? Didn't you say that you would help me study the art of Flying Thunder God together, and then let me learn it? Uzumaki Naruto's pupils kept trembling, and at this moment he didn't even believe that the person in front of him was Mizuki. But the fact is, before our eyes, Mizuki looks different from the past. The ferocious expression and the cold light coming from the kunai made Uzumaki Naruto feel disappointed and angry. Various complex emotions and negative emotions continued to echo in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. As expected, no one recognizes me. Is even teacher Mizuki such a person? Chapter 24. Chu Ran subconsciously saw such a good opportunity. Immediately, without any hesitation, he started attacking and bewitching people's minds. Ding! Uzumaki Naruto's mood fluctuated greatly. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 7. Ding! When the blackening level reaches 10, open the blackening mall. Ding! When the blackening level reaches 10, you will get a blackened treasure chest. Ding! When the blackening level reaches 10, obtain blackening points x 200. Betrayed by the person closest to him, by one of the people he trusted the most. Uzumaki Naruto was on the verge of emotional collapse at this moment, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. If Chu Ran hadn't used King Kong to seal it in advance, it would have sealed the leaked chakra of Nine Tails. I'm afraid that Uzumaki Naruto will be affected by the Nine Tails chakra at this time and fall directly into a state of rage. I didn't expect that just a water tree would have such an effect. System, open the blackened treasure chest. Chu Ran watched everything happening in front of him subconsciously, and couldn't help but smile on his face. In this current state, Mizuki was like a kind mentor to Uzumaki Naruto. Being betrayed by such a person was a huge blow to Uzumaki Naruto's young mind. It will be even harder to trust other people in the future. Although exposing the chess piece Mizuki so early has advantages, it also has disadvantages. But Chu Ran still chose to arrange a break between the two people first, so that everything could be darkened faster and to a greater extent before the night of annihilation of the Uzumaki Naruto. Ding! The blackened treasure chest is open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Wind Release Chakra and Ninjutsu. Feng Dun's Chakra and Ninjutsu are equivalent to Chu Ran's after opening this blackened treasure chest. That is, he has the ability to directly control all Wind Release Ninjutsu, including the Wind Release Spiral Shuriken created by Uzumaki Naruto in the future. But just according to Uzumaki Naruto's existing body and chakra, it is still not enough. But now, it is enough for Chu Ran to use. Mizuki. Naruto. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was on the verge of going berserk, a shout appeared in the distance. Panting heavily, Yumino Iruka came between the two of them. Looking at his friend Mizuki, Yumino Iruka had a look of confusion on his face. Naruto, return the sealed book quickly. Do you know what you're doing? By committing such a theft, you will bring shame to the entire school. As soon as Yumino Iruka saw Uzumaki Naruto, he was constantly blaming him. And among these words, Uzumaki Naruto's face became even more ugly, and tears couldn't stop flowing from the corners of his eyes. Iruka-sensei, are you here to kill me too? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Yumino Iruka, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. He knew that this man had always been biased against him. Mizuki and Yumino Iruka are good friends, and they are very good friends who grew up together. What are you talking about? I'm a teacher. I'm doing this for your own good, give me the sealed book quickly and go back with me to admit your mistake. Yumino Iruka was slightly startled, looking at Uzumaki Naruto's hateful eyes, he was also a little confused for a moment. But this is clearly the teacher's words to persuade the students. But it made Uzumaki Naruto even more annoyed and angry. Call out. Several kunai were coming towards Uzumaki Naruto and Yumino Iruka like a heavy rain. Yumino Iruka reacted immediately and started to resist using the kunai behind him. Uzumaki Naruto dodged to avoid it, but he was stabbed by several kunai at the same time and fell to the ground. Iruka, why do you still act like a hypocrite? Don't you hate Naruto? Now there is a chance to give your parents a chance to take revenge. How about it, do you want me to leave it to you? As we have been friends for more than 10 years, I can do this. Mizuki threw a kunai in his hand and said to Yumino Iruka with a smile on his face. The reason why the two became friends was because Mizuki once sympathized with Yumino Iruka. His character is cruel by nature, and he is the kind of person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. At this time, everyone in the village was searching around Konoha village. No one would have thought that Naruto Uzumaki, who had stolen the sealed book, would be hiding in the back of the school. Mizuki has always hated Yumino Iruka. I don't want to kill Iruka Yumino yet, but I want to tease him and completely expose his hypocrisy. What are you doing, Mizuki, why are you doing this? Yumino Iruka looked at Mizuki in shock, wondering why Mizuki would suddenly act like this. But what Mizuki said made Yumino Iruka's heart move. The faces of his parents appeared in his mind again, when he looked at Uzumaki Naruto. There was a trace of hatred instinctively in his eyes, and it was this trace of hatred that made Uzumaki Naruto completely despair. Completely despairing of the two people in front of me. Mizuki's betrayal and Yumino Iruka's hatred made Uzumaki Naruto struggle to get up. The hatred in his eyes became more and more obvious. After taking one look at the two of them, he planned to run away. Want to run? Seeing this, Mizuki was too lazy to talk nonsense, and rushed towards Yumino Iruka first with a kunai in hand. In just 2 or 3 rounds, the kunai was stabbed into Iruka Yumino's chest. Blood spattered out, Yumino Iruka's pupils began to tremble continuously, his consciousness gradually dissipated due to pain, and he fell to the ground. Mizuki chased Uzumaki Naruto. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto was found at the corner of the back mountain. Because Uzumaki Naruto was carrying the Book of Sealing, he did not choose to use ninja tools to attack immediately. Instead, he used 2 quick teleportation techniques to close the distance with Uzumaki Naruto. With one kick, it hit the injury on Uzumaki Naruto's waist. The severe pain made Uzumaki Naruto almost faint, and his body flew away into the distance. After crashing into a big tree, Uzumaki Naruto had no strength to get up. Smelly brat. Mizuki's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto who could no longer stand up but kept holding the sealed book, and looked at him with such hatred. His expression immediately became unhappy, and he didn't care about Uzumaki Naruto's injuries. Fighting with fists and kicks, Uzumaki Naruto was constantly greeted. But Naruto Uzumaki still held the sealed book tightly and refused to let go. Go to hell, you brat. Let me go. Mizuki yelled impatiently, and at the same time, the force in his hands became heavier and heavier. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto's hand loosened and the sealed book rolled down. The sealed book was also mixed with blood dripping from Uzumaki Naruto's body. Chapter 25. You brat, just take the blame for me. Mizuki looked at the fainted Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to pick up the sealed book and leave, several golden chains suddenly swept toward him. Shueimu was shocked, and he didn't even bother to pick up the Book of Seals and used a teleportation technique to avoid it. Boom! The golden chain hit the ground, instantly creating a deep pit. But Uzumaki Naruto, who was supposed to be unconscious, slowly stood up. The blood on his face has not completely dried up, and there is still blood dripping from his chin. But Uzumaki Naruto stretched his waist. The most surprising thing was that the wounds on Uzumaki Naruto were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nine-tailed chakra, this is better. Mobile blood bank, automatic super recovery, it is a super powerful plugin. Chu Ran looked at his palms, and the pain caused by controlling his main consciousness also disappeared. Facing Mizuki in front of him, he also showed a smile. What's going on? Why can you still stand up? Shuemu's pupils trembled slightly, looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't believe it. After all, the injuries suffered by Uzumaki Naruto were not something that a 7-year-old child could bear. Death must not be far away. Let alone standing up, it is incredible to even breathe. Teacher Mizuki, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to see your beloved student standing up? Chu Ran looked at the confused Mizuki in front of him, spread his hands and said with a smile. But the more this happened, the more abnormal Mizuki felt. Because this didn't look like Uzumaki Naruto, or the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him made him feel a dangerous aura. What kind of ninjutsu was that golden chain just now? Forget it, I don't want to think about it so much, the longer it takes, the more likely someone will come looking for us. We can't delay it any longer. Mizuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He took out the kunai from his waist and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto in a flash. His speed is so fast that he may be considered the best among chunin. Wind escape fire wind palm. Chu Ran clapped his palms and used the sea-level ninjutsu gale wind palm and wind release. Taking the opportunity of clapping, a violent gust of wind spurted out. It swept towards Mizuki in front of him. Mizuki, who originally sprinted in a straight line, was too late to turn around and avoid. In just an instant, it was blown several meters away by the strong wind and hit a big tree heavily. Wind escape. When did you learn wind escape? Although it is only a sea-level ninjutsu, it still makes Mizuki feel a little incredible. Some of Uzumaki Naruto's basic ninjutsu were taught by him, and he knew for sure that Uzumaki Naruto must have never learned other ninjutsu. Thinking that Uzumaki Naruto might have been pretending all along, deliberately showing weakness. The emergence of this idea immediately made Mizuki feel that his hands and feet were cold. Wind escape. It's quite simple, I just learned it not long ago. Teacher Mizuki, even if he died, the village probably wouldn't think it was me who killed him. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly, and a strange and bloodthirsty smile appeared. This look on Uzumaki Naruto's face was something that no one else could imagine. A 7-year-old child with a demon-like mind and such forbearance made Mizuki instantly frightened. But he no longer held back his hands, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire release fire bullet. Mizuki's chest suddenly swelled, and a huge fireball spit out from his mouth. Flying quickly in the direction of Chu Ran. It is best not to use King Kong blockade, use wind escape to solve it quickly. Otherwise, other ninjas will come over later. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, not panicking at all when looking at the huge fireball in front of him. He has Uzumaki Naruto's exaggerated amount of chakra, and he has enough chakra no matter what. And this huge fire bomb is enough to attract the attention of other ninjas. If a jonin is attracted, even Chu Ran will not be an opponent. It would be better to deal with Mizuki earlier, so that the future layout will be easier. Wind escape vacuum wave. Chu Ran formed a seal with one hand and quickly spit out several air blades formed from the air from his mouth. A sharp aura similar to that of a sickle and weasel emanated from it. Compared to the flight speed of the flame bullets, the speed of wind escape is faster and sharper. Several wind blades of the vacuum wave also instantly cut the flame bullets into several groups of flames floating around. Call out. The speed of the wind blade was so fast that even Mizuki couldn't react. He could only see the flame bullets he released being cut open instantly. A wind blade invisible to the naked eye struck towards him. Ah! Mizuki's chest directly hit the sharp wind blade, and in just a moment, a large amount of blood poured out of his chest. The wound was even more bone deep, and Mizuki's pupils began to turn white. How does it feel like when you want to kill someone but are killed instead? I'm very happy. He was originally supposed to be the rebellious ninja who snatched the sealed book. But because of his own death, he became a hero who protected the sealed book and fought against outside ninjas. Chu Ran approached Mizuki step by step, squatted down and looked at Mizuki, whose breath was gradually weakening, and mocked mercilessly. There is a high possibility that Yumino Irika is dead. Uzumaki Naruto will definitely be investigated by the ANBU, but because of his relationship with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. And because he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he should not be punished too severely. On the contrary, in order to cover up the scandal, it is very likely that the fact that the sealed book was stolen will not be announced at that time. Damn it! You brat! Blood continued to pour out of Mizuki's mouth, but his expression was even more ferocious than before. He is clearly one step away from becoming the freest and most powerful ninja. But he didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto, whom he considered a pawn, could hide so deeply. Unfortunately, Mizuki never imagined that the Uzumaki Naruto he knew was indeed like that. He just didn't know that in Uzumaki Naruto's body lived a man who thought about how to darken Uzumaki Naruto all day long. And this man would not show mercy to anyone, let alone someone who wanted to kill the person he had blackened. Goodbye, Teacher Mizuki. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly and picked up the kunai that fell next to Mizuki. The wind-release chakra began to condense on the kunai and went straight to Mizuki's neck. Without any hesitation, the sharpness of the wind-release chakra cut open Mizuki's neck in an instant. Blood spread all around, and Mizuki's aura disappeared. He died in pain with his eyes wide open. Chapter 26. Chu Ran then took out the Book of Seals and took a closer look at the training process of the Flying Thunder God technique. After evolving it once in my mind, it was sealed with a Book of Seals. Lying down on the ground again, he returned control of his body to Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was in a coma, and with the help of Ninetales chakra, his physical injuries recovered very quickly. Many jonin in Konoha village know this, so there aren't many problems. As for why Chu Ran came out, he was just hiding in Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious. But as long as Uzumaki Naruto has a mental breakdown or becomes comatose, he has the opportunity to control Naruto Uzumaki's body. When his main consciousness is weak, he can rely on Naruto Uzumaki's subconscious to temporarily control the body. This time, I did you a big favor. Uzumaki Naruto. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, leaned against the luxurious sofa created by his subconscious, and slowly closed his eyes. Time passed slowly, about 10 minutes passed. Several ninja dogs appeared next to Mizuki's body and approached the sealed book next to Uzumaki Naruto's body. And with the appearance of a human figure, the ninja dogs stopped. The person had white hair, his face was covered by a black mask, and one eye was covered by Konoha's forehead protector. Chu Ran recognized at a glance that this person was the famous copy ninja in Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. Mirai is not only the 6th generation Hokage, but also Uzumaki Naruto's team leader and teacher. Mizuki, Yumano Irika, Uzumaki Naruto. It looks like things are not simple. Kakashi Hatake looked at what was happening around him, with a hint of solemnity in his pupils. The traces of battle around him could easily tell the clues for this special jounin. They are all left over after the battle with the wind-release chakra, and the cause of Mizuki's death was also because of the wind-release chakra. There is also the body of Irika Yumano not far away, and it seems that the time of death of the physical body was not long ago. In his thinking, the murderer was definitely not Uzumaki Naruto. Call out. While Kakashi Hatake was thinking, several figures appeared behind him. It was Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the strongest jonin in Konoha. And Metkai, the blue beast known as Konoha. These 3 people are all the top jounin in Konoha village, but looking at the current situation, they can't help but look solemn. Kakashi, it looks like things are not simple. Metkai noticed everything with his sharp eyes, and walked to the sealed book and said in a deep voice. Someone wounded Uzumaki Naruto and killed 2 Chunin teachers. But he did not snatch the sealed book away, which is undoubtedly a doubtful point. Asuma, what do you think about the traces left behind? Kakashi Hatake sighed softly, then turned to ask Asuma Sarutobi. In the entire Konoha, there are not many people who control the changes in wind attributes, and Sarutobi Asuma is the leader among them. It is definitely the most correct for him to express certain opinions. The ninja who killed Mizuki is very strong, and his control over the wind-release chakra is not inferior to mine. Even smarter than me, this kind of person didn't take away the sealed book. Sarutobi Asuma shook his head and checked Mizuki's body. His expression also became strange. Forget it, Kai, take the sealed book back. I'll take him to the hospital, Asuma and Kai can go back together to report it. Kakashi Hatake shook his head. This situation was not within the scope of their investigation for the time being. The cause of death of the deceased is naturally investigated by the ANBU, and the criminals will also be investigated by the ANBU. Their duty is to bring back the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the Book of Sealing. The 3 of them immediately took action at the same time. In the Leaf Village Hospital, Hatake Kakashi was looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of the hospital bed. Uzumaki Naruto fell into a coma. Judging from the damage on his clothes, he must have been injured before. And the injury was definitely not superficial, and Hatake Kakashi didn't feel anything about it. After all, the boy in front of him was the Kyubi Jinchuriki, and he already knew that. Minato-sensei's child. The characteristics are quite similar. Kakashi Hatake looked at the book in his hand while also looking askance at Naruto Uzumaki. But before Kakashi Hatake could look at it for a while, he closed the book in his hand and walked out of the door. Outside the door, Danzo Shimura came to the door with his cane in his hand and stared at Kakashi Hatake. Lord Danzo. Hatake Kakashi naturally knew the former ANBU controller and bowed respectfully. But Shimura Danzo ignored Hatake Kakashi. Instead, several ANBU, or members of the root organization, appeared behind him. Lord Danzo, what do you want to do? Kakashi Hatake stopped at the door and asked in a calm and humble tone. He is now no longer an ANBU, nor is he under the jurisdiction of Shimura Danzo. The Hokage was his direct allegiance, and he did not agree with Danzo Shimura's actions, both in public and private matters. Get out of the way, Kakashi. With Hiruzen gone, I will take over the Ninetales Jinchuriki. This matter was agreed by 2 advisors in Konoha and will be left to Gen to handle before the Hokage comes back. Danzo Shimura frowned slightly, watching his former subordinate question him. Although he felt a little unhappy in his heart, as a high-ranking member of Konoha, he had to act according to the rules. Kakashi Hatake's face darkened slightly when he heard that it was the approach agreed by Konoha's other 2 Hokage advisors. He stepped aside and allowed the root ninja to walk in. He immediately picked up Uzumaki Naruto, and the group left in front of Hatake Kakashi. Although he is a jonin, Kakashi Hatake does not have any real power in Konoha village. And Shimura Danzo can naturally become his temporary boss when Sarutobi Hiruzen is away. It's really difficult to handle, Sandaime-sama. Hatake Kakashi sighed lightly, this matter was no longer within his jurisdiction. I could only sigh secretly in my heart, hoping that Sarutobi Hiruzen would come back soon. After all, Shimura Danzo's reputation was not good in the minds of jounin like them. What's more, Uzumaki Naruto made a big mistake and stole the sealed book, which was enough evidence to be labeled a traitor. He might be secretly executed by Konoha village, and he did not expect that the 2 advisors, Koharu and Mito Kadenabu, would agree to let Shimura Danzo take action. Even if he wanted to keep his mentor's son, Hatake Kakashi had to do things according to the rules. One day later, Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness slowly returned. Chapter 27. But having just returned, he felt something was wrong around him. What's going on? Where is this? Questions kept coming to Naruto Uzumaki's mind, as his hands and feet were bound and unable to move. The eyes were also covered with blindfolds, and even the mouth was blocked, so that even the sound could not come out. Everything around him was extremely silent and dark, and everything was so scary and strange. His memory still lingered on the time when Mizuki was mocked and then knocked unconscious. He couldn't remember Chu Ran controlling his body to kill Shueimu at all, and he didn't even have any fragments in his memory. Unexpectedly, it seems that Shimura Danzo is targeting the Ninetales Jinchuriki. He was so impatient that he brought Gen to arrest him and specially detained him here. As expected, he is an ambitious old fox. In Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious mind, Chu Ran couldn't help but sigh. But he didn't panic at all, he knew that the Sandaime Hokage was about to appear. The Sandaime Hokage will never let Shimura Danzo do whatever he wants, or it is impossible for Shimura Danzo to have the possibility of controlling the Ninetales Jinchuriki. After all, he is the real Hokage, and he is the one who controls Konoha village. Being able to allow Shimura Danzo to establish the root organization is already his lowest limit. How could Danzo Shimura be allowed to occupy the power of the Kyubi? At this time, Danzo Shimura, who was in the root organization, glanced at Naruto Uzumaki who woke up and said nothing. He turned around and left directly. He brought Uzumaki Naruto to the root organization not to investigate the so-called truth. It's just 2 Chunin who died, it doesn't mean anything at all. Danzo-sama, the Nine-tailed Jinchuriki has woken up, do you need to question him? A root organization ninja dressed as an ANBU half knelt in front of Shimura Danzo and asked respectfully. No need, wait until this kid feels some darkness. Once he feels the darkness, it will be easier to brainwash him. They are just 2 Chunin, they are not worthy of our high-profile investigation, the real goal is to control the Kyubi. Danzo Shimura shook his head, knowing that he was pressed for time. If Hiruzen Sarutobi gets the news, he will probably come over soon. He had to hurry up and destroy Naruto Uzumaki's spirit before that, even if he let it go to Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was no way Sarutobi Hiruzen was carrying out his childish plan. And if he is lucky, he can directly obtain the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but if he is unlucky, things can go according to his original script. But Shimura Danzo never expected that in Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious there lived a person who knew all the past events of the original work. 2 days later, Uzumaki Naruto was imprisoned in the root organization, and a whole day had passed. There was no sound, and his own eyes couldn't see anything. Uzumaki Naruto's mental power was even about to collapse. If Chu Ran hadn't always been subconsciously encouraging Uzumaki Naruto. It is estimated that Uzumaki Naruto may have already fallen into despair. It may not be that difficult for a 7-year-old to have a nervous breakdown. But just when Danzo Shimura thought things were about to succeed, several special jounin and a dozen umbu, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, directly broke into the root organization. Like ANBU, the root organization's base is in an extremely secluded place. Except for the people in the root organization, it is impossible for anyone else to know. This is where Danzo Shimura thought he was confident, but he didn't expect that Hiruzen Sarutobi would not only come back in just 2 days. And he also found his secret base. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was solemn, and even revealed a hint of anger. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, Shimura Danzo slowly closed his eyes and said nothing. Danzo, hand over the man. Remember, I'm not negotiating with you. You have crossed the line in this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone contained an unquestionable attitude, and it was obvious that this time it was a discussion. He wouldn't have brought so many close ninjas with him. Behind him is the backbone of the entire Konoha. Not to mention taking away Uzumaki Naruto from Shimura Danzo, even taking away the root tissue in one pot is very simple. You know, behind him are Kakashi Hatake, Metkai, and Asuma Sarutobi, a group of special jounin. Come with me, Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura knew that there was no room for negotiation this time, so he turned around and walked inside without saying anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly followed Shimura Danzo to the place where Uzumaki Naruto was imprisoned. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's treatment in the root organization, Sarutobi Hiruzen also showed a hint of unbearable in his eyes. Next time if you're crossing a line, Duanzo, you know the consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said something when he passed by Shimura Danzo. Danzo Shimura's heart trembled, he knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi was truly angry. Being able to become Hokage, in those troubled times, he suppressed several surrounding countries and kept Konoha village as the strongest ninja village. It is absolutely impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to succeed in such a feat just because of his good temper. If he is determined, he will eradicate Danzo Shimura. Even if the 2 Hokage advisors jointly opposed it, it would not work, and even those 2 did not dare to stop Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo also knew that he was defeated in terms of momentum, so he turned around and left directly. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was on the verge of mental collapse, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately untie Uzumaki Naruto. Instead, Uzumaki Naruto was immediately taken away and brought to the hospital. Only when he was in the hospital did he untie Uzumaki Naruto and take some medicine. After the medical ninja began treatment, Uzumaki Naruto's mental state became better. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 1. Ding! Blackening points increased by 50. As the sound of the system sounded, Chu Ran, who was resting in his subconscious, was also awakened by the happy sound. Directly turned on the blackening system in the system. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 0-9. Soul, 3. Blackening progress, 1197. Blackening points, 510. Blackened Mall, opened. Seeing the blackening progress above 10, Chu Ran also smiled with satisfaction. Let's take a look at what's in the Heihua Mall first. As the Heihua Mall opened, Chu Ran immediately clicked on the Heihua Mall. The dazzling array of products inside are all about the various abilities of the entire Naruto world. Not only ninjutsu, but also blood stain limits or weapons, as well as the exchange of senjutsu chakra and the exchange of tailed beast chakra. Chapter 28. Byakugan, the representative eye technique of the Hyuga clan, which requires 3,000 blackening points. Sharingan, the representative pupil technique of the Uchiha clan, requires 4,000 blackening points. Corpse Vein, the blood stain limit of the Kagaya clan requires 2,000 blackening points. Wood Release, a blood-stained boundary ninjutsu produced by the fusion of the changing properties of earth and water. It requires 3,000 blackening points. Shikaku Chakra, allows the host to use part of Shikaku's chakra, requiring 3,000 blackening points. Immortal Chakra, it allows the host to obtain the most suitable immortal chakra for itself, which requires 4,000 blackening points. Various blood stain limits and pupil techniques are available for sale. And even tailed beasts and senjutsu chakra can be purchased in the Blackened Mall. Even some defects in pupil skills or blood stain limits can be directly erased by the Blackening Mall for you. For example, the defect of the Sharingan can cause blindness due to overuse. Under the function of the Blackening Mall, as long as you purchase it, as long as you have enough blackening points, you can upgrade the ordinary Sharingan to the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. And even if you don't transplant other people's eyes, you won't be blind. Unfortunately, there is currently no suitable one. This blackened mall is really terrifying. I'm afraid that's when I will truly control Naruto Uzumaki. The things inside can become my most powerful weapon. Chu Ran shook his head with regret. He really couldn't afford it at the moment. Even if he can afford it, he doesn't like the things he can afford for the time being. Chu Ran knew very well how to choose, and also knew clearly which powers would be the strongest when they grow up. At this time, in the outside world, Uzumaki Naruto also woke up. The first moment he woke up, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils showed deep fear. The fear from the darkness even made him unable to understand the flow of time during those 2 days. He had fully understood the horror of the unknown, and he could still recover from the torture that even an adult could not endure. This couldn't help but make Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side breathe a sigh of relief. Naruto, don't be nervous. It's okay now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's steady voice sounded next to Uzumaki Naruto, and Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled slightly. There was anger and resentment in his eyes, but it only flashed past. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notice that the boy in front of him, who he had watched grow up, actually knew how to hide his emotions after this time. Third-generation grandfather. Sorry. Uzumaki Naruto's first words when he woke up were not to accuse himself of the treatment he received during those 2 days. He didn't think about how to hold him accountable, he just thought that he had done something wrong. And the punishment he received was also placed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. It's okay, just don't do such stupid things in the future. But I still want to hear why you stole the sealed book. Who told you about the sealed book? Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Uzumaki Naruto wake up, and the first thing he did was apologize, with a look of relief on his face. After all, being able to admit his mistake meant that Uzumaki Naruto was still the Uzumaki Naruto he knew. At the same time, there are too many doubts about the theft of the sealed book. The first is where Uzumaki Naruto learned about the sealed book, and why Mizuki killed Yumino Irika. Who killed Mizuki and injured Uzumaki Naruto, and what was the background of the mysterious ninja who used wind release? These questions require Uzumaki Naruto's confession to make things coherent. Under the investigation of ANBU, it has been learned that Yumino Irika was killed by Mizuki himself. The injuries on Uzumaki Naruto were also most likely caused by Mizuki. It's teacher Mizuki, he told me. And he was the one who killed Irika-sensei. He tricked me into stealing the sealed book, and then wanted to kill me. Naruto Uzumaki's face showed a look of pain as he told everything he remembered about that night. The betrayal and deception towards Mizuki made him feel extremely painful. Obviously he believed in this kind teacher so much, but Mizuki's true face was like a sharp bayonet, penetrating Naruto Uzumaki's young heart. I see. Naruto, get some rest. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future, someone will take you back when you get better. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then turned and left. He believed what Uzumaki Naruto said. It was impossible for a child who had just suffered a mental shock to tell lies. And Uzumaki Naruto could not be suspected of committing any crime. But there was always a doubt in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind that he couldn't figure out. That is, who killed Mizuki, and why didn't he take away the sealed book after killing Mizuki? Could it be that he looks down on Konoha's sealed book? This should be an impossible thing. Ninjas in the entire ninja world will become greedy for the sealed book. After all, just one of the ninjutsu recorded in it is enough to become a master in the ninja world. The forbidden techniques that can be recorded in the sealed book are all extremely dangerous ninjutsu. Who did it and for what purpose? After walking out of the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sky and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. On the second day in the hospital, Uzumaki Naruto spent the whole day in the hospital. My mood still hasn't improved with the passage of time. Whenever he closed his eyes or fell into sleep, he could dream of Yumino Irika's eyes full of murderous intent. And Mizuki's true face was exposed. These were like nightmares, tightly entangled with Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto woke up from his sleep dripping with sweat every night. Even if the ward was opened, Uzumaki Naruto would not raise his head. Because the only people who could come in, apart from some ninjas who came to ask about the situation of the sealed book, were the only medical ninjas from the hospital. But today was different, a unique and sweet smell spread into Uzumaki Naruto's nasal cavity. Glutinous rice dumplings. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a slight sparkle and he raised his head. The person who came into view was not the medical ninja wearing a mask, nor was he the serious-faced jounin of Konoha. It was a face full of smiles and a pair of gentle black pupils. Sister Kwan. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled, suddenly his heart was closed because of Mizuki. A small window was opened, revealing a glimmer of light, and in the light were the details of getting along with Uchiha Izumi. Naruto, my sister is here to see you. I heard you were hospitalized, but it almost scared me. Are you injured? Or are you sick? Chapter 29. Izumi Uchiha held a bouquet of flowers and walked to Uzumaki Naruto's bedside. She had heard earlier that Uzumaki Naruto was suddenly hospitalized, but she was shocked. You know, the current Uzumaki Naruto is not a ninja yet. It is impossible to be injured due to an out-of-field mission, then it is very likely that you are sick. Sister Kwan, I'm fine, don't worry. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but laugh when he looked at Uchiha Izumi, who kept taking his temperature with his hand. Feeling concerned, this undoubtedly warmed Naruto Uzumaki's heart. Occasionally, relatives expressing concern for patients can be heard in other wards. Only Uzumaki Naruto, since waking up, has only seen cold infusions and an empty ward. That's good, but why is Naruto hospitalized? Did you hurt yourself while practicing? Or did you get into a fight outside? Uchiha Izumi breathed a sigh of relief and took out some food from the small bag he brought. But they are basically some sweets, which are not very friendly to a hospitalized patient. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his cheek, then picked up a glutinous rice dumpling and ate it. It's nothing serious, I just got injured accidentally while practicing. Sister Kwan, I will pay attention to it in the future. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and nodded, but he didn't know whether it was because he had lost his appetite or something. After eating one glutinous rice dumpling, I stopped eating. Uchiha Izumi didn't pay much attention, and just started to explain the interesting things about this mission to Uzumaki Naruto. Regarding the mission, as a ninja, you definitely can't reveal it. But there are some scenery along the way, or the interesting things and delicious food in other villages. Under Uchiha Izumi's description, Uzumaki Naruto had some yearning. That. Just when the two siblings were chatting happily, a timid voice sounded outside the door. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and saw a little girl with her head lowered and holding a cloth bag in both hands. Hinata-kun. Uzumaki Naruto could tell at a glance that this girl was his classmate Hinata. Like his sister Izumi Uchiha, he is a child of one of the two wealthy families in Konoha. Naruto's friend? It's great, Naruto, that a friend is here to see you. Uchiha Izumi's eyes lit up slightly and a smile appeared on his face. He walked forward and took Hinata's hand, but when Hinata raised her head, she was slightly startled. The little princess of the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Izumi was slightly startled, and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. The Hyuga clan is a clan that adheres to old-fashioned principles very much. They are different from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is relatively free and does not have that much restraint on the clan members. But the Hyuga clan is different, divided into clan and branch families. Splitting the family requires sacrificing one's life to protect the clan, and the people who split the family must be engraved with a curse mark to accept the control of the clan. Although there is no conflict between the two families, they are often compared. So the relationship is naturally not that good. Sorry. Hinata saw Uchiha Izumi's eyes looking a little strange, and her first reaction was to apologize. Since she was a child, she was despised and disgusted by her peers because of her natural white eyes, and was regarded as a monster. Why do you say sorry? I should be the one to say sorry, I didn't expect you to be a member of the Hyuga clan. My sister is from the Uchiha clan, but she doesn't hate Hinata. Uchiha Izumi shook his head, and the smile on his face made Hinata's introverted mood dissipate somewhat. He was immediately pulled to Uzumaki Naruto's bedside. How did Hinata know I was in the hospital? Uzumaki Naruto sat on the hospital bed and looked at Hinata with some confusion. Logically speaking, few people should know about this. I accidentally heard my father say that. This. Hinata glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, and her face instantly turned red. Somewhat panicked, he raised the cloth bag in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto took it with some confusion and slowly opened the cloth bag. All the exquisite lunchboxes inside appeared in front of you. Compared with the glutinous rice dumplings brought by Uchiha Izumi, this is undoubtedly the thing that can arouse the patient's appetite the most. Is this for me? Did Hinata make it herself? It's so rich. This was the first time for Uzumaki Naruto to see such a sumptuous bento meal. In the past, he would just eat discount lunchboxes from some shops on both sides of the street. Where have I ever had such a luxurious bento, with meatballs, shrimps and fish, a perfect combination of meat and vegetables. The crystal clear rice greatly increases appetite. Hinata smiled slightly, lowered her head and pulled the corners of her clothes with both hands, and whispered back. She was happy for Uzumaki Naruto's recognition. After receiving Hinata's reply, Uzumaki Naruto immediately started to move. Compared with the difficulty of eating glutinous rice balls before, Uzumaki Naruto now has to say that he is like a starving ghost. He didn't control his eating posture at all, which inevitably made Izumi Uchiha pouting at the side. Naruto, aren't the glutinous rice balls my sister brought delicious? Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Uzumaki Naruto eating so happily. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. My sister buys things because she wants to eat them. Uzumaki Naruto did not forget to mutter Uchiha Izumi in his mouth while eating. This sentence immediately made Izumi Uchiha snort. Really, you don't save face for your sister at all. Izumi Uchiha covered his head and pretended to be sad, Uzumaki Naruto said. Hinata, do you like glutinous rice balls? There are some more here. It's very sweet and delicious. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto no longer appreciated the glutinous rice balls, Uchiha Izumi looked at Hinata again. Thank you. Hinata bowed politely and thanked her, then picked up the glutinous rice balls and ate them in small bites. As the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, her etiquette is very good. And with the Byakugan naturally turned on, his identity was immediately confirmed by Izumi Uchiha. But at the same time, I am also a little worried. After all, the people of the Hyuga clan are more difficult to talk to than the people of the Uchiha clan. As a younger brother, the friends I make are not ordinary people. Itachi's younger brother and the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Izumi rested his chin on his palm and looked at the two children in front of him, sighing softly in his heart. We can only hope that Uzumaki Naruto will not be injured due to the wealthy family of Konoha. Chapter 30. Soon, 3 days passed. Uzumaki Naruto was also discharged from the hospital. There was nothing serious to begin with, but it was just due to some reasons from the top management of Konoha. And it's just being controlled in the hospital for the time being. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know this clearly, but Chu Ran knew it subconsciously. During the few days of hospitalization, only Izumi Uchiha and Hinata visited Uzumaki Naruto. And these two people were also recorded by ANBU. In Konoha right now, what has happened in the past few days is enough to reshuffle the top management of Konoha. Shimura Danzo was deprived of the qualification to control the ANBU because he secretly imprisoned the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Even the root organization was directly eradicated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's determination. Today's root organization can be said to be dead. Only some of the personnel were still hidden by Shimura Danzo. Regarding this, the other two Hokage advisors, Koharu and Mito Manabu, did not dare to say anything. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was really angry, and Shimura Danzo's temptation this time touched Sarutobi Hiruzen's bottom line. On the Uchiha clan side, under the oppression of Konoha, the voices of dissatisfaction within the clan became more and more frequent. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was helpless. As for the Hyuga clan, Hinata has been grounded. The leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hatsuzu, is Hyuga Hinata's father. After learning that his daughter went to visit the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki privately. This incident made Hinata and Hinashi very angry, in the current special situation of Konoha. If the Hyuga clan is affected because of the child's ignorance, this is undoubtedly the fault of the clan leader. As for our original protagonist Uzumaki Naruto, he is still practicing the Flying Thunder God technique in the open space. It's just that this Flying Thunder God technique, no matter what, he has no signs of it. However, since he was not talented enough, Uzumaki Naruto had no choice but to give up. The Flying Thunder God technique is too difficult. I don't know how the fourth Hokage did it. Let's do other training first, just practice the Flying Thunder God technique for a period of time every day. In order to avoid Uzumaki Naruto getting into trouble, Chu Ran could only give Uzumaki Naruto a hint subconsciously. After all, talent cannot be forced. As the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato's talent is recognized by the ninja world. The difficulty of the Flying Thunder God technique is also explained in the original work. For Jounin once served as the Hokage guards of Namikaze Minato. They were all unable to learn it and had to rely on the combined efforts of 4 people to use it, which is enough to illustrate the difficulty of this ninjutsu. At this time, Chu Ran, who was in the subconscious space, was also learning the art of Flying Thunder God. But unfortunately, his talent is not necessarily better than Uzumaki Naruto. The extremely difficult ninjutsu made him give up immediately. Although you can use blackening points to learn directly, today's blackening points can be as expensive as gold. Chu Ran couldn't use it directly so easily. It seems that the problem within Naruto Uzumaki can only be solved in advance. It would be much more convenient to communicate directly with the Yondaime Hokage and let him teach you. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, stood up from the bed, and walked towards the direction where Kyubi was imprisoned. Walking through the long and narrow passage filled with stagnant water, Chu Ran saw the nine-tailed Nine Llama who was struggling to break free from King Kong's blockade. You bastard brat! I am going to kill you! As soon as he saw Chu Ran, the 9 llamas immediately went berserk. The red and narrow beast pupils burst out with surging anger. The surrounding water continued to fluctuate, turning into small waves as high as a person and heading towards Chu Ran. Don't be so excited, I'm here to do something you've never dreamed of me doing. You may thank me later. Chu Ran smiled slightly, and a teleportation technique appeared in front of Julama. Chio Lama was just about to stand up and resist, break away from King Kong's blockade, and at the same time give Chu Ran a try. But Chu Ran touched the talisman paper at an extremely fast speed in front of him. Julama's pupils were slightly startled. He did not expect that Chu Ran would suddenly do this. The Vajra blockade that blocked him also dissipated instantly. Without the Vajra blockade, 9 Lama's pupils also showed a hint of excitement. Facing the freedom that came so quickly, he couldn't help but feel short of breath. That's it, tear it apart quickly. Chio Lama's eyes revealed excitement, because Chu Ran was about to tear off the talisman paper. But just when Chu Ran was about to tear it off, a figure suddenly appeared. He hugged Chu Ran's body and moved aside. And the seal that Chu Ran had partially opened was firmly attached to the door lock again. Watergate. Seeing that his freedom was once again hopeless, the 9 Lamas couldn't help but angrily scolded him. A man wearing a Hokage robe and with blonde hair appeared in front of Chu Ran. This man is Uzumaki Naruto's father, the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, who is known as the Yellow Flash in the ninja world. 4th Hokage. Looking at the figure of the man in front of him, Chu Ran couldn't help but whisper. You are, Naruto, right? You've grown so big. Namikaze Minato's eyes were very gentle, he looked at Chu Ran in front of him and asked softly. With the same blonde hair and blue eyes as his own, there was no doubt that he was his son. Namikaze Minato stepped forward and hugged Chu Ran. Namikaze Minato, who left only a stream of chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body, didn't know that Chu Ran was not Uzumaki Naruto. Are you the 4th Hokage? Is it my father? Chu Ran pretended to be surprised, hugging Minato Namikaze and asked in shock. Yes, I am your father Namikaze Minato. Naruto, father doesn't have much time, remember not to try to touch that seal in the future. Don't try to control a power that doesn't belong to you when you're not strong enough. Namikaze Minato glanced at the door behind him, but he also had some doubts in his heart. Although the seal may not be very stable, after all, the seal is not loose now. The first reaction must be that Naruto Uzumaki was bewitched by the Kyuubi, so he might want to break the seal. When Namikaze Minato used the seal, the chakra left behind was to face this situation. Children who are weak-minded are the most vulnerable to temptation. So as long as the seal is a little loose, there are some signs of being opened. Namikaze Minato will appear immediately, on the one hand to restabilize the seal, and on the other hand to educate Uzumaki Naruto as a father. I'm sorry, father. There was an apologetic expression on Chu Ran's face, but of course it was just pretending. After all, Chu Ran knew everything, and the appearance of Namikaze Minato was also done deliberately by him. Chapter 31. The father and son immediately started chatting just like in the original work. Chu Ran did not deliberately tell Uzumaki Naruto's tragic experience as a child, but just told Uzumaki Naruto's dependence on his parents according to his character. When Namikaze Minato learned that his son's future goal was to be Hokage, he couldn't help but show a happy look on his face. By the way, father, can you teach me your signature ninjutsu? It's the Flying Thunder God's technique. The 3rd generation grandfather said that this is your signature ninjutsu. But no matter what, I can't learn. There was a trace of desire on Chu Ran's face, just like a child who needs a new toy. But Namikaze Minato was slightly startled, he didn't expect that Chu Ran would ask like this. He never expected that the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would hand over the forbidden techniques in the sealed book to a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always been steady and abiding by the rules, shouldn't have done this. But when I think about it, my child is the hero of Konoha. The couple relied on sacrifice to become heroes. In this case, learning a forbidden technique, and it is his father's signature forbidden technique, shouldn't be a big problem, right? Of course, if Naruto doesn't understand anything, he can ask his father. Feeling that he was needed by his son, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel very happy. When he knew that Naruto Uzumaki was doing well, he didn't know why he felt a little disappointed. Because that is knowing that your child is living a good life and does not need the loss caused by him. But it was different now, he felt Uzumaki Naruto's dependence on him. And Chu Ran also knew that his goal was achieved, so he asked everything he didn't understand. Namikaze Minato also began to answer all questions patiently. As a genius, Namikaze Minato, known as Yellow Flash, was extremely accomplished in the Flying Thunder God technique. He has already analyzed the Flying Thunder God's technique very thoroughly. After Namake's Minato's explanation, Chu Ran quickly reluctantly deployed the Flying Thunder God's mark. Although I am not yet proficient, it will only take a while. There is no doubt that this will be the first ninjutsu that Chu Ran has mastered, and it does not cost any money. Okay, father's time is running out. I have used the remaining chakra to help you secure the seal. I guess it won't be possible for us to meet again. I believe Naruto can definitely become the Hokage. He will definitely be better than his father, and Naruto will definitely make his mother proud. I really want Kushina to see what Naruto looks like now. As Chu Ran was able to control the mark of the Flying Thunder God, Namake's Minato's body began to gradually turn into a shadow. As if he was about to disappear at any moment, at this time, he chose to hug Chu Ran for the last time. Don't worry, father. I won't let you down. Chu Ran nodded, with a meaningful smile on his face. Seeing Namake's Minato disappearing gradually, Chu Ran stopped pretending, stretched his waist and looked at the 9 llamas in the seal. You are really good at disguising. Minato knows that you are hiding so deeply, I'm afraid he will be shocked. Compared to how violent he was before, 9 llamas are actually very calm now. Looking at Chu Ran in front of him, there was a look of interest in his eyes. So, don't expose me to my face. Just to watch the fun. Chu Ran also looked at Gyo Lama with some surprise. He originally thought that Gyo Lama would expose what he had done. But unexpectedly, he just stayed by calmly. Even if I expose it, I still can't get out. It's better to take a look and see what your purpose is. But make no mistake, if I can find a chance to get out, I will tear you apart. 9 llamas' wild and bloodthirsty eyes stared closely at Chu Ran. The ferocious nature he exuded at this time made even Chu Ran feel chills running down his spine. It has to be said that among the 9-tailed beasts, the 9 llamas are definitely the strongest. It would probably be scary for anyone if they were targeted by such a powerful tailed beast. But Chu Ran did not answer Gyo Lama, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth were the last impression of Gyo Lama. This kid has a dual personality. I just don't know what his plans are. Damn it, it was all that damn Minato, if he hadn't separated and sealed me. With such a level of seal, how could it possibly be able to defeat me? Gyo Lama looked at the place where Chu Ran disappeared, and the ferocity in his eyes became even more fierce. His body was divided into 2 parts and sealed by Namake's Minato. Part of it is in Uzumaki Naruto's body, and the other part is in Namake's Minato's body. Because of the birth of Uzumaki Naruto, Namake's Minato knew clearly that Uzumaki Naruto did not have the same talents as his mother Uzumaki Kushina. Therefore, unable to suppress the Kyuubi with one person, he used a forbidden technique to divide the Kyuubi into 2 parts and seal them separately. If it were all the power of the Kyuubi, it would be impossible to suppress it with the help of Naruto Uzumaki as a container. A week later, the ninja school started. It's just that the teachers in the school have changed. Yumino Irika, the homeroom teacher who originally taught Uzumaki Naruto's class, and Mizuki did not continue to teach them. Instead, a new head teacher was given to their class. Except for Uzumaki Naruto, probably no one knew that these 2 teachers were dead. For everyone, there is no impact, and the ninja school classes are still going on. And Uzumaki Naruto also gained some friends after this vacation. In addition to Hinata, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi would occasionally talk to him. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, would often invite Uzumaki Naruto to compete in taijutsu classes. Every victory or defeat between the 2 is uncertain. After all, they have gone through half a semester of running in, although many people still have grudges about Uzumaki Naruto's identity. But it's not big anymore, but that instinctive reaction will still be captured by Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto-kun, can I ask you some questions? When school is over, okay? Just as the taijutsu class was about to end, a voice sounded from behind Uzumaki Naruto. Turning his head, the girl in front of him was a little timid like Hinata. But the cherry blossom-colored hair, the headband and the cute face made Uzumaki Naruto blush slightly. This girl is Haruno Sakura, another teammate of Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. She was also the first girl Uzumaki Naruto fell in love with when he was young. Of course. That? Sakura-san. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed the hair on the back of his head with his hand and asked a little embarrassedly. Chapter 32. The 2 of them were not familiar enough to call each other by name. Uzumaki Naruto's temptation was a deliberate attempt to get closer to Haruno Sakura. Just like some other students in the class. During this period of time, the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang in the original work were classmates with Uzumaki Naruto. Many people didn't care about this, but Haruno Sakura frowned when she heard it. Everyone calls me Sakura, I wish Naruto-san could do the same. Although she was still a little unhappy in her heart, Haruno Sakura did not show it. After answering with a smile, he turned around and left. Everyone is finally starting to recognize me one after another. This is really great. Chu Ran's voice also gave Uzumaki Naruto great affirmation subconsciously. This kind of affirmation also enhanced Uzumaki Naruto's self-confidence, and he listened to the whole afternoon's class with a smile on his face. Until it was time for school to end, Uzumaki Naruto also followed Haruno Sakura to the playground behind the school. By this time, everyone had basically gone back, and they were the only two people on the playground. Sakura, do you have any questions for me? Uzumaki Naruto had some fond feelings for this cute girl. She didn't even have any defense against Haruno Sakura, or rather she expected that she could help Haruno Sakura. It's just that at this time, Haruno Sakura is no longer as gentle and cute as she was at noon. On the contrary, his face was calm and there was even a bit of disgust in his cold eyes. Stay away from Sasuke from now on, why should you be Sasuke's opponent? Don't think that a little talent is a big deal, Sasuke is much better than you. Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of her, and the image of Uzumaki Naruto once defeating Uchiha Sasuke appeared in her mind. As long as such a scene appeared, she would feel uncomfortable and even disgusted with Uzumaki Naruto. In her heart, Uchiha Sasuke should be perfect. In the eyes of many female classmates, such an outstanding person should not fail. Even if he failed, he shouldn't be defeated by such a disgusting Uzumaki Naruto. Although the victory and defeat between the two went back and forth, Uzumaki Naruto did not expect that he was still not recognized. In other words, it is impossible to be recognized at all. There are very few people in the class who agree with him, but most people still hate him so much. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. For a child, such sharp words were like a sharp knife. It pierced deeply into Uzumaki Naruto's heart, and for the first time he had doubts about whether he worked hard to become stronger in practice. Because even if you work hard to become stronger, you will never make others like you. Everyone, why do you like Sasuke so much and hate me so much? These words completely knocked Uzumaki Naruto's mood to the bottom. He didn't understand, and he didn't know at all, what he had done to make him like this. But subconsciously, Chu Ran had already expected Haruno Sakura's attitude and words. Sure enough, Haruno Sakura is so annoying whether in the original work or in reality. I really don't know what Naruto Uzumaki likes about this woman in the original novel. No matter where you look at it, it smells disgusting. Subconsciously Chu Ran couldn't help but shook his head and said with some sigh. For the sake of someone he likes, he can even break up with his friends who have helped him since childhood. Then you have to accept help from others with peace of mind. It was obvious that he was weak and cowardly, yet he still asked Uzumaki Naruto to do this and that. Every time, he used Uzumaki Naruto, and he did not hesitate to suppress Uzumaki Naruto in school to win the favor of Uchiha Sasuke. I have to say, the appearance and approach of Haruno Sakura. It will even allow Chu Ran to speed up Uzumaki Naruto's blackening. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 0.05. As expected, Uzumaki Naruto was completely stunned after hearing Haruno Sakura's words. After the sluggishness, the degree of darkness increased, because at this time, Uzumaki Naruto began to deny himself in his heart. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 1-4. Soul, 4. Blackening progress, 1247. Blackening points, 520. Blackened Mall, opened. Seeing the increasing progress of blackening, Chu Ran also smiled. On the other hand, Uzumaki Naruto stood there blankly, and Haruno Sakura had already left. Chu Ran knew that maybe it would be best not to comfort him at this time. The next day, after Haruno Sakura's attack, Uzumaki Naruto did not choose to go to ninja school, and few people noticed in the class without Uzumaki Naruto. The teacher just remembered Uzumaki Naruto as absent from class as usual. When it was afternoon, Haruno Sakura turned her head and glanced at the seats in the back row. I just wanted to take a sneak peek at Uchiha Sasuke, but when I saw Uzumaki Naruto's empty seat, there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Did I go too far yesterday? After all, she was still a child. Haruno Sakura suddenly wondered if what she said yesterday was too much. That's why Uzumaki Naruto didn't choose to come to school today. No, not too much at all. That kind of person has no qualifications to compare with Sasuke. It would be best if this guy disappears. But this trace of regret and hesitation was only a short moment. Soon, she followed her previous thoughts and became even more vicious than before, hoping that Uzumaki Naruto would never come to school. On the other hand, Uchiha Sasuke was a little absent-minded throughout the afternoon class. That guy, why didn't you come to school today? No one has asked for leave for him yet, is he sick? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Uzumaki Naruto's seat, feeling a little concerned about this only opponent. The afternoon class was about shuriken practice, and there wasn't even an opponent in the class who could interest him. What he wants to achieve is to surpass his brother Uchiha Itachi. And if you want to do this, you must have a good opponent to motivate you to move forward. For Uchiha Sasuke, he has great affirmation for Uzumaki Naruto. Is school over? Why don't you go ask the teacher where that guy lives? Listening to the school bell ringing, Uchiha Sasuke stood up and walked towards the door. A group of little fans behind him also immediately followed, but for the group of girls behind them who were not enterprising, did not like practicing at all, and were even less powerful. Uzumaki Naruto can make Uchiha Sasuke pay more attention. After all, this was his only opponent when he was young. Chapter 33. In the Konoha apartment, Uzumaki Naruto was lying at home. Looking at the ceiling, his expression fell into deep thought. He has always made great efforts to gain recognition for himself. However, such efforts have yet to lead to him receiving the recognition he deserves. This made Uzumaki Naruto feel hesitant about working hard. Dong dong dong. As the door was knocked continuously, there was a ripple in Uzumaki Naruto's calm eyes. He had already roughly guessed who was coming to find him. Opening the door, it turned out to be Izumi Uchiha carrying some food. Naruto, my sister is here to see you. Why did you put on your pajamas so early today? Is the ninja school out so early now? Uchiha Izumi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was still wearing pajamas, and his face was slightly startled. But he also entered without any courtesy. No, I didn't go to ninja school today. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, closed the door, and lay on the bed again. After hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Uchiha Izumi stopped moving in his hands and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in confusion. She suddenly felt that the boy in front of her, who often called her sister with a smile, seemed a little different today. What's wrong? Are you still feeling a little uncomfortable? Uchiha Izumi sat beside Uzumaki Naruto's bed, and stretched out his hand to explore Uzumaki Naruto's forehead with some confusion. After feeling that Naruto Uzumaki's body temperature was normal, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. In the past, Uzumaki Naruto gave her the impression that he was very positive and had never been in such a decadent state. Sister, if a person works very hard, he still won't be recognized by everyone. Then does he still need to work hard? He won't get everyone's approval anyway. Uzumaki Naruto turned his back, hugged the pillow, and asked a little disappointed. This was a question he had been thinking about for a day. Without Chu Ran's prompting, how could a 7 or 8-year-old boy figure it out? Idiot, do you still need to ask this question? My sister likes Naruto who works hard and smiles. Even if others don't recognize Naruto, so what? People don't live for others. If someone doesn't like eating glutinous rice dumplings, my sister won't hate him. I won't deny the glutinous rice dumplings just because others don't like them. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and pulled Uzumaki Naruto up from the bed. Seeing the sloppy Uzumaki Naruto, he immediately dragged him to the bathroom. Okay, hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. Sister, come and cook a nice dinner for Naruto. Uchiha Izumi's encouragement made Uzumaki Naruto a little unresponsive, and he came to the mirror. Looking at myself listlessly, and thinking of Uchiha Izumi's encouragement just now. A glimmer of light appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. I am Uzumaki Naruto, I do not live for others. It doesn't matter what others think of me, I want to live for myself. I understand what my sister means. I will not give up my dream of becoming Hokage just because of other people's disgust. Looking at himself in the mirror, something suddenly popped into Naruto Uzumaki's mind. Turning on the faucet and splashing a handful of cold water on his face, Uzumaki Naruto instantly seemed to feel more energetic. He also turned into his smiling self before. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto also looked at the busy Uchiha Izumi. Looking at the various ingredients being brought out by Uchiha Izumi, my heart felt even warmer. Thinking that there would be delicious food waiting for him, Uzumaki Naruto's stomach growled unsatisfactorily. Then he quickly started brushing his teeth and washing his face, while Uchiha Izumi was humming happily and preparing dinner. Uzumaki Naruto, who had just washed his face and changed his clothes, walked out of the toilet and heard a knock on the door. Uchiha Izumi turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, both of whom were a little confused about who it was. When Uzumaki Naruto opened the door and saw the person coming, his face looked a little strange. How's it going, Naruto? Is he your friend? Izumi Uchiha came out with a spoon and couldn't help but be slightly startled when he saw a slightly familiar face. She knew this cool-looking boy, he was the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, who was the same generation as her. Underneath his cool exterior, he is actually a little kid who likes to cling to his older brother. Sasuke. How do you know where my home is? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke with some confusion and asked. This is the first time that so many people have entered my home. If it was Uchiha Izumi, that would be fine. After all, Uchiha Izumi would come to Uzumaki Naruto's house occasionally. Help Uzumaki Naruto clean up, but this is his first time cooking. He was hit by Hinata last time, so he specifically wanted to show off to Uzumaki Naruto. You didn't come to school today, the teacher asked me to come and take a look. By the way, you will be remembered as absent from class today. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head, feeling embarrassed to be stared at by two people. Okay, Sasuke hasn't eaten yet. Come in and eat together, it just so happens that Naruto has never had any friends come over to play, right? Uchiha Izumi looked at the arrogant Uchiha Sasuke and couldn't help but snicker. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke reminded her of Uchiha Itachi from the same period. The two brothers were really similar. He immediately pulled Uchiha Sasuke in. The rooms in the apartment are just that big, with a total of one room and one living room. When the two of them just sat down, Izumi Uchiha brought a big pot. The cauldron was still bubbling with hot bubbles. Before the lid was lifted, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were still looking forward to it. After all, Uzumaki Naruto has not eaten the food cooked by Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Sasuke rarely ate out since he was a child. But just when the lid of the pot was lifted, a special smell made the two of them frown. It wasn't a scent from food, but a sweetness from sweets. Sister, what is this? Uzumaki Naruto looked at this pot of food. He hadn't eaten anything for a day and couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. I only saw pork, carrots and some green vegetables in the pot. You can even vaguely see the ramen that Uzumaki Naruto likes. It's the ramen specially made by my sister, this is the handmade ramen I bought from the owner of Ichiraku. I also put my sister's favorite glutinous rice dumplings, but unfortunately it seems to have melted. Uchiha Izumi introduced the two of them with a proud look on his face, and at the same time filled a large bowl for each of them. Well, since there is ramen. It shouldn't taste so bad, right? Chapter 34. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's ugly expression, Uzumaki Naruto also coughed and forced himself to explain. But I just picked up a little ramen with my chopsticks and put it in my mouth. Uzumaki Naruto's face instantly turned the color of pig's liver, and the sweet taste almost made Uzumaki Naruto vomit. Sister, why is ramen sweet? The corners of Naruto Uzumaki's mouth twitched slightly, and the swallow he had forced to swallow was already his limit. Putting down his chopsticks at this time, he had already made it clear that the food made by Izumi Uchiha really didn't taste that good. When Uzumaki Naruto said that this bowl of special ramen was sweet, Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed instantly. He originally had the attitude of giving it a try, but he immediately put down his chopsticks. Well, why don't you go to my house to eat? Uchiha Sasuke coughed twice and looked up at Uchiha Izumi. Obviously, staying at Uzumaki Naruto's house for dinner at this time was not a wise thing to do. Uchiha Sasuke even felt in his heart that Uzumaki Naruto's failure to go to school might be because he ate the food cooked by Uchiha Izumi. Going to Sasuke's house? Uchiha Izumi's face looked a little strange. She wanted to refuse but saw Uzumaki Naruto's expectant eyes. He didn't speak again, just nodded, but just as the two left the dinner table. Uchiha Izumi glanced at the pot on the table, picked up the spoon, took a mouthful and put it into his mouth. It tastes pretty good. Uchiha Izumi muttered, but quickly followed the two. The three of them came out of Uzumaki Naruto's home together and walked towards the Uchiha clan along the way. With Sasuke Uchiha leading the way, the people from the security team did not interfere much. He just looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a strange expression. But when he arrived at the door of Uchiha Sasuke's house, Uchiha Izumi found an excuse to go home. The two of them didn't think anything of it. Instead, Uchiha Sasuke returned home with Uzumaki Naruto. Mom, I'm back. Like a normal child, Uchiha Sasuke was the first to call his mother when he walked in and took off his shoes. And this also made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes filled with envy. What's wrong? Seeing the envy in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little strange. I even felt that Uzumaki Naruto was envious of how big his house was. Actually, a big house is not a good thing. The somewhat arrogant Uchiha Sasuke turned his head and said awkwardly. But Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled and did not understand what Uchiha Sasuke meant. Sasuke, are you back? Before Uchiha Sasuke's mother could reply, a boy walked out of the side room next to him. Seeing the person coming, Uchiha Sasuke's face immediately changed from his cool expression. With a smile on his face, he threw himself into the boy's arms. Brother! Don't you have any tasks today? Uchiha Sasuke asked Uchiha Itachi, looking at him happily. Since Uchiha Itachi joined ANBU, the time to see Uchiha Itachi at home has become less and less. Yeah, today ended early. Is this Sasuke's friend? Looking at Uchiha Itachi's gentle smile, Uzumaki Naruto saw the shadow of Uchiha Izumi on the face of the boy in front of him. Suddenly he became timid. Excuse me, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. He's Sasuke's classmate. Naruto Uzumaki was stunned for a few seconds looking at that gentle smile, but he quickly responded. Greet Uchiha Itachi politely. Uzumaki Naruto. Kyubi Jinchuriki. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's name, Uchiha Itachi's pupils trembled slightly. The gentle smile just now also faded a little, but it soon returned to its original state. I see, Sasuke needs you to take care of him at school. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly and returned the salute. Then he led the two of them in. Uchiha Mikoto, who was cooking, saw her two sons back with a smile on her face. Especially when Uchiha Sasuke brought his classmates back for dinner for the first time, this mother was even more pleased. Our Sasuke is a bit introverted outside. I thought he was like his brother and didn't like making friends. Sasuke will have to trouble you more to take care of him from now on, Naruto. Uchiha Mikoto made Uzumaki Naruto a cup of hot tea with a smile on her face. At the same time, all the exquisite dishes were served, which put a smile on Naruto Uzumaki's face. Just some home-cooked food, don't be formal. Naruto, just treat it as your own home. Uchiha Mikoto didn't know Uzumaki Naruto's identity. She was just an ordinary woman taking care of her husband and children at home. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto at this time, he was extremely happy in his heart. After all, the two brothers are not easy to worry about, and this is the first time they have brought friends back. Yeah, aunt, I won't be polite. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and nodded. Looking at the dishes in front of him, he couldn't help but want to eat. Naruto, the food cooked by my mother is very delicious. By the way, mother, hasn't father come back? Uchiha Sasuke is very lively at home, completely different from his cool self at school. But when Uchiha Sasuke asked his father Uchiha Fugaku, the family fell silent for a moment. I'm back. At this moment, a strong middle-aged voice came from the door. A middle-aged man wearing a kimono with his hands in his sleeves entered the dining room. That unsmiling and even serious face made Uzumaki Naruto look a little scared. That, father. This is my friend, Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke was also obviously a little afraid of his father, so he stood up and said very cautiously. The family's previously harmonious and laughter-filled environment had changed somewhat with the addition of Uchiha Fugaku. Uzumaki Naruto also stood up and saluted with some restraint. After all, the other party was the head of the family. After hearing what the two said, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank obviously. Well, let's sit down and eat. After Uchiha Fugaku sat down, he looked at Naruto Uzumaki a few more times and then started eating directly. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit depressing. Itachi Uchiha finished eating first and then got up and left. He didn't say hello, and both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto felt something was wrong. Next was Uchiha Fugaku, and after Uchiha Fugaku left the dinner table. Only then did Uzumaki Naruto dare to approach Uchiha Sasuke's ear and ask softly. Isn't your brother's relationship with your father bad? Uzumaki Naruto's question immediately made Uchiha Sasuke shake his head. No, my father likes my brother very much. Chapter 35. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his head and showed a forced smile. There was just one sentence that he said from his heart. Uchiha Itachi is so good, how could his parents not like him? Uchiha Itachi has always been the pride of his father and the pride of the entire Uchiha clan. Carrying the name of genius is known throughout the Uchiha clan. That's great, Sasuke. Not only his parents but also an older brother who likes him so much. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of envy, and he didn't see anything wrong with Uchiha Sasuke. But under Chu Ran's hint, the envy in his heart became deeper. In the Uchiha family courtyard, Uchiha Itachi was reporting something to Uchiha Fugaku. After finishing the report, Uchiha Sasuke also came in after sending Uzumaki Naruto out. When he saw the two of them, he just bowed and planned to go in through the side door. Sasuke, wait. Uchiha Fugaku stopped Uchiha Sasuke, under the moonlight. His father's serious face was actually a bit scary. What's wrong, father? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, like a child who had done something wrong. You are not allowed to interact with Uzumaki Naruto in the future. Same in school, try to keep a certain distance from him. Uchiha Fugaku's words made Uchiha Sasuke slightly startled. The pupils trembled obviously. Uchiha Fugaku usually ignored his affairs. Now he was told not to get close to the only opponent and friend he recognized. It made Uchiha Sasuke a little puzzled, but his long-term respect and fear for his father prevented him from refuting. He could only look at Itachi Uchiha as if asking for help. Father is right, Sasuke. Don't get too close to that kid in the future. Uchiha Itachi did the same thing, which suddenly made Uchiha Sasuke completely unable to refute. Compared to his father, he would choose to listen to his brother. Yes, brother, father. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He didn't know how Uzumaki Naruto provoked two people. But as his dearest relative, Uchiha Sasuke did not refute and returned to the room alone. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is really a troublesome thing at this time. Itachi, remember what I told you. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the position where Uchiha Sasuke left, then turned his head and took a deep look at Uchiha Itachi. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with a cold light at this moment. The ideas and opinions between the two people obviously showed different appearances. At least for now, it seems that Uchiha Itachi has begun to disobey his father. If Chu Ran were here at this time, he would definitely know that a major event in Konoha, the night of genocide, was coming. The next day, in ninja school. After a whole day of classes, Uzumaki Naruto also walked towards home alone. I originally thought that I went to Uchiha Sasuke's house for dinner yesterday. The relationship between the two should have heated up rapidly, enough for them to become very good friends. But Uzumaki Naruto discovered that Uchiha Sasuke was particularly cold to him today, or that he was deliberately avoiding him. Of course, this didn't make Uzumaki Naruto think anything, he just felt that Uchiha Sasuke had this cool personality outside. But when Uzumaki Naruto returned to his home, his expression changed instantly. The front door, which was not very clean at first, was actually scrawled with graffiti. Colorful paint was stained on the door wall, and there were some insults written in paint pens. Really boring. Naruto Uzumaki slowly clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart to open the door. I took out a rag and bucket from home and started wiping on the wall. He knew that these things must have been written by Uchiha Sasuke's little fangirl. Although I don't know why these things were written on my doorstep. I no longer want you to recognize me. But you still keep doing this, damn it. Chu Ran also added a handful of paint to Uzumaki Naruto's anger at the right time. In today's ninja school, Uchiha Sasuke's reaction was already clear to Chu Ran. A major event for the Uchiha clan is believed to be coming soon. Apart from this explanation, there should be no other explanation. A month later, for a whole month. Uzumaki Naruto is with Uchiha Izumi every day except attending classes at school. But what makes Naruto Uzumaki strange and sad is that Uchiha Sasuke has been there since he went to his house. He kept a distance from Uzumaki Naruto as a stranger. Even in some taijutsu classes, he did not choose to compete with Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto also asked Uchiha Izumi if he had done anything wrong. Therefore, he was hated by Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto did a good job, maybe Sasuke didn't mean any harm. Uchiha Izumi patted Uzumaki Naruto's head and said softly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she naturally knew the reason. I couldn't help but feel glad in my heart that I didn't go to Uchiha Sasuke's house for dinner that time. Sister, am I very annoying? No one wants to be friends with me, I didn't think Sasuke was like that. Uzumaki Naruto's whole body began to curl up slowly, looking at the reflection on the lake in front of him. I couldn't help but start to feel sad in my heart. At any time, a person's definition of loneliness is different. Despite the company of Uchiha Izumi, even though Uchiha Izumi gave him a lot of warmth. But Uzumaki Naruto still hopes to have a friend like Uchiha Sasuke. Because only in this way will he feel like an ordinary person. How could that be? Naruto, don't think like that. Isn't Hinata your friend? And Sasuke must be your friend too. He must have his own reasons, and Naruto is only in his second year. When you are in 3rd or 4th grade, you may have many, many friends. Uchiha Izumi seemed to feel Uzumaki Naruto's loneliness and desire for friends. But at this time, she could only continue to comfort Uzumaki Naruto. Leaning next to Uzumaki Naruto, she couldn't help but think of her own childhood. At that time, I, like Uzumaki Naruto, had no friends. The only person of the same age who can be called a friend is Uchiha Itachi. But Uchiha Itachi often doesn't see people, so calling him a friend might just be Uchiha Izumi's wishful thinking. Forget it, as long as my sister can always stay with me. That's enough. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and returned to his usual smile towards Uchiha Izumi. Chapter 36. His sadness and reluctance are the same, and they are the resistance caused by facing his unfair experience. No matter what happens to Uzumaki Naruto, it is enough as long as his goal remains unchanged. Because no matter what, Uzumaki Naruto knew that he would have Izumi Uchiha by his side. Sister Kwan, no matter what. You won't leave my side, right? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi, this time he was not unsure. Instead, he asked in a positive tone. This was because Uchiha Izumi was the first person who made him truly feel warm. Of course, Naruto. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly and nodded. But what Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice was that Uchiha Izumi's eyes flickered. It seems that the night of genocide is coming soon. The number of Umbu guarding Uzumaki Naruto has also increased, and the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha has begun to escalate. Subconsciously, Chu Ran felt a few more breaths around him. His face gradually became serious. Now Uzumaki Naruto cares more about Uchiha Izumi. That means that Izumi Uchiha's death will cause him greater pain. The person who caused all this will be the object of his hatred. Anyone who kills Izumi Uchiha will also become the object of his hatred. But now there is a problem that makes Chu Ran feel a little distressed, and that is how to get Uzumaki Naruto away from these Umbu. Seeing someone you love being killed with your own eyes versus hearing someone you love being killed. These are two completely different feelings. Since the storm is coming, he will not let Uzumaki Naruto hide in a safe place to feel the storm. But to let Uzumaki Naruto face the storm, and even make the storm come more violently. This is indeed a problem. Even on the night of genocide, it is difficult for Uzumaki Naruto to go to the Uchiha clan. Chu Ran leaned on the edge of the bed, looking at Uzumaki Naruto's smiling face, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although even just hearing the news of Uchiha Izumi's death, it was a huge blow to Uzumaki Naruto. But this blow, in Chu Ran's opinion, is not enough. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi has returned to the Uchiha clan alone. Just as he was about to reach home, a figure walked out from the side. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Uchiha Sasuke. Lord Patriarch. Uchiha Izumi was slightly startled and half knelt on the ground to salute Uchiha Fugaku. Although the Uchiha clan does not have a strict superior-subordinate relationship like the Hyuga clan. But for clan members like her who are not core members, they need to bow to the clan leader. You need to pay attention to the Ninetales Jinchuriki recently. There are more ANBU around him. If the time comes, we really want to take action. You must use the fastest speed and bring him to the Uchiha clan regardless of the consequences. Uchiha Fugaku also had a look of determination on his face. His words were full of unquestionable meaning, which made Izumi Uchiha's body tremble. They are ninjas, and ninjas must accept orders from their superiors. The mission is more important than one's own life, which is the same for Uchiha Izumi. Clan leader, don't worry, the Nine-tailed Jinchuriki especially believes in me. There won't be any problems. Uchiha Izumi lowered his head, and the look in his eyes began to become depressed. Even Chu Ran didn't expect that Uchiha Izumi would continue to get closer to Uzumaki Naruto after accepting a mission from Uchiha Fugaku. If the initial encounter was just a chance. Then in the future, I don't know which time it was approached, and it became deliberate. The village is already staring at us and we can't let any chance pass. Go back and pay attention to yourself. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, turned around and left. As the clan leader, his first priority is for the Uchiha clan. Maybe this is despicable, but as long as the Uchiha clan can successfully survive, there is no doubt that it is worth it. If we say, force the Uchiha clan to capture Uzumaki Naruto. There are many people in the Uchiha clan who can do it, but it will also attract the attention of ANBU. But what if Uzumaki Naruto came to the Uchiha clan by himself, or what if he was brought here by the people closest to Uzumaki Naruto? Then this matter would become easier, and the ANBU might not interfere. If the Uchiha clan could directly control the Nine-tailed Jinchuriki, they would not be able to defeat the Leaf Village. There will also be an extra bargaining chip, since the death of the 4th generation Hokage. There have been more and more open and secret fights between Uchiha and the village. Uchiha Fugaku knew that there was no other way except this. Yes. Uchiha Izumi responded and disappeared from the spot with a teleportation technique. When the figure appeared again, she had already arrived at the door of her home. Tears in Uchiha Izumi's eyes kept streaking down her cheeks. She regarded Uzumaki Naruto as her own brother. But again, she had her reasons for having to do this. If Konoha village wants to deal with the Uchiha clan, it will definitely not be possible to just kill the chickens to scare the monkeys. The unity of Konoha's famous families is far greater than others think. If Uchiha really wants to rebel, no one's life will be spared. Including her, including Uchiha Izumi's mother. I'm sorry Naruto. Uchiha Izumi wiped away his tears with the back of his hand, and his eyes became firm. A week later, Uzumaki Naruto did not see Uchiha Izumi for a whole week. The entire Konoha village didn't know why, but it was even a little quiet during this week. The streets had long since lost their usual bustle, and even when the sun had just set, many shops were closed. Uzumaki Naruto's pockets were almost clean. He came to the lake to fish today, and for some reason he gained a lot. The harvest is much better than usual. I returned home with the fish basket. Because Uchiha Izumi's cooking skills were indeed terrible, Uzumaki Naruto learned some simple fish dishes in the Konoha library. After slaughtering the fresh live fish, 2 fish were fried and served with a large bowl of white rice. This was Naruto Uzumaki's dinner alone, and it was quickly eaten into Naruto Uzumaki's stomach. Belch. After burping, Uzumaki Naruto lay on the bed. He took out a kunai and began to try to carve the talisman of the Flying Thunder God's technique onto the kunai. Ever since the sealed book, he has taken time to try it every day. Although it still failed to succeed, at least there was some progress. I don't know what Sister Kwan is doing at this time. Chapter 37. Uzumaki Naruto lay on the bed and looked out the window. I don't know why, but Konoha village is particularly quiet tonight. It was so quiet that it felt scary. On weekdays, Konoha village was never this quiet. Is the night of genocide about to begin? The number of Umbu guarding Uzumaki Naruto has decreased. Are most of them sent to the Uchiha clan? Subconsciously, Chu Ran felt the gradually decreasing atmosphere around him. There was also a trace of contemplation on his face. If he guessed correctly, it should be the time for the night of genocide. Although it may be a little later than in the original work. Because of the changes in Uzumaki Naruto, the original plot line has undergone certain changes. But judging from the subtle changes in some things, Chu Ran can also conclude that there is a high probability that tonight will be the night of genocide. By the way, I always said that I would send grilled fish to Sister Kwan. Sister Kwan has not eaten the grilled fish I made. There happens to be a lot of grilled fish today, why don't you send some to Sister Kwan? As part of the plan, Uzumaki Naruto must see with his own eyes the beginning and end of the night of genocide. So Chu Ran immediately began to subconsciously hint at Uzumaki Naruto. Grilled fish. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the alarm clock not far away. It was still early at 8 o'clock. Without hesitation, he stood up and quickly put on his clothes, packed up the grilled fish, put on his shoes and went out. It was only a little after 8 o'clock, but the streets of Konoha village were already dark. There were only a few street lights that illuminated some roads, but the quiet environment made Uzumaki Naruto feel a little flustered for some reason. Konoha village, on the roof of the Hokage's office. The 4 top executives of Konoha were gathered here at this time. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very ugly, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. After tonight, the Uchiha clan will no longer exist. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look at Shimura Danzo and said in a low voice. He knew that part of the situation between the Uchiha clan and the Leaf Village was caused by his old comrade. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen knew it in his heart many times, he still chose to acquiesce in all this happening. As Hokage, he has his own thinking, and he needs to eliminate unstable factors for Konoha from all aspects. Hiruzen, your approach is still too hesitant. Otherwise, there is no need to wait until today. Shimura Danzo opened his eyes and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then turned to look at the Uchiha clan. No one noticed that when Danzo Shimura looked at the Uchiha clan, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Be prepared to speak to the Uchiha clan in the village. In addition, after tonight, an S-class arrest warrant will be issued for Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Shimura Danzo, turned around and left directly. He knew that after tonight, Konoha would undergo a major reshuffle. Except for the Uchiha clan, all other Konoha wealthy families may be in danger. The next step for Sarutobi Hiruzen is to calm down all the famous families. Within the Uchiha clan, a killing was going on. In the clan, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were red from the killing, and the Manjiki Sharingan was also open due to the death of his blood relatives. But in addition to the killing led by Uchiha Itachi, there was also a mysterious appearance. The Uchiha clan had no survivors at all. Wearing a spiral mask, only one eye is exposed, which represents his identity. 7 years ago, Uchiha Obito was the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion. At the moment, Uchiha Itachi does not know the identity of Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Obito also calls himself Uchiha Madara. With the 2 men joining forces, the Uchiha clan was filled with screams and wails. And just outside the door of the Uchiha guards, Uchiha Obito was killing his former compatriots. The sudden appearance of a figure made Uchiha Obito stop what he was doing. How is this going? Who are you? The blood and corpses on the ground, coupled with the smell of blood that hit his nose, made Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose. Looking at the man with chains in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto instinctively felt fear. The pungent smell of blood made Uzumaki Naruto's mind go blank and his feet were paralyzed in place. Who are you? Uchiha Obito looked at Uzumaki Naruto, his pupils contracted slightly. In just a moment, he recognized Uzumaki Naruto's identity. After killing the Uchiha clansman in his hand with kunai, he walked towards Uzumaki Naruto step by step. Do not come. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the corpses on the ground and the blood-red eyes. His pupils began to be filled with fear, which was different from the feeling Mizuki gave him at that time. The murderous intent or the degree of danger between the two cannot be put on the same level at all. It was a threat from death. Feeling this threat of death, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't even escape. Because this was the first time that he had seen death head-on, and so many dead people. For a child, this kind of blow undoubtedly goes straight to the heart. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Just as Uchiha Obito continued to approach Uzumaki Naruto, a huge fireball rushed towards Uchiha Obito in the forest. Facing the terrifying Go Fireball technique, Uchiha Obito just glanced at it and did not choose to dodge at all. A horrifying scene appeared. The huge fireball passed directly by Uchiha Obito. A violent explosion occurred in the open space beside it. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion blew Uzumaki Naruto several meters away, just as he was about to hit the tree trunk behind him. A figure quickly caught Uzumaki Naruto. Sister Kwan. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils kept trembling as he clung to Uchiha Izumi's arm out of fear. The mysterious masked man in front of him was much stronger than Mizuki. And even with the Sharingan, this sense of oppression is enough to make Uzumaki Naruto aware of his weakness. But when Uzumaki Naruto saw Uchiha Izumi, the same pair of eyes entered Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Naruto, listen. Go back immediately and don't come to the Uchiha clan again. Go to the Jonin immediately, go to the Hokage-sama. Uchiha Izumi helped Uzumaki Naruto aside and took out 2 kunai from his waist. She originally only thought about running away, but she knew that she couldn't run away now. I don't know whether it was because of the pressure from life and death, or because she had someone to protect, but she opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan later than in the original work. Chapter 38. Until now, she had not shown her talent in the Uchiha clan. In the eyes of his tribe, Izumi Uchiha is an alien, and in the eyes of others, he is not even qualified to open the Sharingan. But at this moment, he has the qualifications of 3 Magatama. Sanmagatama? Your eyes are beautiful. Uchiha Obito looked at the pair of Sharingan eyes in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The first reason why he came here was to accommodate Itachi Uchiha for use by the Akatsuki organization. The second reason is to collect enough Sharingan. Sister Kwan. Naruto Uzumaki's feet kept shaking, and his mind went blank as he looked at the scene in front of him. Although this was not the first time he faced the fear of death, this time was fundamentally different from Mizuki's time. The pressure between the two completely made Uzumaki Naruto unable to look directly and face it head-on. Bang! Before Uchiha Izumi could react, Uchiha Obito was the first to move. The ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered, and he rushed towards Uchiha Spring. The iron chain in his hand was waving while making a constant clanging sound. Uchiha Izumi's face darkened slightly, and he threw several kunai with both hands. The figure retreated towards the back at the same time, trying to force Uchiha Obito to retreat. Come and get closer to Uzumaki Naruto so that you can escape with Uzumaki Naruto. With the blessing of Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi can still quickly judge Uchiha Obito's movements. As for the fireball that passed through before, Uchiha Izumi didn't care much. In her opinion, it may be some kind of special time and space ninjutsu, but time and space ninjutsu is very special and cannot be used continuously in a short period of time. Call out. The kunai cut through the air, making a bursting sound. Facing the sharp kunai with a hint of coldness, Uchiha Obito didn't even look at it. The speed increased instead of decreasing, and the kunai penetrated directly through his mask without causing any damage. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's expression also changed suddenly. The battle experience and instinct between the two made a judgment in an instant. Chang! Although Uchiha Izumi struggled for a few seconds, his neck was soon strangled with an iron chain by Uchiha Obito. A painful expression appeared on Uchiha Izumi's face, and the rapid feeling of suffocation made Uchiha Izumi's face turn pale. His pupils kept turning white, his breathing became increasingly difficult, and his consciousness began to become increasingly blurry. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing? Sister Kwan is going to die. Dying. I'm going to die like Irika-sensei. While Uzumaki Naruto stood blankly, Chu Ran's voice sounded again in his subconscious. For Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Izumi is his first relative and the most important person to him. Unlike Mizuki who betrayed him, he was a person who was completely for his own good and constantly protected himself. Asshole. Let go of Sister Quan. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and his eyes instantly turned red. The chakra in the body continued to riot at this time, and in a flash, he used the teleportation technique to arrive in front of Uchiha Obito. He punched the masked man in front of him, but the punch didn't hit anything. Or strictly speaking, it penetrated directly from Uchiha Obito's face. Boom! The punch failed, and it was already difficult to control Naruto Uzumaki's figure in midair. At the same time, he was kicked away by Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Naruto flew out quickly and hit a big tree hard. Uchiha Obito showed no mercy with this kick, and the huge force directly caused the trees behind Uzumaki Naruto to shatter. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils kept trembling, and this kick made him feel as if his internal organs had been displaced. Blood continued to spit out from the mouth, and the whole person's consciousness began to become drowsy. Why didn't the power of Kyuubi appear? Is it because the seal is still relatively complete? Uchiha Obito looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured in his heart. He knew Uzumaki Naruto's identity. As the mastermind behind the incident 8 years ago, he naturally knew that Uzumaki Naruto could not suppress the power of the Nine Tails. But now the power of Kyuubi is not seen overflowing, which makes Uchiha Obito feel confused. Forget it, let's get down to business quickly. That guy should be almost there. Glancing at Uzumaki Naruto who was leaning against the big tree and unable to stand up, Uchiha Obito's expression was still so indifferent. As soon as his hands were loosened, the chain instantly let go of its prey like a smart snake. At this time, Izumi Uchiha didn't know whether he was unconscious or suffocated, and his whole body became soft. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Uchiha Obito grabbed his neck. Asshole, what are you going to do? Let go, let go. Uzumaki Naruto used the last bit of strength in his body and shouted angrily while blood couldn't stop pouring from his throat. As if he couldn't hear it, Uchiha Obito stretched out his other hand and approached Uchiha Izumi's eyes. His fingers were pressed into his eyes, and in front of Uzumaki Naruto, blood spurted out. Uchiha Izumi's pair of Sharingan eyes were forcibly taken out by Uchiha Obito. Ah! Such a bloody scene, where the person closest to him was hurt like this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately became crazy. He desperately wanted to stand up from the ground, desperately wanted to rush forward and snatch back his sister's eyes. But with staggering steps, he only took 2 steps before falling to the ground. And Uchiha Izumi's empty eyes became the last straw that crushed Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Strength. Strength. It's because I don't have power. Just because there is no power. If only I had the power. If only I were strong enough. I can protect Sister Quan. You can help Sister Quan get revenge. You can kill this bastard in front of you. Uzumaki Naruto pinched the soil in front of his eyes with both hands, and tears continued to fall from his eyes. His eyes began to become more and more confused, and the hints Chu Ran subconsciously gave to Uzumaki Naruto also made Uzumaki Naruto's desire for power more intense. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 8. Ding! The degree of blackening reaches 20. Get the blackened treasure chest X1. Ding! The degree of blackening reaches 20. Blackening points increased by 1000. The sound of the system started to sound, and Chu Ran's eyes couldn't help but brighten subconsciously. Not only are there blackening points, but there is also a blackening treasure box, which means that Chu Ran can obtain another special ability in Naruto. Moreover, as long as the degree of blackening continues to increase, Chu Ran's physique and soul will continue to strengthen. Chapter 39. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement for Chu Ran. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 1-9. Soul, 5. Blackening progress, 20-47. Blackening points, 1520. Blackened Mall, opened. And he already has more than 1500 blackening points, which is enough for Chu Ran to exchange for a bloodstain limit. System, open the blackened treasure chest. Chu Ran couldn't wait to open the blackened treasure chest directly. According to the current situation outside, it shouldn't take long before it's time for him to play. If you only have King Kong blockade and are proficient in various wind escapes, it will not be enough to deal with Uchiha Obito. The blackened treasure chest in front of him is different. After opening it, it will undoubtedly greatly increase Chu Ran's strength. Ding! The blackened treasure chest is open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first Hokage Senju Hashirama Cell Max. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Senju Hashirama Senjutsu Max of the first Hokage. As the sound of the system rang again, what I got this time was better than the first time I mastered Wind Escape. The cells of the first Hokage's Senju Hashirama are considered a great treasure in the world of Hokage. Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja, was once evaluated by Madara Uchiha that no one can kill Senju Hashirama on the battlefield. Because of Senju Hashirama's powerful self-healing ability, his ability to instantly enter Senjutsu, and gain abnormal recovery power and ninjutsu amplification ability. There is no doubt that it is the top-notch auxiliary ability. As long as the chakra is enough, Chu Ran is equivalent to an immortal existence. With the Nine-Tails chakra and Hashirama cells, his resilience will be the highest in the entire ninja world. At this moment, outside, Uzumaki Naruto's degree of darkness increased, and his consciousness continued to become confused due to anger. Strong hatred and unwillingness continued to accumulate in his heart, and the already serious injury became an important factor in suppressing his will at this time. Aren't you willing to give in? You have such eyes even at a young age. If it weren't for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I really wouldn't be able to keep you. Uchiha Obito looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Even though he was the child of his former teacher, there was no mercy in his eyes. He pulled the chain with his right hand and threw it directly towards Uzumaki Naruto. The clanging sound of the iron chain even cut through the air, creating a piercing sound, and hit Naruto Uzumaki directly. Bang! The heavy iron chain hit his body, and Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness finally became blank. His pupils turned white and he rolled around on the ground for a few times before losing consciousness. Uchiha Obito's attack controlled the force, and at most it could seriously injure Naruto Uzumaki, but not kill him. After all, there will be Konoha's Umbu coming here soon. Okay, it's almost time to go. I didn't expect this girl to still be alive. Uchiha Obito closed his eyes in time and space and glanced at Uchiha Izumi, who still had a weak breath. Just when he was about to take action to deal with Uchiha Izumi and then leave. Suddenly a dangerous breath came out, and Uchiha Obito's pupils shrank instantly. Call out. Several wind blades penetrated from his body at such a fast speed that if he didn't have the Sharingan, he probably wouldn't be able to react. When Uchiha Obito turned his head, his eyes narrowed slightly. Uzumaki Naruto, who had been lying down, stood up at some point. The injuries on the body, the flesh wounds caused by the chains whipping the body, were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could it be the Nine-Tails chakra? Isn't it the aura of the Nine-Tails and the constitution of the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Obito looked at Uzumaki Naruto and suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. As a nine-tailed Jinchuriki, it is normal to have transcendent resilience, but Uchiha Obito is very familiar with the Nine-Tails chakra. Just by feeling it, you can tell that it is not the Nine-Tailed chakra, nor does it look like the super-strong physique of the Uzumaki clan. King Kong blockade. Chu Ran didn't have the slightest fondness for Uchiha Obito, so he released the Uzumaki clan's signature secret technique without hesitation. Several golden chains swept towards Uchiha Obito, like several poisonous snakes chasing their prey. Constantly chasing Uchiha Obito's figure, even though he has almost invincible time and space ninjutsu. As long as Chu Ran's attack is seamless, it will definitely be impossible for Uchiha Obito to dodge. Your interval should be 5 minutes. What a shameless pupil technique. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, while stimulating Uchiha Obito with words. His hands also quickly formed seals, and the wind escape breakthrough was issued at the same time, instantly restraining Uchiha Obito's figure. Who are you? Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could be seen through the pupil technique in just one fight. He didn't believe that an 8-year-old kid could do it. But at the same time, Uchiha Obito was also shocked. He did not expect Uzumaki Naruto to know the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. Of course I am Uzumaki Naruto. Who else could it be? Chu Ran pretended to be innocent, spread his hands, and said naturally. And the more this happened, the more Uchiha Obito felt that things were a little weird, even beyond his scope of thinking. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha Obito, who was entangled by the King Kong blockade, spit out a huge fireball directly from his mouth. It is much more powerful than the powerful fireball technique released by Uchiha Izumi. The scorching high temperature kept getting closer to Chu Ran, but just when it was about to get close to Chu Ran, Chu Ran's figure disappeared instantly, not because of his speed, but because of his sudden disappearance. When he appeared again, he appeared directly on the right side of Uchiha Obito's body. The original King Kong blockade had just penetrated his body. Now Chu Ran's sudden appearance has made Uchiha Obito somewhat unable to react. He watched helplessly as the sharp wind escape chakra wrapped around Chu Ran's palm. Chong! The chain shattered, and Uchiha Obito's right arm was cut off by Chu Ran. The sharp wind release chakra is like an irresistible sword, sharp and fast. The fall of the entire right arm also caused Uchiha Obito's pupils to tremble. The pupil technique was activated immediately after the arm was cut off, penetrating through the King Kong blockade, and the body moved and used the teleportation technique to open a long distance from Chu Ran. You brat, you're so disguised. I can actually control the changes in the nature of wind release chakra, and that technique just now. It's the teacher's flying thunder god technique. Chapter 40. Uchiha Obito looked at the kunai on the ground aside. There was a very conspicuous charm on that kunai. It is the talisman of the Yondaime Hokage's famous stunt, the flying thunder god jutsu. It may be unfamiliar to others, but Uchiha Obito is very familiar with this ninjutsu. We also know how difficult this ninjutsu is to practice. Only the second-generation Hokage and the fourth-generation Hokage who created this technique have learned it in Konoha. Let's meet again next time we have a chance. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Obito took a deep look at Chu Ran, and a whirlpool immediately appeared in the whirlpool mask. The entire space began to distort, and his body was absorbed into the vortex. Running away, it's so boring. Chu Ran put away the King Kong blockade and glanced at the position where Uchiha Obito left. Then he walked in the direction of Uchiha Izumi. Chu Ran, who had Hashirama cells, could easily recover the injuries in Uchiha Izumi's body. But Uchiha Izumi just suffocated and fainted, and the injuries to his eyes were not what Chu Ran wanted to control. In his opinion, as long as Uchiha Izumi does not die, that is enough. It's almost time for Konoha's Jonin and Umbu to arrive. Chu Ran stretched his body, slowly sat down and lay next to Uchiha Izumi. The consciousness gradually entered the subconscious, returning control of the body to Uzumaki Naruto again. After tonight, the Uzumaki Naruto who is positive about life and extremely enthusiastic towards others may completely change. Chu Ran was also curious. After Uzumaki Naruto woke up, he learned that Uchiha Izumi was blind but survived. What kind of face would he have and what kind of mood he would feel? Soon, the end of the night of genocide came. The Sandaime Hokage brought many jounin of Konoha to the Uchiha clan. Near the security team, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Izumi were discovered, and they were immediately sent to the hospital under the command of the Sandaime Hokage. Hokage-sama, please come here. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was wondering why Uzumaki Naruto appeared here. A voice from the side caught his attention, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward. There was a broken arm on the ground, but strangely there was no blood around the broken arm. The severed arm was extremely pale, as if there was no trace of blood in it. This is the cell of the first generation of adults. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the severed arm in front of him, his pupils trembled slightly, and he said with some surprise. He is probably relatively familiar with the first generation of chakra. Because his disciple Orochimaru once studied the cells of the first Hokage. Another disciple, Senju Tsunade, who is good at medical ninjutsu, is also the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Among them, the cells of the first generation Hokage were enough to cultivate a prosthetic limb that fit him, but this was still an idea at the beginning. Before being implemented and tested, Senju Tsunade left the Leaf Village. Search the Uchiha clan immediately and count all the wounded and dead. In addition, send this arm to the Konoha Hospital Research Department and let the medical team analyze it. As the longest-serving Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered many jounin in just an instant. This night of genocide was a deal between Konoha's top brass and Uchiha Itachi. This is the case in the original work, and in the original work Uchiha Itachi is also active in the Akatsuki organization as a double agent. It's just that at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have any clue about the owner of this arm. Things seem to be getting complicated. What do those guys want the Sharingan for? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, looking at the lost eyes of the members of the security team, he couldn't help but feel a big stone in his heart. One day later, Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his eyes in Konoha Hospital. The original injury was quickly recovered after Chu Ran took over the body. There are 3 super recovery methods, Nine-Tails Chakra, Hashirama cells and Senjutsu Chakra. Not to mention hidden dangers, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't feel even a trace of pain now. Sister Quan. As soon as Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes, his face turned ugly for a moment, and he looked around at Uchiha Izumi. The simple environment around him and the smell of disinfectant also let Uzumaki Naruto know that this was a hospital. The memory in his mind still stayed at the moment when he was knocked away by Uchiha Obito. And Uchiha Izumi, the most important person to me, had his eyes dug out in front of him. Scenes like this will probably become Naruto Uzumaki's nightmare for the rest of his life. At this time, he couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly, clutching the white bed sheets of the hospital. His eyes were red, and the hatred and anger in his heart continued to surge. There had never been such a moment when he felt so small and powerless. Facing an enemy that far exceeded his own strength, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and could only watch helplessly as everything came to him. I can only watch my loved ones being hurt. Power is because there is no power. If I were strong enough, Sister Quan would not be injured or die. No, Sister Quan. Subconsciously, Chu Ran felt the anger in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, and did not want him to become like Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke's evil is not pure, it is a blackness that can be whitewashed. It was a feeling of having everything and having everything taken away from him, which made his heart completely occupied by hatred. But Chu Ran would not let Uzumaki Naruto become like this. He wanted to make Uzumaki Naruto completely black and have no good impression of the world. So now, Uchiha Izumi who is still alive is the most important. After receiving Chu Ran's prompt, Uzumaki Naruto immediately jumped out of bed and ran out the door. The patient's name is written on the door of each room, making it easier for the medical ninjas to take notes. At this moment, in Uchiha Izumi's ward, Uchiha Izumi, whose eyes were tied with a thick layer of bandages, had another person in front of him. It was none other than the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Izumi Uchiha, could you please recount what happened that night? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the girl who had lost her eyes in front of him, with no trace of pity in his eyes. On the contrary, there was a touch of indifference in his words. With a double agent like Uchiha Itachi, he naturally already knew what kind of work Uchiha Izumi was responsible for in the Uchiha clan. Just like the Umbu he sent out, Izumi Uchiha also had the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under surveillance. And when necessary, he must secretly bring back Uzumaki Naruto's instructions for the Uchiha clan. There is no doubt that the girl in front of him is a reactionary in the Uchiha clan and has betrayed Konoha's existence. Logically speaking, such a person should be imprisoned in Konoha prison or handed over to ANBU for disposal. Chapter 41. But because the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, only Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi are left in Konoha. Moreover, the Uchiha spring in front of him still had value in Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion. Uchiha Itachi suddenly started killing people in the clan, and then I was very scared. I just wanted to go to the police force to find help, but I didn't expect to meet a mysterious man in Uzumaki Naruto. Then I started fighting the mysterious man, he was very powerful and also had the Sharingan. Uchiha Izumi's words were very brief and he quickly explained what happened. Why Uzumaki Naruto was here. After passing the broken grilled fish on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already guessed a rough idea. But this does not mean that Izumi Uchiha can be forgiven. I know the responsibilities given to you by the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to talk too much and just dropped a bombshell. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated, and Uchiha Izumi has no relatives, which poses no threat to Konoha. The rest is the use value. When Uchiha Izumi heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, his body obviously trembled. Now that the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, Konoha does not want to pursue your fault. From now on, you will live with Uzumaki Naruto. That child likes you very much and has always regarded you as a relative. You should know what to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was very calm, even so calm that it made people feel a little scary. And such words also made Uchiha Izumi reveal a wry smile. She could understand the meaning behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. All in all, just like the Uchiha clan, they want to use her to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Use the bond that was originally established to firmly control Uzumaki Naruto within Konoha. Hokage-sama, I know what to do. Uchiha Izumi nodded and replied respectfully. Now that she has no eyes, she is already a disabled person. Even if she is alive, she may be imprisoned by Konoha forever. It would be better to agree to Sarutobi Hiruzen's conditions, which might be the best choice for her. Sister Quan. Just after Izumi Uchiha agreed, Uzumaki Naruto's voice came from outside the door. But there were ANBU guards outside the door, and Uzumaki Naruto couldn't get in at all. Mark my words, don't try to betray Konoha. The village will never treat you badly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Uchiha Izumi, turned around and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, he saw Uzumaki Naruto being grabbed by ANBU. Third-generation grandfather. The restrained Uzumaki Naruto was also released, and looked at the third Hokage in front of him with a trace of surprise on his face. Naruto, are you okay? Compared to Uchiha Izumi, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled a lot more when he treated Uzumaki Naruto. Not only is Uzumaki Naruto's origin, but also Uzumaki Naruto's identity. Grandpa third generation, where is Sister Quan? Is Sister Quan okay? Uzumaki Naruto did not directly answer how he was doing, he was always worried about Uchiha Izumi. He grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand and asked anxiously. I'm resting inside, let's go in. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, took his hand out of Uzumaki Naruto's hand, and patted Uzumaki Naruto's head at the same time. Then he left with the ANBU, but there were still some doubts about the night of genocide. He, the Hokage, was needed to investigate and find out which links caused the problem. Uzumaki Naruto ran into the ward at a brisk pace and looked at Izumi Uchiha, whose eyes were wrapped in thick bandages. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes immediately turned red, and tears fell from his eyes uncontrollably. Is it Naruto? Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly and stretched out his hand as if to touch Uzumaki Naruto. But having just lost her eyes, she could only feel someone sobbing in front of her, but she couldn't find the direction. Sister, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that my sister lost her eyes to that bastard. If I hadn't dragged her down, she would have been able to escape. Uzumaki Naruto wiped his tears and reached out to hold Uchiha Izumi's hands. At this time, he was extremely regretting why he ran to the Uchiha clan. If he hadn't gone there, maybe Izumi Uchiha wouldn't have appeared there, and he wouldn't have fought the mysterious man because of him. My sister can't escape, none of this is Naruto's fault. My sister was too weak, so that guy took her eyes away. But this is good. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and took Uzumaki Naruto into his arms. But that last sentence was spoken by Izumi Uchiha in his heart. She has always felt tired of not being recognized by her tribe. Even if it turned out that she was recognized by the clan, it was only because she was close to the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. And she is just a tool to be used. If she did not obey Uchiha's orders, she and her mother would be ostracized and might be persecuted. So she had no choice but to go against her own heart. At least in Uchiha Izumi's heart, Uzumaki Naruto is still regarded as a relative by her. Sister, I will definitely help you get revenge. When I become stronger, when I become Hokage, I must help my sister to avenge her. A flash of determination flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he was even more determined and convinced in his heart at this moment. When I am strong enough, no matter where that guy is. He must also kill the guy who caused Uchiha Izumi so much pain. Yeah, Naruto can definitely become very powerful. When the time comes, I will definitely be able to become the Hokage, protect Konoha, and protect everyone. Uchiha Izumi smiled and nodded, patting Uzumaki Naruto's forehead. But for some reason, these words made Naruto Uzumaki feel a little uncomfortable. When Uchiha Izumi mentioned wanting to protect everyone in the village, images flashed through his mind that he didn't want to ring. That was the cold attitude everyone in the village gave him, and the scene when everyone called him a monster. It is the scene that occurs when everyone rejects him and leaves him alone. Gradually, Uzumaki Naruto became silent, straightened his hands and instinctively began to clench his fists hard. I just need to protect Sister Quan. Those guys don't like me at all. They wish I would disappear and wish I would never appear. I will only protect those who care about me. Some words began to appear in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, words that directly hit his heart. Chapter 42. Even though he is a kind-hearted child in his heart, he has experienced a series of things. No matter how simple and kind Uzumaki Naruto is, he still has some resentment in his heart towards those who hate him. He is willing to work hard to become stronger for the people he loves, and he is also willing to sacrifice for them. Protect everyone. Uzumaki Naruto muttered hesitantly. There was also a trace of struggle in his eyes. If it was said that he hated those who hated him, he would also fight to protect them. Would that be unfair to the one you love and the one who loves you? The Hokage's duty is to protect everyone. I'm just fulfilling my duties as Hokage, those guys are not as important as Izumi-san. Premature extremeness does not constitute blackening, it is just a child's whim. Chu Ran's hint was very important. He wanted to make Uzumaki Naruto convinced that those who care about him are the most important people. As for the others, that's just the Hokage's responsibility. As the Hokage, it is obviously your duty to protect the people in the village. Yeah, I know, Sister Quan. I will definitely work hard to become stronger and protect Sister Quan and everyone. When Uzumaki Naruto mentioned people other than Uchiha Izumi, his eyes evaded. Although invisible, Izumi Uchiha could still feel it. I felt some unwillingness in Naruto Uzumaki's heart. A month passed quickly. Uchiha Izumi had been discharged from the hospital early. Under the arrangement of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Izumi moved into Uzumaki Naruto's home. As for the Uchiha tribe, it has now become a dead street. Occasionally, Uchiha Izumi would be interrogated by some torture department ninjas during this month. But after a long time, the ninjas from the torture department stopped coming. Life gradually fell into calm, and the ninja school started early. Uzumaki Naruto also returned to school life, and Uchiha Izumi also ended his ninja career because of his eyesight. Instead of the lively bustle of the past, it became more peaceful. Uzumaki Naruto also became more silent in the school. I also work harder and more seriously on daily systematic ninja learning. And it's not just Uzumaki Naruto who is hardworking, there is someone who is colder, silent, and harder working than him. That was Uchiha Sasuke, who also experienced the night of genocide. Before the night of genocide, Uchiha Sasuke would occasionally talk to his classmates. But things are different now. Uchiha Sasuke has become more taciturn, and even his cold eyes are not what he should be at this age. Several times, when he was in the back mountain, Uzumaki Naruto had seen Uchiha Sasuke training hard. A year later, Uzumaki Naruto turned 9. The degree of darkness has not increased this year, but the number of ANBU monitoring Uzumaki Naruto has gradually decreased. Uchiha Izumi has also become a little familiar with the life of being blind, and occasionally goes out for a walk on weekdays. But once during this year, Uzumaki Naruto saw Uchiha Izumi when he was passing by the Hokage's office. Although Uchiha Izumi just said to explain the night of genocide, Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay attention, but this incident was remembered by Chu Ran. 2 years later, Uzumaki Naruto was 10 years old. There are still 2 years left before graduation from ninja school. In the past 2 years, the strength of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha began to improve by leaps and bounds. One keeps improving his strength and becoming stronger because of hatred. One wants to protect his important people, and the two of them have fought each other several times in the past 2 years. But every time, Uzumaki Naruto was defeated, whether it was taijutsu or shuriken jutsu. Uzumaki Naruto was very dissatisfied with this and even had the title of the second oldest among the students of the same period. But the relationship between the two people continues to create bonds because of every encounter. 3 years later, Uzumaki Naruto was 11 years old, and he was no longer the child he was before. It is also different from Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. He gets up early every morning. Go for a morning jog in the village, and then practice the art of shuriken. The three-body technique has become so perfect that it is completely impossible to fail to graduate like in the original work. In school, Uzumaki Naruto has also gained some friends in the past few years. The original 12 strong ones, Inazuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji, and Nara Shikamaru, also had some bonds with Uzumaki Naruto. But it is only limited to ordinary friends or classmates. Today, Uzumaki Naruto also said goodbye to a few people with a smile, and then went to the school gate. At a glance, I saw Izumi Uchiha holding a cane, standing at the gate of the school, waiting for Uzumaki Naruto. Next to Uchiha Izumi, Hinata was also beside him. Sister Kwan, why did you come here suddenly today? Hinata too, what are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto trotted and came to the two of them, supported Uchiha Izumi's hand and said slowly. When Hyuga Hinata saw Uzumaki Naruto, her face turned crimson obviously. He lowered his head and hesitated, not knowing what he was talking about. I've been at home for a long time and want to go out for a walk, it's time for you to get out of school. Thankfully Hinata is here to chat with me and wait for you. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, patted Uzumaki Naruto's hand, and pulled Hinata to her side. Her eyes were no longer able to see, but her ears had become much sharper at this time. She could clearly hear that Hinata's heart beat much faster after Uzumaki Naruto came over. Uchiha Izumi also reached out and touched Hinata's cheek. Hinata, you need to be more confident. After all, Hinata is a good child just like Naruto. Uchiha Izumi knew very well in his heart that this girl had a certain affection for his brother. She had always known it, but at this time, her heart was purer than before. That, Sister Kwan. Hinata was slightly startled, then raised her reddish face to look at Uchiha Izumi. Even though his eyes were partially covered by bandages, Izumi Uchiha's smile still made people feel at ease. The originally fast heartbeat gradually calmed down under Uchiha Izumi's voice. Hinata, thank you. Come to our house for dinner next time, I have learned a lot of cooking now. Although it may not be as delicious as Hinata's, it should still be good. Uzumaki Naruto was very happy to have someone to talk to Uchiha Izumi for more time. After all, ever since his eyes were taken away, Izumi Uchiha is no longer as lively as before. Chapter 43. At home, he rarely takes the initiative to talk to Uzumaki Naruto. He usually sits quietly on the bed alone. However, Uzumaki Naruto didn't care. After all, it was normal for his mood to change after experiencing such a thing. He is not the kid he was back then and doesn't care about these things. Hinata, remember to come over and play if you have time. See you next time. Uchiha Izumi also waved his hand in the direction of Hinata, and headed back with Uzumaki Naruto. Along the way, the two also chatted about what happened in the ninja school today. Did you lose to Sasuke again this time? Then you have to work harder next time. After all, Naruto is about to graduate. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, and couldn't help but start joking about Uzumaki Naruto when he heard that Uzumaki Naruto lost to Uchiha Sasuke again today. After all, the two have been rivals since childhood, competing with each other. She knew very well that her brother was a person who refused to admit defeat and was unwilling to admit defeat. I won't lose next time, sister. When I become stronger, I will definitely beat Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said to Uchiha Izumi very harshly. He naturally knew in his heart that there was a gap between himself and Uchiha Sasuke. But this gap is not big. Every time Uchiha Sasuke narrowly beats him, it is precisely because he has hatred that spurs him on. Only Uchiha Sasuke has the motivation to practice and stands as a winner every time. Don't be so harsh, there should be injuries on your face. Go back and sister will help you apply medicine. Uchiha Izumi reached out and touched Uzumaki Naruto's cheek, which immediately made Uzumaki Naruto gasp in pain. Uchiha Izumi, who had lost his vision, could not see the injuries on Uzumaki Naruto's face, but he could still tell some of it from the sound of his footsteps. It is normal for ninjas to compete with each other, and it is normal for them to get injured occasionally. Sister, I will do it myself. Let's go back quickly, I'm hungry. Uzumaki Naruto held Uchiha Izumi's hand and said despite the pain. And Uchiha Izumi didn't insist. She knew that it might be difficult for her to go out alone on the street nowadays. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto went out for morning exercises early in the morning. Uchiha Izumi also woke up early, drank the milk that Uzumaki Naruto prepared for her on the table, turned around and groped out. Following the memory in his mind, he quickly found the Hokage's office building. After reaching the third floor and arriving in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi's office, Izumi Uchiha reached out and knocked on the door, then walked in. Is it Uchiha Izumi? How's it going lately? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and glanced at Uchiha Izumi, then continued to lower his head to review the documents. As for why Uchiha Spring is here, it's because of the time of the month. She had to come here to report something to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Previously, it was because there was no suitable candidate to induce Uzumaki Naruto to feel a sense of belonging to the village. The current Uchiha Izumi is very suitable for this candidate. After all, she is the most important person in Uzumaki Naruto's heart now. If Uzumaki Naruto showed signs of behavior that might be detrimental to Konoha in the future, Sarutobi Hiruzen will also deal with Uzumaki Naruto without hesitation and seal the 9 tails into the body of a Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki, everything has been normal recently. Although he has complaints about everyone in the village, Naruto is very kind-hearted. He will not have any evil intentions towards the village. Uchiha Izumi held the blind stick with both hands and very calmly stated what happened this month to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After experiencing the incident with the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the potential threats to Konoha very seriously. Because every potential threat is a double-edged sword. For example, the Uchiha clan, such as the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. If you control it, it will be Konoha's sharp blade. If you don't control it well, this blade will also hurt you. Uchiha Izumi knew very well that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was afraid of Uzumaki Naruto. This fear arose because of Uchiha's betrayal. She wanted to protect Uzumaki Naruto, so for the past 3 years, she had been telling Sarutobi Hiruzen about Uzumaki Naruto's goodness in this way. Even though Uzumaki Naruto had told her more than once that he hated other people in the village. Uchiha Izumi also told him very seriously that even if he hates it, he cannot do anything to hurt anyone in the village. Ninjas don't need emotions when performing tasks. You put too much emotion into it, but that's not a bad thing. Quan, you have to remember, I'm not asking you to spy on Naruto, but I'm asking you to lead him to the right path. Let him truly have a sense of belonging to the village, rather than simply longing for power and longing to use power to do things that satisfy his desires. I don't want Naruto to follow the path of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Uchiha Izumi's answers have been roughly the same over the years. Although he also knew that Uzumaki Naruto might not have any problems in the near future. But he still needs to hit Uchiha Izumi again and again, so that he can achieve the effect he wants. Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Izumi trembled slightly, and a trace of fear instinctively emerged in his heart. The Hokage, who used to be kind to everyone in the village, became blind after she lost her sight. Suddenly, she felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was terrifying, even more terrifying than when she faced Uchiha Fugaku. Go back and remember your mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the effect had been achieved, and waved his hand to let Uchiha Izumi out. Uchiha Izumi didn't say anything. After bending down and saluting, he slowly walked out. The disappearance of the Uchiha clan has greatly reduced Konoha's combat power. The ninja villages from other countries on the border look like they are going to be dishonest again. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his forehead with his right hand and sighed softly. In the past 2 years, he has become older than before, precisely because of various complicated affairs in Konoha. The Uchiha clan is the strongest fighting force in Konoha village, and it can frighten enemy armies from all over the world on the battlefield. But things are different now. After learning that the Uchiha clan was annihilated, only one brat was left. There are always ninjas on the borders of various countries approaching the border of the Land of Fire, constantly testing the attitude and strength of the Leaf Village. Although it may be impossible to have a large-scale war. But even if it was just a small fight, Konoha couldn't stand a few fights at this time. What's more, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can't be called a fighting force now, and none of the 3 ninjas are in the village. Chapter 44. Among the top brass in Konoha, Shimura Danzo is also constantly working against him. Even if he was as powerful as Hokage, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not feel annoyed? On the other side, in the ninja school. Today is an in-class exam. There are no classes in the afternoon, which means it is a holiday. After a whole morning of written examinations, as the bell rang, the entire class of students swarmed outside. Uzumaki Naruto also sorted out the things in front of him, then stood up and walked towards Hinata. Naruto. Hinata, who was packing her school bag, saw Uzumaki Naruto. The originally fair face was dyed crimson again. Hinata, come to my house for dinner today. Last time in the hospital, I didn't return the lunchbox Hinata sent me. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hinata with a smile on his face. For him now. He doesn't understand why Hinata blushes in front of him every time. That. Hinata intertwined her hands and fingers together, wanting to readily agree to Uzumaki Naruto. But because of introversion and shyness, this sentence that should have been readily agreed was never uttered. Hinata, are you busy tonight? That's okay if it's another day. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hinata, who was hesitating and felt a little strange. If you agree, and if you don't agree, you don't agree. I feel that Hinata may not be forthcoming enough. I'm fine. Hinata heard Uzumaki Naruto say that she wanted to change the time, and she suddenly became anxious. That's good, come to my house for dinner that night. Sister Kwan and I will wait for you at home. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and nodded, not waiting for Hinata to reply. Turning around and running out of the classroom, Hinata also lowered her head and showed a sweet smile. Soon, after coming out of the ninja school, Uzumaki Naruto went to the market and bought some good food. On normal days, he would not be willing to spend money like this. But today, after all, Hinata is coming to the house for dinner. He knows that Hinata is a girl from a wealthy family, and her family is very rich. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto was also considerate and bought some things that he would not buy on weekdays. After returning home, Uchiha Izumi was still sitting on the bed, looking out the window quietly. Although she couldn't see, she liked the feeling of facing the breeze blowing from the window. Sister Kwan, Hinata is coming over for dinner today. I'll prepare for a while first. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto returned home, he knocked on Uchiha Izumi's door and said happily. Uchiha Izumi also had a smile on his face and responded calmly. Uzumaki Naruto went to the kitchen and started preparing the ingredients for dinner. And in the subconscious, Uzumaki Naruto's growth process is too slow now. The progress of blackening has basically not changed in the past 3 years. We need to find a way to enhance his strength. Chu Ran sat on the super large bed redeemed from the blackening store, with a thoughtful look on his face. You know, even though Naruto Uzumaki's talent is better now than in the original work. And his physique is much stronger than in the original work, but his actual strength growth is not as fast as that of Uchiha Sasuke. Because he still lacks motivation and teachers. Uchiha Sasuke can rely on the books left behind by the clan to continue to learn the fire escape of the Uchiha clan. After graduating from the ninja school, he can also train with Kakashi Hatake. But Uzumaki Naruto was different. He could only wait for the Chunin exam, and Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, returned to Konoha. Only then did he have the opportunity to come into contact with ninjutsu that was more advanced than the 3-body jutsu, such as the psychic jutsu and the Rasengan. Even the shadow clone technique that he used most in the original work has not been learned by Uzumaki Naruto now. Because in the Book of Sealing, Uzumaki Naruto chose not the shadow clone technique, but the Flying Thunder God technique. The shadow clone technique is not considered a dangerous forbidden technique, so in the original work, even if he secretly learned it, he was not punished. But if someone knew that he was laughing at the Flying Thunder God's technique, then even Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be able to protect him. However, the Flying Thunder God technique is too difficult. Although Uzumaki Naruto has often tried to learn it in recent years, he has not made much progress. There must be an appropriate opportunity for Uzumaki Naruto to master more advanced ninjutsu. I remember Uzumaki Naruto has wind attribute chakra, so his wind escape is better. While Chu Ran murmured to himself, he also clicked on the blackening store. Dream contact, the host can sneak into Uzumaki Naruto's dream and transform into any form for 1 hour. Spiritual chain, the host can give one of his own abilities to Uzumaki Naruto for use directly and alternately. It can be withdrawn at any time and lasts for 1 day. In the black shop, there are not only various precious ninja tools or secret techniques and forbidden techniques in the ninja world. There are also some unlocked abilities that can be shared between Chu Ran and Uzumaki Naruto. These 2 items are enough to solve Chu Ran's urgent needs. After all, without the shadow clone technique, Uzumaki Naruto's strength will definitely weaken after joining Kakashi's team. The plot of the original work would not be able to unfold smoothly, and Uzumaki Naruto would not be able to darken it faster according to the script constructed by Chu Ran. Thinking of this, Chu Ran took a look at the blackening points required for these 2 abilities. Then the blackened template was opened. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 1-9. Soul, 5-3. Blackening progress, 20-58. Blackening points, 1,590. Blackened Maul, opened. Dream contact and spiritual chain both cost 1,000 blackening points and can only be exchanged for 1. Exchange the dream contact first with the recovery provided by Ninetales chakra and Hashirama cells. Uzumaki Naruto will not die anyway. Chu Ran thought for a while and decided to redeem the dream contact first. He already has a very good plan, which can not only improve Uzumaki Naruto's strength, but also increase Uzumaki Naruto's dissatisfaction and even hatred for Konoha. Ding! Successfully spend 1,000 blackening points to redeem the blackening ability Dreamland Contact. As the system sounded, 1,000 blackening points were deducted. There is also a special skill in Chu Ran's mind. This is the ability that he, as a host, can use directly on the host. And the cooldown time for Dream Contact is also very short, only 3 days. Uzumaki Naruto will probably be surprised tonight. I don't know what my expression will be like at that time. Chu Ran looked at Uzumaki Naruto from the subconscious space, and couldn't help but start to raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Chapter 45. Soon, when the sky was slightly illuminated by the sunset, there was also a slight knock on the door. If you didn't listen carefully, you might not be able to hear it clearly. But Uchiha Izumi can still hear clearly. After all, her eyes are blind now, but her ears have become very sensitive. She stood up and walked towards the door. When she opened the door, she felt that the person in front of her was today's guest Hinata. Is it Hinata? Come in quickly. Uchiha Izumi smiled softly, opened the door, and motioned for Hinata in front of him to come in quickly. Excuse me, Sister Kwan. Hinata bowed her waist politely and walked in with the souvenir in her hand. After taking off his shoes, he also held up Izumi Uchiha's hand. Hinata is such a gentle child, just like Naruto. But it's not good to be too shy, you have to take the initiative to express your emotions. Uchiha Izumi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and took the initiative to hold Hinata's hand. She has lived in this home for several years and can move smoothly even if she cannot see. A few steps brought Hinata to the kitchen where Uzumaki Naruto was. Hinata. You're here. What is this? Did you bring it for me? Uzumaki Naruto wiped the oil stains on his hands on his apron and said to Hinata with a happy expression. When he saw the bag in Hinata's hand, curiosity showed in his eyes. That. When looking at Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata's heart was still beating very fast. She wanted to say it with a normal smile. The thing in her hand was a fruit specially brought to Uzumaki Naruto. It was a souvenir, but when the words reached my throat, they couldn't come out. Uchiha Izumi also felt this and held Hinata's hand tightly. It was such a small movement that reminded Hinata Uchiha of Izumi Uchiha's words. This is the fruit I brought to Sister Kwan and Naruto. It's the honeydew melon my father bought from outside. Hinata took a deep breath and quickly said what she wanted to express in one breath. The speed was so fast that Uzumaki Naruto and Hinata couldn't help but be stunned. After all, this was the first time for the two of them to face Hinata who spoke so fast in their impression. Hinata had always been the obedient little girl. If you don't pay attention for a moment, you will become blushing and shy. This is the first time I've seen it like this. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay much attention to the expensive honeydew melon at this time. Instead, he saw Hinata's side face. There was an obvious scar, which was slightly swollen. You can even smell the fragrance of some ointment, which is obviously from a recent injury. After all, Hinata was still fine when school was over, and there was another written test in the morning. Without a physical test, it would be impossible to get injured. What's going on with Hinata's cheeks? Did someone bully you? Uzumaki Naruto reached out and brushed Hinata's hair away from her face. The injury was swollen and even a little blue. It was obvious that he had not shown any mercy. This reminded him of how many children used to bully Hinata when he was a child. It turned into bullying him because of his joining, and I couldn't help but feel a little angry. From Uzumaki Naruto's point of view, he can tolerate bullying himself, but bullying his friends is absolutely intolerable. No, it's not. I was injured accidentally while practicing at home. Hinata instinctively took a step back, lowered her head and shook her head. Naruto, don't ask. Hurry up and prepare dinner, and thank you Hinata for the souvenir. Uchiha Izumi could feel that Hinata didn't want to say more about this issue, and she didn't continue to say anything. It just changed the topic. She was much older than the two of them. She still knew some things about Konoha. The Hyuga clan's hierarchy is very strict and their ideas are very old-fashioned. They follow the family hierarchy of the main family and branch families. As the princess of the clan, Hyuga Hinata was supposed to be the future heir of the clan. But because of her talent, she has not decided yet. Instead, she heard that her sister, who is a few years younger than her, can beat her in the family test. Such a person might become a member of a separate family in the future. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I understand, Sister Kwan. Hinata, if someone bullies you, you must tell me and I will definitely help you get revenge. Then sister, just talk to Hinata, and I'll go cook first. Uzumaki Naruto solemnly placed his hands on Hinata's shoulders and said seriously. After finishing speaking, he walked back to the kitchen and started preparing dinner. Hinata also had a smile on her face after hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words. Dinner was quickly prepared, and it was not a delicacy. It's just 3 grilled fishes with some vegetables and a bowl of miso soup. This meal was considered very good for Uchiha Izumi and Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata grew up in a big family and had a good diet since she was a child, but she was not picky about food. The three of them quickly cleared away the food on the table while chatting and laughing. Uzumaki Naruto, following Uchiha Izumi's suggestion, sent Hinata home. The two walked on the street and occasionally chatted. The original sunset had completely set, and the street lights were already on at this time. The Hyuga clan's clan is not as far away as the Uchiha clans, and is located in the center of Konoha village. Soon, you can see it. Hinata-sama. If you come back too late, the head of the family will be angry. Just as the two of them had just turned the intersection and were about to arrive at the entrance of the Hyuga clan, a young man wearing a white kimono came out. He looked 1 year older than Uzumaki Naruto. This person is Hyuga Hinata's cousin Hyuga Niji, the Hyuga genius who died to save Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. Brother Niji. Hinata looked at the visitor with a hint of fear on her face. The scars on her face were caused by injuries she sustained while practicing with Hyuga Niji in the afternoon. And Hyuga Niji is also very indifferent, let alone having any reservations. The talent gap between the two is also very obvious, and Hyuga Niji has begun to hate the clan. Elder brother? Are you Hinata's brother? Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled, looking at the indifferent young man in front of him, and then turned to look at Hinata. Although their eyes were the same, he could see the indifference in Hinata Niji's eyes. But there was some fear in Hinata's eyes. Asshole, you're the one who injured Hinata today, right? Chapter 46. Uzumaki Naruto immediately understood that it was the guy in front of him who injured Hinata. Without any hesitation, a teleportation technique came to Hyuga Niji. He swung his fist and hit Hinata Niji on the cheek. Hinata's expression changed immediately when she saw this, and it was too late to stop her. Boom! The sound of a heavy blow to the body suddenly sounded, but it was not Hinata Niji who was hit. But Uzumaki Naruto, competing in taijutsu with the geniuses of the Hyuga clan. Even Uchiha Sasuke with his Sharingan opened would not be so confident. Hyuga Niji saw through Uzumaki Naruto's moves without even opening his Byakugan, and launched several combos of soft fists. It hit Uzumaki Naruto, and then kicked Uzumaki Naruto away. It hit the streetlight next to it hard. Cough cough cough. Uzumaki Naruto immediately started coughing violently, and Hyuga Niji's attack didn't seem serious. But because of the characteristics of the soft fist, chakra penetrated into the body, and Uzumaki Naruto even felt like he couldn't breathe, which was extremely painful. Soft fist is a taijutsu inherited from the Hyuga clan. It can drive one's own chakra into the enemy's body, thereby damaging the chakra pathways in the enemy's body. Because the internal organs cannot be exercised, those who suffer from the disease will generally be in great pain. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Hinata Niji's eyes showed a trace of contempt and disdain. In his opinion, there were few people among his peers who could make him use his full strength, let alone Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Hinata saw this and immediately ran to Uzumaki Naruto's side. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto with a pained face and sweating profusely, she felt very anxious. I want to help, but I don't know how. I'm fine. Naruto waved his hand, and his eyes began to tremble violently. He originally thought that he was strong enough among his peers except Uchiha Sasuke. But I didn't expect that the gap between myself and Hyuga Niji would be so big. Is this the strength of Konoha's wealthy family? The same Konoha rich family as the Uchiha clan rolls their eyes. Uzumaki Naruto gradually felt unwilling to accept it, and at the same time, Chu Ran's voice also emerged in his subconscious. He understood that he was just a civilian boy, and his talent could only be regarded as good in the ninja school. When he truly continued to improve and get closer to the ranks of ninjas, he fully understood the power of the various tribes of Konoha's wealthy family. Each wealthy family and clan in Konoha has its own secret ninjutsu. They have specialized ninjas to help them practice, so they are naturally stronger than civilian ninjas like him. But Uzumaki Naruto was still unconvinced and refused to admit defeat, knowing that his talents and birth were not as good as those of his opponent. It is easy to admit defeat so easily, but it is impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to feel like giving up and giving up. Haven't you been taught enough? Weak people should just lie down on the ground, why bother standing up? Looking at Uzumaki Naruto who was gradually staggering to his feet, Hyuga Niji also frowned slightly. He showed no mercy just now, with 6 consecutive soft punches, few people of his age could still stand up. Lesson. Our victory or defeat has just begun. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, and the reluctance in his eyes made Hinata Niji feel disgusted. Just when Hyuga Niji was assuming a soft fist stance, a middle-aged man also came out and stopped Hyuga Niji. That's enough, Niji. The person who came was none other than Hinata Hizu, the current leader of the Hinata clan. He is also the biological uncle of Hyuga Niji and the father of Hyuga Hinata. Father. Hinata's eyes were a little dodgy, but she immediately saluted respectfully. Clan leader. Hinata Niji showed a hint of disgust in his eyes, retracted his soft fist posture, and also saluted respectfully. When Uzumaki Naruto heard that it was Hinata's father, he didn't intend to take action anymore. Uzumaki Naruto, don't come near this place again. As classmates, it's normal for you to have some friendships, but this is not the place for you. Hinata Hayashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, his voice was calm and indifferent, like a superior person. Uzumaki Naruto felt very uncomfortable, but at this time he didn't know how to refute. He just glanced at Hinata, but it was obvious that Hinata did not dare to refute Hinata. Naruto, goodbye. Before leaving, Hinata said goodbye to Uzumaki Naruto quietly. But at this time, Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay much attention and just looked at Hinata Niji. Hey, tell me your name. The outcome of this battle has not been determined yet. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hinata Niji seriously, he was unwilling to lose again. Having lost to Uchiha Sasuke so many times, he had had enough. If you want to be Hokage, you can't always fail. If you want to be the strongest, you can't have an opponent you can't beat. The person in front of him was stronger than Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto also regarded him as a new opponent. Hyuga Niji. Remember this name that you cannot surpass. Hyuga Niji still looked at Uzumaki Naruto with contempt. He was a genius of the Hyuga clan. How could an unknown person who suddenly appeared and was not very powerful attract his attention? He turned around and followed Hinata Hizu back to the Hyuga clan's compound. But Hinata took a deep look at Hinata. He didn't want to pay attention to his daughter who had no talent. He didn't want to spend too much energy on Hinata, because the successor of the Hyuga clan had already been decided in his heart. What kind of social circle Hinata has and what kind of friends she has are not things that can attract his attention. But Naruto Uzumaki is a different matter. Why did the Uchiha clan become extinct? Hinata knew a little bit about it. Naturally, he didn't want his daughter to get too close to Uzumaki Naruto and let Konoha make Sarutobi Hiruzen suspicious. Although the Byakugan cannot control the Kyuubi, it does not mean that Konoha will absolutely trust the only remaining wealthy Hinata. Hinata, I should have told you not to have too much social contact with him. I don't want to talk about this a third time. After entering the house, Hinata Hinashi's voice also rang. Hinata was startled, but she didn't dare to refute and just nodded. Hinata Hizashi also took Hinata Niji and left directly. Hinata was left alone at the entrance, with a trace of tears still hanging in her eyes. On the other side, after the three people left, Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground. He looked at the sky with a fearful expression. It wasn't until he rested for a while that the pain in his body got better. Chapter 47. By the time Naruto Uzumaki got home, it was already very late. Uchiha Izumi, who was waiting at home, felt something was wrong with Uzumaki Naruto's footsteps, and immediately walked out of the room. "What's wrong, Naruto? You came back so late, are you hurt?" Uchiha Izumi asked Uzumaki Naruto worriedly. "Sister, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm a little tired, I'm going to rest first." Uzumaki Naruto forced himself to smile, although Uchiha Izumi couldn't see it. But he still didn't want Uchiha Izumi to worry as he walked into the room soon. "Did the Hyuga clan make things difficult for us?" Uchiha Izumi looked at Uzumaki Naruto's room and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She knew that something must have happened when Naruto Uzumaki sent Hinata back. The wealthy families of Konoha didn't have a good impression of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. After this time, Uchiha Izumi understood in his heart that the leader of the Hyuga clan might not want Uzumaki Naruto to get too close to the Hyuga clan. Late at night, the pain in my body had almost disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto also gradually fell into sleep. Subconsciously, Chu Ran couldn't help but smile. "You have enough talent, now it's almost time to make you stronger." Chu Ran opened the blackening system and immediately used the ability he had redeemed not long ago. Ding! Dream contact is on. As the sound of the system sounded, the environment in front of Chu Ran also changed instantly. In his dream, Uzumaki Naruto dreamed that he was in a valley. The entire valley is filled with blooming wild flowers, and there is a gentle breeze caressing his face. This pleasant environment makes Uzumaki Naruto very comfortable. And he began to look at everything around him, until at the corner of the valley, a figure caught Uzumaki Naruto's attention. It was a figure from behind, wearing a white feather fabric with several large red characters written on it. Because they were far away, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't see clearly, but he could probably distinguish them more clearly. But he always felt that that figure seemed familiar, giving him an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Uzumaki Naruto took a few steps forward involuntarily, and the figure appeared in front of him more and more clearly. As we got closer, the large red characters on the back gradually became clear. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The fourth Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils slowly dilated, and his pace became faster and faster. He finally understood why the person in front of him felt familiar to him, with the same yellow hair as his. In addition, several large red characters on the Hokage Haori indicate that this person is the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Feeling movement behind him, the figure slowly turned around. He has a handsome and young face with the same azure eyes as his. Uzumaki Naruto stopped and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Similar, other than similar, Uzumaki Naruto could not say anything. Even at this time, he really wanted to ask the other person himself whether he was the fourth generation Hokage's child. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't know how to speak. "Is it Naruto? I didn't expect it to grow so big." Chu Ran looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him and smiled with some relief. He took the initiative to reach out and hugged Naruto Uzumaki into his arms, that kind feeling, that warm embrace that he had always dreamed of. At this moment, everything invaded Uzumaki Naruto's heart. "Dad?" Uzumaki Naruto was a little unsure and shouted softly. There was expectation, uncertainty, and a hint of fear in his voice. He was afraid that the Yondaime Hokage would object, and that this warm embrace would disappear. "Yeah, I'm here. Sandaime-sama seems to be taking good care of you, Naruto." Chu Ran nodded, with the gentle smile still on his face. He was pretending to be Namikaze Minato, and he came to help Uzumaki Naruto construct this dream. He deliberately pretended to be Namikaze Minato just to better plan his darkening. And this also made Uzumaki Naruto slightly stunned. He kept looking back in his mind, every time he asked the Sandaime Hokage about his life experience. The other party always avoids talking about this issue. Since his father is the fourth Hokage, why not tell him? Why do you have to let yourself be bullied constantly in the village? Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto began to complain in his heart, the Sandaime Hokage. But it was only for a moment that Uzumaki Naruto knew what he should do now. A child has never seen his father since birth. When they meet again, he has too many things to say to Namake's Minato, that is, Chu Ran. The meeting between father and son suddenly had too much to say, and Uzumaki Naruto also had many questions. For example, things about your mother, or your parents, as well as your own things. Chu Ran listened slowly with a smile, and gave Naruto Uzumaki answers bit by bit based on his understanding of Namake's Minato in the original work. Okay, Naruto. Dad, we don't have much time, the chakra I left in your body won't last long. Chu Ran patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder. He didn't come here just to chat with Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, he was waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to express his needs. That's it. Dad, please teach me ninjutsu, I want to learn ninjutsu, I have an opponent that I must defeat. I want to become Hokage like my father. Uzumaki Naruto looked a little sad at first, but at the same time there was a glint in his eyes. His father is Hokage, a ninja who is more powerful than wealthy ninjas and the most powerful ninja in the entire village. It's the 4th generation Hokage known as Yellow Flash. With his guidance, I can definitely improve very quickly. Ninjutsu. Then I'll teach you some wind escape. Let's start with something simple, I'll teach you the seal first, you need to remember it well. Chu Ran nodded, feeling very happy in his heart. After all, the dream connection ability was almost up, and he immediately began to teach Uzumaki Naruto 2 sea-level wind escapes. Let's start with the simplest wind escape, Gale Wind Palm and Wind Escape, Great Breakthrough. From the order of seal formation to various matters that need to be paid attention to in the 2 techniques. Including how to use some techniques, Chu Ran taught Uzumaki Naruto very carefully. He even demonstrated it himself, and it probably won't take long for Naruto Uzumaki to take complete control. Okay Naruto, Dad is leaving. The next time we meet, Dad is teaching you more powerful ninjutsu. The countdown to dream contact has begun, and Chu Ran also knows that the time is almost up. Chapter 48. His figure gradually began to fade in front of Uzumaki Naruto. The dreamland constructed around him also gradually atomized at this time. Uzumaki Naruto kept calling the Yondaime Hokage, but the environment in front of him gradually became dim. Uzumaki Naruto, who was on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He woke up from his dream and immediately sat up. Looking around, there was some disbelief in his expression. It turned out to be a dream. I knew it. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a trace of disappointment, and he lay down on the bed again. Thinking back to what happened in the dream just now, everything was so real. But he himself has never confirmed that he is the son of the 4th Hokage. After all, if he is really the son of the 4th Hokage, then he must have inherited some genes. It can't be that after so many years, he still can't successfully practice the Flying Thunder God technique. It's such a real dream, it would be great if it were real. Uzumaki Naruto sighed softly, looked at the ceiling, and couldn't help but feel lost. Once upon a time, he also wanted to have his own father to teach him ninjutsu. Just like the dream just now, but it was just a dream after all. But what if it's true? It seems you won't suffer any loss if you give it a try. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto didn't quite believe what happened in the dream, Chu Ran also began to induce it subconsciously. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is no longer a 3-year-old child. He will graduate from the ninja school in 1 year and will become a genin. Yeah, try it. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a trace of memories, and his hands began to slowly form seals. According to the order of seal formation taught by Chu Ran, his palms were slowly clapped together. Boom! In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto, who had not controlled his chakra well, burst into violent rage from the palms of his hands. Although Wind Escape Fire Wind Palm is only a very basic wind escape, it was activated in this small room at this time. But it was enough to cause an exaggerated movement, and a strong wind swept Naruto Uzumaki's room in an instant. Almost everything in the room, except for the bed, had been moved. There were even more noises, and Uzumaki Naruto also fell from the bed due to the repercussions of the wind release. It hit the ground hard, but Uzumaki Naruto completely forgot about the pain. Just looking at the situation around the room, there was an incredible look on his face. Naruto. Naruto. What's wrong? It wasn't until Uchiha Izumi opened Uzumaki Naruto's door that Uzumaki Naruto came back to his senses. It's okay, Sister Kwan, I'm sorry. I just fell off the bed, go to bed quickly, I'll go to sleep right away. After coming back to his senses, Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the scene around him and hurriedly walked to Uchiha Izumi without letting Uchiha Izumi come in. Although Uchiha Izumi was confused, he had no choice but to give up after hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the messy appearance of the room caused by wind release and gale palm, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto was so excited that he barely slept all night. Early in the morning, he went to the mountains behind the school to practice wind release. Uzumaki Naruto, who was a chakra of the wind attribute, learned wind release very easily. At this time, just a little control, coupled with his terrifying amount of chakra, is enough to make Foam Dun's destructive power even higher. The practice of wind escape, great breakthrough and wind escape, Gale Wind Palm has become the top priority in his mind. Even when he arrived at the ninja school, he began to doze off for the first time in a long time. But throughout the morning, he didn't dream about Minato Namikaze again until he was free to practice in the afternoon. Uzumaki Naruto is still learning how to control chakra, and with Chu Ran's constant reminders, he is making rapid progress. On the 5th day, Uzumaki Naruto was able to skillfully use these two basic wind escapes. But if you want to be completely proficient in it, it is still a little bit behind, and it will probably take a certain amount of time. On the 7th day, Uzumaki Naruto practiced these two ninjutsu for 7 whole days. With the terrifying chakra as the backing, Uzumaki Naruto practices for much longer every day than ordinary ninjas. And his progress has no bottleneck because of Chu Ran's existence. On the 9th day, Chu Ran appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's dream again. After Uzumaki Naruto completely mastered the 2 sea-level ninjutsu, Gale Palm and Great Breakthrough, he also began to teach Uzumaki Naruto the changes in chakra properties. As Chu Ran, who is familiar with the original work, there is absolutely no problem in talking about some conceptual knowledge. After a period of teaching and demonstration, the main purpose of wind release chakra was explained to Uzumaki Naruto. These ninjutsu and techniques alone are enough to overturn Uzumaki Naruto's strength. And before that, Chu Ran also specially exchanged a ninjutsu for Uzumaki Naruto that was most suitable for him, which was also the signature ninjutsu shadow clone technique in the original work. Compared to the 2 wind releases, Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone technique is even easier to control. Half a month later, after school, Uzumaki Naruto ran quickly to the mountains behind the school. Every day after school he would take time to practice for an hour before returning home. Looking at the big tree in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto exhaled a puff of air from his mouth. Wind escape big breakthrough. Uzumaki Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands, his chest began to rise and fall slowly, and he suddenly spit out a powerful whirlwind from his mouth. A violent gust of wind suddenly hit the big tree that only several people could hug. The violent storm almost caused the tree trunks to break into pieces. But after all, it is only a sea-level ninjutsu, and its lethality is not high, but it is enough to satisfy Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the fallen leaves on the ground, he continued to use another sea-level ninjutsu, Gale Palm. The moment he flapped his palms, 2 whirlwinds erupted from Chu Ran's palms, sweeping up countless fallen leaves. It even caused some saplings or weeds around to sway rapidly until the wind disappeared. As expected of the ninjutsu my father taught me. This is what's next. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a hint of excitement, as he had been practicing hard for half a month. He already has the confidence to outperform everyone his age. He took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag behind him, and the sharp cold light on the kunai kept flashing. At the same time that Uzumaki Naruto began to control chakra, a faint blue light even began to light up on the kunai. As Naruto Uzumaki's control became more precise, the blue light originally covering the kunai began to gradually become sharper, like a blade that could flow autonomously. This is the terrifying thing about wind release chakra, as the sharpest chakra. As long as the control is precise enough, the chakra on the kunai will be many times sharper, and the lethality will be stronger than ordinary ninja tools. Chapter 49. Call out. Uzumaki Naruto quickly threw the kunai filled with wind escape chakra in his hand. Under the blessing of the wind escape chakra, kunai rushed straight towards the big tree with the force of breaking through the air. Boom! There was a penetrating sound, and a small hole was opened in a big tree in front of me. And the kunai pierced directly into a big tree behind. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but gasp when he saw the power of the wind release chakra. It's really terrifyingly penetrating. Uzumaki Naruto picked up the kunai with a smile on his face. After retracting the kunai, he clenched his fists slightly and looked in the direction of the Hyuga clan. The next day, within the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji has become a genin and wears Konoha's forehead protector on his head. And was getting ready to go out on a mission today, but just when he was getting ready to go out, a noise at the door caught his attention. This was the Hyuga clan. It was almost always eerily quiet inside. Even if there is a sound, it is just the sound of someone in the clan practicing. Gradually walking into the door, Hinata Niji also heard who was making the noise outside the door. The golden hedgehog head and azure blue eyes were none other than the unknown soldier who was repelled by his 2 moves half a month ago. Hyuga Niji looked at the noisy Uzumaki Naruto not far away, with the same contemptuous and indifferent look in his eyes. Hyuga Niji. Come out. We haven't decided the winner last time yet. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. The last time he suffered the soft fist from Hyuga Niji, Uzumaki Naruto felt uncomfortable for several days. He was already very confident at this time, so he found her during the holidays at the ninja school without even thinking about it. Didn't you suffer enough last time? Don't think that this time you can calculate it so easily like last time. A cold light flashed in Hinata Niji's eyes, and there was a hint of anger in his heart at Uzumaki Naruto's vulgar provocation. He didn't understand why these talentless people always refused to admit defeat. Just like the Hinata he saw every day, that kind of futile effort was the hardest thing for him to understand. The Hyuga clan members who were originally blocking Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Hyuga Niji, who was known as the genius of the clan, and then turned around and left. As long as the action doesn't happen within the Hyuga clan, everything else doesn't matter to them. Hyuga Niji and Uzumaki Naruto walked into the open space outside the gate of the Hyuga clan. The distance between the two is only a few meters. Hinata Niji stood there, not even showing off the soft fist moves, let alone opening his Byakugan. And Naruto Uzumaki felt angry in his heart when he looked at Hinata Niji, who looked down on him so much. You bastard, you will suffer for a while, but don't blame me for not warning you. Shadow Clone Technique. Uzumaki Naruto formed a seal with his hands, and smoke continued to appear out of thin air all around. Dozens and hundreds of smoke continued to appear, but the next scene made Hinata Niji's pupils tremble slightly. Shadow Clone Technique? Impossible. How can you, a genin, know this kind of ninjutsu and be able to summon so many shadow clones? Hyuga Niji looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. He didn't even believe that this was really the Shadow Clone Technique. Because the Shadow Clone Technique requires a lot of chakra, and it is a ninjutsu that only jounin can learn in Konoha. Putting aside whether Uzumaki Naruto can learn it, it is almost impossible with such a huge amount of chakra. Roll your eyes. Hinata Niji slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there were meridians bulging around his eyes. In an instant, he saw through hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. After discovering that it was actually a shadow clone, his face showed a trace of solemnity. When Naruto Uzumaki saw that Hyuga Niji finally took action, he immediately urged the shadow clone to rush towards Hyuga Niji without holding back. The scene of hundreds of people sprinting was extremely spectacular. They kept rushing towards Hyuga Niji from all directions, even though there was a certain gap in their physical skills. But at this time, relying on the numerical advantage, Uzumaki Naruto also tried to narrow this gap as much as possible. Bang! 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 Hinata Niji's strikes were precise, and with each soft punch, a shadow clone could be turned into smoke and disappear. And in this rising smoke, Hyuga Niji's sight was not disturbed because of his white eyes. On the contrary, the movements in the hands are getting faster and faster, and the steps under the feet seem to have a fixed rhythm, constantly changing. It also made his shots smoother, but in just a moment, most of the hundreds of shadow clones had been eliminated. Damn, there are so many more. Even Hyuga Niji, who usually trains hard, showed a trace of difficulty on his face when facing such a large number of shadow clones. After all, at this time, he had to be extremely focused and not allow Naruto Uzumaki to find any loopholes. At the same time, at this time, he did not have the energy to pay attention to Uzumaki Naruto's true form. Just when he was thinking about whether to take the initiative, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him. Just when Hyuga Niji instinctively took action, his pupils trembled slightly. Because this is not a shadow clone, but Uzumaki Naruto's true body. And this body was forming seals, as if it was about to activate some kind of ninjutsu. It was already too late to dodge, and Hyuga Niji immediately raised his fists in front of his chest. Wind release, gale wind palm. Naruto Uzumaki clapped his palms together, and after finding the opportunity, he shot out the gale palm directly. He quickly compressed the wind release chakra in his hand and turned it into a violent gale, which directly hit Hyuga Niji. Bang! The strong wind hit Hyuga Niji's body hard. Although the sea-level wind style was far less lethal than fire style and thunder style. But using it at such a close range also caused Hyuga Niji great pain. The violent wind caused pain all over his body, and he flew out uncontrollably. From behind Hyuga Niji, the two shadow clones had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Hinata Niji flying out, he punched Hinata Niji hard on the back. The huge impact stopped Hyuga Niji's flying body, and at the same time caused Hyuga Niji's body to fly in the opposite direction again. The pain also caused Hinata Niji's consciousness to be interrupted for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help shouting something bad in his heart. Wind escape big breakthrough. Uzumaki Naruto formed a seal with his hands, already preparing his second wind release. The whirlwind of wind release, great breakthrough is less powerful than the gale palm, but you must know that the amount of chakra Uzumaki Naruto has is extremely terrifying. Compared to the ordinary wind release and great breakthrough, Uzumaki Naruto has twice as much chakra as an ordinary person. Chapter 50. The violent whirlwind swallowed up Hinata Niji in an instant. The body was also carried to a high place with the whirlwind and kept spinning. Even Hinata Niji felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. He has only just reached Genin, and there are not many ninjutsu that he can learn. At this time, he is much worse than when he was in the original Chunin exam. In the violent whirlwind, even if Hyuga Niji wanted to stabilize his body, it was not that easy. Only as the power of the whirlwind gradually decreased, Hinata Niji was able to slowly land on a beam from midair. But blood had already overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and there were some large and small wounds left by Feng Jin on his face and body. This guy, it turns out he still has so many tricks up his sleeve. Just a student of a ninja school. Hinata Niji gasped, and the pain in his body made him wake up more and more. He also began to examine the opponent in front of him again. He already knew that Uzumaki Naruto was not that easy to deal with. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to underestimate the opponent, and I will definitely try my best next. This guy probably relies on the shadow clone technique to disrupt my sight, and then uses the wind escape of the main body to attack. This guy is no match for me in close combat, I have to try to get closer to him. Hinata Niji jumped off the roof and slowly approached the front step by step. He is already a qualified genin, and he can naturally tell the strength of Uzumaki Naruto from his opponent's moves. From the previous fight, he already knew that Uzumaki Naruto's taijutsu was not his strong point. If he strikes decisively and fights Uzumaki Naruto in close combat, then he still has a good chance of winning. Thinking of this, Hyuga Niji no longer paused. A teleportation technique shortened the distance between him and Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was also startled when he saw Hinata Niji who could still move, and immediately used the shadow clone technique. He started to get entangled with Hyuga Niji. With the assistance of a dozen shadow clones, although he could not defeat Hyuga Niji, Uzumaki Naruto could still take the initiative. It's just that this taijutsu contest cannot be delayed. Hyuga Niji's taijutsu is soft fist, and the use of soft fist has a certain rhythm. It is not the kind of physical skill that defeats the enemy with one move, but relies on fighting with the opponent and the ability of the Byakugan to see through the veins of the human body. To make quick strikes, it is a physical technique that becomes more entangled and more powerful. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know this, and he just kept using the shadow clone technique to repeat his old tricks. But I didn't expect that I had entered a misunderstanding. Hinata Niji's movements began to become faster and faster, and Uzumaki Naruto felt something. It felt like all of his actions were being seen through by Hinata Niji. No matter which step he took, he was completely controlled by Hinata Niji. Bagua 64 palms. Hinata Niji's speed began to become faster and faster, and each shot was more powerful than the previous one. There was no sign of injury at all. It was just a matter of one breath, and several blows were struck at the same time. Uzumaki Naruto's remaining shadow clone was instantly eliminated. Hyuga Niji also approached Uzumaki Naruto instantly. Calm. One more trick. Subconsciously, Chu Ran saw Hinata Niji's actions and knew that Uzumaki Naruto, a fool, had underestimated the enemy and was too confident in his own strength. Immediately, he was reminded subconsciously that in terms of close combat, Uzumaki Naruto also had a trump card. After being reminded, Naruto Uzumaki's right hand instinctively touched the ninja bag. A kunai was held in the backhand, and it was moved downwards towards the charging Hinata Niji. Kunai. Are you struggling in vain? Hinata Niji snorted in his heart and moved a little faster. Facing the kunai that was rowing towards him, he just turned his body slightly. The attack range of kunai is like a dagger, so it is not that difficult to dodge in close combat. Not to mention Hinata Niji with his Byakugan. At this time, Hinata Niji was about to hit Uzumaki Naruto's chest with his soft fist. Just when he was about to punch Uzumaki Naruto's meridians, causing Uzumaki Naruto to fall into a steady stream of Bagua 64 palms. Suddenly, a sharp pain came out of his chest, causing Hinata Niji's movements to stop suddenly. When his eyes turned away slightly, Hinata Niji's pupils couldn't help but tremble. Ordinary people may not be able to see the flow of chakra clearly, but with his Byakugan, he can see it very clearly. The kunai in Uzumaki Naruto's hand was coated with a layer of chakra. That layer of chakra was different from the usual chakra attached to his hands when he used soft fist. It was chakra as sharp as a blade, as thin as a cicada's wings, but at the moment of contact with Hyuga Niji. The clothes and flesh on his body began to be torn apart. The blood doesn't even have time to flow out, which is enough to prove the sharpness. If he couldn't avoid it, he might get a big gash in his chest from Uzumaki Naruto. Just when Hinata Niji instinctively felt a touch of fear in his heart, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. With a watermelon head, thick eyebrows, and wearing green tights, he is Hyuga Niji's mentor, Metkai, who is known as the Blue Beast of Konoha. I saw Metkai grabbing Uzumaki Naruto's wrist, turning around and throwing Uzumaki Naruto out. Boom! Uzumaki Naruto's body hit the wall of the Hyuga clan hard. Fortunately, Metkai did not use much strength, otherwise Uzumaki Naruto might have fallen apart. But at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was not feeling well. He stood up staggeringly and looked at Hinata Niji like a winner. That look was like the feeling Hinata Niji gave Uzumaki Naruto when the two met for the first time. I won this time, if it weren't for the interference from this thick-eyebrowed man. Remember my name, I am the man who will become Hokage in the future, Uzumaki Naruto. He is also the man who defeated you. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Hinata Niji, and the smile on his face couldn't help but overflow. Turning his head and looking at Metkai, he knew without even thinking that the two of them must know each other, otherwise they wouldn't come out to help. The current Uzumaki Naruto has not thought about what would have happened if Metkai was not here just now. Hinata Niji's eyes also showed a hint of unwillingness, and the pain in his body kept reminding him that this time, he, the genius, lost. By the way, bullying Hinata is not allowed in the future. Hinata is my friend, if you want to bully him, I will definitely avenge Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto, who had just taken a few steps, turned his head again and looked at Hinata Niji who fell in Metkai's arms. Just like the winner's speech, whatever the loser says is dishonorable. So Hinata Niji was unwilling to remain silent, without saying anything, just staring at the back of Uzumaki Naruto as he left. Chapter 51. Uzumaki Naruto. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki. You actually have such strength, can you even control the changes in the nature of chakra? Did the Sandame-sama teach you this? Metkai looked at the scars on Hinata Niji's chest, and his face fell into deep thought. Fortunately, he saw that Hinata Niji had not come to the meeting place for a long time, so he ran over to look for him. If he hadn't come over, Hyuga Niji would definitely be in danger today. Niji, stop moving. I'll take you to the hospital. Metkai also knew what was most important at this time, but he still planned to keep this matter in his mind first. On the other side, in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen also had a look of surprise and shock on his face. He and Metkai didn't expect it. Uzumaki Naruto's strength unexpectedly improved so much. Today's Uzumaki Naruto can definitely be regarded as a top genin. With the amount of chakra and the changes in the nature of the wind attribute, as long as you hone your physical skills a little, there may be room for higher growth. There are not many people in Konoha who have learned the changes in the nature of wind-type chakra. It's impossible for Asuma, he just came back not long ago, Danzo can't do it either, did he learn it by himself? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crystal ball in front of him and frowned slightly. Suddenly, he had some bad premonitions in his heart, and he was not happy about Uzumaki Naruto's sudden growth. In other words, they are a little worried that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will grow too fast and Konoha will be unable to control it. Uzumaki Naruto is surrounded by Umbu's surveillance every day, and there is also surveillance by Uchiha Izumi. There should not be a strong person who can use the change of wind chakra properties to approach Uzumaki Naruto. After all, there were not many people in Konoha with wind attribute chakra, and it was impossible for the two people he knew well. Sarutobi Asuma was a special jounin and also his son. This was impossible. If Shimura Danzo said that he wanted to kill Uzumaki Naruto or control him, this would make Sarutobi Hiruzen believe it. Looks like I have to ask Naruto myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and disappeared into the office in a flash. When the figure reappeared, it was already a few minutes later, and Uzumaki Naruto also appeared in front of him. Third-generation grandfather. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled, looking a little strange at the sudden appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. After all, he hadn't seen the Hokage for a long time, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Yes, it was disgust. If it were before, he would have thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was one of the few people who was kind to him. But from the dream, Chu Ran learned it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was entrusted by the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato to take care of him. It was hoped that Uzumaki Naruto would be raised to be a son of a hero, but this treatment meant that he could not even have enough to eat all year round. And deliberately concealing his own life experience, how could this not make Uzumaki Naruto feel some hatred? But at this time, Uzumaki Naruto had learned to hide his emotions and did not show anything in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto, how's your practice going lately? There should be great improvement in strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly, showing that he was still the kind old man he usually was. But the deep look in his eyes was extremely wise, and these words were completely testing Naruto Uzumaki. Yeah, there has been progress in my recent practice. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and nodded in response, but he did not understand the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. After all, I have even mastered the techniques of wind release and shadow clone. Naruto, who taught you these two ninjutsus? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. He no longer concealed the problem in his heart, but showed it directly. He was also born in a dark age, a war era, so he had good intentions in his heart. But the vast majority of them are still Hokage who is interested in interests and Konoha's interests. Am I being monitored? What to do, how to answer? By the way, the shadow clone technique can be said to be the Book of Seals, and the wind escape can be said to be taught by teacher Mizuki. Subconsciously, Chu Ran was also shocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. He did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would show such an expression. It seems that the good person in the original work is just a disguise, and he also helped Uzumaki Naruto find an excuse. The art of shadow clone was learned in the sealed book. The great breakthrough and gale palm were taught to me by teacher Mizuki when I pestered him. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head, not letting Sarutobi Hiruzen see his expression. And the words he spoke slowly afterwards also made Sarutobi Hiruzen breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this makes sense. After all, what he fears most is that ninjas from other villages will come into contact with Uzumaki Naruto without his knowledge. What about the changes in chakra properties? How did you learn it? This technique is very advanced. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and asked the second question in his mind. This time, his voice was not as soft as before. On the contrary, he was a little cold. There was even a trace of anger in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. This kind of questioning was just like interrogating a prisoner. Change in chakra properties? What is that? Uzumaki Naruto had a puzzled look on his face. He really didn't understand this. When Chu Ran taught him, he did not explain the changes in the nature of wind attribute chakra, but only taught Uzumaki Naruto how to use it. It's the extra wind chakra that comes out of a kunai when you use it. This is a relatively dangerous move for you, please don't use it without permission in the future. Remember, everyone in the village is your companion, and you cannot use such dangerous techniques on your companions. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed lightly, he could tell that Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem to be lying. But that's all. After saying that, he planned to leave. Grandpa third generation, I didn't mean it. I just want to win, I just want to beat Hyuga Niji. If I always lose, then I can't be Hokage. Naruto is the most powerful ninja. Uzumaki Naruto stopped Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice firm and serious. This indomitable momentum made Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly startled. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed in his heart, feeling ashamed that he had doubted a teenage boy for a moment. Naruto, strength is not the most important thing. Using power cannot make everyone agree with you. But your original intention is good, you will understand in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and left directly with a teleportation technique. Chapter 52. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew about this conversation. Uzumaki Naruto has no ill intentions towards the Leaf Village. In other words, a child simply wants to make everyone recognize him in some way. He also knew how Uzumaki Naruto spent his childhood, and he would have some resentment towards everyone in his heart. But this does not affect Uzumaki Naruto's ability to become Konoha's precious fighting force. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is still under the control of Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Uzumaki Naruto in the street, after Sarutobi Hiruzen left. His eyes gradually became colder. Sarutobi Hiruzen was doubting him. He was no longer that child. His thoughts gradually built up in his mind, and the books he had read over the years also taught him that it was necessary to be on guard against others. What's more, he is a hypocritical person, which makes Uzumaki Naruto even more wary of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that I won't be able to fully display my strength in the future. Naruto Uzumaki narrowed his eyes slightly and said to himself in his heart. Ever since Chu Ran appeared in his dream, he had gradually changed from that sunny and confident young man. Gradually learned to hide his emotions. These are not what Chu Ran taught him. But Uzumaki Naruto guessed from various situations that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not mean well to him. It's the same as Mizuki, just simply using it. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen's use is more advanced than Mizuki's, and he needs to be even more unpredictable about Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. But starting from today, Uzumaki Naruto had one more person on his list of people who needed protection. 3 months later, Uzumaki Naruto continued to practice on his own every day. At the same time, completing the ninja school courses was as smooth as before. Chu Ran also appeared twice in the past 3 months and once again taught Uzumaki Naruto 2 wind escape ninjutsu. It's just that different from C-level ninjutsu, these 2 ninjutsu are B-level ninjutsu, which are more lethal ninjutsu. Chu Ran also subconsciously induced Uzumaki Naruto to not use these 2 ninjutsu in front of others unless absolutely necessary. 6 months later, Uzumaki Naruto finally learned the Flying Thunder God technique under the guidance of Chu Ran. It's just that the current use is not very smooth and skillful. The art of Flying Thunder God does not mean that once you learn it, you will be able to continuously teleport. The art of Flying Thunder God tests a person's reflexes and control of the battle situation. The most important thing is instinct. Uzumaki Naruto is not very good at these 3 points, so he cannot use this ninjutsu to its extreme like the Yondaime Hokage. It can only be said that it can be used as an escape and an unexpected victory decision. 1 year later, ninja school graduated successfully. Uzumaki Naruto also successfully obtained the forehead protector representing the genin. Instead of the goggles originally on his forehead, Uzumaki Naruto also had a smile on his face. And he also received the notice that the team was divided into classes 2 days ago. At the gathering place of Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto also arrived. After adjusting his clothes, Uzumaki Naruto opened the classroom door. There were 2 people sitting in the classroom that came into view. The moment they saw the classroom door open, the 3 of them were slightly startled at the same time. The 2 people in front of him were none other than Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto's old enemy in school. And Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke's biggest fan, had said vicious words to Uzumaki Naruto before. These 2 people were in the same class as him, and Uzumaki Naruto felt a little uncomfortable, so he found a seat farther away from them and sat down. Then he began to wait for the teacher who had not yet arrived. And Uchiha Sasuke just looked at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently and didn't care much. At this time, there was no emotion in his heart except revenge in killing that man. On the contrary, Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto, with a trace of disgust flashing in her eyes. The 2 have always been rivals. In the eyes of outsiders, the 2 have always been at odds with each other. So Haruno Sakura has always hated Uzumaki Naruto and it has never changed. As time passed by little, Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting in his seat, couldn't help but frown. Just when he was about to complain, the door of the classroom next to him was opened. He has white hair, wears a mask, and has one eye covered by a forehead protector. This man is none other than Kakashi Hatake, the special jounin of Konoha in the original book, who is known as the Copy Ninja. Sorry, I met a lost old lady on the road. So it was delayed a little bit. My name is Hatake Kakashi, from today on, I will be the captain and teacher leading your 7th class. Kakashi Hatake touched the back of his head with his right hand. Although he meant to apologize, it was a lame reason. It also made the 3 of them frown at the same time, wondering why someone would come up with such a reason. But Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke didn't speak, and Haruno Sakura's character was not easy to talk to. It's really tricky, the orphan of the Uchiha clan. And, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, Minato-sensei's child. Hatake Kakashi looked at the slightly cold 2 people in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He could tell that the 2 people in front of him were not easy people to get along with. Okay, judging from the looks of you, you probably don't want to introduce yourself. Let me play a little game with you first. Hatake Kakashi looked at the silent 3 people and couldn't help but slap his forehead. With a slight sense of mystery, he took out 2 small bells from behind. It was lunchtime, but none of the 3 of them had eaten yet, and they couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied at this time. Forget it about games, I didn't become a ninja just to play games like grabbing bells. Uzumaki Naruto stood up, wasting a whole morning and got this result. He was still very dissatisfied in his heart. Uchiha Izumi was still waiting for him to return home. Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to waste time here, so he immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Uchiha Sasuke had the same plan when he saw this. Well, wait a minute, Kakashi-sensei hasn't said it's time to disband yet. Haruno Sakura watched the 2 of them preparing to leave, and was a little panicked for a moment, planning to stop them. But these 2 people were both thorns in the ninja school and were known as geniuses. How could they stop because of Haruno Sakura? It's really indifferent. This is not just a game, it is a test to see if you have the qualifications to become a ninja. If you fail the game, I will erase your ninja qualifications and send you back to ninja school again. Hatake Kakashi saw that the 2 were planning to leave, and had no intention of stopping them. He just shook the bell in his hand nonchalantly and said with a relaxed expression. And these words also made Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stop, with a hint of hostility in their eyes. Chapter 53. They all have reasons why they can't back down. One must become Hokage in order to protect his loved ones. One is for revenge and must continue to become stronger. Both of them had the same reason to become stronger, so they stopped and looked at Hatake Kakashi. Haruno Sakura, on the other hand, looked a little scared at this time. She knew that she was far behind compared to these two people. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's talents ranked first and second in the ninja school. If there was one person who would be deprived of her ninja qualifications if she failed, it would undoubtedly be her. It's not easy to be in the same class as Sasuke. Am I going to be deprived of my ninja qualifications? It's all that guy. Haruno Sakura looked a little dazed, and her brain suddenly felt a little dazed. The whole person felt a little unsteady on his feet, timid before fighting, and even he felt that he was not good enough. No matter what the truth is, the ending is certain. Hatake Kakashi was also looking at the looks in the eyes of the three people. When he saw Haruno Sakura, he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke both had a hint of determination and unwillingness to admit defeat in their eyes. But when he saw Haruno Sakura, Hatake Kakashi could only see fear in it. Let's go, this is not a place for you to test. Hatake Kakashi also became somewhat interested in the class in front of him, turned around and walked out of the classroom first. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke looked at each other and followed. Only Haruno Sakura didn't feel confident at all at this moment. When going down the steps, her feet gave way and she almost fell. Soon, the three of them followed Hatake Kakashi to the back mountain. Hatake Kakashi didn't say anything, he just took off the bell from his waist again and placed it in front of the three people. The rules of the game are simple, 2 bells. The 3 of you compete, but only 2 can get the bell. Those who fail to snatch the bell will be punished and will be deprived of the qualification to become ninjas. In Hatake Kakashi's face, where only one eye could be seen, a ray of coldness appeared in front of the three people. The pressure from the Jonin made the three of them feel different levels of pressure at the same time. Without any hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke used a teleportation technique to instantly distance themselves from Hatake Kakashi. Haruno Sakura was slightly startled when she looked at the 2 people who had disappeared beside her, and immediately found a place to hide. Boo-hoo! The moment the 3 people disappeared, several shurikens flew towards Hatake Kakashi with cold light. A burst of smoke appeared, and the shuriken did not pierce the flesh and no blood appeared. Instead, there was a sound of piercing into the wood. Jounin is really not that easy to deal with. The reaction speed is so fast. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hatake Kakashi who had disappeared, and his expression became slightly surprised. But before he could make his next move, he felt a chill on his back. He instantly jumped up from the grass, and while turning his head to look, he also threw several kunai towards the grass. At that moment, even he didn't realize when Hatake Kakashi came behind him. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha Sasuke's expression became serious, his hands formed seals, and his chest rose and fell violently. A huge fireball shot out of his mouth and whizzed wildly in the direction of the grass. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the surrounding jungle quickly burned because of the huge flames. The crackling sound of the branches being burned also made Uchiha Sasuke sigh in relief. But before he landed, there was a sharp pain in his back. Kakashi Hatake came behind him at some point and kicked him away. Good chance. Wind escape big breakthrough. Naruto Uzumaki, who was hiding in another place, was also happy when he saw Hatake Kakashi paused in midair. Without any hesitation, he immediately formed a seal and used wind escape. As the bell kept ringing, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but feel happy, thinking that he was about to succeed. Hatake Kakashi's body turned into a line of smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone technique? Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled and said in surprise. I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable, you even know the art of shadow clone. Hatake Kakashi's voice sounded from behind Uzumaki Naruto, before Uzumaki Naruto could react. He and Uchiha Sasuke met the same fate and were kicked out. Uchiha Sasuke, who stood up from the side, saw Uzumaki Naruto flying out and was instantly able to confirm that it was Hatake Kakashi's true form. Without hesitation, another powerful fireball technique flew out, which was 3 points stronger than the previous powerful fireball technique. Naruto. When the Go Fireball technique was about to hit Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly shouted. Naruto Uzumaki, who flew backwards, first used the Shadow Clone technique to catch his falling body. At the same time, he quickly formed seals and used Wind Escape and Great Breakthrough again. The two have been fighting each other for several years as rivals. Not only do they understand each other's strength, they also form a tacit understanding. The wind energy made the flames burn brighter and stronger, and there was nothing wrong with the pairing of ninjutsu between the two. Earth escape earth flow wall. Hatake Kakashi also showed a hint of seriousness on his face, and smacked his hands on the ground in a hand seal. A wall of earth appeared from all directions, firmly surrounding Hatake Kakashi. The How Fireball technique was the first to hit the earth wall, bursting out with a burst of flames. It was obviously not enough to break through the defense of the earth flow wall and could not hurt Hatake Kakashi inside. But when Naruto Uzumaki's wind release arrived, the flames instantly became stronger. In the shortest possible time, the art of fireball became terrifying again. The scorching flames continued to scorch and hit the earth flow wall. Kakashi Hatake inside felt the rising temperature around him, and there was a trace of surprise on his face. The cooperation between these two is really good. It's that girl, a little worse. Hatake Kakashi smiled and shook his head, and the chakra input also increased at the same time. Because he could hear a very clear clicking sound inside. It was the sound of the rock wall about to shatter as it was being roasted by high temperatures and struck by a whirlwind. As a teacher, he cannot deal with these students with all his strength, but he must use the best method to stimulate their full strength. Only in this way, as the captain of Team 7, can he better lead these genin to complete various tasks in the future. Chapter 54. Did you make it? Such a powerful ninjutsu, sensei, everything will be fine. Uzumaki Naruto looked a little worried as he watched the flame whirlpool gradually become less powerful. This was the first time he and Uchiha Sasuke fought together. After fighting together, he realized that the combination of these two ninjutsu was so terrifying. But even such terrifying power of ninjutsu made Uzumaki Naruto a little worried. But even Chu Ran didn't know that Naruto Uzumaki was not worried about Kakashi Hatake's safety. Instead, he was worried that if something happened to Kakashi Hatake, his ninja career might be affected. I know it's a good thing to worry about the teacher, but don't underestimate the teacher too much. Just when both of them were worried, Kakashi Hatake's voice sounded behind them. Suddenly, a teleportation technique came behind the two of them. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were instantly startled. They wanted to react, but their bodies couldn't keep up with their thoughts. Hatake Kakashi grabbed one person's head with one hand and slapped it suddenly. The heads of the two collided closely, and Uzumaki Naruto felt dizzy, as if he was about to faint. Naruto Uzumaki instinctively reached out to grab the bell on Kakashi Hatake's body, but he could only barely touch Kakashi Hatake's clothes. Next, there's a hiding kitten. Kakashi Hatake dodged, ignoring the two fallen people, and went straight to find the whereabouts of Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura, who was already weak in strength, had already found a place to hide when the three of them started fighting. After seeing the ninjutsu of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, I became even more sure. The gap between his own strength and the strength between the two is too big. It's over, even Sasuke and the others are no match. If it were me, it would be even less likely that I would be the teacher's opponent. Haruno Sakura clenched her hands nervously, her face full of worry. She wanted to stay in this team and be teammates with Uchiha Sasuke, but she also knew that her strength was not enough to compare with the two. Although I hate Uzumaki Naruto in my heart, I have to admit Uzumaki Naruto's strength. Being timid is not a problem, being able to recognize yourself is also an advantage. But feeling like you're going to fail before you even fight, that alone means you may not be suitable as a ninja. Because your presence may be a drag on the team. Hatake Kakashi's voice sounded behind Haruno Sakura, regarding Haruno Sakura's performance. He commented directly and without mercy, for this kind of real procrastinator. It will not play any role in the team. On the contrary, it may become a kind of drag and become a fatal flaw in the team. If Haruno Sakura cannot take this into consideration, something will definitely happen to this team in the future. As a teacher, Kakashi Hatake is also the leader of this team. He has the responsibility to train these three genin into an excellent ninja. The same thing is that these three people must also have their own consciousness. Me. Haruno Sakura turned to look at Kakashi Hatake, who was very close, wanting to respond loudly that she was not a drag. But the fear in her heart made her not know how to speak. If she hadn't seen Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's combined ninjutsu before, she might not be so scared. But just when Haruno Sakura was about to burst into anxious tears, a figure suddenly appeared behind Kakashi Hatake without any warning. Hatake Kakashi's pupils in the front shrank violently. Impossible, he should still be in the same place just now. How is it possible to have such speed, and I left a shadow clone in place? Hatake Kakashi turned his head in disbelief, and Uzumaki Naruto's face that was close to the ruler had appeared. In front of Hatake Kakashi, he took off the bell from his waist. At this time, Hatake Kakashi also slashed with a hand sword, but it was too late, and it only caused one of the bells in Uzumaki Naruto's hand to fall. Looking at the bell that fell in front of her, Haruno Sakura's pupils trembled. She didn't know where the strength came from. She pounced forward and held the bell tightly in her hand. The two of them got the bell, which meant that this trial game was over. But Kakashi Hatake was still stunned, not because of other things. It's because there is a talisman on the clothes around his waist that he is very familiar with but has not seen for a long time. Flying Thunder God Technique. Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but gasped and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in shock. He was once a student of Uzumaki Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. He was very familiar with his teacher's famous stunt, Flying Thunder God Technique. More than once, this ninjutsu had saved him, and had helped Konoha resist the invasion of Iwagakure. Similarly, this ninjutsu is difficult to learn, but even he, who is called a genius among geniuses, has difficulty learning it. As expected of a teacher's child, he can even learn the Flying Thunder God Technique. But how did he learn the Flying Thunder God Technique? Kakashi Hatake's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Uzumaki Naruto with some confusion. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was lying on the ground and it was difficult to get up. When Uchiha Sasuke rushed over, his expression changed instantly when he saw Hatake Kakashi without the bell on his waist. He couldn't imagine that he was the strongest person who graduated from the ninja school. He would actually lose to his defeated General Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, who was too ordinary to be ordinary. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes began to tremble continuously, and they were also a little dull. Okay, it's almost time to accept your punishment. Hatake Kakashi walked to Uzumaki Naruto, pulled Uzumaki Naruto up, and whispered a few words in his ear. At the same time, he took the three people away and walked away. Just like in the original work, the three people were brought to 3 wooden stakes. Only this time, the person tied to the stake was not Uzumaki Naruto, but Uchiha Sasuke. At Chu Ran's suggestion, Uzumaki Naruto also gave up his lunchbox. Faced with Haruno Sakura, who likes Uchiha Sasuke, it is natural for her to give in. All 3 of them passed the test arranged by Hatake Kakashi. At the same time, the 3 of them were officially counted as members of Team 7, and were officially recognized by Kakashi Hatake. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto was very confused about what Kakashi Hatake said in his ear just now. After Team 7 was disbanded, Uzumaki Naruto was not in a hurry to go home immediately and tell Uchiha Izumi the good news. Chapter 55. Instead, he came outside a strange courtyard. Slowly walking inside, Uzumaki Naruto knocked on the door of the house inside. Come in. As a male voice appeared, Uzumaki Naruto walked directly in. The person in front of him is Kakashi Hatake, whom he just met today. He came here because Kakashi Hatake asked him to come here. Sit down for a while and I'll make a cup of tea. Hatake Kakashi stood up and walked towards the kitchen. The whole house was in a very old-fashioned Japanese style. Uzumaki Naruto looked around in the living room. There's nothing worth commenting on except that it's old. But a photo frame in the corner made Uzumaki Naruto slightly startled. Inside was a photo of 4 people in the same frame, one of whom Uzumaki Naruto knew and often saw in his dreams. That was the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who was also his father. Why does my father's photo appear here? Is that boy Kakashi-sensei? Who are the other 2 people? Could it be? Chu Ran's hint this time was not very direct. Instead, it was subtle and made Uzumaki Naruto guess something. That is, the relationship between the Yondaime Hokage and the Hatake Kakashi in front of him may be unusual. But even so, Uzumaki Naruto, who has a much more cautious personality, still has his guard up. Come and sit. Hatake Kakashi saw Naruto Uzumaki staring at his former photo and said nothing. He just sat at the coffee table and placed a cup of hot tea close to Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, is this you? That person is the Yondaime Hokage, right? Uzumaki Naruto pointed at the photo frame and turned to Hatake Kakashi and asked. Yes, I graduated from the ninja school before and just became a genin. He is the student of the Yondaime Hokage. Hatake Kakashi nodded, but even though he was at home, he never took off the mask on his face. But these words made Uzumaki Naruto's pupils tremble slightly, but they quickly returned to their original state. The ninjutsu you used when you snatched the bell today. It's the Flying Thunder God's technique. Don't show it in front of outsiders in the future, unless there is a real threat to your life. Kakashi Hatake looked at the tea in the cup, and his sudden words made Uzumaki Naruto flash a complicated look in his eyes. He knew that despite his caution, Hatake Kakashi still recognized the Flying Thunder God jutsu. Suddenly many questions appeared in his mind. Why can't he, who has learned the art of Flying Thunder God, use it in front of others? But this problem was quickly figured out by Uzumaki Naruto. The Sandaime Hokage did not want to expose his life experience. The question about life experience is also related to the word demon fox. Uzumaki Naruto, who had read most of the books in Konoha, also knew that he might be the legendary humanoid weapon Jinchuriki in the ninja world. After all, the Kyuubi is in the form of a fox, so it is not difficult to find these things. The reason why the Sandaime Hokage doesn't want my life experience exposed is because of the nine-tailed demon fox and because I am a Jinchuriki. The reason why the Flying Thunder God's technique cannot be exposed is because I don't want my power to be too strong and make it difficult for some people to control it. That's why I was caught immediately after I stole the sealed book. Kakashi-sensei is showing favor to me. Because of my father. When it was difficult to answer the question in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, Chu Ran sent the answer in time. If it were Uzumaki Naruto a few years ago, Chu Ran would never have said such a thing. But it's different now. Uzumaki Naruto, who has reached his teenage years, already has his own thoughts. His thoughts gradually began to mature, which was different from the stubborn Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. Nowadays, due to his long-term reading habit and hard practice, his emotions and thoughts are far beyond those of his peers. Don't be so nervous, I know you have a lot of questions. But don't ask, just listen and do what I say. Go back, I won't keep you for dinner. Hatake Kakashi looked at the silent Uzumaki Naruto, and he roughly guessed a lot from all aspects. From when Uzumaki Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique, to when Uzumaki Naruto saw the photo frame he took out specially. He could be sure that the young man in front of him knew his life experience. How on earth do you know your life experience? This is not a good thing. And where did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? If the Sandaime-sama finds out. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto's leaving figure, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. As a member of the ANBU, he is a direct subordinate of the Sandaime Hokage. The tasks performed by ANBU are often the darkest jobs in Konoha. Every job allows Hatake Kakashi to face the darkness under the sunny side of Konoha. It also allowed him to see more clearly the other side of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it is said that Uzumaki Naruto learned the Flying Thunder God technique, the Sandaime Hokage knew about it. So what will be waiting for Uzumaki Naruto? Will it be the cultivation and promotion like the fourth generation Hokage? This is absolutely impossible, because Uzumaki Naruto has another identity. And with this heavy status, even if he is the son of the fourth Hokage, even if he becomes a hero, he will never be important. Because Uzumaki Naruto has a monster in his body that other ninja villages are afraid of, the Nine Tails. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki can only be used as a weapon in the Leaf Village. Except for the first generation Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the others are like this. Because every time the Kyuubi goes berserk, it will bring huge losses to Konoha. The last rampage took away the life of the fourth Hokage. Therefore, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to let Uzumaki Naruto grow, and he will definitely control it. Uzumaki Naruto can grow very quickly, but it must not become a link that he cannot control. The Flying Thunder God technique is the introduction that is enough to destroy Uzumaki Naruto. I hope this kid can remember what I said. Teacher, I can only help you so much. Kakashi Hatake looked at the photo frame on the side and couldn't help but sigh slightly when he saw his deceased companions. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto returned home with a heavy heart. As soon as I got home, I started cooking and didn't say a few words until I ate. Chu Ran knew that Uzumaki Naruto began to have a certain degree of negation towards Konoha because of his words. This denial is terrible and will plant a seed in people's hearts. Uzumaki Naruto, who had originally resented many people in Konoha village, now began to deny Konoha in his heart. Chapter 56. It seems that time is almost up, it should be time to arrive at the mission to the country of waves soon. As a ninja, the most taboo thing is for the employer to conceal the details of the mission. The kingdom of waves is a bit redundant. Uchiha Sasuke cannot grow faster than Uzumaki Naruto for the time being. As long as you wait until the Chunin exam time, when the third Hokage dies, then it will probably be the best time. Chu Ran, who was in the subconscious space, was thinking about the current timeline. At the same time, he also began to calculate how to make Uzumaki Naruto's growth faster and at the same time make Uzumaki Naruto's darkening process smoother. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 2. As the system sound rang again, Chu Ran's eyes lit up. The words buried in Hatake Kakashi's home finally took root in Uzumaki Naruto's heart at this time. He had been hiding his resentment and disgust towards the people in the village, and at this moment he finally couldn't help but burst out. Among them, there is even dissatisfaction with the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 2. Soul, 5, 4. Blackening progress, 2258. Blackening points, 720. Blackened mall, opened. The degree of blackening is close to a quarter, even if Chu Ran doesn't add much fuel to the flames at this time. When Uzumaki Naruto discovers a certain truth and gets closer to the cruel truth, his heart will become cold and he will hate the Leaf Village. Half a month passed quickly. The three people in Class 7 do not laugh as often as other classes. Instead, there was silence. The silence was so quiet that even Hatake Kakashi had a headache. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are not people who like to communicate, and both of them somewhat hate Hiruno Sakura. Even when talking, the two of them would occasionally exchange a word or two. As for Hiruno Sakura, this girl who relies on luck seems to be getting farther and farther away from the two of them. A month has passed, and Team 7 has taken on several tasks during this month. But every mission is of the lowest level, until I received the mission of guarding the Kingdom of Waves in the original book. However, under the intervention of Chu Ran, Uzumaki Naruto exposed the truth of this mission. As the price of deception, Konoha also bluntly refused this task. For Chu Ran, whether the Kingdom of Waves exists or not is not a big deal at all, and naturally he will not let Uzumaki Naruto do those useless things. 3 months later, Chu Ran finally got his wish and waited until the time for the Chunin examination. Logically speaking, this Chunin exam was not something that they, who had just become genin, should be able to take part in. But Hatake Kakashi still took out the application form and let the three of them make their own choices. After getting the form, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke did not hesitate and directly chose to participate. Only Hiruno Sakura looked hesitant, because the Chunin exam must be taken in a team of 3. Seeing Hiruno Sakura's dilly-dallying and frightened look, not only Uchiha Sasuke, but also Uzumaki Naruto showed an impatient look on his face. 3 people must take the Chunin exam together. As a procrastinator, are you scared? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hiruno Sakura with cold eyes. For him, anyone who hinders him from becoming stronger is a burden, someone who makes him feel disgusted. He had never understood how a burden like Hiruno Sakura could become a ninja. I will participate. Hiruno Sakura lowered her head slightly when she heard Uchiha Sasuke's words. She looked a little disappointed, but she still signed the form. She didn't have the confidence to walk side by side with the 2 people in front of her. She could only follow from a distance. If she took the Chunin exam, she was afraid that the distance between them would become wider and wider because of their excellence. Naruto, it's about the Chunin exam. We should have a chance to fight again. Although I don't know why you hid your strength when you were in the ninja school. But no matter what, the result will not change. If I encounter you in the Chunin exam, I will not show mercy. Before Uchiha Sasuke left, he glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and said with a cold face. He has always regarded Uzumaki Naruto as his only opponent. After knowing that Uzumaki Naruto had always had the intention to fight with him, he felt angry in his heart. And this time, he knew he would vent it out during the Chunin exam. I won't lose, Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a confident smile on his face. He didn't say much. In the exam, strength is the best proof of everything. Only Hiruno Sakura was like a tool, watching the 2 of them talking without saying a word. Waiting until the Chunin exams. The first test is the written test in the original book. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was not the scumbag at that time in the original work at all, and he had already remembered this knowledge in his heart. But what surprised Chu Ran was that Uchiha Sasuke turned on the Sharingan before the Chunin exam. The 3 passed their first exam successfully. The second test is the battle for the scrolls. With Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, it was easy to take the scroll from a group of weaker people. When I was about to go directly to the central tower to submit the scroll to complete the exam, the 3 of them ran into trouble when suddenly a giant python that looked like a train appeared. The 3 of them were immediately separated, and Uzumaki Naruto was also knocked out by the giant python. In an instant, he felt as if his body was falling apart. But he still managed to keep jumping and dodging in the jungle, only to be separated from Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing this scene, Chu Ran also frowned subconsciously. Orochimaru's psychic beast, it seems that it was no coincidence that they met during the Chunin exam. But he is deliberately tracking it, presumably to get the Uchiha container. Uzumaki Naruto cannot be allowed to have the 5-element seal planted, even though he will meet Jiraiya when the time comes. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Naruto Uzumaki fighting with the giant python outside, and couldn't help but ponder. According to his original script, the 3-person team should easily pass the second exam, until the final exam involves the attack on Sunan Ninja Village. When the Sandaime Hokage dies, the darkness of Konoha will truly unfold. But what happened at this time was unexpected, but things were still under the control of Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, in the outer forest, Uzumaki Naruto was also fighting with the giant python. Unlike in the original work, where he used his shadow clone to explode the giant python, Naruto Uzumaki's strength is several levels stronger than in the original work. Chapter 57. The flexible figure kept flashing throughout the forest, and combined with the temptation of the shadow clone technique, the giant snake's offensive was constantly interrupted. The shadow clone technique is very useful for fighting. In addition, Uzumaki Naruto released the wind release ninjutsu when he unexpectedly approached the giant python's body. But after all, it is a sea-level ninjutsu, and it seems a little powerless to really hurt this giant python. This bastard snake's skin must be too thick. I wonder what's going on with Sasuke. There was a trace of anxiety in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. He was not worried about Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Instead, I am simply worried about my own exam. This exam is not a personal battle, but a group task. If one person is eliminated, then his Chunin exams are over, and he will have to wait for a long time for the next exam. Uzumaki Naruto's goal is Hokage, and becoming a Chunin is the real first step. Wind release vacuum blade. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed with a cold light. After confirming the current situation, he no longer hid his strength. Now that no one is watching him, his strength can be directly displayed. The wind release vacuum blade is a B-level ninjutsu, and it is the ninjutsu that has the most unique characteristics of wind release chakra. Mainly relying on the control of chakra, attaching wind escape chakra to kunai to form ninjutsu that is several times sharper. This is also temporary. Chu Ran taught Uzumaki Naruto the strongest ninjutsu. I saw a kunai appearing in each of Naruto Uzumaki's hands, and a blue light that was sharp and sawtoothed appeared on top of the kunai. Under the cover of the shadow clone technique, Uzumaki Naruto came to the top of the giant python with a blink technique. The kunai kept moving in his hand, as fast as a flash of blue light. Along with the giant python's painful wail, countless horrific and hideous wounds appeared on his body in a matter of seconds. Snake blood continued to spurt out, and as the giant python fell to the ground, Uzumaki Naruto also stopped what he was doing after a burst of smoke. Call. Uzumaki Naruto exhaled lightly from his mouth, not caring about the consumption of chakra. Just in conjunction with this ninjutsu, which uses chakra to impart various parts of the body to increase speed, this made Uzumaki Naruto a little tired. I still haven't practiced enough, what dad showed me is smoother than mine. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the kunai in his hands, feeling his constant loss of physical strength, and there was some disappointment on his face. I am still somewhat dissatisfied with my lack of cultivation. After all, the vacuum blade Chu Ran showed him was the same as the vacuum blade he used himself. Both movements and attack rhythm are several times faster than Uzumaki Naruto. But what Uzumaki Naruto didn't know was that Chu Ran relied on the system to give him the highest proficiency. Even in the entire ninja world, it is estimated that no one has such terrifying wind escape strength as Chu Ran. We have to find Sasuke and the others quickly. The two of them didn't come to me the first time we separated, they must have encountered a lot of trouble. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was slightly solemn. At this time, he was able to calmly judge the current matter. It is no exaggeration to say that Uzumaki Naruto already has the qualifications of a Chunin. On the other side, a man wearing an Oto Ninja Village forehead protector was looking at Uchiha Sasuke on the ground with his long tongue open. Those eyes were full of greed, staring closely at the bruised Uchiha Sasuke. But he didn't even have any injuries on his body. This man is one of the most powerful Sannin in Konoha, and he is Orochimaru, the proud disciple of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha's vessel, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. Although he is not as good as Uchiha Itachi, his potential seems to be quite good. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with his long tongue, his eyes shining with excitement. If it weren't for the other more important purpose of coming to Konoha this time, I'm afraid he would have found a way to take away the young man in front of him. In the original work, Orochimaru clearly understood the powerful eye power of the Uchiha clan. As Orochimaru pursues immortality, various high-quality blood-limited containers are also one of his goals. What's more, there are only a handful of Uchiha people in this world. Boom! Just as Orochimaru was sizing up his prey, a violent whirlwind suddenly rushed from his side. Orochimaru's body was instantly knocked away by the whirlwind, and Uzumaki Naruto also came to Uchiha Sasuke's side from the side. After only being shocked for a moment, he took Uchiha Sasuke and left quickly. Forget it, Sakura, Sasuke was defeated so easily. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke in his arms, and his expression became a little ugly. He glanced at the position behind him with some fear, but he knew the strength of Uchiha Sasuke. As his only opponent, the only person he recognized was Uchiha Sasuke. But now not only Haruno Sakura, but also Uchiha Sasuke was defeated so completely. But at this moment, the man behind him made him feel a little afraid. Calm down, there is no need to forcefully fight with such a guy. He must still have teammates nearby, we have completed the exam now, so it is wisest to leave first. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and his expression changed from shock to calmness. As a ninja, you must always judge the current environment. Completing the task first is the first choice for ninjas. The knowledge he has learned over the years also allowed Uzumaki Naruto to quickly judge the best plan. But just when Uzumaki Naruto hugged the two of them at the same time, several small snakes suddenly appeared from behind him. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru, who had just been blown away by the wind release, appeared not far behind Uzumaki Naruto in an instant. From his arms, countless big snakes surged out quickly, like a big net that seemed to be wrapping up Naruto Uzumaki in an instant. So fast. How could it be so fast? Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled slightly, and he threw the two of them out with all his strength. He quickly pulled out his kunai, and the wind escape chakra was entangled in it, blocking the big snake rushing towards him. He didn't know whether these big snakes were poisonous, but the most important thing was not to hurt himself. As the snakes were chopped in half, Orochimaru's figure disappeared from Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Even though he thought about what to do, Uzumaki Naruto's body couldn't react. When he reacted, Orochimaru slapped Uzumaki Naruto on the abdomen. The huge impact made Uzumaki Naruto's pupils turn white instantly and he fainted. What a dangerous kid, he has learned how to change his nature at such a young age. Chapter 58. It reminds me of a terrible man. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the fainted Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. The spiky yellow head and blue eyes reminded Orochimaru of the figure of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The ninja who is known as the most genius is also the youngest Hokage. Even though he was one of the Sannin and a student of his comrade, Orochimaru still had a deep fear of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. No, this brat is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, right? That's it, I didn't expect the old man to hide it quite deeply. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto who fell on the ground, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, not only did he meet the orphan of the Uchiha clan, but he also found the nine-tails Jinchuriki. This has to be said to be extremely lucky, which makes Orochimaru even more interested. Just when he was about to put his hand close to Uzumaki Naruto for confirmation, a hand suddenly pinched his wrist tightly. The terrifying strength and the constantly crackling bones caused Orochimaru's expression to change instantly. Directly using the substitution technique to transform into countless big snakes, they were freed from the huge force coming from their wrists. What's going on? Shouldn't this kid faint? You can wake up so quickly after receiving such an impact, is it the effect of the nine-tails chakra? No, I didn't feel Kyuubi's chakra. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto who slowly stood up and twisted his neck. His pupils shrank slightly. For some reason, he smelled a hint of danger in front of this kid whom he didn't pay any attention to. It was really not gentle enough. It broke several of my ribs in one go. Chu Ran stretched his waist, and the injuries in his body recovered in an instant. Nowadays, his recovery speed is not ordinary, but close to that of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, or in other words, it has exceeded Senju Hashirama's recovery ability. And this was discovered by Orochimaru in an instant. As a famous scientist in the ninja world, Orochimaru is most concerned about various special physiques and blood inheritance limits. You have such resilience, you can recover quickly in such a short period of time. Could it be that this kid also has the cells of the first Hokage in his body? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and began to look at Uzumaki Naruto again. At this moment, he was curious about Uzumaki Naruto. More than just curiosity about Uchiha Sasuke. Latent Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru smiled evilly, and countless small snakes suddenly rushed out from the cuffs of his hands. There were many times more latent shadow snake hands than before. Just looking at this terrifying number made people feel irritated. If you want to truly verify your ideas, the only way is to experiment in person. Wind release vacuum continuous waves. Chu Ran quickly formed seals with his hands, and he had already taken over Uzumaki Naruto's body. Compared to Uzumaki Naruto's wind release, his wind release is several levels higher. Facing the latent shadow's multi-snake hands, the countless wind blades transformed by the vacuum waves tore apart these countless snakes in an instant. Snake bodies and snake blood continued to fall in the air. And Orochimaru also planned to repeat his old tricks. After all the snakes were dealt with, he quickly came behind Chu Ran again. Wind release wind blade. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, not looking at Orochimaru behind him at all. From between the 3 fingers, a disc-shaped wind blade with a diameter of about half a meter appeared in a sudden rotation, and was sent directly behind him from one side of his body. So fast. Orochimaru's expression changed, and he immediately used the substitute technique to dodge. This is an A-level wind release ninjutsu. Even if he comes into close contact, a big hole will definitely be opened in his stomach. This kid's reaction speed is several times faster than before. It's like a different person. Orochimaru appeared from the big tree nearby, and his expression became solemn at this moment. He is one of the 3 ninjas, a legendary ninja. But when facing the young man in front of him, he felt a thorny feeling in his heart that he had not seen for a long time. One of the 3 ninjas, as a legendary ninja, he is indeed well deserved. To get too entangled with him is not conducive to the current situation. Orochimaru cannot be killed. Chu Ran looked at Orochimaru in front of him, with a trace of contemplation on his face. He knew very clearly what Orochimaru's next plan was, and he also understood it very well. If he killed Orochimaru here, then the subsequent plan to destroy Konoha would not be established. If the Sandaime Hokage does not die, then Uzumaki Naruto will not have many chances to successfully become completely black. King Kong blockade. Wind escape vacuum jade. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. Now that he had decided, he could not continue to confront Orochimaru here. He immediately exerted 100 of his strength, and several Vajra blockades rushed directly towards Orochimaru. At the same time, Chu Ran also spit out a giant air cannon, and the constant air explosions made Orochimaru's expression change, and he immediately dodged. And just the moment Orochimaru stepped back, the diamond chain that originally blocked him disappeared. Also disappearing at the same time was Chu Ran's figure. Just now, he threw 2 kunai in an instant, and the talisman of the Flying Thunder God's technique had been engraved on the kunai in advance. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura disappeared in front of Orochimaru. Escaped. Orochimaru looked around, and after making sure he didn't feel Naruto Uzumaki's breath, he relaxed. At the same time, he also walked to the place where Uzumaki Naruto threw the kunai. When he saw the talisman carved on the kunai, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly trembled. Flying Thunder God technique. As Orochimaru, who has mastered most of the secret arts, he can quickly recognize the sigils of the Flying Thunder God jutsu. At the same time, he was also surprised that Uzumaki Naruto actually controlled a forbidden technique that he did not even control. But at this moment, when Orochimaru was relaxed and shocked, a figure appeared in front of him, causing Orochimaru's expression to change instantly. Are you surprised? The feeling of breaking a rib is very uncomfortable. It is indecent to come and go without reciprocating. You should try it too. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth slightly raised, without any ceiling, a violent storm was instantly shot out of his palms. He hit Orochimaru hard on the abdomen, and the huge impact caused Orochimaru to spit out a mouthful of blood. Although it is just the simplest and most ordinary sea-level wind escape Lifeone palm, it is at such a close range. It was almost impossible for Orochimaru to react, let alone defend. This was how terrifying the Flying Thunder God's technique was. Chapter 59. The huge impact directly sent Orochimaru flying tens of meters away, and Chu Ran's figure disappeared again. What disappeared with him was the kunai that had been stuck under the big tree before. Smelly brat. Orochimaru spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became a little ugly at this time. As a Sannin, he has not been attacked like this for many years. If it were some long-established ninja, he wouldn't be angry, but the person who just injured him was just a brat. How could this kid who had just taken the Chunin exam not make him angry? Chu Ran's proud look just now made Orochimaru bite his teeth tightly, wishing to cut Uzumaki Naruto into pieces immediately. That brat is so proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. This kind of reaction speed is comparable to that of the Yondaime Hokage. It's true that the father of a tiger has no son. Orochimaru exhaled lightly, and his expression became serious. If such a character would appear in Konoha, then he would have to be more cautious. How could he, as one of the 3 ninjas, not know about Uzumaki Naruto's life experience, and Orochimaru had always been responsible for espionage work. The Uzumaki Naruto who suddenly appeared at this time will undoubtedly be the brightest new star in Konoha. Jijiji. For such a talented Ninetales Jinchuriki, I'm really curious about Konoha's attitude. A playful smile appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. With only a few broken ribs, he quickly stood up. The figure disappeared in a flash. This time the Chunin exam was just a fun for him. It was mainly to find prey. Now that there were prey, it was almost time to leave. On the other side, after using the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, Chu Ran placed the two of them in a cave, and at the same time handed the body back to Uzumaki Naruto. There was no nuisance from the three vocal ninjas in the original novel. Instead, they waited until the three of them woke up and then went to the meeting point. Then in the third exam, the personal battle began. Needless to say, Uzumaki Naruto successfully completed the exam, and Uchiha Sasuke advanced despite some reluctance. It is almost the same as the matchup list in the original work. Hinata's opponent is still her insurmountable cousin Hyuga Neji. Hinata, come on. In the entire venue, the only person who could make Uzumaki Naruto go out to talk was probably Hinata. When Hinata heard Uzumaki Naruto's sudden encouragement, a smile appeared on her face, and she felt more confident in her heart. Last year, Uzumaki Naruto injured Hyuga Neji, which caused great turmoil in the Hyuga clan. But as the only remaining wealthy family in Konoha, the Hyuga clan did not cause trouble for Uzumaki Naruto. It's just that Hinata Neji has always been unconvinced by the last failure. Uzumaki Naruto, take care of yourself. When the last exam comes, I will definitely defeat you in person in front of everyone. Hinata Neji walked past the two of them, the coldness in his eyes and the anger in his tone made people feel a little scared. Hinata, who was already timid, suddenly seemed to have no confidence in her heart. As for Hinata, he didn't take it seriously at all. Although their identities were very different, their strength was also very different. In his opinion, defeating Hinata was nothing more than easy. Two members of the Hyuga clan walked down the stairs together, and they took action at the same time in the center of the arena after the referee signaled. All of them are the postures unique to Soft Fist, but they just passed two moves. Everyone present can know the difference in physical skills between the two. Hinata's teacher is Kurenai Yuhi, a rare and powerful genjutsu ninja in Konoha. As the heir to the Byakugan clan, physical skills must be the most important training object. Unlike Hyuga Neji's teacher Metkai is a jounin who specializes in taijutsu. The gap between the two, from talent to the time it took to become a ninja, to teacher education, and the hard work of training, is huge. After just a few fights, Hinata couldn't stand it anymore. Even more heavy-handed than in the original work, Hinata Neji's 64 bagua mercilessly hit Hinata's body without mercy. With every sound of his body being hit by soft fists, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became more cold. Slowly clenching his fists, he could see that Hinata had clearly lost her fighting ability. Obviously, as long as Hyuga Neji stops, Hinata may not be able to bear the severe pain in her meridians and collapse to the ground. But Hyuga Neji did not choose to stop. After finishing the 64 bagua, he looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a provocative look. Kill him. He's hurting Hinata. This guy did it on purpose. Why don't these teachers stop it? Everyone can obviously see that Hinata has no fighting ability. Chu Ran's voice was just right, ringing in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. The emotion that was about to explode in Naruto Uzumaki's heart was given a kindling and was instantly ignited. Stop it. Bastard! Uzumaki Naruto shouted, activated the teleportation technique, and appeared in front of Hyuga Neji in a flash. The kunai in his hand lit up with a blue jagged light, and the wind-release chakra was attached to it without hesitation. Hyuga Neji looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who suddenly rushed out, recalling in his mind the last time he was defeated by Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, his face also showed a hint of fear, which was the fear conveyed by instinct. Because last time, it was because of this sudden blow that his body was torn apart instantly. That injury not only left an indelible scar on his body, but also caused fear in his soul. Hinata Neji instinctively took a step back, subconsciously trying to make a defensive posture. But before he could actually complete the action, Naruto Uzumaki, who was about to rush in front of him, had his face instantly hit the ground. The jounin who were watching the battle arrived at the scene at the same time and suppressed Uzumaki Naruto. Hatake Kakashi, Metkai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai stood between the two. Let me go. I want to avenge Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils were already filled with anger, even though he could not move physically at this time. But he still continued to resist, his eyes fixed on Hinata Neji. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 5. As the sound of the system sounded, Chu Ran, who was watching the show subconsciously, couldn't help but smile. Why didn't they stop Hyuga Neji, but me? Chapter 60. Obviously Hinata has been beaten like this. It's obvious that Hinata has lost her fighting ability a long time ago, can't they see it? Why not stop it? In Uzumaki Naruto's heart, Chu Ran's voice kept ringing, and he kept questioning the jounin in front of him who controlled him. The hatred in his heart kept blooming, especially when he set his sights on Hinata, whose figure was crumbling. His pupils were even more filled with anger. "Let me go." Uzumaki Naruto kept struggling, trying to escape from Hatake Kakashi's hands. But Kakashi Hatake was not the only person who trapped him at this time. There are also Metkai and Sarutobi Asuma. Uzumaki Naruto's own power alone is completely insufficient. The duel and outcome of the exam are determined by the referee. Hinata has not given up yet, nor has she fallen down. You should respect her choice and spirit. Instead of interfering with the game for her own sake. Kakashi Hatake pressed Naruto Uzumaki, and his voice reached Naruto Uzumaki's ears. He was actually a little unsure at this time, and he didn't want to see Uzumaki Naruto use the Flying Thunder God technique. If the Flying Thunder God technique is used, then Team May 7th be in danger and will be disbanded at any time. Hyuga Niji, victory. The Jonin who was acting as the referee looked at Hinata who was falling precariously in Yuhi Kurenai's arms. He also announced the winner of this competition without hesitation. Several Jounin also let go of Uzumaki Naruto at this time. Without any hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto rushed forward immediately when he saw Hinata fainting. Helping Yu Yang Hong, he prepared to help Hinata to the stand. Uzumaki Naruto. But with an angry shout, Uzumaki Naruto stopped. The care and concern in his eyes before disappeared in an instant, leaving only the coldness. Next time, the 4th round of the Chunin exams. I will definitely defeat you and make you fall to the ground in embarrassment in front of everyone. Hyuga Niji's eyes also shone with coldness. He, like Uchiha Sasuke, had hatred in his heart. At the same time, he also regarded Uzumaki Naruto as his opponent. After practicing hard for such a long time, I will soon have to show my strength. No matter what, Hyuga Niji cannot lose, nor is he willing to lose, and he is even less willing to lose to Uzumaki Naruto. Next time, I won't show mercy. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, but he said nothing more to Hyuga Niji. Neither of them likes to express their emotions with words. If they need to express their emotions, it is the real moment on the arena. The next battle started under similar circumstances as in the original work. The places for the 4th Chunin exam have also appeared, and everyone is eager to try. No one is willing to take a step back when facing the door of becoming a Chunin. 2 days later, there were still a few days left before the final Chunin examination. In the past few days, Uzumaki Naruto has not been idle, and he has been practicing hard every day. Although he knew in his heart that he could not use the Flying Thunder God technique, Uzumaki Naruto still continued to practice wind escape. If you use the Flying Thunder God technique too conspicuously, you will be stared at. However, the techniques of wind escape and shadow clone are different, although the attack methods may be relatively simple. However, when a tactic is practiced thousands of times and is used again, both the attack and the speed are far beyond what ordinary people can stop. But today, while Uzumaki Naruto was practicing, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. On his head was a forehead protector with the word oil engraved on it, and he had waist-long white hair. If we follow the plot in the original work, Uzumaki Naruto would not have met this man so early. Even Chu Ran, subconsciously, was a little surprised. But then I thought about it, Jiraiya's appearance was not an accident, but a deliberately arranged coincidence. As the orphan of his most proud disciple, how could he not care? If he didn't care, he wouldn't take Uzumaki Naruto away after the Sandaime Hokage died. It was not until the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade, established herself in Konoha village that she sent Uzumaki Naruto back. He had not returned to Konoha for almost 10 years. As soon as he returned to Konoha, he came to find the child of his former disciple. Uncle is a ninja? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the strange uncle in front of him, and couldn't help but show a hint of caution on his face. After all, this person looks like a ninja, but he doesn't seem to be a ninja from Konoha. No, I have already abandoned the name of ninja. If I have to say it, it would be an immortal. Jiraiya, who is called the Toad Sage and the hero, is the one who is here. Jiraiya shook his head, using an extremely exaggerated posture and a tone that he thought he was handsome. I introduced myself to Naruto Uzumaki, and the performance was like a street performer. Naruto Uzumaki immediately shook his head after seeing it. He turned around and walked in the other direction without any hesitation. In his mind, this uncle might already be a psychopath. Slow down, kid. You are really a cold-tempered person. I just saw that you seem to be very skilled in using wind escape. The changes in the nature of chakra are not something that someone of your age can use. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, sat on the big rock nearby, and began to look at Uzumaki Naruto. How could he not know that the young man in front of him was the child of his former disciple? As one of the Sannin, he is much smarter than the description in the original work. It was precisely because he saw through the dark side of Konoha that he chose to leave Konoha and drift outside to practice alone. Wait, Jiraiya. Is it Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha? He is Dad's teacher. Uzumaki Naruto, who was about to leave just now, suddenly stopped. His pupils trembled slightly, and his mind recalled the past events that Namake's Minato had told Uzumaki Naruto in his dream. Among them was Jiraiya, who was Namake's Minato's teacher as a genin when he was a boy and one of the three ninjas. Under Chu Ran's special praise, Jiraiya's image became much brighter and taller. Are you Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas? Really? Although he admired Jiraiya very much in his heart, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the tall uncle in front of him. His eyes were full of suspicion, and he didn't think that this strange uncle was really Jiraiya. If it is really Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, then if he is willing to teach me how to practice, then during the Chunin exams, I will definitely win. Chapter 61. Chu Ran's words echoed in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally a little suspicious of Jiraiya's identity, immediately showed a gleam in his eyes. Not bad, kid. I am none other than the heroic Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. Jiraiya put his hands on his hips and said to Uzumaki Naruto with a proud look on his face. For the younger generation of Konoha village to still remember his name, I have to say that Jiraiya was very happy. After all, when he became famous, it was all a matter of the previous generation. At this time, he had watched some children grow up. They even have children. Among the younger generation of Konoha, few of them know the title of Sannin. Stop lying, how could Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, be like you? That person is a Sannin, the master of the Yondaime Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, still somewhat doubtful about Jiraiya's identity. Because no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think the person in front of him was very strong. Apart from his age, he could indeed be regarded as one of the three ninjas. You can let him show off first, after all, only then can he prove whether he is really the Sannin Jiraiya. Subconsciously, Chu Ran couldn't help but sigh when he saw such suspicious Uzumaki Naruto. Okay, let me see how you can perform some of your best ninjutsu. In this case, I will believe that you are Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke directly to Jiraiya. Hearing the words of the young man in front of him, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Jiraiya sighed softly and slowly opened the palm of his right hand. A ball with light blue light slowly appeared and gradually grew larger. It stopped when it reached about the size of an apple, but Jiraiya didn't stop and directly pushed the small light blue ball in his hand out. In the process of pushing with his palm, the blue light ball also hit the rock behind him. Bang! In an instant, a large hole was blown out of the rock. This rock cave was blasted out and was very smooth and flat, as if it had been polished with special tools. The power can be seen to be very powerful, and Uzumaki Naruto's pupils also glowed slightly. How about it? It's awesome. This is the A-level ninjutsu, the Rasengan, created by the 4th Hokage. Although it is an A-level ninjutsu, it has an S-level learning difficulty. Jiraiya's proud face was not noticed by Naruto Uzumaki at all. Instead, he just stared closely at the destroyed big stone, his eyes full of yearning. Especially when Jiraiya said that this ninjutsu was developed by the 4th Hokage Namake's Minato himself, this made him yearn for it even more. Can you teach me? Toad Immortal. Uzumaki Naruto was truly sure at this moment that the man in front of him was his father's teacher Jiraiya. Without any hesitation, he immediately stated that he wanted to learn this ninjutsu. After all, this was a ninjutsu developed personally by his father, Minato Namake's. It's not that easy to learn this ninjutsu. It took the 4th Hokage 3 years to develop and perfect this ninjutsu. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the excited look of Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. He couldn't help but think of the way he looked when he saw Namake's Minato. Although the appearance of the two people is not close, their smiles, blue eyes and hair color are almost exactly the same. I will definitely learn it. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Let me see if you have the talent to learn this ninjutsu first. I will be collecting information here for the past 2 days, starting from tomorrow, you can come to the hot spring hotel next door to find me. As soon as you find me, I will start giving you some trials. Jiraiya smiled slightly and didn't care much about what Naruto Uzumaki said. If perseverance alone can accomplish everything, then what is the use of talent? The learning difficulty of this ninjutsu is at S level. It is difficult for ordinary people to learn it. If you are not a true genius, it is almost impossible to learn it. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Jiraiya's retreating figure and said no more. He would prove, and would personally prove to Jiraiya, that his talent was not inferior to that of his father, Namikaze Minato. One day later, Uzumaki Naruto started waiting at the hot spring hotel early in the morning. But until noon, when his stomach growled, Jiraiya didn't show up. This couldn't help but make Uzumaki Naruto feel that Jiraiya was not playing a trick on him. But when I thought about it, Jiraiya said that he would give him a test and teach him how to practice until he found him. Uzumaki Naruto could only start searching, and finally found Jiraiya peeping on the roof of the female bath. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's impression of Jiraiya became even worse. But he still accepted the training taught by Jiraiya. Just like in the original work, Jiraiya asked Uzumaki Naruto to learn to use chakra to attach to the soles of his feet from the beginning. Start walking on the river. Although this is a very simple skill, it requires high chakra control. If you want to learn difficult ninjutsu, you absolutely need to be very proficient in chakra control. In the original work, because Orochimaru planted the 5-element seal on Uzumaki Naruto could not fully control his chakra. Let his own chakra and Kyuubi's chakra create chaos together, causing a great loss in practice. But it's different now, because there is no seal on himself. Uzumaki Naruto's talent is perfect. Under Chu Ran's management over the years, Uzumaki Naruto's control of chakra is definitely very good. The clothes on my body didn't even get wet, and I succeeded in one go. Not only water walking, but also the art of channeling, Jiraiya taught the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him on the same day. In the huge scroll behind him, Uzumaki Naruto signed a contract with Meow Mushin. The signature on this contract might not have been discovered by Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. But now Uzumaki Naruto discovered that this huge scroll not only contains his and Jiraiya's names, but also a name, which is his father Namikaze Minato. After signing the contract, he began to teach Uzumaki Naruto the order of seal formation in the art of channeling. The art of channeling is a B-level ninjutsu that relies on signing contracts with various people and then summoning them. It can effectively enhance one's own combat power. It is a practical ninjutsu that many ninjas know. Hai, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei. Psychic art. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, quickly formed a seal the moment he bit his finger, and quickly slapped it on the ground. Chapter 62. The chakra in the body continued to surge, under the control of Naruto Uzumaki. The moment the palm collided with the ground, the psychic sigil spread rapidly. Boom! A burst of smoke rose from the ground and spread in all directions. Jiraiya's face was slightly startled, and he saw a giant figure the size of a small house in the smoke. When the smoke gradually dissipates, you can see everything in front of you clearly. Toad Tadashi. Jiraiya looked at the orange toad in front of him, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. This toad is one of his contracted beasts, the fairy toad in Nyamu Mountain. He wears a necklace with the word loyalty on his chest called Toad Tadashi. This scream also made the toad in front of him stunned for a moment, and he turned his head to look at the person standing on top of him in disbelief. Mr. Jiraiya, what's going on? Am I summoned by this brat? Toadada turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto did not reply, but looked at the toad in front of him in a daze. Why is it a toad? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help complaining in his heart, but he looked at such a huge toad in front of him. He couldn't help but make a comparison in his mind. He knew that Hatake Kakashi's psychic beasts were dogs, and there were many of them. But compared to the Toadada in front of him, it seems that Toadada is stronger. Toad Tadashi, you can go back. Thank you for your hard work, let's run again. Jiraiya took a deep breath and looked at Uzumaki Naruto again with a different look. He knew that the young man in front of him was definitely extraordinary and not the mediocre person he imagined. But someone who can match the talent of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Lovable immortal, I have completed your trial. Is it time to teach me ninjutsu now? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Jiraiya in front of him and couldn't help but clenched his fists. He had too many expectations for the Rasengan just now. Jiraiya did not refuse, but began to explain to Uzumaki Naruto about the Rasengan. First of all, the Rasengan itself is a ninjutsu created by the 4th generation Hokage who was inspired by the tailed beast Jade. It relies on gathering chakra in the hand, continuously flowing in irregular directions, and compressing it to form a non-attributed chakra ball as big as the palm of your hand. Jiraiya immediately began to teach Uzumaki Naruto how to concentrate chakra in his hands. It's not like the original work, where water balloons, and rubber balls are used. Because in the original work, Jiraiya saw that Uzumaki Naruto was not smart and did not have much understanding. Even if the explanation is clear, it is not as good as Uzumaki Naruto himself actually starting to practice. But it's different now. Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya have shown super high understanding. It was precisely because of his easy-to-understand nature that Jiraiya chose to directly explain the condensation and formation of chakra. Naruto Uzumaki, who has been hanging out in the library since he was a child, is naturally very bright about these things. In just a few sentences, the key is found. Chakra began to condense in the palm of his hand, and he wanted to control the chakra in his hand and let it move irregularly. This is a very difficult thing, and Uzumaki Naruto can only form a chakra ball and continuously inject chakra into this sphere, but if you want to make it move irregularly to generate power, the chakra ball will instantly go wild. Uzumaki Naruto's 2 attempts also made him disgraced. Try it slowly, this is not an easy ninjutsu to learn. But among the techniques that don't form seals, it's definitely a very powerful one. Jiraiya clapped his hands, shook his hand at Uzumaki Naruto, and left. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Jiraiya's back, and the determination in his pupils immediately made him continue to practice the Rasengan. I will definitely succeed. There's still a week until the next exam. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto could begin to gradually control the irregular movements in the chakra ball. At the same time, with some help from Chu Ran, Uzumaki Naruto has entered the advanced stage of the second stage of the Rasengan. The first stage was to condense chakra, which was too easy for Uzumaki Naruto, so he jumped directly to the second stage. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto was able to use the chakra ball in his hand to make the chakra inside him move irregularly until it exploded. Then he found Jiraiya and started learning the third stage. The third stage is the advancement of the second stage, which makes the irregular changes inside more complicated. As a result, today's Rasengan has a certain degree of lethality, but it cannot be as ordinary as Jiraiya. On the third day, the practice yielded no results. On the fourth day, there was also not much progress. It wasn't until the fifth day that Uzumaki Naruto could materialize the chakra ball, and at this time he could barely call it a Rasengan. The chakra inside can already change easily and irregularly quickly. It can barely be used in actual combat, and at this time, there are only the last 2 days before the last exam. He has received the battle list, and his opponent is still Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji is not an ordinary opponent. After losing to Uzumaki Naruto last time, his strength has changed dramatically. Uzumaki Naruto knows very well that strength is such a thing when you pay less than others. Then you will become weaker than others, time and effort will not lie. Only when you completely devote your time and energy to practice, you will not lose to anyone. On the sixth day, Uzumaki Naruto had completed the third stage and started to continue the fourth stage with Jiraiya. To integrate the previous 3 stages, it is necessary to condense chakra with higher precision. For Uzumaki Naruto, it may be easier than the third stage. Time quickly came to the last round of the Chunin exams. Not only the ninjas of Konoha village, but also many people from Sand Ninja village came at this time. This is the Chunin exam jointly held by Sunan Ninja village and Konoha village, so there are many ninjas from both countries in the hall. Before the game started, Uzumaki Naruto did not rest in the lounge. An ordinary genin would definitely be nervous in public, but Uzumaki Naruto was not nervous at all. Instead, he was holding on to Izumi Uchiha, looking for an empty spot. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto saw a seat where Hinata and her teacher Yuhi Kurinai were sitting. Hinata. Kurinai-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto shouted something to the backs of the two of them. But just as Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward, he saw Hinata covering her mouth and nose and coughing in pain. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually became colder. Chapter 63. From Hinata's fingers, there was a little red blood flowing out. It was obvious how serious the injury to Hinata was in the competition 10 days ago. Naruto. Hinata glanced at Uzumaki Naruto weakly, with a hint of joy in her eyes. She was happy that Naruto Uzumaki rushed out to care about her 10 days ago, but she was also worried. I am worried that today, Uzumaki Naruto, who has always been strong, may lose to Hinata Neji. So even if she wasn't feeling well, she still wanted to watch the competition. Don't say anything, I will definitely win today. Just read it carefully, and then I, Teacher Hong and Sister Kwan will take you to the hospital. After Uzumaki Naruto helped Uchiha Izumi sit down, he put his hand on Hinata's head. How could he not know what this girl was thinking? Both of them were worried about each other, so Uzumaki Naruto had to express his determination at this time. He will definitely win, and he will win extremely thoroughly. He will completely defeat the wealthy genius in front of everyone. Hinata had an unconcealable smile on her face, and Izumi Uchiha on the side also gently stroked Izumi Uchiha's back. I want this seriously injured girl to feel better. Naruto, go to the lounge and get ready. My sister is good at medical ninjutsu, although she is not very proficient, she will be fine as long as I am in Hinata. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly. She learned basic medical ninjutsu from her mother. For the painful Hinata, although it was impossible to completely heal the injury, it was still very easy to reduce the pain. Sister Izumi, Teacher Kurenai, Hinata will be left to you. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and then walked out downwards. He quickly reached the lounge along the way, and when he heard his name mentioned on the radio, he immediately walked through the lounge and reached the center of the venue. This is where he and Hyuga Niji met this time. The two looked at each other, each standing on either side, neither of them speaking. At this time, both of them wanted to prove their strength to everyone present. Call out. The two figures disappeared at the same time, waiting to appear again. They had already collided with each other holding kunai, and neither of them took advantage of the first round of testing. Wind escape big breakthrough. Uzumaki Naruto was the first to attack, gathering a large amount of chakra in his chest. As the seal ended and he suddenly spit it out, a terrifying storm formed in the center of the entire venue. It is obviously a C-level ninjutsu, but under Uzumaki Naruto's terrifying chakra, it has the strength of a B-level ninjutsu. Bagwazang. Return to heaven. Hinata Niji narrowed his eyes slightly, spread his hands and then quickly spun them. All the chakra points in the body released a large amount of chakra to meet Uzumaki Naruto's wind release. With the continuous rapid rotation, a transparent blue ball was formed at a radius of about 2 meters from Hinata Niji. Even more so when faced with the storm caused by a great breakthrough. Faced with the direct collision, strong winds continued to spread around the venue. New ninjutsu. Is it a defensive type? Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, facing the katen used by Hyuga Niji, with some doubts in his heart. After all, this was the first time I saw the ninjutsu performed by Hyuga Niji. He didn't waste any more words and threw out several kunai in succession. Wind release, gale wind palm. Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands, and a violent wind blew towards the kunai. With the sudden acceleration of wind release, several kunai became more penetrating. He wanted to try to see how powerful the defensive power or characteristics of Hinata Niji's Bagwazang Kaitian was. It's useless. Hyuga Niji didn't panic at all when he saw the extremely fast kunai coming with extreme penetrating power. In his opinion, Bagwazang Kaitian is his invincible trump card in this Chunin exam. At the same time, he possesses the super strong physical skills of Ro Fist, and also has the heaven-defying offensive and defensive ninjutsu like Bagwazang Huitian. Hyuga Niji could even see the goddess of victory waving to him. A wave of returning angels appeared, and the several kunai blessed by the wind were bounced out in an instant. It uses rotational force to form a chakra shield, very similar to the Rasengan. Is it just one main offense and one main defense? After 2 attempts, Uzumaki Naruto also figured out Hyuga Niji's ninjutsu. Immediately, he stopped attacking from a distance and began to take the initiative to approach Hyuga Niji. With the blessing of wind escape chakra, the speed is much faster than usual. A kunai appeared in each hand, and the wind release and vacuum blade were used directly without any hesitation. All the spectators in the stands saw that the first match was so exciting, and they kept cheering. Facing the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Uzumaki Naruto and Hinata Niji also used all their abilities. Although there is a gap between the two people's physical skills. But Hyuga Niji was too afraid of the kunai in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. He knew very well in his heart that if kunai, who was blessed by the wind release chakra, took one hit, he would basically have no hope of victory. Therefore, even though his taijutsu is far superior to Uzumaki Naruto. But with the help of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone, he even seemed to be trying to suppress Hinata Niji. Hateful. Hinata Niji's face gradually became a little ugly. Seeing the endless offensive in front of him, he really wanted to use Bagwazang Huitian to finish it all at once. But Bagwazang Huitian also consumes chakra. He must save chakra to use it at critical moments. Soft boxing technique Bagwa 64 palms. Hyuga Niji exhaled a puff of white air from his mouth, and a huge Bagwa diagram appeared under his feet. With the gentle steps under his feet, a trace of blue light appeared in Hinata Niji's palm. With constant swipes, the shadow clones that stepped into the Bagwa diagram all turned into smoke and dissipated. Only Uzumaki Naruto's true form was still contending with Hyuga Niji, who was using the 64 Bagwa palms. Finally, Hyuga Niji hit Uzumaki Naruto in the chest. Uzumaki Naruto's kunai's wind release chakra also scratched Hinata Niji's right shoulder. A deep blood mark appeared instantly, and the blood immediately soaked through the right half of his clothes. Pain swept through both of them at the same time, and Hinata Niji even covered his right arm. The pain made his face twitch. Naruto Uzumaki was half kneeling on the ground, coughing and spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The blow that Hinata Niji had just hit directly hit the veins in his chest, and the sudden difficulty in breathing made him suffer from the injury just now. I can't lose, I must win. Although Hinata Niji has become stronger, I have also become stronger. I still have that technique. Chapter 64. Chu Ran's voice began to sound in Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious. At the same time, he began to use some Ninetales chakra, and gradually attached it to Uzumaki Naruto's body. Chu Ran is now able to control a small part of Kyuubi's chakra. Although the quantity is small, and the effect it can play is also very limited. But for a genin battle, it is definitely enough. The meridians that were originally damaged in the chest are constantly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uzumaki Naruto also slowly stood up, with an orange transparent film attached around his body. Like a piece of clothing, it flows slowly on the body surface. Kyuubi chakra. Kakashi Hatake, who had just arrived at the venue with Uchiha Sasuke, saw the chakra attached to Naruto Uzumaki's body as soon as he arrived. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and from the side, Metkai slowly walked over. Kakashi, your students seem to be better than expected. You have learned the changes in chakra properties at such a young age, and mastered techniques that even Jounin may not be able to master. But facing the current Niji, it's a bit worse. Metkai looked at the two people off the field, even though Hyuga Niji was injured. But he never felt that Hyuga Niji would lose. The arduous training during this period of time had already caused a qualitative change in Hyuga Niji's strength. This is not certain, the real victory begins now. The corners of Hatake Kakashi's mouth raised slightly under his mask, just like Metkai believed in Hyuga Niji. He also believed that Uzumaki Naruto would not lose this time. Hyuga Niji's efforts and sweat are enough, but Uzumaki Naruto is not bad either. What's more, even if he doesn't have the pupil bloodline like Hyuga Niji, Uzumaki Naruto still has his own advantages. The Uzumaki clan has a huge amount of chakra, as well as the power to control wind escape, shadow clone and other techniques. Uchiha Sasuke was also in the stands in the lounge at this time, watching the battle below with the others. When looking at Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes were filled with fighting intent. His opponent was not Uzumaki Naruto, but Gaara from the Sand Ninja Village. In the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke, he was indeed a strong opponent. But the person he wanted to defeat the most was Uzumaki Naruto, so at this time, he didn't want Uzumaki Naruto to lose the competition. At this time, in the examination room below, Uzumaki Naruto gradually stood up, and the injuries in his body suddenly recovered, and he felt strange in his heart. But still without hesitation, he slowly spread his right hand. A ball of blue light began to appear from the palm of his hand, gradually forming a visible round sphere. Although it is only as big as the palm of your hand, the accuracy of the chakra contained in it is extremely high. The destructive power contained in the chakra that is constantly and rapidly operating in an irregular manner is unknown to anyone. This is the A-level ninjutsu Rasengan that the 4th Hokage spent 3 years creating. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of determination after taking control of the power. He found that a trace of hatred was gradually appearing in his heart, and he recalled it in his mind. Hyuga Niji had such a cold look when he attacked Hyuga Hinata without mercy. This blow will determine the outcome. A coldness flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he rushed towards Hinata Niji in a flash. The attack method is very simple, and even the attack distance must be extremely close. But Hyuga Niji didn't feel any danger from the Rasengan, and he was also shouting in his heart, the opportunity has come. Waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to gradually approach his 1-meter diameter position. Bagwazang. Return to heaven. A flash of light flashed in Hinata Niji's eyes, and the chakra in his body burst out. The chakra erupting from various acupoints formed a protective shield after Hyuga Niji's rapid rotation. And this Kaitian is spinning rapidly. Not only does it have extremely strong defensive power, it also has extremely strong anti-shock power and can deflect all long-range attacks. It can also give very terrifying lethality to enemies that are close to it. Boom! Facing Kaiten, Uzumaki Naruto held the Rasengan and smashed it down without hesitation. Under the constant collision of the two spheres, one large and one small, the ground beneath their feet began to crack. Smoke and dust continued to scatter in all directions, and spiderweb-like cracks even reached the stands. Kakashi Hatake, who was in the stands, could not help but change his expression slightly under his mask. How is that possible? Rasengan? How did Naruto know this ninjutsu? Hatake Kakashi's voice was very shocked, as if he was very surprised that Uzumaki Naruto knew this ninjutsu. Others may not know this jutsu very well, but Hatake Kakashi remembers it very clearly. Rasengan? What a familiar name. Kakashi, what kind of jutsu is that? Metkai frowned slightly, feeling somewhat familiar with the name of the Rasengan. But I can't remember anything. It's a ninjutsu created by Minato-sensei, the Yondaime Hokage. A-level ninjutsu Rasengan, but the learning difficulty is S-level. It is one of the most lethal types of Muji ninjutsu. There was a trace of worry in Hatake Kakashi's eyes, and he felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. I feel that it is impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to be unable to perfectly control the power of this technique. The Yondaime Hokage's jutsu. How did Uzumaki Naruto learn it? Metkai was slightly startled, obviously not thinking about how Uzumaki Naruto learned it. But Hatake Kakashi had some conjectures in his mind. There are only 3 people in the world who know this technique, and one of them is him, a disciple of the 4th Hokage. The other one is Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, the 4th generation Hokage's master, and the 4th generation Hokage himself. He has only scratched the surface of this technique. It might be a little bit difficult to teach Uzumaki Naruto, but if it were that man, he would definitely be able to teach Uzumaki Naruto in such a short time. Is it that adult? Why did you suddenly teach Naruto such a dangerous ninjutsu? Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath. He hid these things in his heart and did not say them out. He just focused his attention on the examination room below. The battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Niji continues. While the Rasengan continued to rotate, it was also constantly colliding with Hyuga Niji's Kaden. There were constant bursts of air explosions, but it was still a little difficult to completely crush the secret technique of the Hyuga clan. The clothes on Uzumaki Naruto's arms began to be twisted and torn continuously. There are also some small wounds on the arms. Uzumaki Naruto felt the vibration on his arm, as if his entire arm had been paralyzed, and there was a look of pain on his face. Chapter 65. Both ninjutsu use the high-speed rotation of chakra to generate countershock force. Compared with Kaden, which has a larger range, Uzumaki Naruto's Rasengan itself is actually stronger and easier to gather to cause destructive power. But Uzumaki Naruto's control over the Rasengan is not very strong yet. He had just learned this ninjutsu, and when the two collided together, his right arm might not be able to bear it. Now, it all depends on who can't withstand the consumption of chakra first. I have never lost to anyone better than chakra. Uzumaki Naruto held back the pain, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. This battle cannot be lost. His chakra amount has been discovered by himself a long time ago, and it is much more than ordinary people. At this time, there was no need to hide anything, and a layer of blue chakra light lit up with him as the center. The Rasengan in his hand even began to slowly grow in size and gradually became brighter. Ah! Suppressing the pain in his arm, Uzumaki Naruto roared angrily, and the Rasengan obviously expanded in a circle. The power instantly stopped him from turning around, and he suddenly pushed forward. It also caused Kaden to shatter in an instant, and Hinata Niji's figure also stopped. Such a close distance left Hyuga Niji with no room for resistance. Not good. The pupils of Hatake Kakashi and Metkai suddenly trembled, feeling the terror of this blow. The two of them disappeared immediately, and it was even difficult to stop them. Boom! The Rasengan suddenly hit Hyuga Niji's chest. The huge impact and irregular rotation force immediately made Hyuga Niji's figure fly out. The figure that was constantly disturbed by chakra hit the wall heavily. A deep pit with a depth of 1 meter was created, and Hinata Niji's pupils trembled for an instant, and he lost consciousness, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Uzumaki Naruto was also instantly controlled by Hatake Kakashi, and Metkai immediately picked up Hinata Niji and rushed to the medical class. Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hatake Kakashi with a puzzled expression, but found that Hatake Kakashi's expression was a little cold. The emotion in his pupils was different from usual. At this time, Hatake Kakashi seemed not as gentle as usual. Naruto, you hit too hard. You shouldn't use such dangerous ninjutsu when dealing with your companions. Hatake Kakashi's voice was a little cold, and even his words were full of blame. If calculated according to the plot in the original work, Uzumaki Naruto will definitely feel guilty in his heart. But it was different now. There was only anger in his heart. Kakashi Hatake's hand was violently thrown away. What about the last exam? Why didn't the teachers help Hinata? Did Hyuga Niji keep his hands on Hinata during the last exam? Companion. Hinata is my companion, and he is just the one who hurt my companion. Uzumaki Naruto looked angry, but his words were full of determination, and he did not think that he had done anything wrong at all. Now he no longer needs Chu Ran to push anything deliberately. Uzumaki Naruto can be sure of these things and his own thoughts. Even if Hyuga Niji really died today, he might not feel guilty. So, even if you kill Niji today, do you also think that what you are doing is right? Hatake Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto with some surprise. He suddenly felt that the boy in front of him was strange. The Uzumaki Naruto who worked hard, loved life, and treated ordinary people peacefully was gone. But what he didn't expect was that the person Uzumaki Naruto loved was also someone who was good to him. Maybe Kakashi Hatake, who cared about him before, was one of them. But now, Hatake Kakashi is no longer in this ranks. Uzumaki Naruto didn't reply, looked around with a victor's attitude, and then left the place. All the way back to the stands in the lounge, there was no suspense in the next competition. It's pretty much the same as in the original, right down to Uchiha Sasuke's match. When Uzumaki Naruto saw the lightning lighting up in Uchiha Sasuke's palm, he couldn't help clenching his fists tightly. Sure enough, you are still afraid of me. They are all afraid that if I gain power, I will do something to hurt them. The third-generation grandfather is like this, Kakashi-sensei is like this too, and even the teachers at the ninja school are like this. Uzumaki Naruto's face gradually became a little ugly when he saw the ninjutsu used by Uchiha Sasuke. The suppressed anger in his heart completely exploded. That was not the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, but Kakashi Hatake's Chidori. As a companion active in Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto has seen the power of this ninjutsu with his own eyes. Once when they were out on a security mission, they saw Hatake Kakashi use this ninjutsu to penetrate the chest of a jounin. Obviously these two ninjutsu are equally dangerous. But Hatake Kakashi only blamed him, and while blaming him, he also taught Uchiha Sasuke the same dangerous ninjutsu. This partial behavior made Uzumaki Naruto increasingly dissatisfied with Kakashi Hatake. Hateful. After walking out of the stands, Uzumaki Naruto punched the wall. If Chu Ran hadn't suppressed the nine tails in his body, it is estimated that the current Uzumaki Naruto might be able to activate the power of the nine tails in his body. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 0.5. Subconsciously, Chu Ran couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 4. Soul, 5.4. Blackening progress, 28.08. Blackening points, 1,720. Blackened Mall, opened. Now the blackening progress has reached nearly 30. Chu Ran had a certain understanding of the fact that the blackening progress this time was only this small. After all, Hatake Kakashi is not important to Uzumaki Naruto now. It is not enough to form the main source of the darkness in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. If it were another person, such as Hinata or Izumi Uchiha, it wouldn't be anger. Rather, it comes from the despair that is the most important part of blackening, and is a direct blow to the soul. It still depends on Izumi Uchiha and Hinata. We must find an opportunity for these two people to further promote Uzumaki Naruto's darkening process. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking at the increasing progress of the blackening. He had already begun to figure out how to use these two women to stimulate the despair in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. How to make Uzumaki Naruto's heart continue to be hit, continue to be darkened by his bewitchment, and stand up again. The process won't be quick, but it will definitely be effective. Chapter 66. On the other side, after Uzumaki Naruto won the first battle, Uchiha Izumi followed Yuhi Kurenai and took Hinata to Konoha Hospital to receive professional medical treatment. In the original work, Hinata's injuries were already serious. If there were no Yakushi Kabuto, the injury might be worsened. You know, Hyuga Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. As the eldest daughter, she suffered such a serious injury and did not receive good treatment. This shows that the Hyuga clan despises Hyuga Hinata. This was also one of the reasons why Uzumaki Naruto was angry. Now, Hinata was receiving treatment from the medical class in the operating room, while Kurenai Yuhi and Izumi Uchiha were sitting at the door waiting. Suddenly several figures came to the two of them. Umbu? Yuhi Kurenai frowned slightly, looking at the ANBU in front of her. She suddenly became alert. In Konoha, everyone knows what kind of department ANBU is, representing the darkness of Konoha. The masks on their faces also represent their responsibilities. But at this time, the masks on the faces of these Umbu made Yuhi Kurenai, who had just become a jonin, not sure whether they were Umbu or Gen. We are Gen, Danzo-sama would like to invite her to come over. This matter is none of your business. The members of the Roots are more indifferent than the ANBU. As they were directly subordinate to Shimura Danzo, their top priority was orders. Without waiting for Yuhi Kurenai to react, she took Uchiha Izumi away. Yuhi Kurenai glanced at Hinata who was still in the operating room, and ultimately did not choose to go to the examination venue. After all, they were from the same village, and the Uchiha without eyes would not be a threat to Konoha at all. Therefore, even if he is taken to ANBU, there will not be any danger. And Uchiha Izumi was taken all the way to Gen's secret base, and didn't stop until he got very far inside. In front of him, an old man who was also covered in bandages and leaning on a cane stood in front of Uchiha Izumi. "Are you Izumi Uchiha?" Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Izumi with a cold and calm expression on his face. But just such a question made Uchiha Izumi tremble. There began to be some vague uneasiness in my heart, and I was instinctively afraid of the old man in front of me. "Yes, may I ask what you want from me?" Uchiha Izumi swallowed, took a step back, and asked cautiously. "Do you want to regain your light? Do you want to have the eyes of the Uchiha clan again? With your talent, even if you are not as good as Uchiha Itachi, you can definitely be considered the top level of the Uchiha clan. As long as you transplant other people's eyes, you should be able to open the Mangeki Sharingan in the future." Shimura Danzo turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Izumi, his voice a little more bewitching than before. "For a person who has lost his eyes and his light, regaining your sight is definitely something worth being excited about, even if it comes at a cost." Uchiha Izumi didn't care at all. For any Uchiha clansman, their eyes are their pride. Having the Sharingan is a symbol of their bloodline. If they lose the symbol, they lose their loved ones. For a time, Uchiha Izumi lost hope in life. I think. Is there any way I can restore my eyes? Restore the Sharingan? Uchiha Izumi's expression began to become a little excited, and he even walked quickly towards Shimura Danzo. But before he had even taken 3 steps, 2 members of the Roots suddenly appeared and put their ninja swords against Izumi Uchiha's neck. If he takes a step forward, his neck will definitely be slashed. Shimura Danzo dispersed the approaching Roots and looked at Uchiha Izumi calmly. "You have a choice, either as my subordinate, accept the curse seal I planted and follow my instructions. In this way, I can help you restore the eyes of the Uchiha clan and let you obtain the Sharingan again. This process will not take long. Second option, I'll kill you right now." A trace of murderous intent flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes, and he was taken to Gen's secret base. Then there are only 2 outcomes, either surrender to him or be killed by him. If I choose the first one, I want to ask what exactly you will ask me to do. Since there is an organization similar to ANBU, you shouldn't need me to do anything. Uchiha Izumi trembled slightly, gritted his teeth and asked. The temptation that she had just regained the light had caused her to lose all thought just now. But now after calming down a little, she also understood that the other party must have something that she could only do. "Kyubi, I want you to watch the Kyubi Jinchuriki. And report to me regularly on the strength of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, as well as the temperament of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. That's it, I don't need you to do other things." Shimura Danzo shook his head and directly stated his purpose. And Uchiha Izumi also said secretly in her heart. Sure enough, she knew her own value very well now. She was only the guardian of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. After all, she was the closest person to Uzumaki Naruto. Only she can stabilize Uzumaki Naruto's emotions. As the best guardian, she is also the best monitor. For Danzo Shimura, the utilization value of Uchiha Spring is extremely great. But Uchiha Izumi didn't know this. "Okay, I agree." Uchiha Izumi took a deep breath and then firmly agreed. This is something she has dreamed of and wanted to do. Today's medical technology is simply not enough to allow her to transplant other people's eyes. Not to mention the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, although Izumi Uchiha also had doubts in his heart about where Danzo Shimura got the eyes of the Uchiha clan. But nowadays, this problem is no longer important. "Okay, come with me." Shimura Danzo nodded, regaining a puppet was not a bad thing for him. And, more importantly, the Sandaime Hokage will die soon. He had already been in contact with Orochimaru for a long time, regarding Orochimaru's Konoha invasion plan. How could Danzo Shimura not know, or that he was one of the promoters behind the scenes and was Orochimaru's partner? The fact that he can transplant so many Sharingan eyes into his hands is enough to verify everything. It was the Hashirama cells provided by Orochimaru that allowed Danzo Shimura to transplant so many Sharingan eyes. Next, we have to wait for Sarutobi's death. Konoha still has to be ruled by me, so that Konoha will be stronger. Chapter 67. As Shimura Danzo walked, he took a deep look at Uchiha Izumi next to him. His plan is about to be implemented. Although this will cause Konoha's strength to decline and even suffer some damage. But every time he becomes strong, he will become temporarily weak due to transformation. Just like a crab shedding its shell, only by constantly shedding can it continue to grow and make its shell harder. The Chunin exam soon came to an end in the battle between Uchiha Sasuke. The joint sneak attack between Sand Ninja Village and Otogakure Village began. Everything is pretty much what happened in the original novel, with Sasuke Uchiha catching up to Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto also followed Chu Ran's hint and chased after him. The Konoha Jounin began to block the enemy's invasion, and the third-generation Hokage was entangled by Orochimaru. Until Orochimaru's hands were sealed at the cost of his life. And Uzumaki Naruto defeated Gaara more easily this time than in the original work. He used the technique of summoning Toad Ken to trap Gaara in his false sleep, and used the Rasengan to wake Gaara up. Similarly, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's strength deeply shocked Uchiha Sasuke. Until the end of the war, Uzumaki Naruto cooperated with the Jonin to send Uchiha Sasuke to the hospital. As for the injured Haruno Sakura, that is not a problem that Uzumaki Naruto will consider. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto learned of the death of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he didn't think much about it. I just returned home, but I didn't see Uchiha Izumi after I got home. At that time, the anxiety in my heart broke out in an instant. I started searching frantically in Konoha village, but in the end I couldn't find Uchiha Izumi. On the third day, all the ninjas in Konoha village attended the funeral of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uzumaki Naruto in the original might have cried because of this, but not this time. The Sandaime Hokage was not worthy of his tears. A person who treated him as a tool and was afraid of his talent was not worthy of crying for him. On the fourth day, in a ninja hospital, Uzumaki Naruto went to visit Uchiha Sasuke. The two suddenly started fighting, and Uchiha Sasuke, who refused to admit defeat, always felt that he should not be inferior to Uzumaki Naruto. A person who is inferior to himself at all times and has never beaten him since he was a child. It was impossible for him to suddenly open up such a big gap. But the final battle between the two ended in an overwhelming outcome. Uchiha Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan, was unable to defeat Uzumaki Naruto. With the cooperation of Wind Release and Shadow Clone, his physical skills were enough to overwhelm Uchiha Sasuke. Finally, when the two used Rasengan and Chidori respectively, Hatake Kakashi appeared as in the original work. After the two were separated, Uchiha Sasuke felt that Hatake Kakashi was meddling in his own business and left. Before leaving, seeing the destructive power of Naruto, Uzumaki's Rasengan once again deeply planted a seed of dissatisfaction in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto also believed that Hatake Kakashi was partial and was unwilling to say a word to him and left directly. Hatake Kakashi did not stop the two of them, but just looked at a man standing in the corner. Jiraiya-sama, teach Naruto such a dangerous ninjutsu. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Hatake Kakashi sighed lightly and said reproachfully. It's not really a blame. After all, Jiraiya can be considered his master. Kakashi, the same goes for you. Although the Chidori is not as complete as the Rasengan, its power is still A-level. Jiraiya smiled slightly and looked at Kakashi Hatake. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. He taught Uzumaki Naruto Rasengan, just to see Uzumaki Naruto's talent. This itself is the ninjutsu created by Uzumaki Naruto's father, and Uzumaki Naruto's development cannot be restricted just because he is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. What Jiraiya thinks is very simple. He is also the fairest and the person who least discriminates against Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. The Yondaime Hokage, if he could see the current Naruto, he would probably be very happy. If Minato was here, Naruto probably wouldn't have to work so hard. The people in the village might look at Naruto more kindly then. Obviously he should be treated as a hero, but he is disgusted because of fear and fear. Because of this, he forgot that the life and future that should belong to him were not like this. Jiraiya shook his head, with a trace of pity in his eyes. He really cares about these things and is truly unworthy of his disciples. If Minato Namikaze knew that Konoha, which he loved, and his sacrifice for Konoha, no one would remember it. Instead, all negative emotions must fall on Uzumaki Naruto. I'm afraid, even that gentleman will be angry and feel unfair. Jiraiya-sama. Hatake Kakashi looked at Jiraiya's retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. How could he not know that what Jiraiya said was correct, and he also knew that all this was unfair to Uzumaki Naruto. But in his heart, he was doing the same thing, just like most people, he was protecting Konoha for the sake of safety. Unless in the future, Uzumaki Naruto truly gets his recognition. 5 days later, the death of the Sandaime Hokage has been known for some time. As the candidate for the next generation of Hokage, the top management of Konoha has not yet decided. In the end, it was decided to let Jiraiya inquire about the Senju Tsunade first. He was about to take Uzumaki Naruto out for training and look for Tsunade. But he was rejected by Uzumaki Naruto, because Uchiha Izumi's life and death are now unknown. Then, that night, when Uzumaki Naruto was tossing and turning at home, he suddenly heard a noise outside the door. Turning around, he saw that it was Izumi Uchiha who had returned. Sister Kwan. Uzumaki Naruto immediately jumped up from the bed and quickly ran to Uchiha Izumi. But just as Uzumaki Naruto was approaching rapidly, Uchiha Izumi took half a step back as if he could see him. This was not noticed by Naruto Uzumaki, but it was noticed by Chu Ran subconsciously. Naruto, sister is okay. I just accidentally went outside the village when I was fleeing, and then I was sent outside the village. I just happened to find the way and walked over. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly. This smile was different from before. He is much more sunny and cheerful than before, or in other words, he is not at all depressed like when he lost his eyes. If it were said before, Uzumaki Naruto would have felt sad when he first saw Uchiha Izumi without his eyes. Because no matter what happened at that time, Uchiha Izumi would not be very happy, and he would be a depressed person every day. But it's different now. Uzumaki Naruto feels that the Uchiha Izumi he once was is back. Chapter 68. The cheerful and laughing Uchiha Izumi reappeared. Although he didn't know the reason, Uzumaki Naruto felt a lot more relieved. The two sat on the sofa and talked a lot. Although the Chunin exams were suspended, he did not rise to the rank of Chunin. But under Uchiha Izumi's comfort, he didn't feel dissatisfied. Sandaime Hokage-sama is dead, and now only Danzo-sama is left. Just help Danzo-sama and pass on Naruto's information. Anyway, no matter what kind of information, as long as I control it well, I can better protect Naruto. You can't believe that kind of person. Uchiha Izumi looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. She knew very well that Danzo Shimura was not a person worth trusting. Although she was planted with a special curse seal, she was unable to resist Shimura Danzo. But in a practical sense, she can still be a double agent. Okay, go to sleep, Naruto. It's getting late today. Uchiha Izumi reached out and patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder, then stood up and walked towards his room. Even though her eyes were bandaged, her sense of self would not cause her to bump into any furniture. After all, he has been blind for several years, so Izumi Uchiha can still adapt temporarily. But subconsciously, Chu Ran had already discovered something was wrong. The Sandaime Hokage died and Uchiha Izumi disappeared. Danzo Shimura must have found her, and he didn't even use a blind cane when he came back from the trip. No one sent her back, so her eyes should have been restored again. She should have made a deal with Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Izumi has some chakra that does not belong to her. Is it something similar to the curse seal of the Hyuga clan? Chu Ran frowned slightly. These things were not difficult to guess. After all, Uchiha Izumi's steps were much more accurate and light than before. Then there is only one answer left, and that is that Izumi Uchiha regained the Sharingan. Nowadays, the only person in Konoha who has Sharingan is Shimura Danzo. The death of the third Hokage had Shimura Danzo's conspiracy involved. The situation now is very obvious. The object of monitoring Uzumaki Naruto has changed. Shimura Danzo would not be so gentle to Uzumaki Naruto. I think he deliberately waited until Jiraiya left Konoha before deliberately bringing Uchiha Izumi back. Then why didn't you kidnap Uzumaki Naruto directly? Is it because you are afraid of something? Chu Ran's right hand gently tapped on the armrest, and he began to guess what was about to happen next. Unlike other people in the ninja world, he has a deep understanding of the entire original work. He is better able to read most people's thoughts, and Shimura Danzo's thoughts are not difficult to read. Nowadays, Shimura Danzo will definitely find a way to control Konoha, find a way to become the new Hokage, or become the Hokage's agent. In this way, even if Tsunade Senju comes back, she won't be able to shake him too much. Even if his position can be squeezed out, Gen's position can still be protected. This is the bottom line. But if you say, you must compete with Senju Tsunade for the position of Hokage. So it turns out that the Kyuubi is trying to compete with Tsunade Senju for the position of Hokage. In the original work, because Uzumaki Naruto was taken away by Jiraiya, Shimura Danzo could not find a chance. Now there is a chance to control Naruto Uzumaki to fight against Tsunade. Chu Ran's eyes lit up, and after thinking for a while, most of the reasons were rejected by him. Nowadays, this is the only possibility left, and it is also the most likely. After thinking about it, Chu Ran also had a smile on his face. As long as things can be controlled by him, Uzumaki Naruto will not have a problem. After all, just controlling does not mean killing Uzumaki Naruto. Without the original plot, things have become more interesting. Chu Ran looked at the sleeping Uzumaki Naruto and slowly closed his eyes and began to rest. About a week passed, and Naruto Uzumaki began to discover the strange things about Uchiha Izumi. I often forget to bring my stick with me when I go out. And Chu Ran could also feel that the ANBU who were originally monitoring Uzumaki Naruto had gradually changed to a new group of people. It was also at this time that Jiraiya returned to Konoha village with Senju Tsunade. In the original work, he should have been in a lot of trouble, but after all, he is Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas who is actually the strongest. So bringing Tsunade back was what Chu Ran had expected, and there weren't many surprises. But Konoha also became undercurrent because of Tsunade Senju, the future 5th Hokage. In the original work, Tsunade Senju ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage relatively easily and without obstacles. But that was only needed in the plot, and Shimura Danzo did not show up at that time. Senju Tsunade's acting style is much more decisive than Sarutobi Hiruzen, so there must be a way to suppress Shimura Danzo. After all, as the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tsunade still has the support of many people in the Land of Fire. Compared with Shimura Danzo, his foundation is much stronger, and for the sake of the 2nd Hokage, Chu Ran also felt that Shimura Danzo should not go too far. And basically speaking, Orochimaru will withdraw from everyone's sight in recent years. A large number of his helpers have been eliminated, and now he can't make any waves just by relying on himself and his roots. But this presupposes that Uzumaki Naruto is protected by Jiraiya. But now, it is not like this for the time being, just like Naruto Uzumaki is sleeping today. Uchiha Izumi secretly came to Gen's secret base and half-knelt in front of Shimura Danzo. Lord Danzo. Compared to the first time they met, Izumi Uchiha has not dared to resist Shimura Danzo this week. The curse seal planted on her body is not an ordinary curse seal, but one specially developed by Shimura Danzo to control the root members. As long as Izumi Uchiha doesn't obey the order, he will be in agony until he dies. As long as Danzo Shimura wants to, Izumi Uchiha will always be a puppet. Kill Uzumaki Naruto and free the 9 tails in him. Shimura Danzo threw a special kunai from his hand, with some talismans engraved on it. As the kunai fell in front of Uchiha Izumi and made a clanging sound, Uchiha Izumi's expression froze in place. Why? Uchiha Izumi raised her head in disbelief. It was obvious that the other party had promised her. I promised not to hurt Uzumaki Naruto, but why did I suddenly want to kill Uzumaki Naruto again? But the response was not Shimura Danzo's explanation, but a heartbreaking pain, as if his whole body had been stabbed by countless steel needles. Uchiha Izumi's expression instantly became extremely painful, and he knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Chapter 69. The pain that came from all over her body almost made her suffocate. There was also deep fear in her pupils, as the aura of death enveloped her. It is precisely because of this that Uchiha Izumi is afraid of the person in front of him. He is not like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would let some people go because of his kindness or other reasons. Danzo Shimura will only eliminate anyone who might hinder him, no matter who he is. Even a close partner cannot stand in his way. Uchiha Izumi looked at the ground, took a deep breath, and his whole body became sluggish. It wasn't until Shimura Danzo left that Uchiha Izumi came out of the suffocating feeling. Why? Suddenly, Uchiha Izumi didn't want to look at his own eyes. Tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes, thinking of the order given by Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Izumi's heart began to twitch as he looked at the kunai with a special symbol carved in front of him. The scene where he stabbed the kunai into Uzumaki Naruto's chest came to mind. Her only relative is about to die in front of her. For her who no longer has any relatives, this is such a suffocating thing. On the other side, Shimura Danzo has been secretly observing Uchiha Izumi. Senju Tsunade has returned and has received support from the top brass of Konoha and the Fire Nation. He doesn't have much chance to compete for Hokage. After all, no one in the Fire Nation can support him. Konoha's top brass also wanted Tsunade Senju as Hokage, and they also had the support of Jiraiya, who was also a Sannin. This makes it even more impossible for him to have a chance. Therefore, Danzo Shimura is now planning to take the initiative. Liberating the Kyuubi was his first goal, causing Konoha to fall into the same panic as before. And he will lead Gen and become the hero who saves Konoha. At the same time, you can also obtain a powerful subordinate who has no emotions. With the bond between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Izumi, as long as Uchiha Izumi kills Uzumaki Naruto himself, the Sharingan can definitely be upgraded from the 3 Magatama to the Mangekyo Sharingan. After experiencing the stimulation of the death of the person he loves most, Uchiha Izumi will be stripped of his emotions and become a puppet that can only obey orders. This is what Danzo Shimura wanted to see, and this is why he returned the Sharingan to Uchiha Izumi. Late at night, Uzumaki Naruto was already asleep. A whole day of practice had already made his body exhausted. Not to mention discovering that Uchiha Izumi, who sneaked out in the middle of the night, had returned. But Chu Ran discovered it subconsciously. When Izumi Uchiha slowly walked to Uzumaki Naruto's bed, Chu Ran was instantly alert. Even if there is only a slight possibility, as long as there is something wrong with Uchiha Izumi, he will definitely take over Uzumaki Naruto's body immediately. Kunai. There are special talismans on it. Are you going to liberate the Kyubi? Just by looking at Uchiha Izumi, Chu Ran had already guessed the other party's purpose. I must have received instructions from Shimura Danzo, so I came here, but I placed the kunai from Uchiha Izumi. Only then did Chu Ran fully understand that this was not to liberate the Nine Tails, but to liberate the Nine Tails after killing Naruto Uzumaki. Immediately, Chu Ran no longer hesitated and directly sent an alert signal from his subconscious, causing Uzumaki Naruto to slowly wake up. Uzumaki Naruto, who had just opened his eyes, saw Uchiha Izumi in front of him through the moonlight. Although the room was dark, only a sliver of moonlight shone through. But the cold light emanating from the kunai made Uzumaki Naruto's heart tighten and he woke up instantly. He looked at Uchiha Izumi with a look of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Uchiha Izumi he regarded as his family member. At this time, he actually held the kunai towards him, and it was still so close to him. No, this is not Sister Quan. Look at her eyes. A pause of just 1 second may cause the plan to change, a reminder from Chu Ran. Uzumaki Naruto reacted immediately, already convinced that the person in front of him was an imposter. The Rasengan condensed from his hand and hit Uchiha Izumi in the abdomen without any hesitation. The huge impact was accompanied by rotation, and Uchiha Izumi was smashed out of the window. Uzumaki Naruto also followed immediately, wanting to see who suddenly came to attack him. But just when Uchiha Izumi's body fell to the ground and made a small crater, Uzumaki Naruto was completely stunned. If a person uses the transformation technique will be released immediately after receiving a certain amount of damage. This is simple knowledge learned in ninja school. But the Uchiha spring in front of me is still Uchiha spring. Why Sister Quan? Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled slightly. He couldn't believe that his sister would aim the sharp kunai at his heart. He couldn't believe that the person he trusted the most would suddenly treat him like this. Naruto. Uchiha Izumi's mouth continued to gush out blood as he ate a powerful Rasengan at such a close range. Her body, which had never practiced much, simply couldn't bear it. The spleen in the abdomen felt like it was shattered and broken by this blow, but the real pain was not felt in the body. But in Uchiha Izumi's heart, she couldn't face Uzumaki Naruto. Because at that moment, she really wanted to kill Uzumaki Naruto in exchange for a chance to survive. Even though she knew very well in her heart that if she took action, Uzumaki Naruto would die. She herself would become Shimura Danzo's puppet, but even so, she still showed murderous intent just now. Sister, do you have any difficulties? No, sister was just kidding me, right? Are you testing the results of my practice? I'll take my sister to the hospital right away. Uzumaki Naruto's tears couldn't stop falling from the corners of his eyes, and his whole body couldn't stop trembling. His hands had never been as trembling as they were at this moment. But just when Uzumaki Naruto took 2 steps closer, Uchiha Izumi pointed the kunai in his hand at his chest. The sudden change caused Naruto Uzumaki's pupils to shrink instantly. He wanted to step forward to stop him, but it was already too late. Because a splash of blood had already splashed on his face. The blood from his beloved relatives made Uzumaki Naruto's entire consciousness begin to waver, and his brain's thinking stagnated for a moment. He could only kneel down in front of Uchiha Izumi helplessly and at a loss. Sister, I'm sorry for you. It's obvious that Naruto needs his sister so much and loves her so much. But there was nothing I could do, my sister couldn't control her own destiny and did many things that were sorry for Naruto. Naruto, will you forgive your sister? Chapter 70. Uchiha Izumi's mouth kept pouring blood, but he still stretched out his hand to touch Uzumaki Naruto as much as possible. The kunai on his chest was pierced into it, and it was so dazzling under the moonlight. How unacceptable it is something that Uzumaki Naruto cannot accept no matter what. If Mizuki's betrayal back then made him feel sad, it was because he had denied it to himself. What happened to Uchiha Izumi now would be the most direct blow to his heart. Especially looking at Uchiha Izumi's gradually weakening breath, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly couldn't hold back any longer. Tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes and he began to cry loudly. Holding Uchiha Izumi tightly in his arms, Uzumaki Naruto was speechless at this time. Naruto, stay well in Konoha. Don't try to find anything, the truth is often difficult to accept. Our Naruto is so powerful and talented, he will definitely become the Hokage in the future. It's a pity that my sister can't see it anymore. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly and used his last strength to wipe away Naruto Uzumaki's tears. The pupils of her eyes had begun to shrink, which was a sign of death. The rise and fall of his chest became smaller and smaller, and even Uzumaki Naruto began to not feel Uchiha Izumi's breathing. But even so, when Uchiha Izumi lowered his palm, there was still a smile on her face, because she had no regrets at this time. The light was restored again, and although the world was short, she enjoyed this time very much. Normally, darkness awaits her every day. When she closes her eyes and falls asleep, she always dreams of having her eyes taken away from her. The night of genocide and the tragic death of his mother always appear in the dream. Therefore, in these years, even with Uzumaki Naruto's careful care. But every day in Uchiha Izumi is still dark and collapsed. Now, even if she is dead, she seems to be relaxed, and can finally show that long-lost smile to Uzumaki Naruto. Elder sister. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi, who had no heartbeat in front of him, and his whole body felt dizzy. The dull pain in his chest made it difficult for him to breathe. The whole person's emotions of collapse swept through his mind in an instant, and he lost consciousness in the shortest possible time, and his figure who was sitting there slowly fell backwards. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 15. Ding! When the blackening level reaches 30, you will get a blackening treasure chest X1. Ding! When the blackening level reaches 40, you will get X1 blackening treasure box. As the sound of the system continued to sound, Chu Ran also showed an excited smile on his face. The appearance of the two blackened treasure chests was enough to increase Chu Ran's strength greatly and make a qualitative change. I have finally reached this point. The death of the person I love most has a greater impact than I expected. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly, looking at the blackened template in front of him, he couldn't help but have other plans in his mind. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 7. Soul, 5-4. Blackening progress, 4308. Blackening points, 4720. Blackened Mall, opened. Not only the blackening progress and blackening treasure chests have changed, but the blackening points have also increased wildly. It can be said that when the blackened treasure chest is opened again, Chu Ran's strength should truly reach the shadow level. Nowadays, he relies on the immortality ability of Flying Thunder God technique and Immortal technique to barely reach the shadow level. But if it were to be a life-and-death battle with a real shadow-level opponent, Chu Ran's strength would still be insufficient. Just when Chu Ran was excited about the rapid progress of his blackening, several ANBU people wearing root masks appeared from all around. After seeing Uzumaki Naruto fall to the ground, the four of them made a gesture at the same time. One person walked up to Uchiha Izumi, picked up the special kunai, and suddenly stabbed Uzumaki Naruto in the chest. Boom! Suddenly, several golden chains sprang out from Uzumaki Naruto's back. The sharp chain instantly stabbed the ANBU in front of him to the core. I'm in a good mood, so you won't have any pain today. Chu Ran twisted his sore neck and wiped the tears left by Uzumaki Naruto on his face. Turning his head to look at the dead Uchiha Izumi, Chu Ran also lowered his body and helped Uchiha Izumi close his eyes as his great benefactor. What kind of ninjutsu is that? There is no mention in the intelligence that Uzumaki Naruto can do this kind of ninjutsu. I once heard that adults say that this is the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, Vitra blockade. Be careful, we must complete the task assigned by that adult tonight. The remaining 3 people gradually moved closer, not feeling timid because of the sacrifice of a companion. On the contrary, he still charged towards Chu Ran with the determination to complete the task. The person at the front should be good at taijutsu. He drew his ninja sword and faced forward. The 2 people behind them have already begun to form seals. Escape, Earth Prison. Thunder Escape Lighting Thunder. The cooperation between the 3 of them can be said to be flawless, and a bolt of thunder fell from the sky towards Chu Ran. The Earth Escape performed by another person had blocked Chu Ran's way in other directions. Only the strong ANBU was left in front of him, who was obviously forcing Chu Ran to do close combat with physical skills. But how could Chu Ran be afraid? He quickly picked up a few stones from the ground and threw them suddenly. With the blessing of the wind escape chakra, even the stones erupted with a sound of breaking through the air. But the 3 root members in front of them were not ordinary people. They just turned their bodies and their speed did not slow down at all. But just when he was about to come to Chu Ran's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind him. The special kunai originally intended to kill Uzumaki Naruto did not know when it appeared in Chu Ran's hands. He pierced the back of the taijutsu root member's neck without any mercy. The moment blood spattered, Chu Ran's figure disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the other 2 people. At such a terrifying speed, it was like teleporting. But no matter what, they would never have thought that Uzumaki Naruto could actually know the space and time ninjutsu, and more likely the Flying Thunder God's jutsu. At this time, it was no longer enough to react. A black line appeared near Chu Ran's eyes. Immediately turned on the immortal mode, and punched the 2 of them in the chest without hesitation. The huge force instantly sent the two men flying backwards, and the sound of broken bones in their chests was particularly obvious in the silent night. The sunken chest and the deep pit created by the impact on the ground. They are all showing people the terrifying power of this punch. Chapter 71. Next, things get interesting. Chu Ran looked at the corpse on the ground, slowly walked to Uchiha Izumi and lay down next to him. He exchanged his consciousness with Uzumaki Naruto again, causing such a movement that would soon attract other ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto cannot have such strength for the time being, and the most important thing is, as long as Uzumaki Naruto wakes up, Chu Ran can use hints to let Uzumaki Naruto push the dark side of Konoha and truly see it all. Returning to his subconscious, Chu Ran immediately opened the blackened treasure box. Ding! Open the blackened treasure chest and gain control of the Ninetales chakra. Ding! Open the blackened treasure chest and obtain the blood-stained limit and illusion of 5 sense control. The opening of the blackened treasure chest can be said to be random. But as long as the power is drawn from the blackened treasure chest, it is perfect, whether it is proficiency or completeness of power. The control of the nine-tailed chakra is equivalent to that of the nine-tailed chakra except the nine-tailed llama. Chu Ran is now the only person who can control all the chakra of Kyubi. As for the second bloodstain limit, illusion and 5 senses control, this bloodstain limit was clearly remembered. In the original work, it was the bloodstained boundary of the Kurama clan, a bloodstained boundary that was almost lost. It is a bloodstained boundary based on illusions. It can be said to be the only illusionary bloodstained boundary in the ninja world, and it is also the most powerful illusion ability. It is enough to control a person's 5 senses, turning others into puppets under the illusion. There was once a sentence that described the strongest genjutsu ninja of the Kurama clan. You can't control your words by your heart, and you can't control your body by yourself. What you see, what you hear, what you taste, what you touch, everything you know is what I want you to know. Able to create a certain level of illusion world, and everything that happens in the illusion world. As long as Chu Ran is willing, it can be made real, such as damage to things or human bodies, or repairs, etc. Of course, it is impossible to resurrect the dead through illusion. Nine-tailed chakra and the strongest illusion. This will definitely be a killer move in the future. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking at the 2 abilities he had obtained in front of him. He even couldn't help but want to try them. But at this time, some ninjas from Konoha had gathered around Naruto Uzumaki. He didn't choose to try, he just started browsing and blackening the store. Uzumaki Naruto's strength is too weak. If you want to improve Uzumaki Naruto's strength, you must improve Uzumaki Naruto's strength in the future. According to the normal process, Uzumaki Naruto's next ability that can enhance his strength the most is probably Mount Mayaboku's magic. But after Chu Ran opened the Ninetales chakra, things became different. As long as he wanted to, he could lend all the chakra of the Kyubi to Uzumaki Naruto at any time. Thinking of this, Chu Ran immediately began to have dream contact with Uzumaki Naruto. This time, the object he chose was not the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, but transformed into another huge body. The scene in the dream was exactly the same as the sealed place where the 9 llamas were imprisoned. They are all in dark sewer-like locations. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was still a little dull, and it was obvious that the cause of Uchiha Izumi's death had not been forgotten by him. He just instinctively walked forward, his mind even going blank. Until Uzumaki Naruto reached the top and saw the huge cage and the 9 llamas with orange fur and 9 tails. Kyubi. Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed slightly, but there was also a trace of hatred in his eyes. He slowly clenched his fists and looked at the 9 llamas coldly. But what he didn't know was that this 9 llamas were just pretending to be Chu Ran. Uzumaki Naruto, are you sad? The feeling of being betrayed and deceived, not to mention the person you think is closest to you. 9 llamas lay on the ground, just raised their heads and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto. The immediate words made Uzumaki Naruto's expression change immediately, and the veins on his forehead popped out. You stinky fox. It's none of your business. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. I won't be hated by everyone in the village, and my parents won't die. It's all because of you, it's all because of you. Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly, as if he was about to collapse, and he yelled angrily. She closed her eyes tightly, not wanting to accept everything in front of her, not wanting to accept that she would wake up and see the cold body of Izumi Uchiha. It's not because of me, you have a certain answer in your heart. If you become unfortunate because of me, your parents will not seal me in your body. Let you take a closer look at what happened back then. Julama stretched out a paw and lightly tapped the water outside. As the ripples spread, traces of orange chakra enveloped Uzumaki Naruto. This chakra does not have an evil aura like the 9 tails in the original work. Instead, the pure Ninetales chakra gave people a warm feeling, allowing Naruto Uzumaki, who was about to collapse emotionally, to gradually recover. There was some clarity in his eyes, but he soon fell into the illusion created by Chu Ran. Illusion 5 Sense Control. As the illusion scene constructed by Chu Ran appeared, Uzumaki Naruto also came to Konoha more than 10 years ago. This day was the day he was born, and it was also the day the nine-tailed 9 llamas went berserk. Uzumaki Naruto saw that the real reason for Kyuubi's rampage was the masked man who took away Uchiha Izumi's eyes. It was he who used the Sharingan to control the Ninetales and peel the Ninetales out of his mother's body. Your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and I are not enemies, but comrades fighting side by side. Tailed beasts are the formation of powerful chakra, and they will be sealed within the Uzumaki clan for generations to come. Because the Uzumaki clan is born with powerful chakra, they will not be affected by my chakra and can cooperate with my chakra. So, you should not hate me. Your mother is my companion, and I am also sad about her death. Kyuubi's voice appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's ears, and the scene in front of him also changed rapidly. From the moment that Kyuubi went berserk, until his father, the Yondaime Hokage, stepped in to stop him. After fighting with the mysterious masked man, until the tragic death of his parents, he looked at her tenderly. As well as being entrusted to the Sandaime Hokage, the tears on Uzumaki Naruto's face could not stop falling. Those people don't believe in you Jinchuriki at all, nor do they believe in me. Your fate and your mother's fate are the same as mine. We are companions. When your mother was in danger, it was my help that kept her out of danger, including you. The higher-ups in Konoha are afraid of us. They just want to use us as weapons to control us. Chapter 72. Every time you get injured, you recover so quickly. Do you think it's because of your amazing physique? That's just for the sake of your mother, I used my chakra to help you recover. Seeing that time was almost up, Chu Ran eliminated the illusion directly. Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of him again, and at this time, Uzumaki Naruto could explode at any time due to the negative emotions that kept pouring into his mind. The death of his parents and the death of Uchiha Izumi had a great impact on him. Get some rest, Naruto. If necessary, just call my name in your heart. We are companions. As long as you are in need, I will help you. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly, and as he slowly closed his eyes, the dream was also lifted. The first hint was enough. Now Uzumaki Naruto is close to emotional collapse, he just needs to make Uzumaki Naruto close to collapse. Then just pull it back 1 second before it collapses. This will make Naruto Uzumaki's heart tougher, colder and cold-blooded. Only people who are cold-blooded enough will not hesitate in the process of becoming black. Although Uzumaki Naruto does not have many bonds at present, apart from Hyuga Hinata, I am afraid even Jiraiya can form some bonds. But don't forget the dark side of Konoha and the truth that Uzumaki Naruto has yet to discover. These are enough to make Uzumaki Naruto hate the world. Soon, after sending Uzumaki Naruto away, Chu Ran also changed back to his original form, and then went to the place where the 9 llamas were truly sealed. The 9 llamas, who were originally suppressed by King Kong's blockade, immediately turned ugly after seeing Chu Ran. In an instant, he went berserk and stirred up the water below, forming huge waves. Asshole! What on earth did you do? Jalama kept hitting the cage that sealed him in front of him, but he had lost control of his chakra. There was not even a chance of being shaken, and Chu Ran could only be seen looking at him with a teasing smile. Don't be so nervous, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, being unable to control chakra is also a good thing for you. Chu Ran snapped his fingers, and a chair appeared from behind him. He sat down slowly, leaned on the chair, and looked at the 9 llamas. That beast-like roar also exuded his hostility to Chu Ran. Who are you and why do you have this ability? Tell me what your purpose is. Gio Lama's expression was a little solemn. After calming down a little, he felt more and more terrible about the person in front of him. He was the 9-tailed 9 llama. When he faced Madara Uchiha, he didn't even think that man was scary. But now, he felt Chu Ran was terrible from the bottom of his heart. This fear was so deep in his heart that Gio Lama even felt that this man could kill him. It would be scary to wipe him out of this world forever. Now, he has been blocked by the King Kong blockade, and the chakra cannot be emitted at all, nor can it affect Uzumaki Naruto. And even his own chakra could no longer be controlled, as if it had been controlled and extracted by some special spell. It seems that the things given by the system are really perfect. Although I don't know why, I can't feel much chakra from Kyuubi. Chu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. He appeared here just to confirm whether Kyuubi's chakra was still there. Now that Kyuubi's chakra is gone, there's nothing to worry about. I have no purpose, I just want you to be more honest in the past few years. If you are honest, I may liberate you directly later. But before that you have to answer me a question. Chu Ran slowly stood up and said to Kyubi with a kind smile. In the original work, Kyubi even used a similar tone to seduce Uzumaki Naruto, but unfortunately failed. But what Chu Ran said at this time made Jiuwei more vigilant. It is impossible for a man like you to do such a useless thing. First, let's talk about what the problem is. Jiu Lama narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the other party would never do anything meaningless. Although the man in front of him is like a mystery and cannot be understood, how could he not want to face freedom? Half of your body is probably sealed into the Yondaime Hokage's body. Why did you separate the seal in the first place? What will happen to the seal here if I take back your half-body? Chu Ran looked at Jalama calmly after raising his question. At this moment, there was silence for a few seconds. The half-body of the 9 lamas can be said to be a collection of evil, even more violent than the current 9 lamas. With only half the strength of the 9 lamas, it is enough to rival other tailed beasts. If all of them are taken back, Chu Ran's strength will definitely increase to a great level. But the seal here is a problem, after all, Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. It was only after the seal here was torn off that the 9-tailed half-body was re-accepted, so Chu Ran had doubts in his heart. In the original work, is the 4th Hokage really incapable of sealing all the 9 tails within Naruto Uzumaki? Is it that this seal is not enough to bear the power of the 9 lamas, or that Uzumaki Naruto, as a baby, cannot support it? After all, Uzumaki Kushina, the mother of the previous Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, came to Konoha village only after receiving the seal from the Uzumaki clan. Is it because of the weakness of the seal, or because of the Jinchuriki's physical problems? Chu Ran had to figure this out, otherwise if he didn't control himself and let 9 tails go berserk and break free from the seal, he would undoubtedly be in big trouble. You want to take back half of me? You can't do it, half of my body has been sealed by the Yondaime Hokage. I can't even feel anything, and even if half of my strength comes back, this seal will be enough to seal us. Jiu Lama was slightly startled, obviously not realizing that Chu Ran would ask such a question. But there was a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Chu Ran still caught it. Without saying anything more to 9 lamas, he turned around and walked directly outside. At the same time, the Vajra sealing power also became stronger, severely restraining the 9 lamas. What a cunning fox. Chu Ran shook his head, and his figure slowly disappeared from Jiu Lama's eyes. Damn you brat. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Damn it. The 9 lamas kept roaring and furious, and beast roars kept erupting. Even with only his physical strength, he was constantly hitting the sealed cage that trapped him. Chapter 73. When Uzumaki Naruto woke up, it was already a full day later. Although there were no injuries on his body, he looked exhausted when he woke up. There was not a trace of strength in his body that could support him to sit up. His body was so exhausted that even his thoughts stopped. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the ceiling, with no sparkle in his pupils. The image of Uchiha Izumi when he died was always in his mind, and he had even forgotten what Uchiha Izumi had said to him. It's just that there is always a voice in my heart that denies myself. Even the people he loves most will choose to betray him and fight against him. As for the others, no matter who they are, they will probably despair and collapse. At this time, Hinata also walked in from outside the hospital. Her injuries had recovered a few days ago, and she sat next to Uzumaki Naruto with her lunchbox. Naruto. Hinata's voice was very soft, but it could still be heard by Uzumaki Naruto. But at this time, Uzumaki Naruto was in no mood to reply. Even if Hinata opened the lunchbox, the fragrant food inside could not induce the already hungry Uzumaki Naruto to get up and eat something. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. After Hinata put away her lunchbox, she left. She would come here like this every day for 2 days, but Uzumaki Naruto didn't even have a sip of water in those 2 days, not to mention a meal. Sister Kwan. Tears gradually welled up in Uzumaki Naruto's dull eyes, recalling Uchiha Izumi's smile before his death. I couldn't help but start to tremble all over, without Uchiha Izumi. His goal of becoming Hokage gradually became meaningless. Because he felt that he might no longer have the idea of protecting others. What's going on with Sister Kwan's eyes? It was obviously taken away by the masked man who killed his parents. The doctors at the hospital also said that it is difficult to transplant eyes effectively. So, how did Sister Kwan's eyes appear out of thin air? Seeing that it was almost time, Chu Ran also began to encourage Uzumaki Naruto's thinking. Just a small detail restored some of the look in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Yes, how could Izumi Uchiha kill him? It was clear that Uchiha Izumi had spared no effort in protecting him, so why did he suddenly want to kill him? What is the secret behind this? Is it because of the eyes? In just one moment, Uzumaki Naruto sat up from the bed. Are you up? Go and see your sister's body, it will be buried tomorrow. Just as Uzumaki Naruto sat up, Jiraiya walked out from the shadows. He has been here since just now, but Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice it. As one of the three ninjas, he was familiar with the darkness of Konoha, so he naturally knew what was going on. I also felt lucky that after all, the Kyuubi didn't riot. Landful immortal, I want to go take a look. Take me to see my sister quickly. Uzumaki Naruto immediately stepped out of the bed and wanted to quickly walk to Jiraiya. But before he took a few steps, he staggered to his knees and fell to the ground. Jiraiya stepped forward, slowly helped Uzumaki Naruto up, and directly carried Uzumaki Naruto on his back. Go get something to eat first, you might faint again before you see your sister. Jiraiya's voice was very soft, even though his face couldn't be seen. But Uzumaki Naruto could clearly feel Jiraiya's concern for him. He also knew that this concern was because of his father. I haven't been back to Konoha for a long time. Do you know any stores that are still open right now? Jiraiya carried Uzumaki Naruto out of the hospital. Looking at the darkness outside, he felt a little distressed. After all, it was a little late now, and it was not easy to find a store where I could eat something. I know there is one, go over there. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Konoha in front of him, and pointed to a location with his right hand. The two of them walked over without speaking. Jiraiya didn't offer any comfort to Uzumaki Naruto. When a person is extremely sad, any kind of comfort is ineffective. It wasn't until the two of them walked to a stall and smelled the aroma of ramen that a forced smile appeared on Naruto Uzumaki's face. Uncle Yael. After sitting down, Uzumaki Naruto said hello to Ichiraku, who was busy. Boss Ichiraku on the side couldn't help but be slightly startled when he saw Uzumaki Naruto, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. It's Naruto, I heard that the Chunin exams are over. Your performance is really impressive, my uncle also went to watch that competition, it was very exciting. Boss Ichiraku gave Uzumaki Naruto a thumbs up, and these words made Uzumaki Naruto feel a little better. Want something to eat? I'm treating you today. Just think of it as a celebration that Naruto has become more powerful and is one step closer to becoming the Hokage. The boss of Ichiraku said to Uzumaki Naruto very grandly. Uzumaki Naruto was once a little boy when he was a child. My favorite is Ichiraku ramen, but since then I have been living with Izumi Uchiha. One person's income was reduced to two people, so Uzumaki Naruto never came to Ichiraku ramen again. Looking at the boss Yael, who greeted him warmly in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little sore in his nose. No need for today, boss. Let me treat you, please give me 2 portions of barbecued pork ramen, 1 portion of dumplings, and some soju. Jiraiya sat down and refused boss Ichiraku's request for a treat. At the same time, he also directly explained the reason. It would be better for boss Yael to treat him alone next time. Okay, then Naruto, uncle will prepare a luxury meal for you next time. Boss Yael nodded without refusing, and immediately went to prepare food for the two of them. Uzumaki Naruto sat in his seat, and after he regained some energy, he felt that he was getting hungrier. With a large bowl of barbecued pork ramen placed in front of him, his hand holding the chopsticks paused. Eat, your sister is still watching you in heaven. If you don't eat well and practice well, how can you become Hokage? Will your sister be happy to see you like this? Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who looked dull again, and sighed softly. As he drank a glass of soju, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils were gradually filled with despair. Without Sister Izumi, what's the point of becoming Hokage? I've lost the person I wanted to always protect. It was me who made Sister Quan die in front of me. Chapter 74. Obviously, I said that I must protect my sister from now on. But I have never realized that my sister who has lost her eyes may never be happy again. I just do it for myself and never consider my sister's thoughts. Tears began to gather from his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, trying not to let his tears fall. But it was still to no avail. Duda's tears kept falling, even though Uzumaki Naruto kept wiping them away. But those red eyes kept telling people how uncomfortable he felt. Are you living your life for one person? You choose to become Hokage for one person. Is there no one you care about in this world? What do you think your sister will think when she sees you now? Will she feel at ease? Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto and his expression became serious. He could understand Uzumaki Naruto's feelings and how he spent his childhood without any relatives. But equally, he did not allow Uzumaki Naruto to sink like this. If a good seedling were to be depressed like this, how could it be worthy of the sacrifice of Minato Namikaze and his wife 13 years ago? At this time, he really wanted to punch Uzumaki Naruto hard. Then loudly told him the truth about the death of Uzumaki Naruto's parents 13 years ago. But the seriousness of the matter is great, and if the whole thing is revealed, Uzumaki Naruto will definitely collapse completely. Yes, there is not only sister in this world who cares about me, but sister also doesn't want to see me like this. I haven't avenged my sister, parents, and I have to kill that masked bastard. I still want to find out the cause of my sister's death. I want to know why my sister did this to me. She must have received instructions from others, otherwise she would not have done this. Chu Ran's voice began to ring in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. He didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to be depressed for so long, and thought he would be able to cheer up just now. After all, nowadays, besides sadness, there are other purposes. Sorry, horny fairy. Ramen won't taste good if it's cold. Uzumaki Naruto breathed out lightly, his eyes gradually becoming firmer. At this moment, his heart was no longer surrounded by sadness. Because he has something more that needs him to do. His parents died because of the masked man, and Uchiha Izumi also had his eyes removed because of the masked man. If it hadn't been for that hateful masked man, not only would he not have lost his parents, but he would also not have lost Uchiha Izumi. Now, find out the truth and find out why Izumi Uchiha has the Sharingan again. Whose order did he get to assassinate him? Jiraiya also had a smile on his face when he saw Uzumaki Naruto regaining his composure. The two of them immediately ate the ramen while it was hot, and waited until they finished eating the ramen. Jiraiya took Uzumaki Naruto to a place where the ANBU placed Uchiha Izumi's body. As soon as Izumi Uchiha's body was discovered, he was taken back to the ANBU for inspection. Among them, Uchiha Izumi's eyes returned again. This incident also puzzled the ANBU at the time. Uzumaki Naruto specifically checked Uchiha Izumi's eyes. The Sharingan is still there, but my sister's body has been tampered with. Probably someone from ANBU. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Uchiha Izumi's body and took a deep breath. His eyes were also full of hatred, and he secretly vowed to find the murderer of Izumi Uchiha. This is the ANBU's autopsy report, you shouldn't have seen this in the first place. But as her only relative at the moment, you still need to know this. Jiraiya glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and took out a piece of paper from his arms. Originally, Uchiha Izumi's body was not even shown to Uzumaki Naruto. But Jiraiya tried his best to convince the 5th generation Hokage Senju Tsunade. The Ninetales Jinchuriki's rampage is very terrifying. If it happens again, it will definitely cause great turmoil in Konoha village. It is very likely that it will once again arouse the jealousy of neighboring countries and launch a war of aggression. The recent invasion of Sunagakure village caused considerable losses to Konoha village. Now, while stabilizing Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya also has another responsibility, which is to help Uzumaki Naruto suppress the 9 tails in his body. Cause of death, suicide. The Sharingan transplantation does not take more than a month, and a curse seal is planted. The specific effect of the curse seal is unknown. Naruto Uzumaki's hands tightly kneaded the autopsy report in front of him into a ball. His eyes gradually turned red, and the word curse seal was enough to prove everything. How could his sister, who loves him so much, come to kill him after receiving instructions from others for no apparent reason? In addition to being controlled by the curse seal, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't think of any other possibilities. Because Izumi Uchiha would rather pierce kunai into his body than fight him. Call. Uzumaki Naruto breathed out a puff of white air from his mouth, after learning part of the truth. He did not choose to cry. Instead, he gradually calmed down and suppressed the anger in his heart. The person who can do all this is definitely not an ordinary person. Not only his influence and strength in Konoha, it is definitely not something that a genin like himself can compete with at the moment. If he wants revenge, he must succeed. It is impossible to make a fearless sacrifice, because the hatred he carries is not just this one. No matter who it is, Uzumaki Naruto will never let go of his relatives who have hurt him. The masked man and the person who planted the curse seal on Uchiha Izumi are all the same, and they cannot be let go. Lovable immortal, please teach me how to practice. I want to become stronger, and I want to let Sister Kwan see it. Watch me become the Hokage, let my sister see my face appear on the Hokage rock. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and looked at Jiraiya with a determined expression. He hid his hatred and the emotions in his heart. Because he knew that if he followed the lustful immortal to practice for revenge, Uzumaki Naruto knew that Jiraiya would definitely not agree. Only if you temporarily let go of your hatred can you follow Jiraiya to practice and become stronger. Apart from Naruto, the strongest ninja in Konoha village is the Sannin. I'm leaving Konoha tomorrow, if you want. Just come with me. Jiraiya nodded, he originally wanted to take Uzumaki Naruto away. Because Uzumaki Naruto stays in Konoha village, it can be said to be very dangerous. The current 5th generation Hokage Senju Tsunade has not yet established a firm foothold. If he has established a firm foothold, Shimura Danzo will not act randomly. Jiraiya knew that the cause of Uchiha Izumi's death was inseparable from Shimura Danzo. Chapter 75. But at this time, he could not tell Uzumaki Naruto the truth. Because if he was told the truth, it would make Uzumaki Naruto directly hate Konoha. It would be better to introduce it cyclically, and through the precipitation of time and his cultivation, let him have a better definition of Hokage and himself. The next day, early in the morning, Jiraiya spoke to Tsunade Senju. Then he found Uzumaki Naruto in the cemetery. "Sister, I'm leaving. I went out to practice with the lustful immortal, wait until I come back again. I will definitely find the murderer who killed you, and I will definitely make him pay with blood." Uzumaki Naruto gently touched Uchiha Izumi's tombstone with his hand, his eyes slightly red. Just after making a secret vow in his heart, he followed Jiraiya and left Konoha. And not long after Uzumaki Naruto left, Uchiha Izumi, who was hungry for power, also defected to Konoha. It's just that he didn't fight Uzumaki Naruto like in the original work. The two of them are destined to fight again in the future, as destined opponents. But what is different from the original work is that Uzumaki Naruto is no longer the kind of person who is unwilling to kill Uchiha Sasuke. After he left Konoha, how would he view Konoha when he came back again? Even Chu Ran was not sure, but what was certain was that he no longer had much desire for Hokage in his heart. On the other side, in the root headquarters, Danzo Shimura's expression gradually turned ugly as he listened to his subordinate's report. But soon, his expression became more helpless. Forget it, he is Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas after all. It's normal that you can't find opportunities. It seems that I am still too impatient. Tsunade has too many supporters, even if I launch a Ninetales rebellion, I may not be able to succeed. Shimura Danzo sighed softly and sat on the chair behind him. Although he admitted his failure, he would not give up easily on his goals. Uzumaki Naruto was very useful, so he was protected by Jiraiya. Since he already has Jiraiya's protection, there is no need for him to do more useless things. The Godame Hokage, leave it to Tsunade. Danzo Shimura shook his head, turned around and walked inside. The subordinate who originally reported the matter in front of him also disappeared from the spot with a teleportation technique. Shimura Danzo walked into the deepest part of the root headquarters, which is a forbidden area within the headquarters. No one is allowed in or out except for some special personnel. If any outsiders saw the scene in this secret room in front of them, they would definitely be shocked. There are containers filled with special potions everywhere, and inside each container is a Sharingan. There is also a man among them who is busy with something with his head down. "Ready, Kabuto." Danzo Shimura looked at the man's back, and his words were slightly excited. And this smiling man with glasses is no one else. It was Kabuto Yakushi, his assistant who was trained by Kabuto Yakushi himself. "Of course, Danzo-sama. Please come here, I will help you transplant the Sharingan now." Kabuto Yakushi smiled kindly and slowly put on the surgical gloves. Shimura Danzo also untied the bandage on his hand. It was an arm so pale that it seemed as if there was no blood. There is a clear difference from the other skin colors on Danzo Shimura's body. It was Orochimaru who used his own technology to give him the Hashirama cell arm transplanted into him. And all these Sharingan eyes were specially prepared for Shimura Danzo. When all these Sharingan are gathered, then the entire Konoha. I will continue to get stronger on my planned track. Shimura Danzo slowly lay on the operating table and closed his eyes. Thinking of the prosperity of Konoha in the future, he couldn't help but smile. In a flash, 2 years passed. In the past 2 years, Uzumaki Naruto has followed Jiraiya and the others to collect materials and practice. When Uzumaki Naruto returned to Konoha village, Konoha had already seen some changes, whether it was the streets or the shops in the village. Jiraiya went to find Tsunade, while Uzumaki Naruto wandered around Konoha alone. "Naruto? Are you Naruto?" Suddenly a voice sounded behind him, and Uzumaki Naruto turned his head to look at the person who stopped him. This person was none other than Haruno Sakura, who was once in the same class as Uzumaki Naruto. Compared to 2 years ago, Haruno Sakura is taller and more beautiful now. Like a young girl of 15 or 16 years old, after seeing Uzumaki Naruto, a smile appeared on her face. "It's Sakura." Uzumaki Naruto nodded, then turned around and left. Although the two are classmates in the same class, they don't actually have much friendship. On the contrary, he once said such outrageous words to Uzumaki Naruto in the ninja school. Although he was not a stingy person, Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to talk to him. "That. Naruto, do you know? Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to talk to her, Haruno Sakura quickly ran to Uzumaki Naruto. Stopping in front of Uzumaki Naruto, his expression became a little depressed. If you have anything to say it quickly. I've always hated your procrastination. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly and said impatiently. In the past 2 years, it's not just strength that has improved. There is also Uzumaki Naruto's hatred for Konoha. He has thought about many things clearly in the past 2 years. When he came back this time, he was no longer the Uzumaki Naruto he once was. That, Sasuke. Sasuke defected. Went to one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru. Can you please send him Sasuke? Haruno Sakura clenched her fists, and tears began to accumulate in her eyes. The main reason for Uchiha Sasuke's defection 2 years ago was to obtain higher power. Because Uzumaki Naruto was already far behind him, he couldn't wait to gain stronger power. But what does this have to do with Uzumaki Naruto? Yes, if I see him, I will definitely kill him. As a rebellious ninja, betraying the village, even if you come back, you will be tortured and tortured endlessly. Rather than suffer torture and die, I will give him a happy ending. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and answered Haruno Sakura directly. He could know what Haruno Sakura meant just from her expression and words. And he was just refusing, because he was not Uchiha Sasuke's nanny. Everyone had their own pursuits, and he understood. Why is it like this? How can you say that? Sasuke is our comrade. Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back, a look of anger immediately appeared on her face and she shouted loudly. But the response he received was nothing more than a cold look from Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 76. Are you using fetters and the friendship between companions to bind me? Or do you think it's because Sasuke went to find Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas? So I, who was also taught by one of the 3 ninjas, must bring Sasuke back. Do you think that bringing Sasuke back is something he is willing to do? You are so brainless, no wonder Sasuke doesn't like you. Uzumaki Naruto snorted, turned around and left directly. A brainless woman like Haruno Sakura simply and selfishly wants to be with Uchiha Sasuke every day. And her idea was very simple, she didn't have the ability to bring back Uchiha Sasuke. We don't even know where Uchiha Sasuke is, and even if we knew it, we wouldn't be able to bring Uchiha Sasuke back in the hands of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. In 2 years, she gained a lot of experience. Knowing that the Sannin are stronger ninjas than Kakashi Hatake, their strength is comparable to that of Naruto. Even Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, killed the Sandaime Hokage, so Haruno Sakura also knew how much she weighed. It was impossible to bring back Uchiha Sasuke, but she had never thought about why Uchiha Sasuke left. You don't know him well, and you don't know how much hatred he hides in his heart. For you, just wanting to be with him every day, but for him. Revenge is everything to him, do you think you can make him stop for you? Uzumaki Naruto stopped and didn't even turn his head. He only despised Haruno Sakura in a disdainful voice. Haruno Sakura's expression was also full of loss and sadness, and she knelt on the ground, tears falling continuously. Yes, she just wanted to see Uchiha Sasuke every day for her own selfish desires. How could she have any place in Uchiha Sasuke's heart? He was just a passerby, and he had no concerns about whether Uchiha Sasuke was willing to come back to Konoha. And even if he comes back, so what, he has already been called a traitor. Even if you come back, can you go back to the past? Although these are facts, Haruno Sakura cannot accept it and just blames Uzumaki Naruto for not helping. If Uzumaki Naruto helps, Jiraiya, who is also one of the 3 ninjas, can definitely bring back Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto who has left will not pay attention to what Haruno Sakura is thinking. He just arrived at Konoha's cemetery, walked to Izumi Uchiha's grave, and slowly squatted down. He gently wiped the tombstone with his hand, but there was no dust on it. What's going on? Has anyone been here? Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, looking at the withered bouquet of flowers on the side, he couldn't help but feel a little doubtful in his heart. But he still took out the withered bouquet and inserted the flowers he had just bought. Sister, I'm here to see you. Now I have become strong enough, the erotic Sannin taught me many powerful ninjutsu. There is also Immortal Technique, which is a technique that can enhance a lot of strength. We traveled around together and met many interesting things and people. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the photo of Uchiha Izumi, with a rare smile on his face. While chatting with Izumi Uchiha, the sound of footsteps on the side attracted Uzumaki Naruto's attention. When she turned her head, she couldn't help but be slightly startled when she saw the person coming. Hinata? Is it Hinata? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hinata, and he couldn't help but not recognizing him for a moment. The shy and introverted girl with short hair before has now grown much taller and has grown her hair long. Compared to Hinata in the original work, her bangs are thicker. Naruto. Did you come back? A smile appeared on Hinata's face. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto whom she hadn't seen for a long time, she couldn't help but feel extremely happy. But after waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to approach, he looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was much more handsome and taller than 2 years ago. His cheeks and ears couldn't help but blush slightly. Yeah, I'm back with the lustful immortal. I probably won't go out again, thank you Hinata. Thanks to you coming over occasionally, Sister Kwan won't feel lonely. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the flowers in Hinata's hand, and a smile appeared on his face. He also secretly cursed himself for being slow. The only person who could come to visit Uchiha Izumi should be Hinata. It's nothing, Sister Kwan is so kind to me, this is what I should be doing. What's more, she is Naruto's sister. Hinata lowered her head slightly, and the blush that had just dissipated on her face appeared again. She always looked like this when facing Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto had long been used to it and didn't pay much attention to it. Then the two of them began to pack up Uchiha Izumi's tombstone together. But just when Hinata was lowered, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but be slightly startled. There is a faint hint of green from the scattered hair on the forehead. Uzumaki Naruto slowly stretched out his hand, touched Hinata's forehead, and lifted her hair. Ah! Hinata was also suddenly startled and instinctively dodged. As if realizing that Uzumaki Naruto saw his forehead, he immediately covered his bangs. It was a light green curse seal. After seeing the curse seal, Uzumaki Naruto's expression gradually became cold and stern. He clenched his fists tightly, and there was even more unspeakable anger in his heart at this time. Just looking at the curse seal reminded him of the cause of Uchiha Izumi's death. Hinata, what's going on with the curse seal? Who did it? Who planted this thing on you? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became excited, and the angry look on his face made Hinata feel a little scared. But she didn't say a word, she just lowered her head and said nothing. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, feeling very clear in his heart. This matter must have something to do with the Hyuga clan, so I didn't say anything to Hinata immediately. The figure disappeared in a flash. When Hinata came back to her senses that day, Uzumaki Naruto's figure was long gone. Not good. Hinata said something bad in her heart, and immediately started running quickly. She was not a stupid person, she naturally knew what Uzumaki Naruto was doing and where he was. On the other side, outside the Hinata family's mansion. Uzumaki Naruto was already standing outside the door with a cold face, and stepped inside with one step. There were several Hyuga clan members in the mansion who just came out and saw Uzumaki Naruto. Who are you? Get out now. As the only wealthy family in Konoha, the Hyuga clan does not allow outsiders to enter without permission. But the moment the man opened his mouth to scold him, his body had already flown into the distance. Chapter 77. The other two people were slightly startled, obviously not realizing that the young man in front of them was so fast. Hinata, what's with the curse mark on your forehead? Who planted it? Naruto Uzumaki's face was cold, he looked at the two Hyuga clan members in front of him and asked in a deep voice. If the answer is not satisfactory, the fate of the person just now will be the fate of the two of them. Hinata's curse seal was planted by the head of the family. This is the curse mark that every person in a separated family will have, not just her. Just after Uzumaki Naruto's question came up, a familiar voice sounded. A young man about the same age as Uzumaki Naruto came slowly from a distance. This man was none other than Hinata Niji. It's just that the Hyuga Niji at this time is different from the Hyuga Niji who first became a jonin in the original work. At this time, Hyuga Niji looked very thin, and his face was a little sickly, and there was no forehead protector on his forehead. Some of them just have the same curse seal as Hinata. How to remove the curse seal? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hinata Niji and asked in a deep voice. If it was 2 years ago, he might still feel a little guilty. After all, it was because of him that Hinata Niji became like this. Although he had heard about it 2 years ago, when faced with what happened to Uchiha Izumi, he had no intention of thinking about anything else. It can only be released after death, the caged bird curse can only be released by death. It's useless even if you make trouble, this is the rule of the Hyuga clan. Only those in the clan family do not need to be imprinted with the cursed seal of a caged bird, while anyone in the branch family must be imprinted with the cursed imprint. Hyuga Niji shook his head, he knew that Uzumaki Naruto cared about Hyuga Hinata. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Hyuga clan to cause trouble, but even so what, the fact that he was a caged bird would not change because of him. How about I lend you some power and make a scene? After all, we are a wealthy family in Konoha, so we definitely can't rely on you alone. Chu Ran's voice sounded directly in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, but at this time he was not making the voice himself. Instead, he pretended to be the voice of the Nine Tails, because now Chu Ran can completely control the Nine Tails chakra. It is very easy to give Naruto Uzumaki the Nine Tails chakra. Well, I'm sorry to trouble you, Nine Llamas. Lend me chakra. Uzumaki Naruto was not polite to Chu Ran, and he also knew that his own strength alone was not enough to make waves here. We must rely on the power of Nine Tails. Chu Ran didn't waste any more words and started to mobilize the chakra of Nine Tails. In an instant, a layer of crimson-tailed beast clothing gradually appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's body. The beard on his face also became obvious, and his originally blue eyes became narrow and blood-red. Niji, get out of the way. Uzumaki Naruto exhaled a puff of white air from his mouth and looked at more and more Hyuga clan members gathered nearby. Without any hesitation, he rushed out. Under the protection of the Nine Tails chakra, not only the defensive power, but also the speed and strength are doubled. Now, he is no longer the Uzumaki Naruto who was a trash in taijutsu. Relying on the shadow clone technique, even if you face the Hyuga tribe, you can continue to win. As for the soft fist, hitting the tailed beast's clothes will have no effect. The chakra energy formed by the soft fist seemed to be hit on cotton and was directly resolved by the tail beast suit. Simple taijutsu and ninjutsu are difficult to damage the tailed beast clothing. Although the tailed beast clothes now only have one tail, it is enough to deal with these Hyuga tribesmen who have low combat power. Bagua Kongjang. Just when Uzumaki Naruto kept knocking away the Hyuga clan members, a terrifying air cannon suddenly struck. It hit the tailed beast's clothing hard, even if it looked like the tailed beast's clothing. Faced with this attack, he was also blown away a little. Uzumaki Naruto even took a dozen steps back and almost fell to the ground. Is there finally someone who can fight? Uzumaki Naruto looked at a middle-aged man walking slowly in the distance. This man, Uzumaki Naruto, had the impression that he was Hinata's father, Hinata. He was also the head of the Hyuga clan, but seeing that this man did not have the caged bird curse seal on his forehead, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed with anger. Uzumaki Naruto, leave. I won't tell Mr. Hokage about this. Hinata Hayashi put his hands in his pockets and said to Uzumaki Naruto calmly. He knew very well why Uzumaki Naruto came here this time, but the fact was already determined and there was no other way. If possible, he didn't want to plant the caged bird curse seal on Hinata's body. But the rules of the Hyuga family are like this. Even the head of the family cannot change the conservative thinking of the main family and the branch family. Why would you put something like this on your daughter's forehead? Is this what you, a father, should do? Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists tightly, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. But Hinata still looked calm. These are the rules of the Hyuga clan. Hinata doesn't have the talent to be the head of the family, that's why she's like this. She can't blame anyone because this is her fate. Hinata Hayashi sighed lightly and directly told the truth that he believed in his heart. People without talent are destined to be separated in the future, and this fact will not change no matter what. Asshole. Who said this was her fate? Everyone should control their own destiny. Since you don't remove the curse seal, I will beat you until it is removed. Uzumaki Naruto's figure instantly disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Hinata Hinashi. The speed is so fast that it is even faster than the instant body technique. But Hinata Hizashi was also the head of a wealthy family, and he could see through Uzumaki Naruto's actions without even opening his Byakugan. Soft step double lion fist. There was also a trace of anger in Hinata Hizu's eyes, and a large amount of soft fist chakra was condensed in his hands. Together with the shape changes, two ferocious lion heads were formed. Boom! The two fists clashed, and a burst of fierce energy spread out in all directions. The tailed beast clothes on Uzumaki Naruto became swaying and dim. Bang! The ground beneath the feet of Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto instantly shattered. It was all a pure battle of strength, but Hinata were still able to gain the upper hand. Because he still had the power of a fist that he hadn't punched yet. The moment Naruto Uzumaki was stunned, another double lion fist hit him in the face. His figure instantly retreated backwards until he smashed the wall of the Hyuga clan and landed on the side of the road. Naruto. Hinata also rushed over at this time, quickening her pace and running in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki's tailed beast suit had been partially broken, exposing half of his body, but he did not suffer any injuries because of the protection of the tailed beast suit. Chapter 78. Hinata, I'm fine. I will definitely let these guys lift your curse today. This kind of thing shouldn't exist. Uzumaki Naruto stood up slowly and said to Hinata with a firm look on his face. The tailed beast clothing on his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stinky fox, lend me a little more chakra. Uzumaki Naruto exhaled a puff of air from his mouth and communicated with Chu Ran in his heart without hesitation. Chu Ran didn't waste any time and immediately lent more chakra to Uzumaki Naruto. The tailed beast clothes, which originally had only one tail, now had two more tails in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the power continued to increase sharply, and Uzumaki Naruto's pupils became increasingly blood red. Nowadays, he has even more wildness from a beast. Boom! The ground beneath Uzumaki Naruto's feet suddenly shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks continued to spread in all directions. The figure of Uzumaki Naruto had long since disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Hinata and Hinashi. A punch was thrown out, and Hinata instantly reacted and used Kaiten to block it. But facing this punch filled with Nine Tails chakra, it was impossible to stop it with Kaiten alone. Boom! In an instant, Kaiten turned into pieces, and Hinata Hayashi's body flew backwards. It hit the house hard, just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to continue taking action. Two figures stopped in front of him. They were Tsunade Senju, one of the three ninjas, and his mentor Jiraiya. Do you know what you are doing? Quickly exit the Nine-Tails state. Jiraiya frowned and said to Uzumaki Naruto with a serious face. Jiraiya rarely looked like this on ordinary days, and Uzumaki Naruto didn't say much, but silently released the Nine-Tails chakra. At this time, Hinata Hayashi also walked out of the house and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with fear on his face. Once upon a time, the power of the Nine Tails that Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid of can now be easily used by Uzumaki Naruto. There is no doubt that the current Uzumaki Naruto is strong enough to be a Jounin, and is more likely to reach the elite Jounin level. I will announce your punishment later. Naruto Uzumaki, you are not allowed to use the power of the Nine Tails without permission in the village in the future. Compared to Jiraiya, Senju Tsunade is more serious, and these words are more like orders. Uzumaki Naruto ignored it and turned around to leave, but took a deep look at Hinata and Hinashi before leaving. Don't try to use the caged bird seal. If Hinata gets hurt because of this, I won't let the Hinata family go. Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking coldly, turned around and left directly. Hinata did not catch up, but looked at her father with a worried look. After seeing her father shake his head, he felt relieved. Rizu, are you okay? Senju Tsunade turned her head to look at Hinata, and after getting the other party's answer, she also left with Jiraiya. As a Hokage, she has to deal with a lot of matters on a daily basis. After settling the matter, he left immediately. And Hinata also turned around and walked towards his room, waiting for him to return to his room. He half knelt on the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. The power of the Nine Tails is really terrifying. No wonder the third generation has always been so fearful and suppressed his growth. Hinata Hinashi slowly sat on the ground, feeling the terrifying power of Uzumaki Naruto's blow just now. If he had been prepared in advance, he would definitely not have been injured. But the speed just now was too fast, and even he, who had white eyes, didn't react. And this is Uzumaki Naruto with only 3 tails, what if it was 4 tails, or 5 tails? Hinata and Hinashi didn't dare to think about it, or in other words, they could only feel happy for their decision. If possible, he did not want his eldest daughter Hinata to be planted with a curse seal. If possible, he was willing to fight against the rules of the Hyuga clan for his 2 daughters. In the original work, it is precisely because of this that Hinata has never been planted with the caged bird curse seal. Even though he was indifferent on the surface, Hinata loved his children deeply in his heart. Especially the gentle and kind Hinata. Although he has no talent, he is very happy to have such a gentle daughter. As for why he planted the caged bird curse seal on his beloved daughter, that came from an insurance policy, which was made by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once he found him. Once upon a time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had some feelings, fearing that Uzumaki Naruto would not be controlled by the Leaf Village in the future. But I can also see where Uzumaki Naruto's bond comes from. Uchiha Izumi and Hinata, these 2 people are the closest people to Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen once wanted to control Uchiha Izumi so that he could make Uzumaki Naruto honest at a critical moment. If Uzumaki Naruto's evil intentions are discovered, he can be blackmailed. At that time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's request was that after Izumi Uchiha passed away, he would plant the caged bird curse seal on Hinata. Moreover, Hyuga Hinata will be directly under the management of the 5th Hokage. In special times, Hyuga Hinata can be used to control Uzumaki Naruto. At that time, Hyuga and Hizashi did not want to agree, but because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's righteousness and what he said for the village. Hinata still agreed, and after Uchiha Izumi passed away, he directly planted the cursed seal on Hinata. Hinata, don't blame father. Hinata Hinashi sighed softly and sat on the ground, with a look that ranged from happy to disappointed. Happily, Uzumaki Naruto cares so much about Hinata and is willing to protect Hinata so much. What makes her sad is that her most kind and gentle daughter was imprinted with the caged bird curse seal that she has always hated. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, Jiraiya and Senju Tsunade had just returned here, and the expressions on their faces were somewhat unsightly. Is this what you call 2 years? What did you teach that brat in 2 years? How to control Kyuubi? Or teach him such a radical way of dealing with it? Senju Tsunade breathed out softly and couldn't help but hold her forehead with both hands. It was originally thought that Jiraiya's bringing back Uzumaki Naruto would add a lot of power to Konoha. She originally believed in Jiraiya, but she didn't expect that something like this would happen just after she came back. I didn't teach him how to control the Kyuubi. In other words, I don't know how to control the Nine Tails, these are just the methods of the Uzumaki clan. Maybe it's innate, but I have to say that Naruto's talent is really strong. Even compared to the Yondaime Hokage and Minato, he is stronger. Chapter 79. Jiraiya sat across from Tsunade and couldn't help but sigh. Over the past 2 years, he had developed a deep relationship with Uzumaki Naruto, and he was very satisfied with this new disciple. He is as good as Namake's Minato back then, and even better in some aspects. Neither Namake's Minato nor he was good at senjutsu, and did not have much talent for senjutsu. But Uzumaki Naruto is different. In the process of learning senjutsu, it only took less than 3 months to independently activate the sage form. Although the time for Uzumaki Naruto to learn senjutsu in the original work was also very short. But there is a certain difference between the two, because now Uzumaki Naruto has learned it himself. It is an enchantment learned entirely by relying on one's own talent. I'm afraid the old man's worries have already come. Do you think Uzumaki Naruto is a danger to Konoha? Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest, with a worried look on her face. If it were before, she wouldn't worry about these things, but it's different now. She is the 5th Hokage, and since she already bears the title of Shadow, she must consider the sake of the village. Not yet, but I can't say for sure. Uchiha Izumi's death was a big blow to him. His deepest bond was taken away, and Naruto will definitely want revenge. After all, there are a few people in this world who calmly let go when faced with hatred. Jiraiya shook his head, he had done everything he could in the past 2 years. Not only teaching Uzumaki Naruto senjutsu and ninjutsu, but also teaching Uzumaki Naruto the ninja path he should follow. But after all, he is no longer a child, nor is he a blank piece of paper. Uzumaki Naruto has his own ideas, so no one can say how much Uzumaki Naruto can understand this ninja way. It's okay, I left a backup plan. While he is still under control, let's work hard. After all, you know very well the importance of the Nine Tails. Tsunade nodded and could only respond helplessly. Naruto's daily work was enough to make her feel tired, and now there was still a mess like Kyuubi that she couldn't clean up. It makes people feel even more difficult to handle. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto caused a scene at Hinata's house. Since that day, he has been trying to figure out his target in Konoha. The most important thing for a ninja is to learn to collect intelligence in addition to combat prowess. The ANBU is divided into several departments, including members who specialize in guarding the Hokage, as well as those who specialize in treason or surveillance tasks. In every different department, the masks they wear on their faces are different. But Uzumaki Naruto figured this out after consulting relevant books. The reason why he checked ANBU information first was because Uzumaki Naruto always felt that these things were related to these people hiding in the night. At the same time, they also began to organize information on Konoha's top brass. In addition to the Hokage, the highest-ranking person in Konoha village also has the Hokage advisor who assists the Hokage. These 2 Hokage advisors are Koharu and Mito Menon respectively. He was once a comrade in arms with the Sandaime Hokage, but now he has taken a back seat while experiencing Konoha's dark period. Uzumaki Naruto first targeted these 2 people, but it was almost impossible to ask anything from these 2 people. The Hokage advisor is not that easy to approach. I have only found a few clues, there is no clue to follow. If I cause trouble with these people, I will probably become a rebellious nin like Sasuke before I find out the truth. Naruto Uzumaki sat by the windowsill at home, lost in thought. He still remembered some of the curse seal patterns on Uchiha Izumi's body at that time, but even after reading the classics, he couldn't find out what the curse seal was. What kind of person would use it? Because of this, Uzumaki Naruto felt distressed and made no progress. Just when he was distressed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, long time no see. Lord Godame, I want you to come over, you have a mission. The person who came was none other than Hitaki Kakashi, looking at Hitaki Kakashi's face. Uzumaki Naruto didn't change at all, he just nodded. Then he left with Kakashi Hitaki, and Chu Ran subconsciously began to think in his heart. In the past 2 years, he had been thinking about how to let Uzumaki Naruto catch Shimura Danzo's tail. We can't wait for Shimura Danzo to show up. After all, in that case, the blackening process will not change at all. When he was in the Hyuga clan before, Uzumaki Naruto's progress in darkening only increased a little. If you face Danzo and learn the truth, there will be no significant increase. In the future, if you really hate Konoha, it will be even more difficult to become darker. It seems that we must find an opportunity to find the Akatsuki organization in advance. If we can get in touch with the Akatsuki organization, we must have some useful information for Naruto Uzumaki to know. Subconsciously, Chu Ran thought for a moment, and then decided to let nature take its course. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is already like this now, and it will be a long process to strengthen the blackening process. Soon, on the other side, Hitaki Kakashi brought Uzumaki Naruto. Already in the Hokage's office, after seeing the 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade after a day, Uzumaki Naruto's face still showed no change. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the Hokage's mission instructions. Who else are you waiting for? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura and Hitaki Kakashi beside him and couldn't help but asked with some doubts. Just after this question appeared, a figure pushed the door open and entered. Subconsciously, Chu Ran couldn't help but be slightly startled when he saw the person coming, and then he smiled. Yes, how could I forget this person? Sigh, it looks like the meeting with Shimura Danzo will be soon. Chu Ran smiled slightly and immediately turned his attention to the young man who came in. With fair skin and short black hair, she is Sai, who temporarily joined Team 7 in the original work. He was also the tool assigned to Team 7 by Danzo Shimura. He was trained since he was a child to be an emotionless killing machine. This is Sai, I will be a member of your 7th class from now on. Senju Tsunade glanced at Sai, and then introduced the 3 people in front of her. Uzumaki Naruto was okay, but Haruno Sakura's face immediately showed displeasure after hearing Senju Tsunade's words. Tsunade-sama, what about Sasuke? Sasuke will come back, how can he let someone take his place? Haruno Sakura said to Senju Tsunade with an unconvinced expression, and at the same time glanced at Sai with some hostility. Chapter 80. Reform a team of 4. In terms of mission success rate, a team of 4 is indeed the best choice. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. Now he is no longer interested in these boring bonds. Strictly speaking, the most important thing is probably the mission success rate and the quick completion of the mission. After all, a 4-person team is definitely more convenient than a 3-person team. Hello, I'm Sai, I'm from ANBU. Sai smiled slightly and extended his right hand to Uzumaki Naruto. But the smile on his face looked like a fake smile, which made people obviously feel uncomfortable. But Uzumaki Naruto only paid attention to his origin. After all, he had the opportunity to come into contact with people from ANBU. I won't approve it. The member of Team 7 is obviously Sasuke. How could another person suddenly appear at this time? Haruno Sakura's reaction is much more exciting than in the original work, of course. After all, the current Uzumaki Naruto doesn't care whether Uchiha Sasuke will come back. Instead, he felt a little dissatisfied with Uzumaki Naruto and Sai, or with everyone present. Do you think you're worthy of being a ninja? That guy is already a traitor, don't you think about how to complete the mission? Are you always thinking about the return of a traitor? How childish, if we go on a mission with someone like you, it will definitely kill us. Uzumaki Naruto would not coddle Haruno Sakura. He looked at Haruno Sakura in front of him and said mercilessly. He must find the truth faster in order to complete the task quickly. But there is no time to play with Haruno Sakura in this boring companionship relationship. Naruto is right, Sakura, you need to make your attitude clear. Okay, now let me talk about the mission. Senju Tsunade nodded, and after taking a look at the calm Uzumaki Naruto, she began to explain the mission. It was near the Land of Waves that an ANBU discovered what was suspected to be Orochimaru's stronghold. So they need the 7th team to explore, because Orochimaru lost his hands and his combat power was greatly reduced. Led by Kakashi Arihite, Tsunade Senju issued the key to the mission. If possible, capture Orochimaru alive, if not, kill him directly. In addition, the same thing happens if you meet Uchiha Sasuke. Several people nodded in agreement and then exited the Hokage's office. But Haruno Sakura felt a little excited and expectant, because she finally found Orochimaru's secret stronghold. If Orochimaru is really found, Uchiha Sasuke will definitely be there too. By then, she would be able to bring Uchiha Sasuke back. 3 days later, Uzumaki Naruto and others had arrived outside the location marked by the ANBU. Soon after exploring the surrounding environment, he entered. Inside was a huge cave, which began to collapse and explode after they entered. Uzumaki Naruto was in a group with Haruno Sakura, and the other two were in a group, and they had just entered it not long ago. The cave on Uzumaki Naruto's side began to collapse, completely cutting off the connection with Hatake Kakashi's side. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura used their methods at the same time and each began to escape. It seems that they have been prepared for a long time, they must know that someone has invaded. Then it looks like the stronghold inside is definitely not abandoned, there are people inside. Trying to separate the four of us. Uzumaki Naruto came out of the ruins and immediately looked around. After seeing Haruno Sakura slowly emerging from the ruins, the two began to explore near the ruins. But before he saw a few places, Uzumaki Naruto stopped. He took out 2 kunai from his waist and threw them into the distance. Chang! The kunai and shuriken collided with each other, causing a burst of sparks and clanging sounds. The two turned their heads at the same time and saw 2 people standing on the treetops. Sasuke. Although they hadn't seen each other for 2 years, Haruno Sakura recognized Uchiha Sasuke at a glance. He wanted to step forward, but before he could take a step, several more steel needles appeared in front of him. It was the steel needles shot by Yakushi Kabuto, and the dangerous feeling made Haruno Sakura dare not get close. At this time, they had not experienced the Sunagakure village Ichibi incident, and their strength was only above the Chunin level. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the 4 people in front of him without any expression on his face. In just a flash, he arrived in front of the 2 of them. Long time no see, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him and slowly drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist. The 2 have been rivals since childhood, and neither one has been willing to lose to the other. It was also because Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became much stronger that Uchiha Sasuke's desire for power became even deeper. Sasuke, come back with us. As long as I go back, Tsunade-sama will definitely not hold me to too much accountability. Aren't we companions? Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, is not a good person. Haruno Sakura looked at Uchiha Sasuke who was ignoring her and started to persuade him. That, I'm doing this for your best, attitude not only disgusted Uzumaki Naruto, but even Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Chidori's sharp spear. Without even looking at Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke raised his left hand. A bolt of lightning formed into a spear and rushed towards Haruno Sakura. There was no defense against Uchiha Sasuke, but Haruno Sakura's chest was penetrated by lightning and a blood hole was opened in an instant. Why? Haruno Sakura's pupils kept trembling, looking at Uchiha Sasuke in disbelief. I didn't understand why I was suddenly treated like this, and my consciousness slowly became blurry at this time. No one will bother us now. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and the feelings of failure and humiliation gradually emerged in his heart. He no longer wanted to continue playing this bonding game, in his mind. Uzumaki Naruto may be his only friend, but now he wants to kill his only friend to make him stronger. Sasuke, your strength seems to have improved a lot. But don't forget, you are not the only one making progress. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly and took out a kunai from his waist. Wind release chakra is spread throughout it, and the effect of the vacuum blade is attached to the kunai. Compared to 2 years ago, Uzumaki Naruto's vacuum blade has become more skilled, and the constantly flowing chakra patterns make people feel sharper. You are really arrogant, don't forget that you have never defeated me once. Uchiha Sasuke sneered, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand also erupted with piercing lightning. Chapter 81. But don't forget, last time it was Kakashi who got in the way. Do you think you could have won if it weren't for him? Uzumaki Naruto didn't care at all about Uchiha Sasuke's words. It's not that if you haven't won before, you will definitely lose now. They are all ninjas trained by the Sannin. Which one is strong and which one is weak, you can't say for sure. Chang. The 2 figures disappeared from the place at the same time, waiting to appear again. The weapons in his hands have collided with each other, and lightning and wind force continue to erupt. With the 2 people as the center, the surrounding ruins were continuously being cleared by the violent whirlwind, and the ground under their feet was also constantly shattered. Uchiha Sasuke looked slightly startled. He did not expect that Uzumaki Naruto's strength had increased so much. In this first confrontation, he didn't hold back at all. He took action with the determination to kill Naruto Uzumaki, and he showed no mercy. Chidori Ryu. Uchiha Sasuke's expression turned cold, and a strong electric current burst out with him as the center. Within a certain range, any opponent who touches the current will be paralyzed for a short time. But Naruto Uzumaki had already taken precautions and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach a distance. The kunai thrown out before had been specially engraved with the mark of the Flying Thunder God. So fast. No. Did he suddenly disappear? Is it a time and space ninjutsu? Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was 10 meters behind him. He didn't understand that at that moment, it was definitely too late for Uzumaki Naruto to escape. After all, it's not like he has a Sharingan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke also opened his Sharingan. The two of them haven't seen each other for 2 years, and each has a lot of new tricks, so they still need to be careful. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Compared to 2 years ago, Uchiha Sasuke no longer needs any seals to use the powerful fireball technique. And the destructive power of the fireball technique is definitely even greater. Not even Uzumaki Naruto dared to be careless. Wind Escape Big Breakthrough. Compared with the amount of chakra, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't think there are many people who can beat him in terms of ninjutsu alone. The huge whirlwind immediately rolled up the fireball technique and flew away into the air. A huge whirlpool of flames formed, making it impossible for the two of them to get close. But Uzumaki Naruto was at his side, throwing out several kunai. Uchiha Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan, easily avoided it and also discovered the strange position on the kunai. There are some small talismans on them, which are really hard to spot if you don't look carefully. But just when he was so curious, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The 4th generation Hokage's famous ninjutsu. When Uchiha Sasuke mentioned the Kusanagi sword, he planned to take the lead in making a defensive posture. But Uzumaki Naruto had already condensed the Rasengan in his hand, and he directly came into close contact with Kusanagi sword. Boom! The huge recoil force rotated and directly knocked Uchiha Sasuke's body several meters away. If he hadn't used the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword to penetrate the ruins, Uchiha Sasuke would have flown even further. But at this moment, his hands could not help but tremble slightly, and he looked at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. I didn't expect you to learn such a tricky ninjutsu. It seems that I can't let go anymore. Uchiha Sasuke's expression gradually became serious, and he also knew the approximate strength of Uzumaki Naruto. Call. Uchiha Sasuke put down the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and curse marks gradually appeared on his face and body. Uzumaki Naruto knew that this sudden change was the Heaven's Curse seal that appeared during the Chunin examination, as Jiraiya had said before. But it was not over yet. A pair of big gray hands gradually grew out of Uchiha Sasuke's back. As he continued, his whole body turned into a demonic gray-black color, and a cross-shaped pattern appeared on his face. The chakra was obviously enhanced a lot, making Uzumaki Naruto feel a little heart palpitated just looking at it. Is this a power similar to magic? Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, feeling a sense of danger from Uchiha Sasuke in front of him. At this time, he wanted to create some distance first, but Uchiha Sasuke would not give him such a chance. With a flick of his eye, he approached Uzumaki Naruto with bursts of air explosions. The mind can judge, but Uzumaki Naruto's body cannot react, and he wants to use the super reaction power of the Flying Thunder God technique. Uzumaki Naruto was still inferior to Namake's Minato, and could only raise his hands to resist the punch. The huge impact knocked Uzumaki Naruto straight away and hit him hard in the ruins behind him. The terrifying power made Uzumaki Naruto feel his arms numb. Chidori Chiban. Countless black lightnings turned into thin needles and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, he was able to react and use the Flying Thunder God's technique to quickly escape from the place. But Uchiha Sasuke had already determined his location. After all, there were only 4 Flying Thunder God marks in the audience. Uchiha Sasuke was already beside Uzumaki Naruto the moment he appeared. Uzumaki Naruto was hit hard by another kick in the abdomen, and his whole body flew into the air. Lion Combo. Lock Lee's taijutsu, which he copied during the Chunin exam, also took the opportunity to use it on Uzumaki Naruto. The continuous physical blows received, coupled with the strength and speed blessed by Uchiha Sasuke after opening the Cursed Seal of Heaven, made Uzumaki Naruto unable to parry at all. 9 Lamas, lend me your strength. Uzumaki Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood at the moment he was about to hit the ground. The surface of the body is wrapped in a layer of orange chakra, and the injuries in the body are recovering quickly. Uzumaki Naruto also began to distance himself from Uchiha Sasuke. Psychicism. The moment he bit his finger and blood appeared, Uzumaki Naruto slapped the ground. A huge burst of smoke appeared, and Uchiha Sasuke's sight was blocked. Don't think that you are the only one who knows the art of channeling. Uchiha Sasuke snorted, and then quickly formed the seal, also applying the psychic technique. Two huge psychic creatures appeared, one was the toad from Yamu Mountain, and the other was the snake from Richie Cave. Mr. Wentai, please help me for 30 seconds. I want to gather natural energy. Uzumaki Naruto sat cross-legged on Gamabunta's head, and after speaking, he began to feel the natural energy. The magic of Miamu Mountain requires preparation in advance. Because Miamu Mountain's magic is more adaptable to toads, even Uzumaki Naruto needs 30 seconds to condense it. Or if it is condensed in advance, there is no need for these 30 seconds in this world. Chapter 82. Kid, it looks like you have encountered a tough opponent. Don't worry, let alone 30 seconds, I can finish it for you even in 30 minutes. Gamabunta snorted coldly and looked at the huge smoke in front of him, not caring at all. Although he had a feeling that the enemy in front of him might be his old acquaintance. Stinky toad, don't brag. In the smoke, the figure of 10,000 snakes gradually appeared, as Orochimaru's strongest psychic beast. Uchiha Sasuke can naturally summon it. But it is obvious that she is not as easy to get along with as Gamabunta, and he does not take Uchiha Sasuke into his eyes at all. Shi, come on, don't give him any chance. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and he urged Shi forward without any hesitation. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto must be preparing something. But now that it was a competition and a matter of life and death, he would not give Naruto Uzumaki any time. You brat, if you don't find 100 people for me later, I'll swallow you up. She snorted coldly, but her speed was not slow at all. She curled up and rushed towards Gamabunta. In just an instant, a distance of tens of meters was covered. Boom! Gamabunta jumped to a high place and drew out the long sword from his waist. I didn't get the snakeskin wallet last time, this time I will kill it for you bastard. Made into a snakeskin wallet. Gamabunta jumped to the sky and showed no mercy when facing his old friend Shi. After falling down, he raised his short blade and prepared to pierce Shi's head in one fell swoop. The two huge psychic beasts were fighting together. The two wings behind Uchiha Sasuke also flapped suddenly, making a burst of sound in an instant and flying towards Gamabunta's head. Nowadays, Gamabunta and Shi are fighting fiercely. The strength of the two psychic beasts is very similar. As rivals for decades, they have not given in or held back at all. There was no time to care about Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto. From today on, I will no longer have bonds or friends. A flash of black lightning flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's right hand, and the black Chidori erupted with a harsh roar. Like a black lightning, it rushed towards Chu Ran quickly. But Uzumaki Naruto finally opened his eyes when the Chidori's voice came closer. It's just that there are immortal magic lines around his eyes, and his pupils have turned into frog pupils. If it were Uzumaki Naruto in the original work, it would not be so smooth to learn senjutsu. But Uzumaki Naruto has Chu Ran, who has long ago learned the magic of the first Hokage. This allowed Uzumaki Naruto's body to become accustomed to senjutsu chakra. Even when he was practicing immortal arts in Miamu Mountain, he didn't feel any discomfort. There is no sign of ever turning into a frog, and cultivation has been going very smoothly. Most of the time, I practiced ninjutsu derived from senjutsu. Immortal technique, Daima Rasengan. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and the senjutsu chakra quickly condensed in his right hand. In an instant, a Rasengan the size of a water basin condensed, hitting directly in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke. The collision of ninjutsu between the two immediately erupted into a burst of dazzling white light. Uchiha Sasuke was swept away by the terrifying impact at the moment of the explosion. The body was continuously exploded by air explosions, and blood continued to flow from the skin. With the blessing of Senjutsu mode, Uzumaki Naruto's reaction speed has far exceeded that of Uchiha Sasuke. Already at the moment when the explosion started, he had released the psychic technique, and took advantage of the situation to use the Flying Thunder God technique to reach a safe area. Solve it? Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, but soon sensed Uchiha Sasuke's chakra. I saw Uchiha Sasuke starting to fall from midair, and his entire right arm was a little twisted. And the state of the heavenly curse seal began to fade away, returning to its original appearance. Just when Naruto Uzumaki was about to catch up, several smoke bombs exploded around him, blocking his sight. However, Uzumaki Naruto's perception ability could still clearly sense that Yakushi Kabuto had taken away the seriously injured Uchiha Sasuke. Forget it, I'll let you go today, Sasuke. Next time we meet, I won't be merciful. Uzumaki Naruto did not choose to pursue Uchiha Sasuke. He and Uchiha Sasuke had no hatred. On the contrary, in their childhood, the two were considered the only friends and rivals in the ninja school. Nowadays, the paths chosen by the two people can be said to be very similar, both for revenge at all costs. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto did not want to kill Uchiha Sasuke just for Konoha. What a terrifying strength, he can even master the magic of immortality. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to release the senjutsu, a familiar voice appeared out of thin air. A hint of murderous intent flashed through Uzumaki Naruto's pupils, and he threw a kunai with wind escape chakra towards a certain place. As the chakra passed through, the space seemed to be distorted in an instant. A figure also slowly appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. "It's you." Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a hint of hatred, if there was someone he hated the most in his life. Then that person is the guy in front of you. Killing his parents led to Ninetales' cholera, his miserable and despised childhood, and the death of Uchiha Izumi. It was all caused by the guy in front of me. Don't get excited, we are not enemies. Don't you want to know the truth about Uchiha Izumi's death from me? Don't you want to know, among all this, the darkness of Konoha? Uchiha Obito raised his hands to indicate that he was coming and did not mean any harm. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about that, he immediately activated his teleportation technique and rushed towards Uchiha Obito. He knew that Uchiha Obito should have time and space ninjutsu, so it was better to get close and use close combat. You're really as impulsive as ever. If I said that Uchiha Izumi can still be resurrected, would you still want to kill me? The corners of Uchiha Obito's mouth hidden under the mask were slightly raised, but he was not afraid at all when facing Uzumaki Naruto's charge. The kunai carrying the wind release chakra was only a few centimeters away from Uchiha Obito's neck. But Uzumaki Naruto stopped the kunai and looked at Uchiha Obito with a shocked expression. It's impossible, I've found many ways over the past 2 years. There is no ninjutsu that can resurrect people, except for a secret technique of the second-generation Hokage. But that secret technique is not a true resurrection, but a summoning of the dead to fight for oneself. Chapter 83. Uzumaki Naruto's kunai's wind-release chakra lit up again. At this time, he pressed against Uchiha Obito's neck and did not let up at all. After all, he is no longer the little kid he was before, with profound knowledge and understanding of the world. Uzumaki Naruto is certain that there is no ninjutsu in this world that can absolutely resurrect others. What a great little kid. The ninjutsu developed by the Nidaime Hokage is indeed very powerful, and as you said, it does not directly resurrect the dead. But there is another possibility in this world, the Eye of Reincarnation. Uchiha Obito didn't feel nervous at all, if he could coax Uzumaki Naruto that easily. That is something impossible. Over the years, he has successfully penetrated into the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, they are still collecting information about Konoha village, and it is naturally easy to get information from Uzumaki Naruto. The Samsara Eye. The legendary eye possessed by the immortal of 6 paths. Are you kidding? How could there be such a thing? Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled, recalling the Rinnegan that he had seen in books. He remembered the introduction to the Samsara Eye very clearly, and he also knew how terrifying it was to have a unique eye obtained by the immortal of 6 paths. If the Rinnegan really has a way to resurrect people, then Uzumaki Naruto also believes it in his heart. Look at this dress, not only me, but Uchiha Itachi has also joined this organization. That is the Akatsuki organization, and the leader of the Akatsuki organization is a terrifying guy with the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Obito looked at Uzumaki Naruto and knew in his heart that the seeds of temptation had fallen. Next, all we have to do is wait for fertilization, ripening, and wait for Naruto Uzumaki to bloom the seed. I was indeed responsible for the Ninetales riot, but I didn't want your parents' lives either. In the final analysis, the Sandaime Hokage still refuses to save him, you should know this very well. The darkness in Konoha is far more than you think. Do you think the Uchiha clan was destroyed by Itachi Uchiha? It was Uchiha Itachi who made a deal with the top management of Konoha, exchanging the life of the clan for Uchiha Sasuke's survival. I was just assisting Uchiha Itachi, and the real culprits of all this were the Sandaime Hokage and Shimura Danzo. If I guess correctly, your sister Izumi Uchiha also died because of that guy. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Uchiha Obito immediately told the truth about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Regarding these things, there is no need to speak too clearly or in detail. Just tell the matter and let Uzumaki Naruto guess for himself. Shimura Danzo. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled. This was the first time he heard this name. But at the same time, I also completely remembered this name in my heart. Like Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is also the disciple of the second Hokage, and he is harmful to the Uchiha clan in Konoha. He always maintains an attitude of elimination or control. Why do you think your sister has the Sharingan again? That was his help, because of him, your sister died. Uzumaki Naruto held the kunai tightly, and his palms couldn't help but tremble. After hearing the news from Uchiha Obito, his mood was extremely complicated. The man in front of him was both an enemy and someone who could resurrect his sister. What is your purpose? Don't tell me, you just want to help me. Uzumaki Naruto took a breath and took back the kunai. He did not intend to take revenge now. But similarly, if Uchiha Obito can't tell a reason to convince himself, then this war is still unavoidable. I want to create a world without disputes, and there will be your relatives and loved ones in this world. But I need help. Now the leader of the Akatsuki organization has different ideas than mine. I need to use your power. You are already as capable as Uchiha Itachi back then. So I want to invite you to join the Akatsuki organization, but the 9 tails in your body will be removed from the Akatsuki organization in the future. Because our goal requires Kyubi. Uchiha Obito nodded, and then sat on the big stone in the ruins nearby. He briefly explained it to Uzumaki Naruto. Such words were more like establishing cooperation with Uzumaki Naruto. You can think about it for a while, and then you can officially become a rebel ninja after you think about it clearly. The door of the Akatsuki organization will always be open for you. Uchiha Obito spread his hands, looked at Uzumaki Naruto who hesitated a little and said. Before Uzumaki Naruto could reply, spirals began to appear in the surrounding space, and Uchiha Obito's figure began to disappear. Akatsuki Organization Shimura Danzo. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and there was a hint of coldness on his face. When he turned around, Sai and Hatake Kakashi finally appeared in the ruins on the side. Naruto, what happened? Where is Sakura? Hatake Kakashi looked at the increasingly unfamiliar Uzumaki Naruto in front of him and couldn't help but ask. Since they haven't seen each other for 2 years, Uzumaki Naruto has become more indifferent than before. His personality is much similar to that of Uchiha Sasuke, but he is more cold-hearted than Uchiha Sasuke. I was shot through the chest by Sasuke's thunder release. Sasuke was seriously injured by me and was rescued. Uzumaki Naruto briefly explained the situation and then followed the two of them to Haruno Sakura's location. At this time, Haruno Sakura's aura was very weak. If she left it alone, she would definitely die. Kakashi Hatake immediately took out bandages and special medicine and began to bandage Haruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto has been thinking about what Uchiha Obito said. Find that guy Danzo Shimura first and learn the truth of the matter. Then I was thinking about what that masked bastard said. If he lied to me, it wouldn't be too late to kill him. As for being a rebel. Chu Ran's subconscious words made Uzumaki Naruto take a deep breath. At Chu Ran's suggestion, he also looked at Saoi, who was carrying a short sword on his back. Being a rebellious ninja is not terrible, and for Uzumaki Naruto, whether he becomes a rebellious ninja or not is not important. The important thing is revenge. The important thing is to resurrect Uchiha Izumi. Even if Uchiha Obito can really resurrect his important people in the future, Uzumaki Naruto has no intention of letting Uchiha Obito go. Sai, this guy is related to Shimura Danzo, right? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't think that someone was always looking after him. People who also use Uchiha Izumi to spy on themselves will miss an opportunity to plant an informant around them. Chapter 84. Soon, the 4-person team returned to Konoha and began to deliver the mission. This time, Orochimaru's stronghold was destroyed, but Orochimaru was not seen. Uzumaki Naruto also reported the mission in detail. The 4 of them then dispersed, but Uzumaki Naruto, who was the first to leave, did not leave. Instead, he began to follow Sai. If he rashly went to Jiraiya and others to ask about Shimura Danzo, then there will definitely be no results, but it will make them suspicious. But 7 days passed, and Uzumaki Naruto did not find any useful information from Sai. The longer time passed, the more irritated Uzumaki Naruto became. Finally on the 7th day, Uzumaki Naruto gave up tracking Sai and was summoned to the Hokage's office by Tsunade. This time, it was only Uzumaki Naruto and Sai. Kakashi Hatake has other tasks, while Sakura Haruno is recuperating in the hospital. There were not many ninjas available in Konoha, and at this time, in addition to Tsunade, there was also the old man Mito Kaduin, the Hokage advisor, in the room. Looking at this old man, Uzumaki Naruto frowned. You too, I will assign you an escort mission. Protect Mito-sama and go to the capital of the country of fire to meet the daimyo. Tsunade said calmly to the two of them while reviewing the documents. The capital of the fire country is not far from the Leaf Village, and it's only a day's journey by carriage. If a ninja were on the road, they would probably arrive in half a day. Don't be ridiculous, Tsunade, after all I am also your grandfather's disciple. My old bones can still move, and I don't need the protection of these 2 brats. Mito Kadoyan glanced at the 2 of them and immediately snorted and refused. If possible, as the Hokage's advisor, he certainly doesn't want to go alone. But to be honest, he didn't really want to protect the Kyuubi. But Tsunade held her forehead and was a little troubled. After all, there were really no spare hands now. It's nothing to worry about, it's just a small thing anyway. I'll go and come back quickly, I'll be back on the same day. That's it, it's settled, I'll go back and set off. Mito Menyen waved his hand and immediately left the Hokage's office. After seeing this, Tsunade had no choice but to forget it and let Sai go back with Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto quickly went to the border of Konoha village and was waiting on the only way to the Fire Country capital. Since he is the Hokage advisor, he definitely knows the truth about everything. As long as you ask something from his mouth, that will be enough. In Uzumaki Naruto's heart, Chu Ran also began to give psychological hints. Uzumaki Naruto, who was still a little hesitant at first, immediately began to wait firmly under this hint. Just as he was hiding his aura, a figure suddenly appeared. Despite his old age, Mito Monobu's skills are still good. But compared to Uzumaki Naruto, age cannot be regarded as strength. Having already prepared the Senjutsu chakra, he directly entered the sage mode and arrived in front of Mito Kadoyan in a flash. You! Uzumaki Naruto! Mito Kadoyan was startled by the sudden appearance of Uzumaki Naruto, and immediately shouted. But before he could react, Uzumaki Naruto hit his abdomen with the Rasengan. The huge impact directly caused him to break several large trees, and he vomited blood from his mouth. Asshole, what do you want to do? Mito Monohan slowly stood up while covering his chest, his eyes gradually shrouded in fear. At this moment, he finally understood what Shimura Danzo said. Unstable factors like this should be firmly controlled. If they cannot be controlled, they should be killed. Tell me where Danzo Shimura is. I won't kill you. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and wind escape chakra gathered in his palm. At this time, his right hand was like a sharp long knife. Even if it was lightly scratched, there would be a slight sound of cutting through the air. Mito Monoyen, who was suddenly attacked, obviously had no room for resistance. But hearing the name from Naruto Uzumaki's mouth, he was obviously shocked. Who told you this name, was it Jiraiya? Mito Menyen clenched his teeth tightly, and his face had turned extremely pale. He knew that today might be a bad day, but at least he was once one of the best ninjas in Konoha and had experienced war. How could it be possible to be questioned so easily? Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled when he heard Jiraiya's name. It turns out that the lustful immortal knows everything. Never mind. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, dispersed the wind-release chakra, and took out several kunai from his waist bag. With the blessing of wind-release chakra, kunai becomes even sharper. Without talking too much to Mito Kato, the kunai directly stabbed Mito Kato's thigh. Ah! The sharp kunai carries the wind escape chakra, which can directly break even the bones of Mito Menyen. The chakra that was constantly violently scattered was also constantly ravaging his bones, flesh, and muscles. Having been comfortable in the position of Hokage advisor for decades, and suddenly being treated with such torture, Mito Kadoyan felt a roar in his brain. Danzo, he is in the Root headquarters. We don't know the location of Root's headquarters, only Root members will know. There was cold sweat all over Mito Kaiden's face, and there was deep hatred in his eyes. He had secretly sworn that if he could go back this time, he would force Tsunade to execute Uzumaki Naruto as soon as possible. An uncontrollable Ninetales Jinchuriki, and he also learned Senjutsu. Such people cannot be used by Konoha, they are extremely dangerous and must be eliminated. Saoi, are you from the Root organization? It must have been arranged by you two Konoha advisors. The darkness in Konoha is really disgusting. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Mito Kadoyan with a cold expression. At this time, he no longer had any compassion in his heart. Although he is not absolutely evil, he is at least someone who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Since he has chosen this path, there will be no hesitation. The kunai in his hand directly pierced Mitoman's throat. Ding! The blackening progress increases by 1. Subconsciously, Chu Ran couldn't help but be slightly startled. He didn't expect that killing a Mito Gate flame would have such benefits. But then I thought about it, after all, I killed the Hokage advisor Mito Manan, and I became more determined to take revenge. The hatred buried in his heart became even stronger. It seems that Konoha will not continue to be peaceful. The rebellious Ninetales Jinchuriki. So interesting. Chapter 85. Subconsciously, the corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly. Just turn on the blackening system. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 11. Soul, 6, 2. Blackening progress, 4808. Blackening points, 6,378. Blackened Mall, opened. After so many years, Uzumaki Naruto's progress in darkening has not increased much. Things about Hinata had increased a bit before, plus what happened today. Chu Ran believed that if Uzumaki Naruto found Shimura Danzo, and if Shimura Danzo's exaggerated remarks would reveal the truth of everything, Uzumaki Naruto's darkening process will be faster. But now, both Chu Ran and Uzumaki Naruto knew that there was still one person who needed to be dealt with. Come out. Uzumaki Naruto looked at a big tree in the distance and turned on his Sage mode. The perception ability within a certain range is enhanced to the strongest state. It is no exaggeration to say that no one can avoid Uzumaki Naruto's perception within this range. And just as Naruto Uzumaki finished speaking, a figure suddenly and quickly retreated. It was Sai who received secret instructions from Tsunade to secretly protect Mito Kadoyan. As an ANBU origin, Sai's concealment ability is considered perfect. But he didn't know that in Uzumaki Naruto's Sage mode, any hiding would be useless. Naruto Uzumaki, why did you kill the Hokage advisor? And I also want to ask about Danzo-sama, if not, this matter must be reported to Danzo-sama first. Despite the danger he faced, Sai had no fear in his heart. Having been trained as a killing weapon, he has no other emotions in his heart except completing the mission. As for fear, it is even more impossible. On the contrary, he is now constantly considering whether he should report the matter to the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, or his immediate superior, Shimura Danzo. In just a moment, he decided. He no longer ran towards the village, but went to the other side. When Uzumaki Naruto saw this, he did not pursue him as fast as he could, but instead just followed Sei leisurely. You don't plan to go back to Konoha, are you going to the root organization's base? Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, and he immediately judged Sai's intention. Now that it is known that Sai is a member of the root organization, Uzumaki Naruto will not say anything more and just pursues him calmly. Soon, the two of them, chasing each other, arrived near a forest on the east side of Konoha. There is a huge cave here, and Uzumaki Naruto can instantly sense a large amount of chakra inside through the Sage mode. It is easy to know that this is definitely the headquarters of the root organization. Immediately, he no longer concealed his speed, and a teleportation technique came to Sai's side. Immortal technique, Daima Rasengan. It is a killing move as soon as it is struck. With the blessing of magical chakra, Uzumaki Naruto's speed is impossible for ordinary people to avoid. Boom! The Otama Rasengan hit Sai's body instantly, with instant explosive power and rotating impact. In an instant, Sai lost consciousness and flew away into the distance. Even if he didn't die, he was still seriously injured and it would be impossible to stand up in a short time. Finally found. Kyubi, lend me your power. Uzumaki Naruto slowly withdrew from the Sage mode. The Sage mode could be maintained for a short time. And it takes time to accumulate Sage chakra, which is far inferior to the sustainability of Ninetales chakra. Call. The tailed beast clothes appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's body, and he also began to secretly gather natural energy. So as to prepare for the next immortal mode, and at the same time step into the root headquarters. Various mechanisms continued to appear from the walls on both sides, but with the presence of the tailed beast clothes, Uzumaki Naruto didn't even bother to dodge. Fight all the way from the outermost perimeter to the inside, even if there are dozens of ANBU obstacles. But the tailed beast clothes, which had already sprouted 5 tails, was simply not something that these ordinary ANBU could stop. On the other side, Shimura Danzo, who was in the secret room, also sensed the commotion outside. Now that he has just transplanted the Sharingan, to be honest, he is still not fully accustomed to the power of the Sharingan. It can be said that it is the weakest time. If something happens at this time, it is not what he wants to see. Is it Tsunade? No. Who on earth would come here at a time like this? Danzo Shimura frowned. If he encountered a formidable enemy at this time, he really wouldn't be able to resist it. After all, now is when he is at his weakest, and his abilities are not yet perfect. Just like in the original work, during the years when Tsunade became Hokage, he was the most low-key. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo still walked outside, and an ANBU immediately came to report what happened outside. When I heard that it was the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto who entered alone. Shimura Danzo's face immediately turned ugly. He didn't believe that Uzumaki Naruto had the ability to know all kinds of things. Damn Tsunade, are you trying to use the nine-tails Jinchuriki to get rid of me? What a despicable approach. Danzo Shimura snorted, pushed the ANBU in front of him, and walked towards the center where the battle was taking place. But when Danzo Shimura came here, his expression finally turned ugly. At this moment, most of the members of the root organization that he had worked so hard for decades had almost been wiped out. The corpses on the ground were at least somewhat close to the deaths of hundreds of umbu. It is a huge loss both to the root tissue and to the leaves. This was a loss that Danzo Shimura could not expect, but when he saw the tail behind Uzumaki Naruto, a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, do you want to betray Konoha as a rebel ninja? Do you know how many of your countrymen you have killed? Danzo Shimura took a breath and made a gesture with his left hand behind his back. He signaled for people to quickly find reinforcements. After all, he didn't have much confidence that he could stop the Nine Tails that was about to explode. Of course, he has a trump card, but if he can, he doesn't want to use it now. Betrayal of Konoha? What a joke. Isn't what you did betraying Konoha? You were the one who gave Sister Kwan the eyes, and you were the one who gave me the order to assassinate me. Duanzo. Today I will make you pay the price you deserve. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned red, and the chakra in his body began to explode. In an instant, the ground beneath Naruto Uzumaki's feet shattered, and he rushed towards Shimura Danzo like a wild beast. Chapter 86. The riot of Nine-Tails chakra caused the sound to break through the air at such a speed. Danzo Shimura couldn't help but be slightly startled, and immediately retreated quickly towards the rear. At the same time, he also tore off the bandage on his right hand, and there were many Sharingan eyes in that right hand. Seeing this situation, Naruto Uzumaki also had a look of anger on his face. As Uchiha Obito said, the genocide of the Uchiha clan started precisely because of Shimura Danzo. Asshole. Uzumaki Naruto punched Shimura Danzo hard on the arm. The huge impact caused Danzo Shimura to be knocked away immediately, and he flipped several times in mid-air before he stabilized his body. Wind Release Shuriken. Danzo Shimura poured the wind release chakra into the shuriken, and then quickly threw it out. The speed was so fast that it cut all obstacles in front of it in half. Naruto Uzumaki knew the sharpness of the wind release chakra most clearly, and his figure immediately disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, the Rasengan had gathered from his hands and struck towards Shimura Danzo. The battle between the two was so fierce that the entire headquarters of the root organization could not withstand the destruction of the two men, and rubble continued to fall from the sky. This kid's eyes are obviously full of hatred. But he is so calm when fighting, and has the recovery of Nine-Tails chakra. Procrastination is definitely not an advantageous condition for me. It is expected that Tsunade and the others will come over in a while and try to deal with him without using other gods. As Shimura Danzo fought with Uzumaki Naruto, the look on his face became more solemn. His own strength is only that of a Jounin, at most a special Jounin on the same level as Sarutobi Asuma. He has not yet reached the Kage level, and it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to easily defeat Uzumaki Naruto. As for Shimura Danzo's trump card, it is the most powerful genjutsu by Tenjin that can control everything, and can permanently and completely change the will of others. But with a cooldown time of more than 10 years, this is not a technique Shimura Danzo wants to use immediately. And now, he still doesn't have complete control. Whether he can display it is a question. Naruto Uzumaki, in fact, there is no hatred between the two of us. Why don't you calm down and take advantage of this time to escape? Otherwise, you won't have a chance to escape when the rest of the village comes. After Danzo Shimura threw several wind-release shurikens, he immediately started to persuade Uzumaki Naruto. If Naruto Uzumaki can retreat at this time, everyone will definitely be happy. I told you that you will die today. The hatred in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes continued to grow, he clenched his fists tightly and charged forward again. Shimura Danzo saw that there was no point in persuading him, so he had no choice but to leave and resist along the way. Do you think it's worth taking revenge for Izumi Uchiha? Do you think Uchiha Izumi lives with you because he regards you as a younger brother? Indeed, without you, Izumi Uchiha would have been executed by Anbu. But do you want to know why he had to be executed? Because the 9 tails in your body can be controlled by the Sharingan, there have been cases like this before. So, the Uchiha Izumi who is close to you has been given special instructions by the Uchiha clan. That is to approach you, under specific requirements, we must avoid Anbu and bring you back to the Uchiha clan. Seeing that persuasion was meaningless, Shimura Danzo chose to change the method. He directly started stimulating Uzumaki Naruto with words. This matter was not a secret. It could be said that all the high-level officials in Konoha knew about it. When Uzumaki Naruto heard this, his body obviously shook slightly. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Because the scene of Uchiha Izumi fighting Uchiha Obito in order to protect him was still vivid in his eyes. Even later, after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, she survived. Before she is about to be executed, take the initiative to propose to the Sandaime Hokage that you will be firmly bound to Konoha. At the same time, I will take over the surveillance mission for you, allowing you to establish a strong bond with the Leaf Village. You don't know these things, right? Even when I was making a deal with her, she did it for the Sharingan and for herself to regain her light without hesitation. And you have told me all your intelligence and news, your closest people have told me every move you make. Danzo Shimura was punched hard in the chest, and one eye on his right hand closed instantly. And he was blasted into the ruins. When he stood up again, blood could not stop flowing from his mouth. But at this time, Shimura Danzo also showed a smile of successful conspiracy on his face. Because Naruto Uzumaki's emotions were on the verge of exploding and collapsing. Ding! The blackening progress increases by 1. Ding! The blackening progress increases by 2. Ding! Blackening progress increased by 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 50 of the blackening progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blackened treasure chest X1. Subconsciously, Chu Ran couldn't help but feel happy. Originally, he thought that Shimura Danzo, who had always been ruthless and unscrupulous in doing things, might not talk nonsense like this. But I didn't expect that everything would be revealed without any stimulation. It is precisely because of this that perhaps the darkening emotions in Uzumaki Naruto's heart will continue to grow. Lie. Lie. Sister Quan wouldn't be like this. The look on Uzumaki Naruto's face gradually became ferocious, when Chu Ran increased the output of Nine Tails chakra. The number of tails on the tailed beast clothes also began to increase, gradually turning into 6, and Uzumaki Naruto's face was completely wrapped in red chakra. Like a wild beast, it kept roaring wantonly. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto had already lost consciousness. Roar! The chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's mouth continued to gather, and the tailed beast jade continued to gather. The terrifying chakra seemed to be suppressing even the space. Boom! A pitch-black ball the size of a football was spit out from Uzumaki Naruto's mouth. The destructive power contained in it directly shook the ground to pieces, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult for Danzo Shimura to hide. He could only use Izanagi's stick on his arm to separate himself from Uzumaki Naruto again. Have you lost consciousness? Have you been swallowed by the Kyuubi's chakra? Danzo Shimura stepped aside and closed one of the Sharingan eyes on his arm again. But his expression was still solemn, because judging from the current situation, Uzumaki Naruto could only be executed. Now we can only wait for Tsunade and Jiraiya to come over. Chapter 87. Subconsciously. Uzumaki Naruto once again came to the place where Kyuubi was imprisoned. It's just that this place is not the real place where Nine Tails is imprisoned, but is created by Chu Ran. 9 llamas. Uzumaki Naruto slowly raised his head and looked at the huge creature in front of him. It's just that at this time, his expression was even more sluggish, or he couldn't accept the truth at all. He couldn't believe that the sister he had always loved so much would treat him like this. He is completely unable to understand or recognize his efforts and dependence on Uchiha Izumi. What's wrong, Naruto? Can't accept it because of the truth of the matter. Human beings are selfish. You have never noticed how sad Izumi Uchiha is after losing his eyes. Is the Uchiha clan's most proud thing their clan emblem? No, it should be their eyes. But you just blindly give the other person what you think is good. Don't doubt, follow the most correct idea in your heart. Since you want to kill the opponent with your own hands to avenge Uchiha Izumi, then go ahead. I will be your trump card and your strongest force to help you. This is the relationship between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. Chu Ran looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was gradually falling into despair and about to collapse in his heart, and immediately comforted him appropriately. We can't blindly suppress Uzumaki Naruto's heart and let him fall into despair. People have to have feelings first, and then they will gradually become darker due to the breakdown of the relationship. Otherwise, if you just keep hitting your heart, you will just get an emotionless person. The blackening process requires polishing. Only by continuously polishing the impurities from the stone and recarving it can it be a perfect work of art. It is precisely because of this that Uzumaki Naruto will continue to improve. He continues to become stronger than in the original work, and he continues to become more mature and stable on his own. Yeah, sister can't be like that. Even if my sister really did that, there was a reason for it. I'm such a fool, I didn't even notice such a simple thing. A wry smile appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's face, and he recalled that time in his mind. Uchiha Izumi would rather die than point his kunai at Uzumaki Naruto again. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto no longer thought about it. He has to face his heart and do whatever he wants to do. As Chu Ran's words illustrate, he needs to follow his innermost original thoughts in everything. Does he love Konoha? He doesn't love him, and wanting to become Hokage is just because Izumi Uchiha said he wanted him to be. Uzumaki Naruto also knew very well that the higher-ups in Konoha would not allow the dangerous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to become Hokage. His power is feared by people. It is treated like a weapon of war and is not recognized by others. It is precisely because of this that he does not want to become Hokage anymore, because those people will not recognize him. They will only be afraid of him, they will only completely reject him, they will only use him. The Sandaime Hokage was like this, and so was Shimura Danzo in front of him. There is no difference, even if there is a person like Jiraiya, he is sincerely good to him. There are also people who would be willing to treat him as a friend, and he is very happy that such people will appear. Once I showed up here, there was no turning back. Friends, bonds are not that important to me anymore. Uzumaki Naruto smiled bitterly and shook his head, and his consciousness gradually began to clear up. Chu Ran also slowly drew away the power of the Nine-Tails chakra. In the outside world, Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally wrapped in blood-red chakra, began to disperse the blood-red chakra bit by bit. It was replaced by his own power, and the magical chakra had already been condensed. At this time, when it was launched, Uzumaki Naruto's whole aura changed instantly. Next, you will die too. Shimura Danzo. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's pupils, and he threw several flying thunder god kunai prepared in advance from his waist. With Sage Mode, he can become more proficient in using the flying thunder god technique. The ability of perception and prediction is not inferior to that of the fourth generation Hokage. The speed of the body increased to the top, and even Danzo Shimura, who had the Sharingan, was unable to capture Uzumaki Naruto in a short period of time. How could it be so fast? No, this is not his speed, but the flying thunder god's technique. Danzo Shimura looked slightly startled, and a sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. If it was just fast speed, it would be able to catch it with the Sharingan, but the flying thunder god technique was different. Even with the Sharingan, it is difficult to capture the flying thunder god's technique. You bastard kid, how do you know how to fly the thunder god? Did you steal the sealed book that time? Shimura Danzo stood ready, the eyes on his arms kept moving, always on guard against Uzumaki Naruto. But Uzumaki Naruto's figure couldn't be captured by him at all. Can't I learn my father's ninjutsu? Uzumaki Naruto sneered and threw two kunai again. Shimura Danzo avoided it easily, but he was also shocked when he heard Uzumaki Naruto's words. After all, Uzumaki Naruto's life experience is a secret. Many people don't know it, but Uzumaki Naruto actually knows it. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was even more convinced that Uzumaki Naruto was deceived by Tsunade to deal with him. But before he could think about it, Uzumaki Naruto appeared next to the kunai he just passed by. Holding the kunai with his backhand, the wind escape chakra exploded directly. In an instant, it pierced into Shimura Danzo's chest, and the sharp chakra directly tore open Shimura Danzo's flesh and blood. In the shortest time, Naruto Uzumaki had penetrated his chest and exited. Taking advantage of the situation, Uzumaki Naruto also kicked him in the abdomen, and his figure suddenly fell backwards in an instant. Boom! Danzo Shimura hit the wall hard, and under the suppression of the flying thunder god technique, he had no way to deal with it. The Sharingan on the arm closed again, and this was also discovered by Uzumaki Naruto. I mean, why didn't you die from the two fatal injuries just now? It's the Sharingan on that arm, right? Every time you get hurt, the last eye will close because of it. That means you can only die 7 times, right? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki was angrier than before. The calm Uzumaki Naruto would make Danzo Shimura even more frightened. It would be difficult for him to directly deal with the Senjutsu chakra and Nine-Tails chakra alone. Now I didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to be able to fly the Thunder God technique. Chapter 88. In this short moment of confusion, Shimura Danzo was hit by Uzumaki Naruto again. With the blessing of Senjutsu chakra, Uzumaki Naruto's ninjutsu has become stronger. The wind escape chakra not only increases the sharpness of the edge, but also increases its own speed several times. Let alone Shimura Danzo in his old state, even in his young state, he cannot be the opponent of the current Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it, are we really going to use another god today? Shimura Danzo's face became extremely ugly, and there was still a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Facing Uzumaki Naruto's super strength, he had no ability to resist at all. Without using other gods, it would be impossible to win this battle. But other gods, he has a great role, and does not want to control Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki, at this time. He has numerous Sharingan eyes, enough to use Genjutsu to control the Kyuubi. Jinchuriki didn't have much effect on him, and it was precisely because of this that he was reluctant to use other gods. Bang! Just as Shimura Danzo was thinking blankly, an explosion suddenly sounded. From the rocks on the side, two figures slowly appeared. Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed slightly after he saw the two of them using Senjutsu chakra. There was no longer any hesitation, his figure flashed instantly, and he rushed towards Shimura Danzo again. Naruto. Ninja technique, Lion Chaos technique. Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto and immediately shouted loudly, while using his own ninjutsu. The originally long white hair quickly turned into a head that rolled towards Uzumaki Naruto like a lion's head. Flying Thunder God technique. Uzumaki Naruto's figure flashed instantly, and in just a moment, he relied on the kunai prepared in advance to move his body. And Tsunade also shouted in disbelief at this time. This shows how difficult it is to learn the Flying Thunder God jutsu and how terrifying this ninjutsu is. Even the two Sannin felt very scary, and Danzo Shimura could only run in the direction of the two Sannin at this time. But Uzumaki Naruto would not give him this chance, and the figure appeared again and was already in front of Shimura Danzo. The kunai in his hand lit up with a burst of sharp and bright blue light, and cut off Shimura Danzo's arm in an instant. As the blood splattered, Danzo Shimura couldn't help but groaned. Drink! Seeing this, Tsunade immediately rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. Although Shimura Danzo also made him unhappy, he could not kill him in essence. Let's not talk about Shimura Danzo's achievements for Konoha, including the fact that Konoha's combat power can no longer be reduced. Boom! Tsunade's terrifying power hit Uzumaki Naruto hard. Even though he blocked it with the strength of his hands and arms, Uzumaki Naruto's body still felt as if he had been hit by a train. It quickly flew towards the outside, smashing several walls in just an instant. Tsunade, I'm going to find Naruto. Treat him first. Jiraiya's face was also gloomy and scary at this time. He didn't expect the apprentice he had taught himself. It turned out to be like this. Uzumaki Naruto can be said to be the only one except Namake's Minato. The most talented child he had ever seen, he thought Uzumaki Naruto could be like Namake's Minato. In the future, he will become Hokage and form a steel barrier for Konoha village. But in the end, Uzumaki Naruto still embarked on the path of destruction and revenge. Although what Danzo Shimura did was indeed unacceptable. It is also difficult for people to forget hatred, but from a purely point of view, if Uzumaki Naruto killed Danzo Shimura, that is to become the enemy of Konoha village. Now Uzumaki Naruto can no longer turn back. Naruto, stop now and turn around. Admit your mistake to the Godame Hokage, and you might still have a chance, if you do that. Have you ever thought about any purpose? Jiraiya's eyes showed a hint of unbearability as he looked at Uzumaki Naruto with blood constantly spilling from the corners of his mouth. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. After all, this was the apprentice he had personally taught over the past 2 years. There was still a flashing picture in his mind, which was the scene when he was teaching Uzumaki Naruto to practice. Every time the two of them give each other surprises and spend time together. Thank you, erotic immortal. I know you are so kind to me because of Dad, but I still thank you very much. After all, you are the first person who is willing to be so kind to me even after knowing my identity. I know that you have been unwilling to tell me the truth because you were afraid that I would do so. But I have no choice, I must kill that bastard. I have no nostalgia for this kind of Konoha, there is no Konoha for Sister Izumi. Everyone hates me, fears and uses me. Including 3 generations of grandfathers. Uzumaki Naruto stood up slowly, laughing to himself while secretly accumulating natural energy. He is not a fool, facing 2 shadow-level experts at the same time and killing Shimura Danzo. For ordinary people, it must be something impossible to accomplish. Even though he had the Flying Thunder God technique taught by Namake's Minato, Uzumaki Naruto was not sure of this. Now, the best plan for him is to run away directly. If he escaped, he would be 100 sure. He placed the Flying Thunder God seal at the place where Mito Kadoyan died in advance. But now Uzumaki Naruto still plans to give it a try. Everyone is just afraid of your power, and don't you want everyone to recognize you? There are many ways, have you forgotten the Nindo I mentioned to you? Jiraiya sighed softly. If he didn't take action at this time, he didn't want to do it with his disciple. We can only wait until Tsunade comes over to see if there is any way to persuade Uzumaki Naruto. You don't understand, lustful immortal. You don't understand the sorrow of being a Jinchuriki, you don't understand the reason why my father sealed the Kyuubi inside my body. They are the hope that Uzumaki Naruto will become the hero of Konoha village. But they are too naive, or they think too well of Konoha village. Do you know how much my third-generation grandfather gives me every month? For a 3-year-old child, this money is not enough to live on. I can only go to the store to buy milk that is about to expire. Even if this is the case, that boss will deliberately raise the price with me. When I was a kid, none of the kids in the park wanted to play with me. Their parents told them that I was a monster and a demon fox. As for the third-generation grandfather, how did he guarantee it when my parents entrusted me to him? You don't understand how a person who has been called a monster since he was a child views Konoha. Chapter 89. Facing a group of people like this, you want me to protect them? You want me to become a Hokage like the third grandpa? I'm sorry, horny fairy, I can't do it. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and a trace of tears flashed in his eyes. It's not that he doesn't understand Jiraiya's good intentions, but so what? What was even more incomprehensible to him was that no one had ever bothered to ask him what he thought. Except for Uchiha Izumi, he just wants to let himself do what he wants to do. Others are nice to themselves because they want to control themselves in Konoha. I want to become the patron saint of Konoha, and I want to use my talents to continuously serve Konoha. This was the reason why Uzumaki Naruto began to hate Konoha in his heart. Jiraiya, why are you talking nonsense to him? Hurry up and take care of this brat and take him back first. The disobedient brat should be punished first. Senju Tsunade was not as easy to talk to as Jiraiya, but instead looked at Uzumaki Naruto with an angry look. Uzumaki Naruto has wiped out most of the people in the root organization. This consumption was undoubtedly the power of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto had already made an unforgivable mistake. The fifth Hokage, it's not easy to deal with me. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly. At this time, the natural energy was almost accumulated. The Senjutsu chakra, which was rapidly depleting, was now more than half replenished. Uzumaki Naruto had several more Flying Thunder God kunai prepared in advance and threw them around. At the same time, he also took the lead in rushing towards Tsunade. When it comes to close combat taijutsu, Tsunade's strange strength will not scare anyone away. A punch that was even more terrifying than before was thrown directly, and Uzumaki Naruto knew that he couldn't resist it. He used his frog hand to directly deflect Tsunade's attack, and at the same time, he ducked back and disappeared with a Flying Thunder God technique. Where have you gone? Tsunade's eyes swept around, trying to find traces of Uzumaki Naruto in the smoke and dust of the ruins. But what he didn't know was that Uzumaki Naruto was already on the periphery at this time. When he finally separated from Danzo Shimura, he placed the mark of the Flying Thunder God on Danzo Shimura. At this time, Shimura Danzo, who had just taken a breath, had not yet opened his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto's kunai had already stabbed his right eye, and the severe pain made Shimura Danzo wake up in an instant. Beside him, there were several ninjas, who immediately took action when they saw Uzumaki Naruto suddenly appearing. But most of them were avoided by Uzumaki Naruto, even if they couldn't avoid them. After receiving a hard blow, he would take action again to kill Shimura Danzo. Go to hell. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were red, and the wind-released chakra kunai in his hand directly pierced Shimura Danzo's chest and penetrated his heart together. Even if Tsunade's medical skills can be regarded as the best in the ninja world, it is impossible to save a person with a broken heart. After succeeding, Uzumaki Naruto no longer wanted to fight, and the Flying Thunder God technique disappeared directly from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already next to the body of Mito Menyen. However, what Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect was that there were several people waiting for him next to Mito Kadoyan's body. Konoha Jonin Metkai, Hatake Kakashi, and Yuhi Kurinai. Red. The moment Hatake Kakashi saw Uzumaki Naruto coming back, he shouted. Judging from the blood all over Uzumaki Naruto's body, as well as the mark of the Flying Thunder God near Mito Katoan's body, he was sure that Uzumaki Naruto had committed an unforgivable mistake at this time. I know. Kurinai Yuhi immediately activated her strongest illusion, but what she didn't expect was. Genjutsu has no effect at all on Uzumaki Naruto. Ordinary illusions cannot affect the Jinchuriki, and both Kyubi and Churan can directly help Uzumaki Naruto to remove it. Konoha Tornado. Seeing that the Genjutsu seemed to be useless, Metkai immediately took the lead and attacked Naruto Uzumaki with a sweeping leg that made a sound that broke through the air. Although he doesn't have the terrifying power of Tsunade, Metkai's physical skills are also extremely heavy. Uzumaki Naruto's body was also knocked away several meters before he stabilized his body. Tsunade's previous punch had caused Uzumaki Naruto a lot of injuries. Myobokuyama's Sage Mode would not increase Uzumaki Naruto's recovery power. Chu Ran did not continue to input the current Ninetales chakra. It was completely relying on Uzumaki Naruto's own strength to keep fighting. Only when caught in a desperate situation can Naruto Uzumaki truly grow again and break through a limit. Naruto, come back with us. Hatake Kakashi sighed softly, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said softly. He felt very guilty in his heart. 2 of the 3 students he taught had betrayed Konoha. And they are the 2 most outstanding students, whether it is Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto. After successfully escaping from Konoha, the loss to Konoha was huge. Go back with you. Being executed? Stop joking, Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto slowly stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said sarcastically. He had no way to retreat, Shimura Danzo was dead, and Mito Kadoyan also died at his own hands. Even most of the members of the entire Root organization died at his own hands, and Konoha would not forgive him for such a mistake. Even if he is spared the death penalty, he will be imprisoned forever. He uses himself as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and constantly uses it as a humanoid weapon. These people are all hypocrites. They all imprisoned me in Konoha in the name of my good. Except for Izumi-san, the lustful Sennin, and Hinata, everyone is like this. Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath, and after hearing the voice in his subconscious, he began to judge the current battle situation. 3 jounin, 2 of whom are special jounin. Kurenai Yuhi is a master of illusion, so he doesn't need to worry too much. But Hatake Kakashi is apparently the strongest among the jounin, and he also has the blessing of the Sharingan. As for Metkai, judging from the blow just now and the intelligence from the past, he is definitely a master of physical skills. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and Genjutsu, 3 jounin masters surrounded him, making it difficult to escape. And on the other side of the Flying Thunder God, where Shimura Danzo died, there must be many ambushes. The ambush must be Tsunade and Jiraiya, 2 shadow-level experts. Even if I use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha at this time, it will be the same. On the contrary, it is more dangerous to return to Konoha, maybe Konoha will arrange the barrier ninjutsu in advance. If you go in, you will become a caged bird. Uzumaki Naruto instinctively took a step back. He did not want to fight head-on with the 3 people in front of him. But in fact, Uzumaki Naruto was not sure that he would be able to escape. There are not many Flying Thunder God kunai left in the fanny pack. Chapter 90. You can't escape, come back to Konoha with us. With Jiraiya-sama here, you will not be sentenced to death. Seeing the child of his former mentor go down such a path, Hatake Kakashi also felt uncomfortable in his heart. But there is no way, he is the jounin of Konoha, and as a ninja, he must be responsible for his own mission. Kakashi, stop trying to persuade me. Let's take down Naruto Uzumaki first. Metkai didn't have the slightest fondness for Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Niji, who was once in his class, was crippled by Naruto Uzumaki during the Chunin exam. He had no chance of being a ninja at all. Even Tsunade just shook her head when she looked at him. There was not much certainty that she could help him recover. Facing Naruto Uzumaki, it was impossible for him to let go. I see. Thunder Beast chasing Fong. Hatake Kakashi nodded, knowing that persuasion was hopeless. Forming seals with both hands, a bolt of lightning condensed from his right hand, and as Hatake Kakashi threw it, he rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. A bolt of wolf-shaped lightning rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto at extremely fast speeds. Wind release vacuum wave. Uzumaki Naruto also blasted the wind release from his mouth, directly shattering Hatake Kakashi's thunder release. Wind style restrains thunder style. From a physical point of view, Uzumaki Naruto feels that the threat from Hatake Kakashi is not great. The main threat still comes from Mekkai's terrifying physical skills. Let's fight it quickly, don't worry Kakashi. I won't take his life. Metkai could see that Kakashi Hatake was deliberately letting things go, and he also knew that if he continued like this, a lot of time would be wasted. He immediately walked up to Hatake Kakashi and stood in front of him. Call. Metkai exhaled a puff of white air from his mouth, and his whole aura suddenly became different. Even Uzumaki Naruto could feel that Metkai began to gather chakra in his body. Are you going to open the 8 gates of Duinja? That's really difficult to handle. System, open the blackened treasure chest. Subconsciously, Chu Ran could tell at a glance what Metkai was planning. Without hesitation, he directly opened the blackened treasure box just given by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the blackened treasure chest and obtaining the perfect form of the reincarnated eye. As the blackened treasure chest opened, Chu Ran's eyes also lit up. The reincarnated eye is the final evolution of the Byakugan and the evolved version of the chakra of the Otsutsuki family. If the Sharingan evolves to its ultimate level and can become the Rinnegan, then the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan is the Tenseigan. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of these 2 pupil techniques should be about the same. Although the reincarnation eye is not as good as the reincarnation eye, it has additional abilities besides controlling gravity and repulsion. But in fact, the chakra mode of the TRANSMIGRATION is not inferior to the Rinnegan in terms of combat power. This makes me feel more at ease. Chu Ran slowly sat down and continued to watch the battle outside. There was no need to worry at all, anyway, after Uzumaki Naruto lost, he would still be able to deal with the aftermath. At this moment, outside, Metkai's expression became serious. 8 gates of Duinjia, the first gate, open the door, open it. Second door, close the door, open it. The fifth door, Jingmen, open. Terrifying blue chakra erupted from Metkai's body, and the wind exploded in an instant. Even Uzumaki Naruto was blown several steps away before he could react. Metkai had already arrived in front of him with a teleportation technique, so fast that even Naruto Uzumaki, who had turned on the sage mode, could not react. The movements of the body cannot keep up with the thinking of the brain. This made Uzumaki Naruto's first blow hit by Metkai in the abdomen, and a huge impact spurted out from behind him. This is only Metkai who has opened the fifth door. If he opens the sixth or even seventh door, Uzumaki Naruto cannot imagine it. Hateful. The speed is too fast and I can't react at all. Is this the horror of the 8-gate Duinjia? Uzumaki Naruto's body knocked down several big trees one after another before stopping. The pain from his abdomen almost made him faint, but Metkai's attack did not stop. There was no sign of holding back at all, it was obvious that he wanted to subdue Uzumaki Naruto directly and take him away. Shadow Clone Technique. Uzumaki Naruto had no choice but to use the Shadow Clone Technique to delay the attack for a while. Sometimes, strength is so simple and clear. Pure strength suppression, even with tactics, is difficult to break through. Today's Uzumaki Naruto's strength is not perfect enough, and he has no problem dealing with some ordinary jounin. But for someone like Metkai, who can train an ability to the extreme, it is very difficult. Senjutsu Raisen Rengen. Naruto Uzumaki has at least hundreds of shadow clones. Each shadow clone has magic chakra invested in it, which is the greatest power he can currently use. Countless Raisengans appeared continuously, rushing towards Metkai who had activated the 8 gates of Duinjia. As for Uzumaki Naruto's body, after using the Flying Thunder God technique, he disappeared and fled into the distance. The immortal shadow clone can delay Metkai for some time. He wanted to take advantage of this time to try to distance himself from these 3 people. Apart from running away, he really had no other option. Raikiri. Just when Uzumaki Naruto's Senjutsu chakra dissipated and the sense of crisis in his heart faded a little. Suddenly a thunder sounded, and I came to my senses again. Uzumaki Naruto's chest had been penetrated by a bolt of lightning, and blood was pouring out of his mouth. Kakashi. A trace of hatred flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he suddenly forgot about Hatake Kakashi, who had the Sharingan. If Metkai was a giant bear that kept attacking him, that Hatake Kakashi is the cheetah hiding in the dark, waiting for opportunities. At the moment when Uzumaki Naruto relaxed, he gave the most fatal blow. Although Hatake Kakashi controlled his strength, he would not directly kill Uzumaki Naruto. It also avoided important parts such as the heart, but it was enough to seriously injure Naruto Uzumaki. Under the unwilling look in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, he slowly knelt on the ground and fell down. Ding! The blackening progress increases by 1. As the progress of blackening increased again, Chu Ran also subconsciously stretched his waist. Okay, it's my turn to appear next. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly and took over Naruto Uzumaki's body without hesitation. On the other side, Metkai and Yuhi Kurenai, who had finished dealing with all the shadow clones, also rushed over. Is it solved? Come back. Metkai looked at Uzumaki Naruto who fell on the ground and immediately suggested. But before the 3 of them could step forward, Uzumaki Naruto, who had fallen to the ground, stood up. You are really merciless to your former students. It's all in my chest, making a big hole. Chapter 91. Chu Ran slowly stood up and twisted his neck. The hole in his chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene made the 3 of Hatake and Kakashi stunned. In today's ninja world, apart from Tsunade who has such terrifying resilience, who else has such ability? Even the Ninetales chakra shouldn't have this kind of restorative power. Kakashi, are you still holding back? At this time, Metkai has come out of the 8-door state, and it is not easy to explode the power of the 8-door again. After all, it is not difficult for Metkai to open the 6 doors in front. But the physical exertion is very high. I'm afraid Kakashi didn't hold back on this terrifying resilience. What should we do now? Lord Hokage and the others probably won't be here for a while. Yuhi Hong's face looked a little more solemn at this time. After all, they wouldn't have helpers now. Most of the jounin in the village are out on missions, if you want to have such a situation. That is not an easy thing. For them, it is not easy to directly catch Uzumaki Naruto. Stop chatting and get started. This time, it seems that we really can't hold back. Hatake Kakashi shook his head. He always felt that something was wrong with the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. But if there was anything wrong, he couldn't tell. You are really ruthless, can't you let your former students go? Anyway, my father taught you before, Kakashi-sensei. Chu Ran smiled slightly, and his body slowly began to rise into the air. Facing the siege of 3 Jonin, he remained calm compared to the previous Uzumaki Naruto. It also makes people feel a little joking. Bastard brat. Metkai snorted and was about to rush forward. But suddenly his feet slipped and he couldn't even stand still. Even if he was so strong in physical skills, he would be like this, let alone Hatake Kakashi. How is this going? Gravity? Yuhi Hong couldn't believe the sight in front of her. She couldn't control her figure just now. Even if your feet are off the ground, you can't get close to the ground. Be careful, it's not gravity, it's gravity and repulsion. Kakashi Hatake's expression changed, and he immediately determined what was about to happen. He is not a fool. On the contrary, he is one of the most talented ninjas in Konoha. He knows very well what power he is about to face. As expected of the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, who is well known in the ninja world. Let me show you something new. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly and exhaled a puff of white air from his mouth. In an instant, his entire expression began to change, like a god descending from the earth, solemn and awe-inspiring. The chakra around his body also turned green, surrounding his whole body. Several seeking jade appeared behind him, and his whole body was enveloped in green chakra. And when Chu Ran slowly opened his eyes, a pair of bright blue eyes appeared. What it is? Metkai also felt a sense of crisis in his heart at this time, just when he was about to forcefully open the 8th door. Chu Ran stretched out his right hand and controlled the surrounding repulsion and gravity to restrict Metkai's figure. Sorry, I don't have much time to spend with you. Jinlan Reincarnation Explosion. Chu Ran slowly raised his right hand, and Kadeoyu behind him quickly moved forward. Using the gravitational and repulsive forces in his hands, he continuously rotated the Tao-seeking jade, forming a silver halo. A huge tornado was launched from the aperture, suddenly attacking the 3 people who were unable to control their bodies due to gravity and repulsion. 8-gate Dunjejingmen. Open. Towards the peacock. Metkai shouted loudly, opened 6 doors in a row, and continued to hit high-speed front punches. Flames are generated the moment the fist rubs against the air, using the shock waves and flames formed by hitting the air. Aiming at Chu Ran, he faced the bombardment and faced off with Inluan Tensei Baku. As expected of the blue beast of Konoha. Looks like I still can't hold back. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Chu Ran raised his right hand, and the seeking jade that originally formed a silver halo returned to his hand. Under Chu Ran's control, a burst of cold golden light erupted, turning into a huge yellow chakra lightsaber. Facing Metkai's attack, Chu Ran waved the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion without hesitation. The huge chakra lightsaber struck straight down, creating a deep ravine in the ground. Just when the 3 of them were involved in a Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, a figure suddenly appeared next to Chu Ran. It was Shiri Hong, but Chu Ran didn't care. Okay, at such a close distance, even he can't avoid my illusion. Illusion, absolute lotus flower. Yuhi Hong has been waiting for the opportunity for a long time, always using the shadow clone to be with Metkai. His own body looked for an opportunity to hide in a corner, preparing to give Uzumaki Naruto a fatal blow. Your illusion skills are still too young. Illusion manipulation of the 5 senses. Chu Ran's eyes lit up with a strange pink light, and for a moment, Yuri Hong felt as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. The feeling of falling continuously, as well as the feeling of weightlessness and powerlessness, all deeply broke Yuhi Hong's heart. Even though she is also a master of illusion, no matter what methods she uses, she cannot escape from the illusion. And just like that, she fell downwards after being hit by Chu Ran's illusion. Chu Ran didn't pay attention to these people, and started to escape while his figure kept flickering. As long as he escapes from the Fire Nation, he will no longer be hunted by the Fire Nation. 3 days later, Kakashi Hatake, Metkai, and Kurenai Yuhi were all sent to Konoha Hospital. After this time, Konoha can be considered to have suffered a lot of losses. This is the 2nd time since the 2 Uchiha brothers that a rebellious nin appeared. In the Hokage's office, most of the Jonin, Jiraiya and the only remaining Hokage advisor, Koharu, were also there. Starting today, Uzumaki Naruto is classified as an S-class rebel nin. As long as we meet, no matter life or death. Tsunade let out a breath, suppressed the anger in her heart and roared directly. Not only did he kill Mito Kabuto, challenging her majesty as Hokage, but he also destroyed all the root tissue. Such terrifying techniques and astonishing talent. It is estimated that it will not take long for Uzumaki Naruto to become the second Orochimaru, or a more terrifying existence than Orochimaru. Jiraiya, the task over there will be left to you. Don't be too reluctant, send someone to notify the Fire Country and the ninja villages in various countries. Distribute the wanted poster quickly. Chapter 92. Tsunade could no longer suppress the anger in her heart at this time. For what Uzumaki Naruto committed, it is impossible to even forgive or turn a blind eye. Not only did he learn the magic of chakra, but he also knew how to fly the thunder god. And in the descriptions of Hatake Kakashi and others, there is a special ability and ninjutsu. It is definitely not a good thing if such a dangerous person joins some dangerous organization. Tsunade, I think Uzumaki Naruto might still have a chance. Konoha cannot live without Kyuubi, this would be a huge loss to us. Jiraiya sighed softly, wanting to persuade Tsunade in the last moment. Even just finding a chance to capture Uzumaki Naruto alive would be a good thing for Konoha. Jiraiya, I understand what you said. But do you think that even if it's you and me, we will definitely be able to capture Naruto Uzumaki alive? It's almost impossible, so there's nothing I can do about it. Tsunade shook her head and refused directly. She was not the Tsunade in the original work. There is no personal emotion between him and Uzumaki Naruto. For Uzumaki Naruto, she naturally takes it seriously, and if given the chance, she would even kill Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this, Jiraiya said nothing, turned around and left. In the Konoha cemetery. In front of Uchiha Izumi's tombstone, Hinata was picking up the dust beside the tombstone. The vase next to it has been replaced with new flowers. Sister Izumi, Naruto should be fine. It's just that Naruto has been designated as a traitor, Sister Kwan must protect Naruto. Naruto must have a reason for doing this, and he must be sad in his heart. As Hinata wiped the tombstone, tears could not stop falling from the corners of her eyes. She had always believed in Naruto Uzumaki, the boy she had fallen in love with since childhood. Just like Haruno Sakura always believed in Uchiha Sasuke, she also believed that Uzumaki Naruto did this for some reason. After all, it was impossible for someone like Uzumaki Naruto to do such a thing in her mind. At the same time, everyone in Konoha began to prepare for the attack. After all, for the entire world, no matter what the situation is, Uzumaki Naruto has no way to avoid being wanted. Each ninja village also received wanted notices from Konoha as quickly as possible. There are not many S-class rebellious ninjas in the ninja world. The senior officials of each ninja village were also worried about the escape of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. But at the same time, he also started to look at Konoha with some covetousness. After all, without the help of the Jinchuriki, Konoha would be weaker than other ninja villages in the war. On the other side, on the border of the Fire Nation. Uzumaki Naruto woke up after sleeping for a full day. When he woke up, he didn't feel any injuries, he just felt very tired. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto didn't know that the Fire Nation had issued a wanted order for him. Just when he was recuperating for 2 days and planning to find a place to go first. The space on the right suddenly became distorted, and Uzumaki Naruto immediately understood that the person who should come to him had finally arrived. You really gave me a good meal, Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Obito came out of the whirlpool and complained immediately. He followed the information and searched around the border of the Land of Fire before finally finding Uzumaki Naruto. And next to him, a guy with a yin and yang face also appeared. This person was the black and white Zetsu in the Akatsuki organization, and he kept staring at Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the unfamiliar face in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto also showed a wary look on his face. Is he Uzumaki Naruto? Heiju's voice came out first. This low and hoarse voice made people feel a little uncomfortable. Yes, he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It's really good, with such a talent, you can escape even this kind of situation. Baizetsu's joking voice also appeared at this time, making Uzumaki Naruto frown. He didn't understand what Uchiha Obito meant, but he was always ready to fight. Secretly began to accumulate natural energy. This guy is so dangerous, he is secretly accumulating natural energy. White Zetsu was cultivated from Senju Hashirama's cells, so he is very sensitive to Senjutsu chakra. Uzumaki Naruto's intention was discovered immediately. Don't be nervous, Uzumaki Naruto. We don't mean any harm, we just want to take you to where you should go. As we said last time, we want to create a world without war and strife. And this world will be created just like our ideals, and the people you love will naturally be there. Uchiha Obito saw that Uzumaki Naruto was hostile to him, so he immediately redrawn the original pie. As expected, the hostility in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes dissipated somewhat. But he knew that the other party could not help him just because he valued his strength. There must be some unknown secret in this, or a price that you need to pay. Tell me what price I have to pay. Don't tell lies to me, I'm not a 3-year-old child. Although Naruto Uzumaki's hostility had dissipated somewhat, he was still wary of the two people in front of him. After all, he can still talk to the enemy who killed his father, which is the limit for him. If he was given a chance, after he resurrected Uchiha Izumi, Uzumaki Naruto will not hesitate to seek revenge against Uchiha Obito. You're really smart, of course you have to pay the price. But it doesn't count as a price, it's a transaction. To create the world we long for, we need the power of the tailed beasts, from 1 to 9. We need to collect these tailed beasts, but also the 9 tails inside you. Uchiha Obito's face hidden in the mask smiled slightly, and he looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. How similar to his original self, but even so. He wouldn't hesitate much, even if the boy in front of him was his teacher's child. Kyubi. So you want my Kyubi, right? If the Kyubi is removed from my body, will it affect me? Will you die? Uzumaki Naruto touched his abdomen and probably understood the other party's purpose. However, Uzumaki Naruto was not sure whether the withdrawal of the Kyubi would have any side effects on him. And Kyubi is a big help to him, even though he doesn't want to admit his identity as a Jinchuriki. But Uzumaki Naruto knew very well that without the 9 tails, his own power would be weakened. Of course he won't die, I can assure you. Chapter 93. The Akatsuki organization is not the kind of evil people who do all kinds of evil as you think. Most of them have their own purposes, they can be regarded as a group of war criminals. I believe you will like that place. Uchiha Obito spread his hands and extended another invitation to Uzumaki Naruto. If we talk about the previous situation, Uchiha Obito is just talking about it. But some time ago, after discussing with Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and others, he decided to invite Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, the premise is that Uzumaki Naruto must kill the top leaders of Konoha and successfully become a rebel ninja. I don't know your name yet. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and then asked Uchiha Obito's name. After all, I don't even know his name, so it's hard to completely trust the person in front of me. Uchiha Madara, but within the organization you have to call me Fei. For the rest, someone from the Akatsuki organization will give you instructions. Remember not to reveal my true identity within the organization. Uchiha Obito explained to Uzumaki Naruto just like he did with Uchiha Itachi. For ordinary people, the name Uchiha Madara may be unfamiliar, or at most it will sound familiar. But after reading the autobiographies of various Fire Shadows and the first chronicles of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto knew this name very well. Uchiha Madara. Impossible, then aren't you at least over 100 years old now? It is impossible for a strong man of the same period as the first Hokage to still be alive. Uzumaki Naruto had a look of disbelief on his face. After all, no one in this world could live for that long. Unless, Uchiha Madara has broken away from human boundaries. Anyway, there are many reasons, and I won't tell you the specific reasons. Let's go, take you to Akatsuki headquarters, those guys are not patient. Uchiha Madara stretched out his hand towards Uzumaki Naruto, and immediately used the time and space ninjutsu to prepare to take Uzumaki Naruto away. Uzumaki Naruto didn't hesitate, and went straight in since he made his choice. But Uzumaki Naruto kept an eye on it and took the lead in entering the place where the 9 tails was imprisoned in his body. Kyubi, is what that guy said true? Can I still live after you are removed from my body? Uzumaki Naruto didn't believe Uchiha Obito in his heart at this time. To put it bluntly, the two of them were just using each other. But only 9 Lama is different. After all, 9 tails and he share the same body. If something happens to Uzumaki Naruto, then Kyubi will definitely not be easy either. That guy didn't tell the truth, he usually pulled me away from your body. You will definitely die, and of course there may be accidents. How about it, do you want to believe that guy? Chu Ran raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto was no longer the child at this moment. At this time, he was able to conceal his emotions, but this emotion could not be concealed from Uzumaki Naruto. In a very simple sentence, Chu Ran knew exactly what Uzumaki Naruto was thinking at the moment. I don't want to separate you from my body, I always feel that that guy is hiding something from me. Help me first, after all, we are the ones we cooperate with in the first place. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, just a few simple words, he could not believe Uchiha Obito. But at the same time, he didn't deny anything. This sentence was also very smart. Obviously, I can't completely listen to what others think now, but if what others say is true, the Uzumaki Naruto would probably pull the Kyuubi out of his body without hesitation. Be careful. Even though I am here for illusions, you cannot fall for them. But you still need to pay attention to some high-level illusions. As a partner, you can trust me more. I will let you use part of my ability. Chu Ran smiled slightly. Facing such a cunning Uzumaki Naruto, not only would he not be angry. On the contrary, he felt very happy in his heart, because in this way, he would be one step closer to his plan. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 13. Soul, 6-8. Blackening progress, 5708. Blackening points, 9,378. Blackened Mall, opened. After Chu Ran said these words, he immediately entered the blackened store. He knew that in this world, Danzo Shimura could use other gods. There is another man who can also use other gods, and that is Uchiha Itachi. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi once relied on other gods to get rid of Yakushi Kabuto's control. Nowadays, Chu Ran needs a double insurance. Ability sharing, you can share one of the host's abilities with Uzumaki Naruto at the cost of 3,000 blackening points. Illusion shielding, it can block an enemy's illusion attack. No matter how powerful the illusion attack is, as long as the host cannot resist it, it can be launched independently. It costs 5,000 blackening points. 2 abilities. Ability sharing is the most important ability to improve Naruto Uzumaki's strength. After joining the Akatsuki organization, if his strength is not improved enough, Uzumaki Naruto is likely to be in various dangers. Chu Ran didn't want to be like a wet nurse who kept coming out to help Uzumaki Naruto get rid of everything. The other illusion shield is a one-time consumer product. It was what Uzumaki Naruto planned to use to resist other gods' level illusions. Thank you, 9 llamas. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and immediately returned to reality. The surroundings had changed from the forest just now to a dark cave. Even if Uzumaki Naruto had good eyesight, it was difficult to see the faces of the people around him. But just after the two of them entered it, countless torches lit up on the surrounding walls. Uzumaki Naruto also saw clearly the people in front of him. Most of them had unfamiliar faces. There was only one familiar face, and that was Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Chu Ran also shared one of his abilities. That is illusion and 5-sense manipulation. For the current Uzumaki Naruto, illusion can have the greatest increase. Is it an illusion? I didn't expect Kyuubi to be able to perform illusions. Uzumaki Naruto had a lot of information about using the 5 senses in his mind, and when he learned about the horror of this illusion, he was a little shocked in his heart, but he recovered in an instant. Hey, do you really want a brat like this to join in? It's too ungraceful. This kid doesn't have any artistic flair at all. One of the young men with yellow hair, and only one I came out first. It was Deidara, the S-class rebel ninja from Iwagakure village, who was the first to become dissatisfied with Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 94. He has always been the biggest thorn in the side of the Akatsuki organization. The others had no intention of helping, they were just watching the fun. They also wanted to see if a boy who was only 15 or 16 years old really had the strength to join the Akatsuki organization. Will he suppress the entire audience just like Uchiha Itachi did back then? You brat, I'm asking you something. When Deidara saw Uzumaki Naruto ignoring him, a look of anger appeared on his face at this moment. Just a few steps closer, Deidara felt a strange feeling appear in an instant. The originally dark caves around him turned into an endless abyss. And he was falling continuously. The feeling of weightlessness and the endless abyss made his expression change drastically. Illusion. Untie. Deidara's expression changed, as if he was on guard against illusions. He immediately planned to lift the restriction imposed on him by the illusion, but as the seal ended, the feeling of falling did not disappear. Instead, a chill that penetrated his heart continued to spread throughout his body, and Deidara's consciousness continued to fall into the abyss. Fear, uneasiness, fear, and all kinds of negative emotions kept approaching Deidara's heart. At the final moment, his heart finally collapsed. On the other hand, from the outside, to the other members of the Akatsuki organization, Uzumaki Naruto's methods were extremely superb. How is it possible? He actually has the same superb genjutsu as Uchiha Itachi. Isn't this guy the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Is he even so proficient in genjutsu? He is really an incredible guy. Lord Evil God will definitely like him very much. People in Konoha, there will be several outstanding geniuses like this in every era. The other members of the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu, Haiden and others also gave Uzumaki Naruto a high evaluation. Just relying on this hand, he was enough to prove his strength to these S-class rebellious ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto, is Sasuke the same generation? I didn't expect that after just a few years of not seeing each other, my strength would already be so strong. And what kind of illusion is this? Uchiha Itachi looked at the boy who was once as old as his younger brother. Suddenly he embarked on the same path as himself, and I heard that he seemed to have killed 2 high-ranking officials in Konoha. That's why he became a traitor and was wanted by Konoha. In fact, no one in the Akatsuki organization knew about some specific things. But in general, what is clear is that after Naruto Uzumaki joins the Akatsuki organization, Konoha's strength will be greatly reduced. The manipulation of the 5 senses through illusion is really strong. This guy has fallen into an illusion. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Deidara, who had a dull look on his face and drool was drooling from the corners of his mouth. I was a little surprised in my heart, but when I thought about the special ability possessed by Kyuubi who had lived for so long, I didn't think much about it. I'm just glad that I have some control over my own strength. These people present would definitely not have a chance if they did not turn on the immortal mode. Uzumaki Naruto, please take back the genjutsu. Using this level of illusion on your companions is not an approach that can be trusted. Just when everyone was watching the fun, a voice suddenly sounded. A man with several black iron rods stuck in his face came out. He was wearing the same black coat as the others. It was just those eyes, illuminated by the torches on the wall, that made Naruto Uzumaki a little frightened. The man who suddenly appeared was the disciple who was also taught by Jiraiya. His real name was Yahiko, but he now had another name. He is also the man who now controls the Akatsuki organization, Pain. How to describe these eyes, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't tell. But those eyes seemed to have an inexplicable sense of oppression, which made Uzumaki Naruto instinctively feel a little pressure in his heart. The illusion control over Deidara was immediately released. Deidara, who originally had the feeling of falling and fell into panic, recovered at the moment. His legs suddenly seemed to have no strength and he fell to the ground. Deidara was sweating like rain, his entire face turned pale, and he was still frightened by what had just happened. Deidara, you didn't wet your pants, did you? It's really the behavior of a kid. As Deidara's partner, Scorpion also directly mocked him at this time. At this moment, inappropriate laughter also came from Haiden's mouth. Damn it! You bastard, I won't let you go. Deidara also had a look of humiliation on his face at this time, but even so. The feeling in the illusion just now has not been completely evacuated from his body. Logically speaking, even illusions shouldn't be so real. At that moment, he seemed to feel that the flow of time around him had become faster. And he has become dead in the true sense. I'm afraid it will take a longer time, even if he can come back. Even if he doesn't have dementia, he will definitely be depressed for a long time. Deidara, that's enough. Uzumaki Naruto is already our companion, here are your clothes. And with this ring, your code name will be empty from now on. At the right time, Pain blocked the 2 of them and threw a piece of clothing to Uzumaki Naruto. And a ring with an empty word engraved on it, after taking the ring at this moment. Uzumaki Naruto truly became a member of the Akatsuki organization. Empty. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the ring in his hand and put it on without any hesitation. Then he took off the forehead protector on his forehead, took out a kunai and stabbed it into the forehead protector, slowly drawing a horizontal line. This is a common practice in the Akatsuki organization, and it is also something that must be done after joining. It means that they no longer have any relationship with the original ninja village. Okay, now it's almost time to start the tailed beast hunting plan. Minami, you will be paired with Uzumaki Naruto in a short period of time. Since I just joined it, the first task is for you. One-tail hunting plan, Sunigake your village. Pain looked at Uzumaki Naruto, his expressionless expression making people look a little confused. But the tailed beast hunting plan that was then revealed made Naruto Uzumaki's heart skip a beat. Unexpectedly, I had just joined the Akatsuki organization and already been assigned such a task. Hey! Shouldn't I be with the master on that mission? This is not artistic at all. Deidara heard that the mission that was supposed to be assigned to them was given to Uzumaki Naruto so easily. He immediately became unhappy and started complaining directly. Why, do you want to experience the feeling just now again? Naruto Uzumaki was also a little impatient at the moment with Deidara being so noisy. They were all a bunch of outlaws anyway, and Uzumaki Naruto didn't mind using his 5 senses control again. Chapter 95. Deidara's expression also changed slightly after hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words. He probably never wanted to experience the feeling just now again in his life. For a moment, Deidara stopped talking and just looked at Chu Ran with a murderous look. At this time, beside Pain, the only woman in the Akatsuki organization also walked out. It was Konan, who was also a disciple of Jiraiya with Naruto Uzumaki, codenamed Haku. Let's go, Uzumaki Naruto. Xiao Nan's face was cold, and even his voice was slightly cold. He just said a word to Uzumaki Naruto and walked out. At this time, everyone else also received the tasks assigned by Pain and left. Jiraiya-sensei's disciple. Let me see why you joined the Akatsuki organization. Pain looked at where Uzumaki Naruto left and narrowed his eyes slightly. They come from the same school, but they don't have any friendship with each other. It is enough to accomplish their goals. On the other side, after setting off from the Akatsuki organization base. Only then did Uzumaki Naruto know that the location he was in just now was the Hidden Rain village. And they are now rushing to the Sand Hidden village to seize the one in Gaara's body. In the beginning, Uzumaki Naruto had fought against Gaara outside Konoha village. Although it was not easy to win at that time, at least I successfully won the battle according to the halo of the protagonist. What will happen to the Jinchuriki if the tailed beast is separated? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Konan and asked a question that he had always been curious about. You know, he has now joined the Akatsuki organization. Naturally, he wanted to find out various things, but the information Obito Uchiha gave him was too little. It is not so easy to get Uzumaki Naruto to sincerely help them and complete the Akatsuki organization's plan. He's going to die. What, are you scared? Konan looked at Uzumaki Naruto behind him and asked directly. Everyone will cherish their own life, let alone Uzumaki Naruto who has defected from Konoha village. If I were afraid, your goals wouldn't be accomplished. Since we want to collect tailed beasts, we will definitely need the 9 tails. If I don't cooperate, do you think you have a chance? Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, facing Konan's coldness. He also returned it directly without being outdone. You must know his importance, but he is indispensable to the Akatsuki organization. If Naruto Uzumaki wanted to escape for the rest of his life, it would be impossible for the Akatsuki organization to find him. What a cunning little devil. If you are forced to withdraw, you will definitely die, but if I just release the 9-tails seal from your body. In this case, you don't have to die, it's just that the difficulty will increase if you take away the 9-tails chakra. Konan took a deep look at Uzumaki Naruto, and she knew that he was not joking. He was also very sure in his heart that the young man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Perhaps she was even more difficult to deal with than Uchiha Itachi back then, but even so, she knew her responsibilities. It was during this mission that I was able to fully see Uzumaki Naruto's strength and judge whether Uzumaki Naruto was beneficial to the Akatsuki organization. If Uzumaki Naruto had not joined the Akatsuki organization wholeheartedly, I'm afraid they will definitely find a way to force Naruto Uzumaki to be dealt with. We're here, Sunagakure village should be ahead. How should I sneak in? Or is there any information to know where Gaara is? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the vast sea of sand in front of him, in front of the sandstorm. A town that seemed to be integrated into the desert appeared in front of them. But after all, we are dealing with a ninja village, and Uzumaki Naruto also knows that it is not easy, so he will not break into the range of Sunagakure village easily. There is no information, but what we can know is that the one-tailed Jinchuriki must be in Sunagakure village. Because as early as 6 months ago, he had become the Kazekage. Konan glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and spoke directly. When people from their Shao organization come out to perform tasks, they never need any plan. It relies entirely on personal ability, and the top individual in combat power is the representative of the Akatsuki organization. So, the two of us are going to sneak into Sunagakure village together. Then defeat Gaara and take him away. The look on Uzumaki Naruto's face was slightly unnatural. He had not thought of capturing a Jinchuriki. He didn't even have a plan, he just used the simplest and most crude method. Then Uzumaki Naruto had to consider some plans at this moment. Although he had the Flying Thunder God technique, he also placed the Flying Thunder God mark in places along the way. As long as you defeat Gaara, just look for an opportunity to escape. The strength of Sand Hidden Village is not very strong, and it is not very difficult. And instead of the two of us sneaking in together, you complete this task independently. I know you placed some Flying Thunder God marks somewhere along the way. In the woods 5 kilometers away from here, I remember you put one down. I will wait for you there until the next morning, if you don't come, I will go back directly. Konan glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, and the expression on his face became a little more playful. For her, even if she has a common teacher with Uzumaki Naruto, she will not have any unnecessary emotions. In her heart, only Uzumaki Nagato and Yahiko were the most important, and the others were just passers-by. It seems like this should be a test, right? What a bunch of bad guys. Then just wait, but if I solve it you haven't come over yet. I won't wait for you. Uzumaki Naruto snorted, and when Conan said this, he wouldn't be waiting for anything. Using a teleportation technique, he sneaked into the sand-hidden village. The sand ninja guarding the border of Sunagakure village did not have any difficulty for Uzumaki Naruto. It was easy to sneak into the Suna ninja village, but these seemingly similar houses were hardly like the Konoha village. You can spot the Kazekage's location at a glance. The Akatsuki organization captures the tailed beast, and the plan behind it must be found out. If you don't find it out, you will never believe them. Whether Uchiha Madara can be believed is still a question, or he is not Uchiha Madara at all. Chu Ran also spoke directly at this time and began to remind Uzumaki Naruto again. Although Uzumaki Naruto joined the Akatsuki organization, he directly suggested it. But in reality, he did not want Uzumaki Naruto to sincerely help the Akatsuki organization capture the tailed beasts. Chapter 96. Let's temporarily cooperate with the Akatsuki organization for activities. After all, we don't even understand their basic plan. They must first believe in me, otherwise there is no point even if I join them. Naruto Uzumaki thought for a while and continued walking in the wind and sand. Unless absolutely necessary, he wanted to retain the natural energy in his body, after all, when facing the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Immortal mode is definitely the most powerful force and can quickly resolve this battle. Sand-hidden village, in Kazekage's office. I just received a message from Konoha and learned that Uzumaki Naruto has become a rebel ninja. Gaara, the Godane Kazekage, sat in the room with Kankuro and Temari, looking a little strange. Those guys in Konoha are really unlucky. I didn't expect that even the Jinchuriki escaped and killed the top officials of Konoha. Now Konoha's power has begun to decline a lot again. At this time, Kankuro also said with some gloating. They are different from the original work. They do not have such a good alliance with Konoha and the Fire Nation. Although it is said to be an alliance now, in fact the relationship is very ordinary. I feel like other people must have some thoughts about Konoha. Should we strike first? After all, Konoha's current strength has been reduced too much. Temari also spoke at this time, as long as it was beneficial to Sunagakure village. Anyway, even if they don't take action, other countries will definitely try to take action against Konoha. It's not necessary for the time being, don't forget what Konoha's message mainly states. Recently, the second tail from the Kingdom of Thunder and the third tail from the Kingdom of Water were captured by people from the Akatsuki organization. The fifth Hokage mentioned it in his letter. It is very likely that the Akatsuki organization absorbed Uzumaki Naruto and also began to have thoughts about the Jinchuriki. Starting a war without thinking is the most stupid thing. Even if we want to launch a war against Konoha, we can't be the first, we have to wait for others to consume part of Konoha's strength. Gaara's expression was the same as it was a few years ago, as cold as ever. It's just that compared to the cold-blooded coldness before, he is now a little more sensible. This reason is also the reason why he can become the Kazekage. Using his own strength to overcome all opinions and become the Kazekage, he directly suppressed all other voices in Sunagakure village. The Akatsuki organization. It's the organization that has been waging wars in recent years. It seems that all the people in that kind of place are S-class rebellious ninjas. Temari also had a look of worry on her face. After all, Gaara was her brother after all. I was still worried about Gaara's safety. After all, the targets of the Akatsuki organization are all Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, and this alone is not something ordinary people can prevent. They're just some prodigal dogs, they don't need to pay too much attention to anything. You two go, I have some things I need to think about alone. Gaara stood up and looked out the window. His cold voice made Kankuro and Temari go out without any hesitation. Although the three of them are brothers and sisters in name, they actually have a relationship like superiors and subordinates. TSK, you are really indifferent. Your sister and brother still care about you very much, Gaara. A voice suddenly appeared in Gaara's heart. It was Ichibi Shikaku. The tailed beast that has always been imprisoned in Gaara's body, Shikaku has had more opportunities to chat with Gaara in recent years. Because of Shikaku, Gaara has never been able to enter deep sleep, so he has some resentment toward Shikaku. None of your business, civet bastard. Gaara frowned slightly and immediately scolded him mercilessly. What? Brat. Don't forget who gave you your strength. Shikaku's temper was more fiery than that of 9 llamas, and he immediately began to insult him mercilessly. Among them, the pain in Gaara's heart continued to sting, but no matter what, Gaara didn't reply. He just let Shikaku talk to that person. It seemed that after talking for a long time, Shikaku was a little tired of talking. After all, Gaara ignored him at all. So it became quiet, and Gaara turned and looked behind him. I was discovered by you after all, as expected of the fifth Kazekage. Uzumaki Naruto's figure slowly walked in from behind the door, looking at the former rival in front of him. There was also a smile on his face. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for several years. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing here? Is it for the one tail inside me? Gaara frowned, and the gravel around him began to slowly stop in the air. Although this is the Kazekage's office, for him who has absolute defense, no matter how narrow the place is, it is his battlefield. What's more, this is Sand-Hidden Village, and the most indispensable thing is gravel. With Ichibi's huge chakra, his strength has also been greatly enhanced, and he can use the gravel of the entire Sunagakure village. This is why other countries may always be invaded. But Sand-Hidden Village rarely suffers attacks, because there is really nothing near their village except gravel. Not to mention that the place is desolate, but both the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki of the past can control the gravel. When it comes to positional warfare, he is definitely a good player. Now that you know it, there's no need to talk nonsense. It seems that you also control the power of one tail. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and when he looked at Gaara in front of him again, he was already full of vigilance. Since the other party can sit in a position like Feng Ying, it must not be simple, and he must have absolute strength in it. So if this is the case, Uzumaki Naruto must not let go or be careless. Boom! Before Uzumaki Naruto could take action, a burst of gravel burst out from behind Gaara and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for people to react. In just an instant, it seemed that Uzumaki Naruto was being tied up. Wind escape big breakthrough. Uzumaki Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands, following the rise and fall of his chest. A violent gust of wind was spit out from his mouth, blowing away the gravel in an instant, and the entire Kazekage office was destroyed. The two of them also came outside at this time, after a huge movement. The other ninjas from Sunagakure village also came around, looking at Uzumaki Naruto's figure. Their expressions changed slightly. The Akatsuki outfit and the forehead protector with scratches on his forehead made it obvious that the target was Gaara. The art of multiple shadow clones. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the ninjas around him, formed seals with his hands, and directly summoned thousands of shadow clones. Chapter 97. He knew that what he was about to face was an entire ninja village. But even so, Uzumaki Naruto could not retreat. After all, he took down Gaara in front of him. This is the most important thing now, and it is also the time when he can see through the Akatsuki organization. As long as Gaara is captured, then wait until we return. I can let those guys directly remove the seal that sealed Gaara's one tail in front of me. In this case, it will be more secure. Chu Ran's voice also appeared subconsciously, and his reminder was clearly a warning to Uzumaki Naruto. After all, no one would play with their own life. We can't completely believe what Konan and the others say. Who knows if the Jinchuriki will be alive if the tailed beast is separated. Yes, we must let those guys try it first. A flash of cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and then he exhaled a puff of air from his mouth. After slowly closing his eyes, when Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes again, he had already transformed into Sage mode. Gaara, be careful, this guy doesn't let me feel the aura of the Kyuubi in his body. But it has the chakra of the Kyuubi, which is very weird. Shikaku was also fighting alongside Gaara at this time. Although neither of them looked down on the other in the original work, here they seem to have become comrades in arms. But Shikaku's words made Gaara very concerned in his heart. Sandbound coffin. Strike first, this is Gaara's home battlefield. The speed of gravel condensation is several times faster. In just an instant, a layer of gravel was wrapped around Naruto Uzumaki's feet. Just when the gravel was about to continue climbing and wrap Naruto Uzumaki's entire body in it. Uzumaki Naruto threw 2 kunai instantly, and with the blessing of Sage mode, he was freed from the restraints. This move is not easy. Naruto has seen the terrifying Uzumaki in the sandbound coffin with his own eyes. He once used this move to defeat the physical genius Shaoli. What kind of power is this? Can it break free of the sandbound coffin so easily? Gaara frowned slightly, and at the same time began to manipulate the gravel to capture Uzumaki Naruto's true form. As for the 2 flying kunai, they were blocked by the gravel protecting Gaara. In Gaara's eyes, Uzumaki Naruto was getting farther and farther away from him. Under the layer of gravel, the distance has become farther and farther, and the victory has been established. He couldn't even get close. There was no chance of killing him in this Sunagakure village. Immortal technique, Daima Rasengan. Just when Gaara felt that he had a chance to win, Uzumaki Naruto was still 100 meters away. He actually came to his side in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, he had a huge Rasengan condensed in his hand. He hit Gaara's chest hard. Fortunately, Gaara reacted quickly, and the gravel around him directly blocked the attack in front of him. Boom! But the huge explosion still swept through, covering up the two people's figures. As the huge impact force continued to explode, the gravel also began to be continuously erupted and exploded. Everyone held their breath and looked up into the sky, but what they didn't expect was. The figure that flew out first was none other than Gaara. I saw that the gravel armor on Gaara's body began to break into pieces, and he didn't have much resistance when faced with Uzumaki Naruto's Daima Rasengan. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto has become much stronger again. What happened to that jutsu just now? Why was it so fast? Was it a time and space ninjutsu? Gaara is worthy of becoming the Kazekage now. After just one defeat, he has determined that the situation is not good for him. After all, apart from the time and space ninjutsu, there is really no other ninjutsu that can do this kind of thing. Uzumaki Naruto was much calmer. After succeeding in one attack, he scattered several kunai to the side. At the same time, he rushed towards Gaara in pursuit of victory. Gaara is not good at close combat, but the gravel with absolute defense is a very difficult thing to do. Uzumaki Naruto is good at close combat, after all, he has some abilities such as wind release chakra strike. They are all good at close combat, but the main problem is that Gaara in front of him may not necessarily give him a chance. That's why Naruto Uzumaki was a little troubled at this time. Even while pursuing the past, he was thinking about how to effectively destroy Gaara's defense. As long as I can win, as long as I have a chance to resurrect Sister Quan. No matter what you do, it doesn't matter. At this moment, Chu Ran also gave a more important psychological hint. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't want to implicate ordinary people because of his own affairs, but in fact it is the best way now. It was to weaken Gaara's power, and Chu Ran was not sure whether it would be useful. Immortal technique, vacuum wind jade. Uzumaki Naruto formed a seal with his hands, and countless air cannons appeared around his body. All the celestial wind cannons formed by the condensed wind escape chakra were fired at this moment. This is the strongest range of ninjutsu that Uzumaki Naruto can currently unleash. With the blessing of Senjutsu chakra, its power may be as powerful as A-level ninjutsu. And this jutsu doesn't just hit Gaara in front of him, under this super range ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto's strength can be directly displayed. It is this kind of ninjutsu that makes Gaara's pupils change slightly. Damn it, did you switch to a large-scale attack just to distract me? Has this guy turned into such a heinous guy? Gaara's face became extremely ugly as he looked at the air cannons that were constantly bombarding him. It is no exaggeration to say that if he had the chance, he would definitely kill Uzumaki Naruto directly here. But as Feng Ying, he didn't want to care about the life and death of so many people. However, the work on the surface still had to be done for a while, and he immediately controlled the surrounding gravel to block the attack in front of him. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto's offensive has become more and more fierce, and no matter how much gravel he controls, he can't stop it all. Uzumaki Naruto. Wind escape quicksand torrent. Gaara shouted angrily, looking at the villages being destroyed, he felt no heartache. Instead, a surge of anger surged out of his heart, and he immediately used one of his stronger ninjutsu. The moment he slapped his hands, the environment under the ground changed instantly. The gravel that was tens of meters high was like a giant wave, rushing towards Naruto Uzumaki. The speed is so fast that it is even more difficult to reflect. The waves of sand that covered the sky and the sun did not make Uzumaki Naruto feel any nervous. Flying Thunder God Jutsu is the most flexible ninjutsu, with low consumption and greater combat diversity. Very easily, Uzumaki Naruto escaped from the quicksand storm. Chapter 98. Is it that weird ninjutsu again? I didn't expect that he would learn such a tricky time and space ninjutsu. Is it the Flying Thunder God technique that the Yondaime Hokage became famous for? Gaara looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who once again escaped from his killing move, with a trace of embarrassment on his face. His moves are indeed very powerful and have a huge range. But the larger the range, the greater the chakra he needs to consume. But Uzumaki Naruto does not need this huge consumption, and uses the Flying Thunder God technique like a flexible mouse. There is no way to be caught by him, which is tantamount to falling into a dilemma. Naruto Uzumaki, let's capture him without mercy. You can't defeat Gaara here. If you wait until your chakra is exhausted, you will definitely not be able to leave. When the time comes, after you have worked so hard to escape from Konoha, are you willing to die like this? Kankuro, who was in the distance, also shouted at Uzumaki Naruto after taking care of several shadow clones. As a puppet master, he controls the situation most carefully. It was immediately clear that the battle between the two was in a dilemma. As a Kazekage, Gaara was attacked by someone. Even if he was injured, it would be a shame for Sunagakure village. And Uzumaki Naruto can't break Gaara's absolute defense at all, and the endless gravel around will completely chase Uzumaki Naruto. No matter what the situation was, Uzumaki Naruto could not avoid losing this battle. Die. Stop joking. Just relying on your sand ninja village? Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at the surrounding ninjas with disdain. Back in Konoha, surrounded by 2 special Jounin and 2 Kage-level ninjas, he did not die. Now, it was even more impossible to die. Without hesitation, he began to prepare his killing move. Buzz! Uzumaki Naruto raised his right hand high, and continued to gather as the wind escape chakra continued to change. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Adding a change in nature to the Rasengan is a move that Uzumaki Naruto finally learned in the original work. But under Chu Ran's instructions, Uzumaki Naruto learned this ninjutsu a long time ago. But at this time, there was no need to worry at all, because of the terrifying nature and super destructive power of this ninjutsu. Therefore, it was the first time for Uzumaki Naruto to announce this ninjutsu to the public and perform it in front of others. Back off. Back off quickly. Temari could see at the first glance how terrifying the ninjutsu performed by Naruto Uzumaki in front of her was. As a ninja who is proficient in wind escape, Temari was naturally able to understand the horror of this technique and immediately opened her ninja tool. Just when everyone thought Uzumaki Naruto was going to launch an indiscriminate attack on them, the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him suddenly disappeared. No. Gaara. Kankuro was the first to realize that something was wrong, and immediately raised his head and looked in Gaara's direction. Following Kankuro's shout, Gaara finally reacted and began to gather his defense without looking back. Gaara, please don't die. Uzumaki Naruto had already appeared behind Gaara at this time. No one knew when Uzumaki Naruto came behind him. But everyone knew that this time they might lose. Chang. With a burst of biting white light, all sight was blocked, and at the same moment, there was a sharp squeeze from the wind release chakra. The constant clanging sound also caused the surrounding area to erupt with fierce energy. Boom! The wind and waves generated by the explosion blew away all the surrounding ninjas, whether they were Chunin or Jounin. Until they reached the farthest position, after the explosion disappeared, they did not find Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara. Hurry up! Use all your strength to chase. Kankuro noticed something was wrong immediately, and immediately issued an order to go out quickly to find Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto. As the Kazekage of Suna Ninja Village, the key was snatched away like this. That would be a great shame for the Suna Ninja Village, and it would be a pain that the Suna Ninja Village would never be able to erase for the rest of their lives. Wait a minute, Kankuro. Naruto Uzumaki is here on behalf of members of the Akatsuki organization. Since their target is Gaara, they must represent the tailed beasts. Inform Konoha of this matter first as an ally in Uzumaki Naruto, they will not ignore it. Now, what will happen to the village if everyone goes out to look for Gaara? Compared to Kankuro's impulsiveness, Temari is relatively calm. They were the first to think of what to do to maximize the benefits. After all, they represented the entire village. You can't just rely on impulse to save Gaara. After all, those who truly understand Uzumaki Naruto's strength must be people from the Leaf Village. I know, go and inform the people in Konoha Village. I will lead some people to pursue them first, at least to know their whereabouts. Kankuro nodded, with an ashamed expression on his face. Then he led a group of sand ninjas to pursue them. Even if they couldn't catch Uzumaki Naruto, they would at least know where their lair was. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto had escaped with Gaara, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Using the Flying Thunder God's technique, he quickly arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Wind, surpassing Xiaonan's location. He rushed towards the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization as soon as possible. He didn't want to waste time. Xiaonan's life or death was not what he cared about. After using the Flying Thunder God technique several times in succession, Uzumaki Naruto returned to the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. On that day, he actually arrived at the border of Kirigakure village in the country of water. Uzumaki Naruto. Where is Konan? Pain Yahiko raised his head and looked at the one-tailed Jinchuriki brought back by Uzumaki Naruto, without much concern. Instead, he asked about Xiaonan's situation. Her speed is too slow, I came back first. Anyway, she just asked me to solve it alone, I have solved it now. It's almost time, it's your turn to prove to me how to be a Jinchuriki or a tailed beast. I already have the capital to make you believe me, shouldn't you also show some sincerity? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Pain with cold eyes. He knew that the guy in front of him was the boss of the entire organization. Whether you can do this depends on the wish of the guy in front of you. Of course, if they can't do it, Uzumaki Naruto will definitely make them regret it and they will never be able to get the Nine Tails chakra in this life. With the skill of Flying Thunder God, he has no problem at all if he wants to be a coward who runs away. Hey, are you negotiating terms with the boss? What a brave kid. Chapter 99. In the headquarters, Haiden and Kakuzu also started to ridicule Uzumaki Naruto. It's just one tail, and in the eyes of the two of them, it's just the simplest task. In their eyes, the strength of a tailed beast seems to be controlled by the number or lack of tails. Sure, if I say no. You won't trust me to hand over Kyubi to me in the future. Bring the one-tailed Jinchuriki over here, Haiden Kakuzu, you all come over too. Pain nodded, and then led a few people towards the outside of the cave. Soon, they came to a huge forest. Pain walked to Gaara's side and placed his right hand directly on Gaara's abdomen. As the chakra lit up, Gaara's body suddenly began to twitch violently. A dazzling white light flashed, followed by a burst of uncomfortable laughter. A huge ball of chakra emerged from Gaara's body, forming a huge monster with khaki skin and patterns in midair. It was Ichibi Shikaku, who had fought against Uzumaki Naruto once. But that time it was just Gaara who used the art of false sleep to form Shikaku out of gravel. The Shikaku of today is the real Shikaku of Ichibi sand. Is this one? With such terrifying chakra, I can only say that it is worthy of being a tailed beast. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the huge figure in front of him, with a hint of surprise on his face. Although he had seen the figure of the 9 llamas before, after all, it was the sealed 9 tails. There was no such terrifying chakra, but the one in front of him, and the amount of chakra was much more terrifying. Ha 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 ha. Asshole humans, thanks to you, I was able to get out of that smelly monk's seal. Don't worry, I won't make your death too painful. Wind escape practice blank bullets. As soon as San Shikaku came out, he let out a harsh laugh, and then spit out a terrifying wind bomb from his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto, who possesses wind release chakra, is very aware of the terrifying power of this wind bomb. If it was hit, it would definitely be crushed into pieces by the terrifying wind pressure. Shinra Tenjing. Pain clapped his hands violently, and a barrier visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in front of him. The anti-aircraft bombs were defended in an instant. And in the shortest possible time, the anti-aircraft bomb was directly deflected. The deflected anti-aircraft bullet hit Shikaku's body directly and exploded with a bang. Earth explosion sky star. A small black ball condensed in Pain's hand. Uzumaki Naruto could feel what kind of terrifying chakra ball was contained in that little black ball. The sphere rushed directly towards the San Shikaku. The moment it approached the San Shikaku, it seemed to have a terrifying gravitational pull. Shikaku's huge body was brought into the air, and at the same time, the gravel and rubble on the ground continued to rise. Wrapping Shikaku's body directly, Shikaku was completely covered. Is this the power of the Samsara Eye? Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled slightly, and he looked at Pain in disbelief. Such terrifying strength, able to subdue Iway so easily. There is no doubt that Pain's strength is definitely far higher than him. This move not only proved to him that he was capable of keeping the Jinchuriki alive after releasing the tailed beasts. And he was also showing his strength to Uzumaki Naruto, so that Uzumaki Naruto could work for the Akatsuki organization with peace of mind. Really, every time I see this move, I am so surprised that I am speechless. The Samsara Eye is really a shameless thing. At this time, Haiden also put the scythe behind him on his shoulders, and said with some complaints and envy. Almost every member of the small organization knows about Pain's strength. But no matter which time you see it, as long as you see it with your own eyes, you will be intimidated by this terrifying strength. Humph, if you don't have this kind of strength, how can you be worthy of being our leader? Come on, it's almost time to hold that one. Kakuzu snorted, glanced at the huge rock ball in midair with some fear, and then walked towards the direction of the cave. Under Pain's control, several people also walked towards the rear at the same time. It looks like he can convince even these S-class rebellious ninjas. This guy relies on this terrifying strength, but at least he is telling the truth. Gaara is indeed alive. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Gaara who was lying on the ground but still breathing. He didn't pay much attention and just walked into the cave. Following the method of Pain and others, they summoned other members of the small organization, and then cast the 9 magic dragon ban. The power of Ichibi Shikaku outside began to be absorbed into a strange statue. Naruto, go and deal with Gaara. This is the headquarters, no one can know where it is. Whether you kill him or send him back with the Flying Thunder God technique, it's up to you. After finishing all matters, Pain turned to Uzumaki Naruto and said. You know, probably the person who moves most freely here is Uzumaki Naruto. He didn't say anything, just nodded and turned to leave. He took Gaara with him and flew directly to the Sand Ninja village, put down Gaara and left. You and I have the same fate and experience. But the difference is that I choose to control my own destiny. But you are still under the control of Sand Ninja village. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Gaara in front of him and said something to himself. Then he used the Flying Thunder God technique and left. From today on, he is convinced of the Akatsuki organization, at least until he completes his goal. But Uzumaki Naruto had two doubts when he joined the Akatsuki organization. The first one, about whether the Jinchuriki can survive if the tailed beast is extracted, has been answered. The second one is about what Uchiha Obito once told him. Whether it is really possible to create a world with Uchiha Spring, and whether it is possible to truly resurrect Uchiha Spring. Therefore, he must find an opportunity to find Uchiha Obito again. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi had just completed a mission with Inokaki Kisame. At this time, the look on his face became a little unnatural. Uzumaki Naruto's strength has actually grown to this point. It's only been 2 days, and we've managed to kill the one-tailed Jinchuriki. It seems like we need to find a way to change that technique and find another person to bear it. Uchiha Itachi's expression was a little ugly. It turned out that his best friend had entrusted him with the genjutsu of another god. He had always planned to leave it to Uchiha Sasuke, who was a rebellious ninja, hoping that he could protect Konoha on his behalf. Chapter 100. Because he knew very well what kind of hatred his brother lived with. He didn't want to leave Uchiha Sasuke with no chance to look back because of his original decision. But now, this opportunity made Uchiha Itachi feel a little uncomfortable. It's not because he doesn't love his biological brother anymore, but because Uzumaki Naruto makes him feel too dangerous. It was just like he did back then, always astonishing the people of the Akatsuki organization. This shocked everyone around him and made no one in the Akatsuki organization look down upon Naruto Uzumaki. It looks like the plans have to change. Sasuke, we should meet earlier. Uchiha Itachi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked in the direction of the land of fire. In the Sand Ninja village, after discovering Gaara's traces. The ninjas from Konoha village and other ninjas who were originally following Kankuro to investigate the surrounding areas also came over. Under Haruno Sakura's treatment, Gaara quickly woke up. Everyone was asking Gaara what happened and where the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization was. The people who came to Konoha were none other than Haruno Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, Hatake Kakashi, and Metkai. But there was a look of hesitation on Gaara's face. The one tail was taken away, but Naruto Uzumaki didn't kill me. It seems like he has some kind of deal with the Akatsuki organization and is using me as a guinea pig. I don't know the specific location of their headquarters. Because Uzumaki Naruto used the space-time ninjutsu, and my consciousness was very weak at that time. Gaara could give very little information, and it only explained that Uzumaki Naruto had joined the Akatsuki organization. But similarly, after learning about this matter, other people's faces were obviously a little ugly. It's the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, it seems like we need to go back and report this matter to Tsunade-sama. Sorry, now that the 5th Kazekage-sama has returned, it's time for us to go back. Kakashi Hataki's face also showed a trace of embarrassment, and he finished speaking in a hurry. He took the other 3 people and left. Everyone in Sand Ninja Village was not in a good mood at this moment. On the other side, near the Akatsuki organization headquarters. It was already late at night, and Uzumaki Naruto found Uchiha Obito. What's wrong? You came to me suddenly. Are you still doubting my plan? Uchiha Obito said to Uzumaki Naruto without looking back. Even if Uzumaki Naruto doesn't come to him, he will definitely go to Uzumaki Naruto. Now, I have captured Iway. It's about time you gave me a complete explanation, otherwise this won't make sense. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the guy in front of him who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and his voice became colder. He knew very well the dangers of these people, and it was precisely because of this that he needed to understand everything even more. Explain it, okay then. Our plan is called Eye of the Moon Project. Uchiha Obito began to explain slowly, and the real Uchiha Madara gave him the plan he had explained. The Eye of the Moon Project is also the last battle in the original Konoha novel. By collecting all the tailed beasts, the heretic demons sealed in the moon can be resurrected and become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki. Reaching the level of the 6th-path sage opens the Eye of the Moon, and then casts his pupil power on the moon to perform infinite Tsukuyomi, which is used to control everyone in the world, unify the world, and create peace in the illusion. I heard about this crazy plan to plunge the whole world into infinite moon reading. Uzumaki Naruto was also slightly startled, and walked up to Uchiha Obito angrily. Asshole, what you said was to resurrect Sister Quan. Is this kind of bullshit plan? Isn't the infinite Tsukuyomi you're talking about just an illusion? Are you kidding me? Or do you think I'm the kind of guy who deceives himself in an illusion? Uzumaki Naruto's expression was full of anger at this moment, and he suddenly realized that he had been tricked. Just when he was about to attack Uchiha Obito stopped him. Do you think I am also the kind of guy who deceives myself? Although infinite Tsukuyomi is an illusion, it is the most advanced illusion. He created a new world based on this world and each person. If it succeeds, there will be no war in that new world. It will make everything you think about come true. Uchiha Obito's words were very true, but even so, Uzumaki Naruto would not agree so easily, no matter how real the illusion was. He can also create illusions, and he can also use his 5 senses to make others experience real illusions. But an illusion is always an illusion and cannot become real at all. Call. Even if you say it like this, you can't be called Sister Resurrection Spring. You have always lied to me. I said that I wanted Uchiha Izumi to be resurrected, but I was not doing what you thought. A cold glint flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he slowly put his hand on the ninja tool bag. He was about to pull out a kunai at any moment, but he came straight to the guy in front of him. It's okay if you want to resurrect Uchiha Izumi, you can do it easily as long as you have the Rinnegan. If you want Izumi Uchiha to be resurrected, you'd better listen to me. Cooperate well with me, otherwise the guys like Pain won't help you resurrect Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Obito shook his head and laughed instead of being angry. Uzumaki Naruto also stopped what he was doing at this time and looked at Uchiha Obito with a slight chill in his eyes. Forget it, since you are so suspicious of Infinite Tsukuyomi. I'll let you try it, Infinite Tsukuyomi's experimental ninjutsu. You are the first to try it. Once you experience it, you won't think so. The corners of Uchiha Obito's mouth raised slightly, and his hands suddenly began to form seals. That 3 Magatama Sharingan turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan in an instant. The originally ordinary moon in the sky turned blood red in an instant. Uzumaki Naruto felt that everything around him seemed to become a little unreal in an instant. A feeling of dizziness came from his consciousness. Although it was only a few seconds, he lost consciousness within these seconds. Infinite Tsukuyomi's experimental ninjutsu. Is it the path of the ninja in the movie version? Are you about to meet another blackened Uzumaki Naruto? Chu Ran, who was watching the excitement subconsciously, was also slightly startled. Immediately, a look of excitement appeared on his face, and he also wanted to see it. What kind of sparks should 2 blackened Uzumaki Narutos collide with? Chapter 101. The Country of Fire, Konoha Village. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the environment in front of him with a strange look on his face. The scene in front of me was exactly the same as the place where I grew up. But just now he really remembered that he had fallen into Uchiha Obito's strange ninjutsu. But the changes now are somewhat different. He could feel that the eyes around him were looking at him, but this kind of gaze did not make him feel uncomfortable. Era Allah, isn't this Master Naruto? Are you going out to help Mom buy groceries again today? The aunt from the shop nearby walked out of the shop, holding a bag in her hand. After seeing Uzumaki Naruto, he immediately greeted him very warmly. He even stuffed the heavy dish into Uzumaki Naruto's hand. This is... Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled, looked at the vegetables in the bag, and asked with some confusion. He could see kindness in the eyes of the aunt in front of him. But even so, he was still a little unaccustomed to it and was thinking about what she said. Mom. You still call me master. What does this mean? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the thing in his hand and froze on the spot, confused for a moment. But until he raised his head and looked in the direction of the Hokage rock, Uzumaki Naruto also showed shock on his face. First generation, second generation, third generation, Dad. Isn't there a 5th Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Hokage rock and muttered to himself, while the vegetable seller on the side was obviously in a daze. What are you talking about, Master Naruto? Master Yondaime is still so young. How could the 5th Hokage appear in such a short period of time? Okay, go back quickly, you don't need money for these dishes today, Auntie gave them to you. The aunt patted Naruto Uzumaki's shoulder very kindly, and then returned to the shop alone. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the street in front of him, and that familiar yet unfamiliar feeling kept flooding into his heart. And he instinctively walked towards his home, which was exactly the same as the Konoha he remembered. Naruto. Are you back? Just as Uzumaki Naruto was walking, a somewhat familiar voice sounded behind him. Just when he was about to turn his head, suddenly a figure rushed directly into his arms. Normally Uzumaki Naruto would definitely not be approached so easily, but what happened just now was too surprising. For a moment, his instinctive reaction was much slower, just when he was about to push the person in front of him away. Suddenly, he saw the face of the person in his arms clearly, and Uzumaki Naruto's eyes couldn't help but dilate. Hinata? Uzumaki Naruto said in disbelief. What surprised him was not meeting Hinata. But the Hinata in front of him was completely different from the Hinata he knew. The Hinata he knew was shy and introverted. It was difficult to even talk to him loudly, let alone throw herself into his arms. But the Hyuga Hinata in front of me not only has a hearty smile, but also has bold clothing and style. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto's cheeks turned red. What's the matter? You're so surprised. Isn't it just that I went out with Jiraiya-sama? Why do I feel so shy after I came back? Hinata was slightly startled, looking at the shy Uzumaki Naruto with some confusion. What Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know is that in this world, he and Hinata have actually established a relationship. It's nothing, Hinata, did you say I went out with Jiraiya-sama? When? Uzumaki Naruto instinctively took 2 steps back, and suddenly received the enthusiasm from Hinata, which he couldn't accept. But Hinata didn't think it was anything. What? Didn't you just go out with Jiraiya-sama yesterday? It seems that you are going to find the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization, isn't this what you told me before you left? What, are you lying to me? You're not going out to date other women, are you? Hinata frowned slightly, and the lines from the Byakugan also appeared on her face. With that vicious look, it was difficult for Uzumaki Naruto to connect him with the Hinata he knew. But just when Hinata came closer, Uzumaki Naruto noticed that there was no caged bird seal on Hinata's forehead. That, of course not. By the way, Hinata, I have something else to do and I have to go back first, see you later. Uzumaki Naruto swallowed, and suddenly felt that Hinata in front of him was even more terrifying than pain. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran away, while at the same time starting to sort out the existing information. The 5th Hokage's Hokage rock did not appear, which means that father and mother are not dead yet. And Hinata has become like this, and there is no caged bird seal. This world is different from the world I know. Unknowingly, Uzumaki Naruto had reached the downstairs of his house, looking at the place where he once lived alone. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was a little afraid of facing his parents. The former Yondaime Hokage and his wife expected him to become a hero of Konoha, a hero who could protect Konoha. But what he did, not only did he not protect Konoha, but he became a rebellious ninja of Konoha. He personally killed 2 high-ranking officials in Konoha and joined the Akatsuki organization. These things cannot be forgiven by Konoha. And in Naruto Uzumaki's heart, he wanted to destroy the place where he grew up more than once. With an anxious mood, Uzumaki Naruto walked up the stairs step by step. Arriving at the home where I had gone back alone countless times, I slowly knocked on the door. There was a sound of footsteps, and Naruto Uzumaki's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Boom! The door was pushed open, and a woman with crimson hair, wearing an apron and holding a spatula came out. After seeing Uzumaki Naruto, he immediately frowned. After Uzumaki Naruto saw this woman, his eyes immediately felt warm. He could feel that the woman in front of him was his mother Uzumaki Kushina, whom he had never met before. Naruto. That's strange, didn't you go out with Jiraiya-sama? Uzumaki Naruto's sudden appearance also made Uzumaki Kushina feel a little strange. But looking at Uzumaki Naruto, whose eyes suddenly turned red, she didn't think much and just smiled. Slowly stretched out his hand and held Uzumaki Naruto in his arms. What's wrong, our great little hero? You are so old, do you still need your mother to comfort you? Chapter 102. Uzumaki Kushina held Uzumaki Naruto while gently stroking Uzumaki Naruto's hair with her palms. That appearance appeared countless times in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. It was a scene he had fantasized about countless times. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to make a sound, but the words were blocked in his throat, and he couldn't say anything no matter what. He extremely envied the Uzumaki Naruto in this world. He had a childhood that would not be annoying, and he could proudly tell people that his parents were the great heroes of Konoha village, the 4th Hokage and his wife. No matter when someone calls him a demon fox, no matter how far away someone is from him, he will always come close to him. The most important thing is that he has parents who he cares deeply about. What's wrong, Kushina? Is Naruto back suddenly? A familiar voice appeared from the back room, and Uzumaki Naruto could hold back the tears in his eyes. Suddenly, he couldn't help but fall down. The person who appeared in front of him was the 4th generation Hokage who once taught him how to practice in his dream. It was his father, Namikaze Minato, that great and powerful father. Dad, Mom. Uzumaki Naruto came out of Uzumaki Kushina's arms and wiped his tears with his sleeves. But the voice was still a little choked, which made Minato Namikaze and his wife a little confused. Okay, come in and eat. Mom made you and Dad's favorite curry today. Uzumaki Kushina smiled slightly, pulled Naruto Uzumaki and walked in. Sitting at the dinner table, looking at the steaming food, Uzumaki Naruto also had a smile on his face. At this moment, he even forgot how he came to this place. There is only one thing I can remember, and that is to enjoy the moment in front of me. The meal was eaten very quickly, but it was also the happiest dinner that Uzumaki Naruto had ever experienced. Even though this was an illusion and this was a scene from the infinite Tsukuyomi, Uzumaki Naruto was still happy. After eating, Uzumaki Naruto lay in his room and looked at the ceiling. My mood has never been so relaxed as it was today, and I slowly fell into sleepiness. When I woke up again, it was already the next morning. As the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato had already left early, and Uzumaki Kushina also knocked on the door to ask Uzumaki Naruto to get up and have breakfast. The dream that I originally thought would pass in one sleep will immediately break. But Uzumaki Naruto looked at the delicious breakfast in front of him, and felt a little hesitant in his heart. Naruto, don't stay at home after breakfast. Go out and practice quickly, the Jounin exam is coming soon, don't embarrass Mom. I've already said it outside, my son will definitely become a Jounin first. Uzumaki Kushina put away the dishes and slapped Uzumaki Naruto hard on the shoulder. That straightforward and cheerful character also infected Uzumaki Naruto, although he was not the Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki Kushina said. But at this time, he agreed directly. Soon, after eating, Uzumaki Naruto began to wander around the village. I met other people from Konoha's 12, and most of them seemed to have a good relationship with Uzumaki Naruto. They all seemed to be very good friends, which also reflected Naruto Uzumaki's heart. In the past, he wanted to become good friends with all these people more than once. He did it in this world, and he is still everyone's favorite Uzumaki Naruto. Until Uzumaki Naruto walked to the outskirts of Konoha village, a pattern caught Uzumaki Naruto's attention. It was a cattail leaf fan, the emblem representing the Uchiha clan. In his own world, the Uchiha clan has been destroyed, but it still exists here. Uzumaki Naruto had just taken 2 steps forward when a figure appeared in front of him. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled. He was not shocked by seeing Uchiha Sasuke. It was because the Uchiha Sasuke in front of him was completely different from the Uchiha Sasuke he knew. Although he had been mentally prepared for it, he was still a little uncomfortable facing Uchiha Sasuke's casual smile. What's wrong, Naruto? Are you trying to compete? Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward, took Uzumaki Naruto's shoulders, and said to Uzumaki Naruto very happily. Normally, Uzumaki Naruto would definitely be shocked by this action. But in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, nothing is unexpected. Is everything here reflecting the world developed in my heart? I want to grow up with my parents, and I want no one to hate me or call me a demon fox. I want to be friends with everyone, I want Hinata to be brave and not introverted, I want to be best friends with Sasuke. Chu Ran's hints also began to appear in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Nothing in this world exists out of nowhere or appears suddenly. But it was reflected directly from the depths of Uzumaki Naruto's heart. There is no difference at all, because Uzumaki Naruto knows that these are all things he has dreamed of. What's wrong? I stopped talking suddenly. Hey, didn't I ask you to pay for the ramen after the last practice? You can't be so stingy. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto with disgust, but then he started laughing. While laughing, he patted Uzumaki Naruto on the back. The relationship between the two is well known in this village. They are best friends, practice together almost every day, and are the best partners in the village. He also had the best background, and he was a genius envied by the whole village. Sorry, Sasuke. We'll talk about the practice later, I have something else to do, so I'll talk about it later. Uzumaki Naruto smiled awkwardly, patted Uchiha Sasuke, and disappeared with a teleportation technique. At the same time, high up in another house, Uzumaki Naruto directly turned on the sage mode. Start looking for traces of Uchiha Izumi throughout Konoha village. If it is said that everything of other people starts to change according to their own ideas, then Uchiha Spring must also exist in this world. Finally, in the back mountains of the Uchiha clan, Uzumaki Naruto found the location of Uchiha Spring. Found it. Uzumaki Naruto unlocked the sage mode and rushed towards the back of the Uchiha clan. In just a few dozen seconds, Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the back of the Uchiha clan. Looking at Uchiha Izumi who was practicing in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto's palms trembled slightly. Until Uchiha Izumi's face was facing him, the feeling of longing for Uchiha Izumi in his heart finally couldn't be restrained, and he quickly stepped forward and hugged Uchiha Izumi tightly. Chapter 103. What's wrong? Naruto. Uchiha Izumi looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, with a look of hesitation on his face. Because he didn't seem to be that familiar with the boy in front of him. The two of them had only met a few times because of missions. And because they were not at the same time, they basically didn't say a few words. Sister Quan. Uzumaki Naruto let go of his hand and looked at the familiar smile in front of him. The stone in my heart that had been suppressing my heart finally began to slowly break. He could see the strangeness in the eyes of Izumi Uchiha in front of him. I didn't feel strange in my heart, because it started since Uchiha Izumi's accident, since his eyes were taken away. Uzumaki Naruto defined everything as his own fault. It was all because of his own reasons. In order to save himself, Uchiha Izumi had his eyes taken away. It was all because of his own reasons that Izumi Uchiha was approached by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. If it weren't for herself, she might not have any problems in the Uchiha clan. Maybe he is still the happy and optimistic Uchiha Izumi every day. Infinite Tsukuyomi, although I still don't understand many things in it. But if I don't like this world and it doesn't like me, then I would rather create a world that I like. Chu Ran also added a note to Uzumaki Naruto at this time, making Uzumaki Naruto even more certain. Because Uzumaki Naruto likes here and everything here. Everything here also likes him, because things are very different, and he will not be discriminated against because of Kyubi. I will no longer envy others for having parents, and I will also have many, many friends. Moreover, Izumi Uchiha is also alive, and he is still living so happily. Elder sister. That. Uchiha Izumi was slightly startled, suddenly feeling a little surprised, and even reached out and touched Uzumaki Naruto's forehead. He couldn't understand why this young man in Konoha village, who was known as a genius, suddenly called him sister. Sorry for disturbing you. Naruto Uzumaki smiled and took a step back, looking deeply at Izumi Uchiha. Then he left the place with a teleportation technique. Outside the infinite Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Obito was sitting on a tree trunk, looking at the moon in the sky with concentration. Beside him, Black White Ju also poked his head out. Did you send Uzumaki Naruto in? Hey Ju's hoarse and unpleasant voice sounded in the silent night. But Uchiha Obito ignored him and just looked at the moon. What's wrong, Obito? Did you think of Ling again? He is really a sentimental guy. Baiju also sang and joined in, but with that uncomfortable smile. It also made Uchiha Obito's eyes flash with a hint of displeasure. Shut up, you two. Just watch carefully, it won't be long before everything will look different. The addition of Naruto Uzumaki will make everything easier. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, and after saying that, he activated the Sharingan's time and space ninjutsu and disappeared. Black and White Zetsu also didn't enter the tree trunk. As those who control the overall plan, they have already planned for Uzumaki Naruto to fall into the infinite Tsukuyomi. Because Uchiha Obito knew very well that with Uzumaki Naruto's cunning character, he would definitely not help them rashly. It is also impossible to contribute wholeheartedly to the plan in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto, who has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, is the most uncertain factor in the entire plan. It has the most critical power of the Nine Tails, and now there is no fetters that can restrain Uzumaki Naruto. That's why Uchiha Obito didn't dare to be careless and didn't dare to offend Uzumaki Naruto. This time the infinite Tsukuyomi was also specially created for Uzumaki Naruto. The purpose is to make Uzumaki Naruto willing to sacrifice his life for their plan. Soon, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Uzumaki Naruto lived in Konoha village instead of Uzumaki Naruto in the infinite Tsukuyomi world. In this short period of time, he enjoyed everything he had ever dreamed of. Family, friendship, love, and even admiration from everyone. Never before have I been as happy as these 3 days. If possible, Uzumaki Naruto even had the thought that it would be great if he could live here forever. But such a happy and comfortable life was broken today. As usual, Uzumaki Naruto was dragged out by Hinata early in the morning to help Uzumaki Kushina buy groceries. But at this moment, he met two people. The two people in front of him were none other than others. It was in this world that Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto had just left Konoha to find the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. P.S. Because it is difficult to distinguish the two Uzumaki Naruto, the Uzumaki Naruto in the infinite Tsukuyomi world here is replaced by Menma. Jiraiya-sama Naruto. Then you are. Hinata looked at the two people in front of her and instinctively let go of her hand. She looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a surprised look on her face, but she didn't know that her real lover in this world was opposite her. Uzumaki Naruto didn't say anything, just glanced at Uzumaki Menma and Jiraiya. Sorry, Hinata. I didn't mean to lie to you, I'm very happy these days. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly, instantly turned on the Sage mode, and disappeared from the place with a teleportation technique. Wait. Bastard. Uzumaki Menma looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who ran away directly, and also turned on the Sage mode. Uzumaki Naruto immediately began to pursue him, leaving Hinata in a daze. It's impossible. If that person is pretending, I will definitely know. It's impossible for Byakugan to be able to defeat even the simplest transformation technique. Hinata felt very strange in her heart. In the past 3 days, she felt that Naruto Uzumaki was a little strange. But with her Byakugan, it was impossible for her to mistake Uzumaki Naruto. So both Uzumaki Narutos are real? This kind of thing made Hinata's mind go blank for a while. What's the matter? Jiraiya also felt strange and glanced at the troubled Hinata. He also chose to follow immediately and chased towards the location where the 2 Uzumaki Narutos had left. Hinata, go inform the Yondaime Hokage. Jiraiya's last words when he left also woke Hinata up. Yes, being dazed at this time is not a good thing, so he immediately stood up and left the place. On the other side, outside Konoha village, Uzumaki Naruto had been stopped by Uzumaki Menma. Chapter 104. Asshole faker, who the hell are you? Uzumaki Menma stood in front of Uzumaki Naruto, who had already activated his Sage mode. The power that burst out was not much different from that of Uzumaki Naruto, and was even slightly stronger. Me? I am Uzumaki Naruto. It's the real Uzumaki Naruto, just like you. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, even though both of them were Uzumaki Naruto. But he didn't have the slightest fondness for Uzumaki Menma in front of him. The two had been treated completely opposite to each other since they were young. That had already made Uzumaki Naruto feel uncomfortable, looking at the guy in front of him. The feeling of imbalance in my heart has already begun to appear. What a despicable guy. Do you like to experience other people's lives so much? I really don't know whether to call you despicable or pitiful. Menma Uzumaki snorted coldly, and started sarcastically facing Naruto Uzumaki. In his opinion, Uzumaki Naruto is just a poor person experiencing the lives of others. Although he didn't believe that there would be 2 of him in this world. How do you understand the thoughts of a person like me when you have been in the greenhouse all this time? However, you will definitely be punished for your words. A layer of tailed beast clothing slowly appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's body, compared to the Sage mode. He was still used to using Ninetales chakra to test the strength of the guy in front of him. Menma Uzumaki, on the other hand, was obviously startled and a little surprised after seeing Naruto Uzumaki's Ninetail chakra. Kyubi chakra. Why? Why does this guy have the same Ninetales chakra as me? Uzumaki Menma's face showed a hint of surprise, but his movements were not slow at all. The moment Naruto Uzumaki rushed in, the two began to fight together, and the surrounding trees continued to collapse under the constant attacks. But Uzumaki Naruto, who used the Ninetail chakra, did not take advantage. Fake, is this the only strength you have? Even using the Ninetales chakra, is this a little bit? Although I don't know who created you, you are indeed far different from a genuine person like me. Uzumaki Menma stretched out his hand to block Uzumaki Naruto's punch, and at the same time, his whole body lit up with a golden light. Wrapped in the tailed beast's chakra, not only did patterns appear on his face, but also the Magatama mark of the Sage of Six Paths appeared on his body. You're just a half-tailed beast. Let me show you the true Ninetales chakra pattern. Uzumaki Menma smiled slightly, and with a strong force in his hand, he directly threw out the half-tailed beast Uzumaki Naruto. Several big trees were knocked down heavily before Uzumaki Naruto could recover. Menma Uzumaki came in front of him again, so fast that Naruto Uzumaki's pupils trembled. Boom! With a heavy punch, Uzumaki Naruto suffered a heavy blow to the abdomen and hit the ground hard. A 1-meter-deep pit was created, and blood began to vomit from the mouth. Uzumaki Menma, on the other hand, stood beside the pit like a victor, looking down from above. Fakes are just fakes. Just let me take you back and let the people in the medical class dissect you to see what you are. Menma Uzumaki looked at Naruto Uzumaki in front of him and snorted. The strength gap between the two was actually not that big. But Chu Ran just didn't expect that Uzumaki Menma could use the Ninetales chakra so skillfully. At this moment, inside Uzumaki Naruto, the place where Ninetales is imprisoned. Asshole fox, are you hiding something from me? The chakra you gave me was just a half-tailed beast, right? Hurry up and lend me your power, I can't lose. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the 9 llamas disguised by Chu Ran in front of him and scolded him loudly. Losing to himself, or losing to a self that didn't exist in the first place, was the most unacceptable thing for Uzumaki Naruto. Ding! The degree of blackening increases by 1. Before Chu Ran could say anything, the degree of darkness began to increase. This was the reluctance that arose after facing a powerful enemy and facing Menma Uzumaki. It is obvious that he is the real Uzumaki Naruto, and his ideal life is obviously stuck with others. This is the most unacceptable thing in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. At this time, he no longer asks about the price and wants to pursue power. Then I'll give it to you, since you want power. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, stripping out all the Nine-Tails chakra from his body. It was completely poured into Uzumaki Naruto's body. At this time, on the periphery, just as he lifted Uzumaki Naruto's Uzumaki Menma, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Turning his head, Uzumaki Naruto's body also lit up with a layer of golden light. Uzumaki Naruto, who also activated the Nine-Tails mode, knocked Uzumaki Menma away dozens of meters away with one punch. The power of this punch was much more terrifying than Uzumaki Menma's power before. His strength is not just that simple. Uzumaki Naruto's fine control of chakra is comparable to Tsunade, and even surpasses Haruno Sakura in this world. This punch can be called a strange power, and it is enhanced by the Nine-Tails chakra. Uzumaki Menma felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. I don't know if you feel this way, but I have a very annoying feeling about you. So it made me feel sick and creepy. Uzumaki Naruto approached Uzumaki Menma, and a fierce murderous intent burst out in his eyes. As the nine-tailed chakra in his body continued to explode, Uzumaki Naruto's aura became more and more terrifying. Uzumaki Menma gritted his teeth and was just thinking about countermeasures at this time. Chang! The two bodies disappeared from the spot at the same time, and their hands were filled with kunai with wind escape chakra. As they continued to collide, biting winds continued to erupt all around. Uzumaki Naruto has a slight advantage, although Uzumaki Menma is also a genius, and is a genius loved by countless people in Konoha village. But compared to Uzumaki Naruto who came out of the depths of hell, he was still far behind. Damn it, what the hell is this guy? Uzumaki Menma had some difficulty resisting the attack in front of him, and the nine-tails chakra on his body began to flicker. Obviously the strength of the two of them is the same, but at this time the control of chakra is very delicate. But it can directly turn into a gap in control power. Uzumaki Naruto can exert the nine-tails chakra to 100 or even 110 of its terrifying power. But Uzumaki Menma simply relied on the power of nine-tails chakra to crush the enemy. The difference between the two can be clearly seen. Chapter 105. Just now, Menma Uzumaki had the upper hand between the two. But at this time, Uzumaki Naruto also turned on the nine-tails chakra mode and started crushing directly. Whether it is actual combat or fine control of chakra, it is not something Uzumaki Menma can resist. Why, there shouldn't be such a gap in strength. A look of surprise appeared on Uzumaki Menma's face. He didn't understand why there was such a gap between himself and the imposter in front of him. At the same time, he was very unwilling in his heart. He was a long-known genius in Konoha village. He has grown up surrounded by countless auras since he was a child, and neither his father nor his master can learn the magic. It is also the nine-tails chakra mode that is difficult to activate for every generation of nine-tails Jinchuriki. He can learn them all easily, let alone those low-level ninjutsu. Even if he is just a chunin, his strength has surpassed that of a jounin, and he can handle various high-level tasks with ease. This sense of superiority has always made Uzumaki Menma extremely confident, and he never felt that he would fail. If we look at it in normal order, he should become Hokage a few years later, just like his father. Under the adoring eyes of everyone, become a part of the Hokage rock. Surprised? I said before, the gap between you and me is more than just a tiny bit. Let you see what I went through when I came out of hell. A pink light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he stretched out his hand and touched Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder. Illusion and five-sense manipulation are directly released at this time. He sketched his childhood and his experiences into an extremely realistic illusion. That kind of life that was completely opposite to Uzumaki Menma seemed extremely surprised to Uzumaki Menma. One is Menma Uzumaki who grew up surrounded by countless auras. One is Uzumaki Naruto who has been hated by countless people since he was a child and has no friends or relatives. The lives of the two people can be said to be very different, but even so, Uzumaki Naruto still endured it in his childhood, and directly endured it. Only then did he have the confidence to prove to others that he definitely did not rely solely on the strength of others. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto does not need to rely on the power of others at all. As Uzumaki Menma's body, the nine-tails chakra disappeared. His pupils also fell into a trance state until a few seconds later. He woke up after quickly watching Naruto Uzumaki's childhood. There was no pity, nor did he feel pity for Uzumaki Naruto. Just like Uzumaki Naruto said before, he felt a sense of disgust and murderous intent when he saw Uzumaki Menma. What a disgusting guy. What are you showing me these things for? Is it to gain sympathy? Or do you envy my life? Envy that I can be liked by everyone. Uzumaki Menma showed a look of disdain on his face and took a few steps back. The nine-tailed chakra enveloped his body again, with no intention of stopping. Both of them also had a murderous intention towards each other in their hearts. Envy your life? To be honest, I do. I just think it's unfair, or the world is proving to me that if I have another way to live. Maybe it will be the same as you, but you also need to know. Without the Yondaime Hokage and without your parents, your life would be the same as mine. It's still so sad, and it's still disgusting and fearful. Uzumaki Naruto sneered, thinking about his past memories, his heart still felt a little painful. So after betraying Konoha, he didn't feel any guilt in his heart. He didn't feel anything wrong at all. Even if that kind of place was destroyed, it would only make him feel happy. Stop talking nonsense, do you think everyone is the same as you? I have a great life and future, and you don't. Here, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Menma slowly spread his right hand, and the spiral shuriken began to condense gradually, making bursts of clanging sounds. The sound of wind-released chakra cutting the air kept ringing, making it difficult for people not to be afraid. Yes, but I don't need your self-righteous bright future. My future, whatever I want, I will use my hands to create. Although the world I create may be unbearable, it may also cause a lot of killing. But in the world of ninjas, none of this matters. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly, although his expression was calm and indifferent. But the murderous intention in his heart did not weaken at all, on the contrary, it continued to rise. A terrifying chakra was also condensed in his right hand, which was also wind release and spiral shuriken. However, with the increase of Ninetail's chakra, the power of the two spiral shurikens was even more terrifying. The air that was constantly being cut made a harsh clanging sound. It was especially harsh in this forest, under the control of Naruto Uzumaki. He took the lead and rushed forward. Uzumaki Menma was a little slower in condensing chakra, so he had to take the next step slowly. Boom! The two wind-release spiral shurikens collided, and the collision emitted a burst of dazzling white light. A sphere wrapped in white light was formed, and the size of the sphere continued to increase. The ever-increasing spheres also continued to spread at this time, constantly swallowing up everything around them. Both of them were killing each other with absolute murderous intent. He was fighting for his own heart. Uzumaki Naruto admitted that he envied Uzumaki Menma. But this world will be created in the future according to his thoughts. Uzumaki Naruto will not lose, and it is impossible to lose. If there is only one Uzumaki Naruto in this world, it can only be him. The white light gradually dissipated, and the ground became a mess. Within 100 meters radius, there was not even a single piece of intact turf to be seen. In the end, the only person left standing was Uzumaki Naruto. As for Uzumaki Menma, he was already lying on the ground, completely unconscious. The clothes on his upper body were torn to pieces, and blood flowed from countless small wounds. I won this battle. I am Uzumaki Naruto. A flash of light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, but he was still unconscious even at this time. He didn't feel well, and his body was also swept by countless waves of wind-escaped chakra. If it weren't for Chu Ran's help, I'm afraid he wouldn't be much better than Uzumaki Menma. Not good, you can't fall here. Uzumaki Naruto felt a little weak and was about to collapse. However, his body was caught by someone. Following his peripheral vision, Uzumaki Naruto saw a face that once made him feel at ease. Chapter 106. When Uzumaki Naruto slowly woke up, he had already arrived at the edge of a stream. Listening to the sound of the stream flowing beside him, Naruto Uzumaki's consciousness gradually became clearer, and he looked at the figure behind the bonfire not far away. The lustful fairy. After Naruto Uzumaki took a look, he lay down again and closed his eyes. He didn't understand why Jiraiya in this world still wanted to save him. Obviously, no matter which world he is in, logically speaking, he has done many unforgivable things. Lovable immortal. Is this what you call me in your world? It sounds quite friendly. Jiraiya smiled slightly and handed Naruto Uzumaki a piece of grilled fish. He had long seen that the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was not an imposter, and he also guessed that it might be an Uzumaki Naruto from another world. This idea may be fanciful, but it is not impossible. Why did you save me? I severely injured your disciple. Nearly killed him. Uzumaki Naruto stood up slowly and took the grilled fish. He felt hungry in his stomach and took a bite immediately. At the same time, the soft place in his heart was throbbing again. In his world, Jiraiya was probably the only one who loved him the most. Whether it was because of Namake's Minato's relationship or other relationships, Jiraiya's love for him was real. He had always been very grateful to Jiraiya. It's just a pity that the timing of Jiraiya's appearance is not right. If Jiraiya had appeared earlier, Perhaps Uzumaki Naruto's darkening will not go so smoothly, and Chu Ran's plan will undergo great changes. But you didn't kill him. So you didn't do anything wrong, you just don't belong here. Jiraiya shook his head, not minding at all what Uzumaki Naruto did. On the contrary, he felt that the boy in front of him might have more stories in his own world. Can you tell me about your own world? Or maybe you, if you don't mind. Rather than taking Uzumaki Naruto back, he hoped to know something from Uzumaki Naruto. He could feel the anger in the young man in front of him, and the unconvinced feeling in his heart when facing Menma Uzumaki. This made Jiraiya feel that he might need to enlighten this disciple from other worlds. You still like to be nosy. Uzumaki Naruto smiled helplessly and shook his head. Looking at the grilled fish in his hand, he also thought of the time he had spent practicing with Jiraiya. During that time, even though I was speechless sometimes. Although he sometimes complained about Jiraiya, from the perspective of Jiraiya's constant concern. Uzumaki Naruto also knew that the man in front of him was not only teaching him how to practice, but also teaching him to find his own way of ninja. I want to keep leading myself on the right path. Uzumaki Naruto began to talk about what happened when he was a child and what happened after meeting Jiraiya. Including what he did to Konoha and a series of things he did when he joined the Akatsuki organization. Sorry, Naruto. It seems that the me from that world appeared too late. Konoha may be like this, and he may have his reasons. What I can say is that I hope you don't hate him. The Hokage represents the will of a village. The way they choose to protect may be extreme, may involve sacrifice, or may be wrong. Jiraiya sighed softly and learned something from Uzumaki Naruto's words. He also understood that trying to persuade Uzumaki Naruto at this time was not such a simple matter. He just stretched out his hand and pulled Uzumaki Naruto into his arms. No matter what your choice is, I believe in Minato and Kushina. And me in that world will still love you. It's not your fault, it's my fault that no one could have imagined what would happen. Jiraiya's voice was very soft and at the same time very reassuring. He did not blame Uzumaki Naruto for betraying Konoha and joining the Akatsuki organization. Uzumaki Naruto also believed that his mentor in another world would not blame him either. Because he just took a path that most people would choose. Wanting revenge is not something that is incomprehensible. Uzumaki Naruto did not cause other killings in the Leaf Village. He also understood the grievances Naruto Uzumaki felt and expressed his understanding. Sexy fairy, I'm sorry. I have to go now. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and hugged Jiraiya too. Then a teleportation technique disappeared in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at the bonfire in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto directly found Uchiha Obito. In this world, Uchiha Obito has no entity, just a ball of subjective consciousness. How about it, infinite Tsukuyomi? Is this world still satisfying to you? Uchiha Obito crossed his arms on his chest, raised his head and asked Uzumaki Naruto directly. This world is a new infinite Tsukuyomi illusion that follows the infinite Tsukuyomi. It is an illusion that is extremely close to the infinite Tsukuyomi. No matter what it is, everything is created according to the heart of the practitioner. All landscapes and everything, including the birth of people, appear according to Naruto Uzumaki's heart. It's okay, from this time on, our cooperation has officially begun. Okay, it's almost time to take me out. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he still didn't have a good tone when facing Uchiha Obito. The hatred in his heart was far from stopping, and it was far from diminishing after Danzo Shimura's death. But after his strength continued to grow, that hatred even began to sprout, bloom, and grow. This time's infinite Tsukuyomi trip made Uzumaki Naruto's hatred for Konoha even deeper. This world is still unpalatable to people. A group of disgusting people, if my parents were here, they would look like this. But they still don't agree with me in their hearts. They only agree with me because of their father. These people who are afraid of me and beg for protection are the ones who deserve to be destroyed the most. For the first time, Chu Ran stirred up hatred for Konoha in Uzumaki Naruto's subconscious. The faces of ordinary people, or people whose faces he couldn't even remember clearly, kept flashing in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. He knew very well that Uzumaki Naruto hated these people. Especially after experiencing this world, Uzumaki Naruto has been very happy these 3 days, even if he appears on the surface. But the seeds of hatred have already blossomed and bear fruit with the help of these emotions. Chapter 107. Ding. Blackening progress increased by 3. Ding. The blackening progress reaches 60 and you will get the blackening treasure chest. Konoha, what a disgusting existence. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he walked into the whirlpool released by Uchiha Obito in front of him. As he entered it, Uzumaki Naruto also returned to his own world. Subconsciously, Chu Ran had happily opened the blackening panel. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 14:6. Soul, 7:1. Blackening progress, 6208. Blackening points, 7,378. Blackened Mall, opened. The current blackening progress has reached more than 60, and it is not far away from 100. System, open the blackened treasure chest. Chu Ran glanced at Uzumaki Naruto from his subconscious, turned around and directly asked to open the blackened treasure chest. The blackened treasure chest is the thing that can most directly enhance his strength, if good things can be found. His strength can also be raised to a new level. Ding! The blackened treasure chest has been opened. Acquire the power of the 6 paths immortal. As the system's voice fell, Chu Ran's face also showed a hint of joy. If the things he had opened in the blackened treasure chest before were enough to make him comparable to a Kage-level ninja, then after obtaining the power of the 6 paths immortal, he will truly have the strength to compete with or surpass the Samsara Eye. The power of the 6 paths immortal represents more than just the power of the immortal. If Chu Ran had such power, he would be able to use the 6 paths immortal technique, the yin and yang escape technique, the power of the tailed beast, and many other powers. It can also be combined with the 9-tailed chakra in his body to easily control the chakra of other tailed beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that Chu Ran will not lose even if he encounters Lu Daoban now. Strength is enough. Uzumaki Naruto has now joined the Akatsuki organization. There is still a certain distance between the real distance from complete darkness. Chu Ran gradually fell into thinking. There are not many people in the Akatsuki organization that can arouse the emotions in Naruto Uzumaki. Nowadays, there is no one in the Akatsuki organization who can arouse Naruto Uzumaki's emotions. The most important thing is to see how Uzumaki Naruto can stir up conflicts with the Akatsuki organization. After all, Uchiha Obito and Pain do not have the same ideals, they are just using each other. If possible, Chu Ran would definitely take the lead in helping Uchiha Obito destroy Pain and Uzumaki Nagato. In this way, the plot can start according to the Ninja World War, and the destruction of Konoha must be led by Uzumaki Naruto. On the other side, after returning from the infinite Tsukuyomi world, Uzumaki Naruto has been training in the Akatsuki headquarters until the 4th day. Most of the people went out, leaving only Uzumaki Naruto, Konan and Pain. Uzumaki Naruto also learned something today. It turns out that he is not the only one who has the Yondaime Hokage as his disciple, but also has 3 additional disciples. These 3 people are none other than Pain and Xiaonan from the Akatsuki organization. As for the other one, neither of them mentioned it, and Uzumaki Naruto had no interest in asking. He was just calmly waiting for the mission to arrive in Yuin village. A large amount of rain falls almost every day in Yuin village, and today is no exception. But today's rain and weather were particularly bad, and the rain kept dripping on the ground. Uzumaki Naruto, who was feeling the natural energy, also felt a slight discomfort. While constantly realizing the power of immortals, Uzumaki Naruto occasionally had some premonitions in his heart. At this time, his somewhat disturbed heart had already caused him to stop practicing, turned around and walked inside. When I was about to change places to hang out, there was a sudden sound of fighting. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, feeling a familiar chakra. He immediately closed his eyes and turned on the immortal mode, using the perception of the immortal mode to keep searching. Landful immortal. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly opened, and he did not expect to find Jiraiya's chakra at the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. He also began to feel a little tangled in his heart. After all, he knew about Pain's great strength. And Pain is not just one person. In the past few days, Pain and Konan didn't have any secrets to hide. Instead, they deliberately showed off their Akatsuki organization Pain's power. This made Naruto Uzumaki deeply afraid of them. What should I do? What on earth did the lustful immortal come here to do? Uzumaki Naruto's expression was a little ugly, he was distressed. On the one hand, he is the only mentor who recognizes him, and on the other hand, he is the opponent he is very afraid of. He knew that Jiraiya was very strong, and even the 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade might not be his opponent. But despite this, he didn't think Jiraiya could beat Pain's 6 paths. There are a total of 6 people in Pain, each corresponding to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly path alone is so powerful. Even if the other 5 paths are not as good as the heavenly path, they are definitely not something that ordinary jounin can deal with. Pain's 6 attacks took place at the same time, and their combat power was definitely beyond the shadow level. Let's observe for a moment, if the lustful immortal is really invincible. Or if life is in danger, I will save him first and then talk about it. Pen and the others don't dare to take action against me yet. There is a deal between us. A voice began to appear in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, which was the hint given by Chu Ran. Jiraiya couldn't just die in a place like this. Chu Ran will definitely let Uzumaki Naruto rescue Jiraiya, so that he can further advance the next plan. In the plan to destroy Konoha, Jiraiya is the most important part. Moreover, in the infinite Tsukimi world, Jiraiya there once saved Uzumaki Naruto's life. It was precisely because of this that Uzumaki Naruto felt a little hesitant in his heart. Chu Ran would not let Uzumaki Naruto feel regretful in his heart, so it was absolutely impossible not to save Jiraiya. Yes, let's watch first and then talk. Even if the lustful immortal is defeated, if he wants to escape, Pain's 6 paths will definitely not be able to stop him. After all, he is a powerful ninja, one of the 3 ninjas. You have to trust the lustful Sento. If the lustful immortal is really defeated, I can take action again. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, released the Sage Mode, and rushed towards the battlefield. Soon, they came to Xiaonan and Pain Tiandao. Below, the Hungry Ghost Path, Animal Path, and Shura Path are dealing with Jiraiya. As for Jiraiya, he has already activated the Sage Mode, but his Sage Mode is different from Uzumaki Naruto. It is necessary to rely on the help of Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin to reach the delayed state of Sage Mode. Chapter 108. It is different from Uzumaki Naruto's talent because of Chu Ran's help. Uzumaki Naruto's body has long been adapted to Senjutsu chakra, and it is not difficult to feel the natural energy. When he was practicing immortal arts, he even shocked Jiraiya once. At this time, the sudden appearance of Uzumaki Naruto was also seen by Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage. Little Jiraiya, that is Uzumaki Naruto. Has he also joined the Akatsuki organization? Fukasaku Sage looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who had been taught Senjutsu by himself, with a look of surprise on his face. Now Jiraiya has fallen into a bitter battle with them. The appearance of Uzumaki Naruto is undoubtedly bad news. After all, the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was wearing the clothes of the Akatsuki organization. If Uzumaki Naruto also joins the battle, it will undoubtedly be a more troublesome existence than the 3 in front of him. Well, Naruto has defected from Konoha. I didn't expect to see him here. Jiraiya sighed softly and did not dare to be distracted while fighting the 3 Shuradao people. We can only fight against the 3 Shuradao people here while being wary of other enemies. Further above, Naruto Uzumaki, who was watching the battle, was directly separated by Konan. Who asked you to come here? Go back to headquarters. Konan obviously didn't believe in Uzumaki Naruto that much, and there was even a little hostility in his eyes. However, Tiandao Pain didn't pay much attention and just glanced at Uzumaki Naruto lightly. Xiaonan, don't worry about him. He can stay here if he wants to. Tendo Pain didn't think Uzumaki Naruto would help Jiraiya deal with them. In some aspects, there will be no conflict between the 2 parties because their interests are similar. Why, aren't you afraid that I will rescue him suddenly? Or do you think that with your strength, I won't pose a threat to you? Uzumaki Naruto sneered and said directly. But even though he was talking, his eyes were still looking at the center of the battle. Jiraiya-sensei is dead or not, for us. It doesn't matter much, and so what if you saved him? Konoha village still cannot tolerate your existence. Tendo Pain shook his head. He didn't have much consciousness, and he mainly relied on Uzumaki Nagato for control. Among the Akatsuki organization, probably only Uzumaki Nagato, the manipulator behind the scenes, understands Uzumaki Naruto best. But what he didn't know was that there was another existence inside Uzumaki Naruto. Soon, the battle came to an end. Jiraiya soon fell into the state of the loser, just like in the original novel, when Pain's 6 paths gathered together. The left arm was also cut off directly by Shuradao, and he was also forced into danger. Just when his throat was about to be crushed by the Shura sword, Uzumaki Naruto's body flashed with golden light, and he came to Jiraiya in a flash. With one punch, Shuradao's chest was shattered. He picked up Jiraiya and ran towards the outside. Naruto. Jiraiya was already very weak at this time, and it was very difficult to maintain the Sage Mode. Shima Sennin has gone back to empty. Mayaboku, and now only Fukasaku Sennin is still on Jiraiya's shoulders. Lovable immortal, stop talking. I'll take you back to Konoha village. There is a barrier here and my Flying Thunder God technique cannot be used. This time I will repay your kindness for teaching and growing up. After today, you and I will no longer have the feeling of being teachers. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head calmly, not interested in what Jiraiya wanted to say. But in my mind, I still think of the tenderness of another Jiraiya towards me in the infinite Tsukimi world. I'm afraid the current lustful immortal won't blame me for the things I did. Chu Ran also gave Uzumaki Naruto some psychological hints at this time. With the supplement of Ninetales chakra, Uzumaki Naruto quickly rushed out of the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization at the speed of Uzumaki. Arriving at the outskirts of Yuin village, which is full of sea water, I was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. 5 figures rushed out from the bottom of the sea at the same time, each holding a black stick in their hands and stabbing towards Uzumaki Naruto. Get away! A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and 5 big golden hands instantly appeared on his back. He directly knocked away the 6 paths of pain that were coming from all around. Their vision is shared, albeit with different abilities. But faced with a speed that exceeded their thinking, they still couldn't stop it. Uzumaki Naruto, do you want to betray the organization? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Tendo Pain slowly walked out with Konan, looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him and said with murderous intent. Although he is just a puppet, he is the strongest Pain. Uzumaki Naruto also knew how scary he was and didn't want to get too entangled at this time. Consequences? Don't forget our deal. I'm just looking for a life from you now, the lustful immortal is my master. Then I will return the favor, he has lost one of his arms and is no longer a threat to you. If you have to stop me, I don't mind getting rid of you and completing the plan alone. Uzumaki Naruto looked sideways at Tendo Pain, and his voice gradually became colder. He is evil, but not purely evil. Uzumaki Naruto will only kill those who stand in his way, but he will never let anyone kill those he cares about. Jiraiya is the only person in this world that he truly treats as a teacher. The road he takes must be filled with corpses and blood. It also means that he must take the initiative to cut off the bonds that remain in his heart. Naruto Uzumaki, don't be too arrogant. Xiao Nan narrowed his eyes slightly and was about to take action, but was stopped by Tiandao Pain. I saw Tiandao Pain shaking his head, and then let the other 5 Pain leave. Just this once, if there is a next time. I will kill you myself. Pain Tiandao turned around, his back to Uzumaki Naruto, and left the place after speaking. The barrier originally constructed temporarily to seal Naruto Uzumaki's Flying Thunder God Jutsu also disappeared. The Flying Thunder God's Jutsu is not invincible, as long as there is a barrier to seal the Space Ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto cannot use the Flying Thunder God technique and cannot sense the Flying Thunder God's mark. Lord Fukasaku, I'm sorry to trouble you and Lord Shima this time. Please go back and rest first. Naruto will be fine. Jiraiya was very weak at the moment, and his speech became weak. The injuries on his body were no ordinary injuries. The pain of a broken arm coupled with a large amount of blood loss meant that even if he survived, he would probably have to lie down for several months to recover. Chapter 109. Well, then you have to be careful. Fukasaku Senni nodded and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto. He immediately formed the seal and returned to Miaomu Mountain. Uzumaki Naruto directly faded away from the Ninetales chakra mode and used the Flying Thunder God technique to come close to Konoha. After he rebelled against Konoha, Senju Tsunade ordered all ninjas to start searching for the mark of the Flying Thunder God in Konoha village. After all, a person who knows the art of Flying Thunder God will have the mark of time and space ninjutsu if he still stays in Konoha. That was undoubtedly a hidden danger, and Tsunade, as the Hokage, would never allow such a thing to happen. But still missing a few locations, Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya quickly arrived near the Hokage's office building. A kunai was thrown directly towards the Hokage's office building. Tsunade Senju, who was working at the office, immediately reacted and caught the kunai. As the window cracked, she looked outside the window. What caught his eye was Jiraiya's figure lying on the ground, and there was a pool of blood under Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Senju Tsunade naturally knew what kind of mission Jiraiya went to perform. After seeing someone as strong as Jiraiya and facing the Akatsuki organization, he was already injured like this. Senju Tsunade was also extremely shocked. She picked up Jiraiya and rushed towards Konoha Hospital. In the dark, Uzumaki Naruto also saw this scene, and immediately put on a hat and started walking in the streets of Konoha. When he first entered Konoha village, Uzumaki Naruto had already felt Hinata's chakra. I bought a bouquet of flowers, stopped by Izumi Uchiha's favorite shop, and bought some glutinous rice balls. Soon we arrived at the cemetery. Uchiha Izumi's tombstone was very clean. There were flowers that had just withered nearby. Uzumaki Naruto took out the flowers and put new flowers on them. I put down some glutinous rice balls in front of the tombstone, sat down in front of the tombstone and started eating. This time, Uzumaki Naruto said nothing, just looked at Uchiha Izumi's tombstone quietly. Sister, don't worry. It will be done soon, and you will be resurrected soon. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to wipe the tombstone, and then disappeared from the place with a teleportation technique. When the figure appeared again, it had already arrived in the mountains behind Konoha. Hinata's figure also appeared in front of Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Hinata was using soft fists against the wooden stakes. After Uzumaki Naruto left Konoha village, he practiced row fist here almost day and night, practicing. Hinata. Naruto Uzumaki's voice sounded behind Hinata, and Hinata, who was practicing seriously, was slightly startled. She hadn't heard this voice for a long time. Slowly turning his head, although the young man in front of him was wearing a hat and a fire cloud cloak. But Hinata recognized at a glance that the person in front of her was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Tears flowed from Hinata's eyes, and she rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. He hugged Uzumaki Naruto tightly, as if he was afraid that Uzumaki Naruto would leave again. Sorry, I can't stay here for long. My sister's tombstone is thanks to you. Uzumaki Naruto reached out and stroked Hinata's hair. Suddenly, he thought of Hinata in Infinite Tsukuyomi, and he was surprised that he was a couple with Hinata there. But thinking of Hinata in the world over there, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but smile. The two Hinata are both Hyuga Hinata, and Naruto Uzumaki doesn't mean who he likes more. Just looking carefully at the girl holding him tightly in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly thought of a possibility. If he had not betrayed Konoha and become a member of the Akatsuki organization, he might have done so in the near future. He might also become a partner with the girl in front of him, if it was this girl who had not cared about his origin since he was a child and was gentle and considerate to him. Uzumaki Naruto felt that such a life was also very good and satisfying. At this time, Hyuga Hinata also felt that Uzumaki Naruto had been staring at her closely, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Uzumaki Naruto, and she was also panicking in her heart. I wonder if I was too impulsive just now and if I made Naruto Uzumaki feel annoying. She never expected that the Uzumaki Naruto in front of her was a rebellious ninja of Konoha, someone who was against her position. Uzumaki Naruto did not speak, but smiled and took Hinata's hand. He slowly walked up to the top of the mountain, and he talked a lot with Hinata along the way. There are some things that happened after I went to the Akatsuki organization, and there are also things in Infinite Tsukuyomi. After hearing that she was in another world and was Uzumaki Naruto's partner, Hinata's eyes showed envy. She envied the other Hinata who could boldly do what she wanted to do. She could boldly express her feelings, but she could only look at the young man in front of her quietly. Hinata didn't even dare to say boldly, "Can you take me with you?" At the same time, I also felt unfair for Uzumaki Naruto. He was obviously a hero of Konoha, but he was raised as a monster. Hinata never felt that Naruto Uzumaki did anything wrong. Because if it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would choose this way. They don't want to be Konoha's puppets, and they don't want to be controlled by Konoha here. Hinata, it's time for me to go. If I come to pick you up in the future and ask you to come with me, will you? Naruto Uzumaki looked at the girl sitting next to him, feeling a little nervous and expectant in his heart. He knew that he might have always liked this introverted, silent and shy girl, but Uzumaki Naruto never knew it. In other words, he was not convinced at all, because he knew how anyone could like someone like him. There are not many people who are even willing to be friends with him, let alone someone who likes him. I am now. Hinata's eyes lit up, and she was about to respond loudly to Uzumaki Naruto. When she showed that she was willing now, a large number of black insects suddenly emerged from the jungle nearby. If Uzumaki Naruto hadn't pulled him to dodge in time, he might have been swallowed directly by the black insect. In Konoha, there is only one family of ninjas who use insects. It was Shino Aburame, who was at the same time as Uzumaki Naruto, standing not far from the two of them. Next to him, there is Inuzuka Kiba, who is also a member of the 12 Xiaoqiang. Uzumaki Naruto, let go of Hinata. Shino Aburame had her hands in her pockets, even though she was wearing sunglasses, making it difficult to see her expression. But his hands hidden in his pockets were trembling slightly.